Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Games of the future. Good morning from Kazakhstan, everybody. We are back at the Games of the Future 2026 Astana. Welcome back to our futuristic city. We cannot be more excited this morning. Good morning once again. My name is Cholpan and I'm here with my colleague David, who is visiting Kazakhstan for his very first time. David, how are you this morning?
I'm so good. It's wonderful to be back in the studio and, of course, to be a guest in your beautiful country. Thank you so much for your warmth, your hospitality, which I think I have certainly felt 100%, but also I think every team, every individual team player and everyone involved with this year's Digital Games of the Future Astana 2026 has been made to feel right at home.
Indeed, David. Over 800 athletes from over 50 countries have chosen to come here to Kazakhstan and enjoy and partake in our wonderful tournament. Now, yesterday we had quite an exciting day. We had our first final and our first award ceremony of the tournament, which was Battle Royale PUBG.
What a few days it has been. It's been super intense over the last couple of days and culminating with that final and, of course, 17 Gaming. Wow.
Taking their $1 million home. But the excitement is just beginning because today we have the Dota 2 continuing with only 8 teams standing. Today we are in the quarterfinals. So the pressure is really on to our Dota teams. And we still have one of our homegrown teams in the competition.
Yeah, we'll also be heading out to Digital Basketball later later on today. That's going to be super exciting. If you look to your screens now, however, you'll see what you can expect now over the course of the next day or so. It's either that, or it's our schedule, or it's the teams as they were yesterday. Let's take a look on the recap. We'll take a look at our screens now.
I mean,
the true legend.
You made a good point about the language barriers. That could be where the disconnect came from. Because we had Jobs doing some absolutely freaking amazing vacuums.
Right.
It was like 4 or 5 people. But Cataclysm getting just a little bit too late, maybe. Gleipnir not getting there in time. Or maybe Hoodwink should be the one concentrating and following up the vacuum. But it just never happened. And they didn't get to the point where they had an overwhelming advantage, enough of an advantage to go high ground. They didn't have enough damage. I feel like that's the biggest problem, because you have Lady Wyvern, even though she went for power threats for some reason, we discussed it as well. Right. I don't know why she went power threats, but maybe they understood they are lacking damage and she wanted to stack Arctic Burn a little bit more. And this is an amazing moment, of course, with the Rampage. But you know what? I do believe we have to say thank you to the Creation just for staying in the game. They could have called GG a while ago at this moment. Right. They just wanted to give the crowd the moment, the Rampage, so that Jabs, you know, he gets the emotions. Somebody tries to go on the Sklings. There is a Fisher that counter-initiates, that stops them in their tracks. This was an amazing save, actually. But, look at this
combo is actually insane.
On the other hand, we have Team Vitality out in 10th place, which was a really big shock going into this, because they played really good last time on Erangel when they did play it for the past 3 times. So this was a bit of a shock. I suppose teams might have anticipated their tactics in some way, making it really hard for them to progress.
Indeed, and when we got to the top 3, we had Geek with 2 players. Diga Esports actually made it to the top 3, and I mean, really hoping them to get there at the top, but there was 1 player left at the end. And finally, Twisted Minds actually took out the only one that was left from Diga Esports. So we got some fans coming up there, right there for James. And the game actually started really cool, and early on, we lost Falcons around
very early on.
5-minute mark. So that was a good position for Vitality to be in, with the advantage of the compound, and also that was slightly high ground as well, where they were standing. Here we have the 3 final teams fighting with each other. Vitality went up pretty quickly, I should say, from 4 to completely out. And we saw Gam just walk away with that chicken dinner.
Goes nowhere. You can just literally go inside of the tombstone whenever you want, and it's just that save is actually incredible. Look at this, like
I mean, the first death is basically Emo just soloing TB.
Yeah.
Second death is Lina melting TB.
I want to call out the Dalul here. He was a little bit greedy. He had 17 seconds. He had money for buyback. He didn't press the buyback instantly. He had to press the buyback instantly right here and there. That's where he could have saved, but that's a could have saved. Yes. They're playing here for $1 million. If they would like to do better, just like Yakuto brothers, they were losing 1-0 and then they came back on the second game and third game. Maybe that's the case.
It's as easy as that.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd like to also mention about Tai Lung. I was saying earlier, you guys, Tai Lung has a different view, right?
Yeah.
And this game, have you guys seen Puddle Mid with the upgraded stick? The Holy Locket?
The Holy Locket?
Yeah. I'm sure the answer is no, because nobody buys that.
Probably just Warwick trying to salvage what was happening throughout this match. This play is actually pretty decent, because they see Sven rotating towards the Wisdom Shrine, and they use this time to kill Kotal. Mirana was standing there on the shrine, using the arrow to kill Kotal, so they get at least something. But after that, like, it was LGD, LGD, LGD all the way.
Just, yeah, phenomenal performance from the LGD squad.
This is the only moment where it kind of looks scary, right? Because Sven got isolated by the bear. There was a second bear resummoned. That's the first one, I believe. And that was probably the only possible moment where there was a potential comeback. But they did manage to get Sven out. And that's what allowed them to still stay on the horse.
Yeah, for sure. And I just like the South American pressure here. Like, they're going non-stop here and there. You just see constant pressure. This is the moment of true Dota.
Wow, what an exciting day of play we had yesterday, and there is still more to come as we whittle down and get ever closer to finding out who will be taking their fair share of that all-important $1 million.
Yes, we had one of the teams take it already at PUBG yesterday, but there is one thing I want to mention. If you also noticed in those highlights, Jabs taking that ultra kill, something phenomenal at this stage of the competition and at this stage of an international level.
Absolutely. I think Jabs was known for that rampage that took us all by surprise, but with such thrill and excitement. I must say, Shulpan, I do like saying $1 million. It sounds really big, and it is. It's not small money, this. The pressure is intense. We're not talking about a small prize pool here.
We're absolutely not talking about a small prize pool, because the amount of training and professionalism that goes into these athletes' preparation for such tournaments, well, I would say it deserves even more.
Absolutely. And we keep on referring to all of our teams as athletes, because for the amount of training, as Shulpan alluded to, over 8 hours per day in many cases, clocking up over 20, 30 plus hours of gaming. That's quite intense, but that is the level at which you need to play at which you need to prepare yourself when you move in this arena. The Phygital Games of the Future 2026 is not for the faint-hearted, let me tell you. We've had our fair share of all the thrills, and as you can see there, pure joy, pure elation, Shulpan. I mean, just look at them.
They look so excited. Look at those 4 players grabbing that trophy.
Lifting that trophy,
and
absolutely.
Fireworks.
And we love fireworks. We love a good firework display. I mean, that stage in itself, incredible. 17 gaming with 131, followed by Gam the Expendables at 120.
And the third place taken by Team Vitality with 106 points. Once again, a round of congratulations to our winners, 17 Gaming.
Yeah, not too much of a break between spots 3 and 4, literally 1 point. And then suddenly we start seeing more of a gap between the scores after that. Alrighty, so this is where we're currently standing. The group stages of Dota. MOBA PC presented by Center Credit on your screens now.
Dear viewers, please make note that today we are in the quarterfinals of Dota 2. So today is where the competition really gets interesting, because we're moving on to the semifinals and then finally to the finals to see which Dota team will make it through all of these stages of elimination to take their prize.
And as we look at our schedule for Phygital Basketball presented by Halleck Fund, today we see what you can look forward to as we contest this year's final round, getting ever closer to that prize pool of $400,000.
Yes, so we have our final in Digital Basketball, Wilders and Liga Pro coming up shortly.
So now, as we have a beautiful aerial shot once again of the magnificent digital world created here of the city of the future of Astana, we're going to see another schedule pop up on screen very, very shortly. Today feels like we're in it again for the home stretch as we get ever closer to that final game within the Dota map. You can see here, coming up over the course of the next few days, Battle Royale. There we saw winner 17 Gaming hoisting up that trophy. Basketball coming to a close, presented by Halleck Fund, Digital Basketball.
Dota PC going on until the 5th of August. And Digital Football coming up tomorrow, followed by
Digital Shooter, which will take us through to August the 8th. Presented by Samruk-Kazyna. MOBA Mobile, presented by Freedom from the 4th to the 9th.
And we have Digital Dancing on the 6th and the 7th of August, and finishing up our tournament with Digital Fighting on the 8th and the 9th of August.
So still lots more to look forward to today. You'll see it looks pretty thin, but quite intense as we come to the end of MOBA PC, ever closer, presented by Center Credit. And of course, Digital Basketball, that's the biggie today, presented by Halleck Fund. And it is so important, Chopin, to mention that these games and anything of this scale would be incomplete and could never happen without our valued partners, our sponsors, and of course all of you, our viewers, those watching online and in the venues. We are coming to you live and broadcasting on multi-stream from some of the most magnificent, modern, architecturally beautiful venues that you'll be able to find yourselves in Astana, the capital of Kazakhstan.
We saw one of such venues yesterday,
yes,
holding the final of PUBG and the award ceremony with those beloved fireworks of ours, the Beeline Arena, which will also host a couple of other disciplines coming up. We also have the amazing Жақсылық Ushkimpirov Martial Arts Palace, which hosts our Dota tournament, which is no small feat. As you guys could tell, Dota goes on for more than 5 days. Wow, but what a venue that Martial Arts Palace is.
Absolutely. Now, we mentioned, of course, sponsors. We could not do this without them. We'd like to remind you that the Digital Football discipline is presented by Samruk-Kazyna from the 4th to the 9th of August.
As mentioned, with all the different venues, we also have all the different streams, so make sure to catch it on our OTT platform at Digital Plus.
Thank you, Chopin. Now, we're gearing up for the first map of the day as we start heading ever closer to seeing who will walk away with the top prize and their share of $1 million. It's so exciting to be at that final stretch. And then just when you think we're going to get to it, we'll start introducing some more digital sports, all taking place live, all taking place now on our multi-stream, coming to you live from Astana in Kazakhstan.
And one more sponsor we would like to mention, which is really important because there are still tickets available for the upcoming disciplines. So make sure to get your tickets at www.ticketon.kz.
I would also like to remind you that Digital Shooter is brought to you by Yandex Go. You can download the Yandex Go app and experience the thrill of the city. And it is an amazing city.
I was about to say that.
We were saying that, and we've read this before, that Kazakhstan declared 2026 as the year of digitization and artificial intelligence. And it's no small feat that this city was selected to host this year's games, because not only are they hosting, but they certainly embody the spirit and everything that it means to be all things AI and digital.
There is no better place to host the Games of the Future than Astana, Kazakhstan, because Kazakhstan's population is actually more than 1/3 of youth. Speaking of youth,
That was a brilliant segue. I love that. Speaking of youth, because they certainly don't look to me like these are veterans. These look like they could be my kids on that stage.
Even though digital sport is a really inclusive sport, so
Very
they
much.
could include some veterans as well. As we can see in the in the Жақсылық Ushkimpirov Arena, we have our first Dota teams entering with playtime.
And I love their logo. It's always amazing to see how the teams have come up with their identity when it comes to their logo, how they come in and how they embody. I mean, look at that. I bet 2 thumbs up. He's not taking jabs as well. Look at that. And these guys look so unassuming, but yet when they're in it to win it, they're like killers.
They look cool under that pressure. Playtime entering the stage right now because we do have Playtime playing with Glyph for our first Dota game of today. I absolutely love their logo.
Yeah.
This team is known for very aggressive tactics, yet their logo is nothing but cute.
Yeah, do not judge a book by its cover. I'm also listening to, because we can hear it in our ears as well, the voiceover artist from the arena announcing all the teams. I think he's just as excited as we all are to see who's going to now make it through. We're down to the best teams that are going to take us to the home run. So now it's down to the wire. These are now the teams that have made it thus far. It's intense, the pressure is on, there is no time to lose and to drop your guard for 1 second.
Absolutely. We see these coaches standing behind them, ladies and gentlemen. As a reminder, Dota features 5 professional athletes playing in, with some teams choosing to have stand-ins and also coaches. We see them preparing right now, setting up their computers, configuring their brains.
And the interesting thing to note is that this could easily be something that keeps us glued to our screens for the next 3 hours, because Dota 2 games can be anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour. And of course, with the teams as they currently are, we can't necessarily assume that there's one team that will outright take the first 2 games.
No.
It could go to a third.
Absolutely. We cannot assume, because they're in it to win this game now. So they're going to be putting it all in each single map. And as a reminder, by the end of today, we will only have 4 teams left, moving on to the semifinals.
Yes, and closer to that all-important prize pool package of $1 million. So it's the best of 3. Let's see how these teams fare. Once again, we want to remind you, especially if you are new to the world of Phygital, this is very much more in the spirit of the true esports, where we will not have a physical stage. If you want to know more about how the differences compare between the digital and the physical, then you've got to tune in for the basketball that will come in later, because that is marrying and showcasing what it truly means and represents the spirit of all things Phygital.
But not to say that the digital area is not. Their heart rate at the peak moments goes up to 180 beats per minute in those peak times. Like Jabs, for example, yesterday with that Rampage, his heart must have been, or maybe
our
his
hearts.
Our
We were watching it. Our hearts were skipping a beat.
I was about to say the same.
It's so exciting to actually see what these teams all go through. I think it's very deceptive. You think to yourself that somebody's sitting behind a console. It's all about cognitive responses, hand, eye. You forget about the fact that there is still an increase in heart rate. You forget the perspiration. You forget the nerves, the intensity, the focus, the concentration. And it is potentially in some ways just as physical, even if it deceptively so looks the complete opposite.
Indeed, David, and also the eye fatigue caused by adrenaline, which changes our vision. So can you imagine the level of focus these athletes have to continuously maintain from map to map to map?
Exactly. And as we prepare to head into our first map of the day, fun fact from our trivia queen, I'm going to ask Shulpan. For those who don't know, Dota stands for
the Defense of the Ancients. And now we are flying through the tunnel for our first game of today. Playtime versus Glyph.
Something in Spanish, he's like, wait, let me get that exact wording right. Can't be easy. But Playtime yesterday, it's like Abed, I believe it was like in game 2, they were dead to rights. Execration was gonna win that game. Sorry, no, game 3, my bad. Execration was gonna win. They were gonna win that game if it had gone normally. But Abed, 2 versus 5, walks into the fountain, does this massive combo, kills 3 people, steals the Aegis, and walks out of there like a thief in the night. It was very impressive to watch.
Yeah, the Abed Volker, I was watching that game, the Abed Volker, and of course the Earthshaker really popping off. You could see Schofield and El Misho also like having an excellent matchup. When you really need your supports to shine, they definitely did. I think that Roshan fight was the big game changer, because they had been losing every fight up until that point. and then they managed to get themselves an Aegis, and Abed just popping off with his Invoker. That truly was the game changer and got them that W in the end, knocking out Execration from the tournament. But Glyph is going to be a whole different opponent. I mean, this team went 2-0 versus Enjoy and 2-0 versus Zero Tenacity. Of course, Z10 was maybe a bit of a surprising matchup that they were going to play against, because it was the Yakult brothers who ended up losing to the so-called, I would say, lowest seeded team. The underdog of the group ended up having second seed. So for Glyph, it's been a clean run so far. Do you think they can keep that lossless streak all the way to maybe the grand finals?
I think they can. This match could go in Glyph's favor. I'm favoring them a little bit. I've actually been told by Glyph, they're like, when we go on, please do not support us because you're a jinx. And I thought that was very rude of them. So I'm going to support them extra hard today.
What do you think about Glyph and Playtime? They, have they really faced each other so many times during the course of this year? Maybe one or two events, or because they don't really run into each other in qualifiers since they're in completely different regions. But I don't know, maybe Abed's been playing against some of these guys. I mean, Sanctity was also mentioned there, that he's probably not like an original member of the Glyph team. I could be completely wrong on this one.
Oh, no, you're completely right. Sanctity is new, right? Emo was part of the team, but Emo left the squad. They brought Sanctity in as a stand-in. Again, it's like a trial basis. He's not confirmed into the squad, but they needed someone because they were already invited to the tournament. So Abed and Jabs, they might have played with Jabs a little bit, right? Because Jabs was on a C team. They could have countered him. Jabs can be one of the hottest and coldest players I've seen. When we were in Paris, he would play Enigma, and he would get like an amazing black hole, absolutely phenomenal. And then he would spend the next 20 minutes not throwing out a single black hole, and it just, they lose. Or very non-factor games where he's very careful about his spell usage to the point where you're like, dude, just use it. Like, anything you throw out is better than nothing. So maybe Glyph will be like, okay, if we focus on Jabs, we make him a bit nervous, we can win the match quite easily.
Yeah, I think with Jabs, his Darkseer is something to watch out for. He's also had a pretty sick Enigma game that we had the pleasure of casting versus Team Resilience in the group stage, where basically off of his Enigma, they were able to turn the entire game around. It was Abed combined with Jabs. 2 versus 5 high ground defense. We had a 5-man black hole. Next team fight, we have a 3-man black hole. We have another 4-man black hole, and suddenly they're pushing the high ground and they're ending the game from a position where they were like 15, 20k behind in gold. It's like, this game's going to be over because they don't have anybody to return. Those are we ulti offlaners to show who they are and just go for it. And nailed that game. So honestly, if I see something like that coming out of this one, if Jabs gets his hands on an Enigma again, I'm going to be like a really, really happy fanboy at that point.
No, he certainly can have very standout performances. And there he is. There's the coach right there behind them. Do you know, I was actually talking to Totus about this, that some coaches are so paranoid about their players, they say, let me see your Discord to make sure no one's contacting you about doing anything unsavory. I'm like, damn, like that is the level of coaching that we're at. It's like, let me see your social media. I gotta make sure you ain't tweeted anything wrong right now.
It's all right. I mean, I have to say I'm really happy to see my ex-co-caster and longtime fellow Leon Arthur, all the way back from the Alliance project, and even before the Alliance project, we did a lot of deep, thorough analysis on players, on teams, on meta, and I feel like I learned a lot from him. And to see him like right there behind the players in the booth as well just makes me really happy. I think Leon Arthur is just one of the people I appreciate a lot in the Dota scene.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I mean, we made teams together, me and him. We've casted together, we've pubbed together, and I've casted his events as well. So it is very nice to see him do well, you know, whether he's on Alliance. I know he's been on other teams as well. He was on Execration, by the way. Like, he was on them, so it's nice to see him.
So I'm gonna wait for the game start. Maybe they're still checking in on some tech stuff. before we get to game number 1 rolling.
We should ask Schofield. I feel like on playmakers is really good. Like when he plays on the Nyx Assassin, the Earthshaker, he's done a very good job on them.
All right, well, if we talk about the tournament meta as well, I mean, we have a draft coming up soon, so maybe discuss a few points about these heroes that are being played. I brought up yesterday when we were talking with John about heroes like the Pangolier, the Snapfire, and the Lina. Heroes that were super popular in EWC. Even the Lina was like 78% win rate, which I think was absolutely ridiculous, but it wasn't picked in every single game. Tells that pros, and obviously like the pro teams, they know how to build their draft that they don't walk into a Lina trap. We saw Lina being picked at the start of Games of the Future's group stage at the start, then people just ignored Lina completely, left it out. Now, yesterday in the decider matches, we got to see a couple of them, both in the mid lane and in the carry position. But Lina's win rate is only 35% from 14 picks so far. The other one I'm looking at was the Beastmaster, that is completely forgotten, 33% right now. Pango's at 25, Storm Spirit's at 28, and we actually broke a record yesterday for most healing done on a Storm Spirit. That was Emo with the Guardian Greaves build. So what's your take on the meta, and how has the hero meta transitioned from the group stage now to the quarterfinals?
Well, we're slightly still figuring out the meta, right? Because we did just have a patch come out. The patch has changed quite a bit. Draw Ranger is significantly weaker. Snapfire as well. Zeus has completely dropped off the face of the earth. So there is a little bit of figuring out of is this hero still good or not? Lina's nerfs were quite minor, if I'm not mistaken, something like -2 base agility, very small overall. So she's still pretty good. I know Glyph likes the Lina. They played both as a carry and a mid laner in this very event.
Yeah, that should be, Sanctity's got 1 game, that's a win. Jackie Boys also has a game on it, that's a win. See, the Yellow Submarine has played it 3 times, all of them losses. Mirage has lost on it, In Your Dreams lost twice, Bob's lost on it too. So, basically, Sanctity, Akashi, Jackie Boys, and Low are the only ones who've actually won with a hero. And then there's 1 game for YSR, aka Erica. So, that's only 5 Lina wins, and everything else has been... That's 11 losses and 5 wins, so still very high of a win rate, despite the minor nerfs.
That'll take your river more pretty quick if that's the 16-game average. Like, I win 5, and then how much do you lose? Well, I win 5 out of 16.
Yeah,
I see.
But I win. It's the only argument you go with. Meanwhile, Clockwork, 16 picks, 68.75% win rate. I'm trying to be very careful with these numbers here because I think the main audience is also listening to us. And John was going on an absolute 6 and insert the next number after that, Psychosis, because of MLPD's voice line. Have you heard his voice line already?
I've heard because Reconix loves the voice lines.
Reconix loves it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Glyph might be doing the same here today as well, unless they've managed to bribe them with their voice lines. So got to be careful with that one. We'll see if they start spamming that out. But yeah, Clockwork is really high in win rate. Doom is 5-1. Luna is 4-1. And Treant has been picked 5 times, but banned 42. So that's also a pretty wild number.
I mean, in general, people really respect the Treant Protector. Really. You know, there's a lot of love for the Treant Protector. When I've seen it, oftentimes I'm like, it seems okay, but the early shield does a lot to keep anyone, any lane sustainable, basically. Teamfight is pretty good. You have to get BKB to get out of his ultimate or any sort of dispel. It's a little surprising to see the hero that highly rated, I'll be honest with you. But so far, it's worked out. As we
still waiting for the game to start, so looks like we might have a bigger tech thing going on. Don't worry, we'll be rolling with game 1 hopefully soon. There was something. Oh yeah, we also talked a lot about Hoodwink. How Hoodwink's skill set right now is really good. It fits any draft. It works as, well, I wouldn't say a counter, but the only full physical damage dealing heroes that can't be broken, like say for example the Bristleback, have completely fallen out of the trend because now Hoodwink is being picked in almost every single game.
Yeah, and we did see, I think, a Bristleback yesterday. I'm trying to remember which match it was. Yeah, Team Resilience picked it and just really fell flat on its face. Even though there was no break on the other team, it was like a very high physical damage lineup with, Clinks, for example, as the carry, I believe. But still just not feel very durable at all. So
and Z10 did it too versus LGD, and there was also they actually had the Hoodwink in their team.
Yeah, like full protection, right? And it still doesn't work very well. I think it might come down to the item build of the Bristleback. I'm not a fan of the starting Lotus Orb, first item on the hero. I feel like, sure, it's nice stats. You can like remove Spirit Vessel and things like that, but it very rarely feels like, oh yeah, he's unkillable. He's just so strong at the moment.
Has it got something to do with all these magic-heavy heroes that we're playing in this meta? I do feel like we're playing a magic meta above a physical damage meta.
That's very fair. A lot of the times when I'm seeing the draft, I see Winter Wyvern picked up, and that is a contributing factor, right? Because Winter Wyvern shows up, you say, okay, I'll pick a carry Necrophos, I'll pick a mid Death Prophet or Leshrac or Storm or whatever, and I'll pick an offlane Timbersaw. And suddenly, there is no real physical damage to work with. So we are very much, because of the popularity of Winter Wyvern, a lot more magic damage is being picked up as right now. I see no Lone Druid ban. Oh no.
Yep.
Oh,
We're into the draft. We're into the draft, and Lone Druid has been left open, so one of the teams might be able to pick up. But I'll quickly touch upon that tangent. If you want a full physical damage hero, if you look at how many times heroes have been picked, Shadow Fiend is the first one, and he's in 13th place. All the 12 heroes above that are magical, pure magical. He's the first actual right-clicker in there. So keep that in mind as we head over into the draft, that we're going to be seeing a lot of spellcasters, but we could get the good old Bearman here as well for either team. Who do you think would rather have it?
So far, neither of these core carries has been able to get it, but they take the Hoodwink on playtime for Schofield, very much respecting it, saying that this is what we want. I mean, I like it. It's a very good hero to have. You were talking about how strong it is, but it's bold to leave the Lone Druid. I'll say it very much on record. I think this is the strongest hero in the meta right now. Both of them ignored. Perhaps they had a gentlemanly agreement during the breakfast buffet. I won't take Lone Druid, you won't take Lone Druid, and they shake their hands on it, you know?
Yeah. We didn't go on a tangent about the Hoodwink for nothing, as it ends up being the first picked hero. Hoodwink has been picked 10 times more than the next hero in this tournament. That will be the Clockwork, so...
I'm wondering where they're going to be putting this Undying. Most likely Narmer's going to take it. It's pretty damn good against the Hoodwink, just because she's relatively squishy. She doesn't deal well with the Tombstone. So, just a solid opening here for Glyph. And now, playtime. Will you ban the Lone Druid?
3 out of the 4 Undyings have been supports. There's only 3 offlane Undyings that I actually see on my graph here. Would they be Meeksa's played 2 of them? So there's 1 player. Oh yeah, that should be Shang Yu should be the one who's been playing Undying as well. So those 2 players only. Everybody else has been playing it as a support. So it's kind of like an indicator that this is most likely Narman who's going to pick it up.
I love the waving, It's very, very cool. But yeah, I mean, in general, it has been the hero's role for so long. He is, like, you people, mastered the build. You start with a bunch of mangoes. We are seeing some, I don't want to say deviations, but some interesting evolution where they rush the shard at 15 and then buy a blink dagger and play him as a jump save. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I kind of like it when he builds more to tank, a couple of bracers, try to go for Guardian Greaves and things like that. But there are options with Undying. He's not as one-dimensional as he used to be.
I have to say, Undying has actually been one of my favorite offlane heroes to play. Because you do have a couple ways to build the hero. Like, if you want to be that big, scary offlaner, you can go for the Echo Saber, the Harpoon build. it's a bit of a in Finnish Dota we refer to it as the wheelchair build because it or in general it's just the wheelchair hero because you don't need brains. I mean the hero is literally just a mindless walking sack of flesh, but you don't really need to think or overthink too much when you're playing an Undying. Just make sure that you're in range to hit them. That's all you need to do. You hit them once, you apply this nasty damage amplification that your team can then utilize. And, you know, you got a hero like Puck, so both of these could work pretty well together. I do wonder if Glyph would want to play an offlane Undying. That would require both of your supports to have some level of crowd control. But you already get vision if he is a support. Puck loves having a bit of extra information. The zombies chasing people into trees. Puck knows where to hunt them down. Playtime, maybe... Okay, I don't want to bring up the old we need a tombstone counter. I think that's like old Dota knowledge at this point. People don't really worry about the tombstone that much that it's like we need a Snapfire, we need an Ursa, we need a Lina.
Well, I mean, right at the moment, Playtime does not have a tombstone counter. That's a bit scary for them. I feel like they could pick up a Snapfire or a Lina, and that will work pretty well.
Yeah, well, the Lina is banned, but the Snapfire can get behind. Even though Snap has really fallen out of team's favor. A lot of people have been... Snap's only been picked 3 times. I see it in every single pub game I play.
Well, pub meta takes a while to adapt, but I would have actually not mind the Snapfire so much on Playtime. Yesterday it wasn't picked because there was a bunch like a... No, sorry, it was picked against the Knicks and you had to really play around it. But at the moment, if the Tombstone gets dropped, and I know we seem to have a little bit of different opinions on it, Playtime doesn't deal with it very well. Sure, the Nyx Assassin can go invisible, the Pango can sort of roll away or swashbuckle away to keep his distance, but still very dicey to deal with it. And Playtime also has indicated that Hoodwink is now 4, is going to go El Misho, and Schofield is going to be playing the Nyx instead. Okay. No. I'm interested to see how that's going to work out. They could also consider putting the Pango off lane, but putting 2 melee against Undying. Undying is like, brains! They have none because they're facing you with 2 melee.
Yep. Pango has only won 2 games, has lost 6, has one of the lowest win rates in this tournament. So Playtime, hopefully they can make it work out. We're going to get the Furion coming out from Glyph. And because they see both of the supports, right? Well, they don't exactly... know if Glyph is playing this Undying as just one of the supports because it's still an okay Clockwork game. Clockwork is in general a pretty good hero versus the Pango. Could also think about the Bane. I think Bane is also another good idea, but then again you have Nyx Assassin. That hero is going to hurt quite a lot with the Mind Flare. But I still think Clockwork is fine if they want to bring that one up.
Clockwork, I mean, it works pretty well against, for example, the Pango. I kind of like it. But they go for the Dark Willow. So far, they are flexing a little on the Undying, saying, because they could have taken like 2 supports, we would know, or they could have taken, you know, like an obvious offlaner, like let's say, I don't know, Primal Beast or Mars or whatever. Then we'd know the Undying is going to be a support. But they've kept it kind of close to their chest here with Glyph. Undying could go either way. Again, I very strongly feel it's a support, but there is flex here. And I'm gonna go to something. I don't know. Can we call him Furion? I think we might have to call him just Nature's Prophet because you know.
You don't like Furion?
No, I like it. I'm just thinking that you know, certain issues with other companies.
I don't think I've ever ran into calling Furion a problem. The thing is, if you were to call it with the right name, it would be Malfurion. So
that's true.
Just pointing it out. Furion is fine. We got my favorite hero. We got Enigma. So I'm happy already. I think Playtime is really building an interesting draft here. Got a lot of team fight in this one, but long cooldowns. Is that the way to go? That they just march on the pushing end of things. They have good split push, good wave push in general. They can do tower damage pretty nicely. They have big team fight abilities. And now they just basically need someone who utilizes all that damage. Mid Pango, offlane Enigma most likely. Is this the way to go against this Glyph draft with long cooldowns versus pretty short ones?
I mean, I don't know if I would say the cooldowns are that long, right? Like Enigma Black Hole is definitely, it's like the longest in the game. But Nyx Assassin, Vendetta's kind of okay, Sharpshooter's is low, Pango maybe level 1, but goes down to what, like 60 seconds? On the same time, like Glyph, you know, Flesh Golem's long, Gur, pretty decent. So I think they matched them up. It's only the Enigma who can be out of commission for a while after he black holes. At this point, I'm thinking that Glyph should consider banning the Lone Druid. It's you already have your carry. You have Nature's Prophet, you have the mid puck. You don't need to sort of flex it. It could be an offlane Nature's Prophet, sure, but...
Well, Pango ulti is 100 seconds, and you only reduce it at level 25.
Oh, it is? Oh, well.
It's 190
Numbers.
and 80, so it's still 80 seconds at level 18, and then you can reduce it to 65 at level 25, so that's like late game.
Yeah.
So they do have to worry about those long cooldowns when it comes to team fight, because then again, Pango is a powerhouse in terms of damage. One of the best Mage Slayer carriers in the game, really amplifies his damage. You can also put a Defusal on this hero too, which works. Probably not versus the puck, but we'll see. Let's look at these final picks though, because we are missing the big damage dealers here.
The carry right now for Wits was the one to Drow is in the pool as well as the Shadow Fiend. Ironically, these two heroes have been ignored both in the draft and into like till now. So Lone Druid, Shadow Fiend, Drow Ranger all could be here.
Kez is also there as well.
True. He's an amazing
gone
Kez.
through. I think either side could be happy picking that one up too.
Ooh, there's also the Broodmother, which could go for
Oh
a
yeah,
fast
they played the Brood
Orchids.
too. Yeah.
Broodmother in this game. I mean, look at Glyph's catch. Now they go for Lone Druid. It's like...
Wow. How does this hero get 23rd picked? It's always in the first phase bans. Wow. All right.
I cannot believe that it made like it was not banned the last phase, because Playtime obviously needed a carry. The strongest carry was in the pool. I don't know about this one. I felt like Lone Druid in particular would suit Playtime because he sort of split push in downtime. But for Glyph, now you need an either offlaner or a carry. If it's offlane, I think Underlord would suit well. He's one of the best heroes at hunting down the bear, right? Bear shows up, you ulti, but they go for the Alchemist. So it's going to be an offlane Natures, very likely.
Or an offlane Undying and a support Natures. We'll see how they flick those heroes around. Zeal going to pick it up. All right.
All right. So Glyph has decided that we're going to play as quick as we can because we have the Alchemist, right? So we're going to try to maybe end the game fairly early before the Lone Druid gets online. This is probably one of the worst matchups for the Alchemist late game because Alchemist kind of caps out very quickly in terms of items. It doesn't scale much more. He gives Aghanims to allies. Lone Druid takes the longest in duo to cap out because first it's the bear and then it's the hero. It's very, very interesting to me that they get the Lone Druid at the end when there were multiple choice chances for Glyph to remove it from the pool.
That's true. And also Zeal is the only offlane Furion player this tournament, so that will be the second game of that offlane Nature's Prophet. How do you think the lanes are going to be going here? I mean, we've already looked at some of the lanes that Jabs has played in this tournament have gone pretty well. The previous time we covered his Enigma game, the lane went okay, and then the laning stage exit, let's say 12, 14 minutes in, you could see that they had a bit of communication issues. They weren't always on the same page of what they wanted to do. At least that's how it looked like to us when we were covering that game, that you have three people wanting to do three different things. At least they covered their composure at the end parts of the game and turn it around with those big black holes. So you can definitely do that with Jabs. But how do you think these lanes are going in your perspective? Do you think there's a slight edge on either side?
I need to go back to the draft just to make sure I see all of them. But Enigma and what was it? Nyx Assassin against Alchemist and Undying. I feel like they're going to have a decent time here for the Alchemist Undying, especially with all those Eidolons. Beautiful, delicious. Yeah, it's lovely gold for the Alchemist. Mid lane, I believe it was Pango versus Puck. Should be fine. I'd give it slightly to the Puck. A little bit. Just, I wouldn't be surprised if Pango wins it, but I favor the Puck a little bit. So Glyph goes 2 wins, in my opinion. And the off lane was
Nature's Prophet versus Lone Druid.
Yeah, that one goes to the Lone Druid. Also, I'm on Team Purple. We have the crown. You have to take Team Blue on this one.
Okay, I'm on Team Purple too.
No, I'm Team Purple.
We're on the same side here, brother. All right.
So,
That being said, game number 1 is underway. This is the quarterfinal round. Playtime versus Glyph. Which of these two teams wants it more to make it into the top 4? Remember, this is a single elimination bracket, so we're kind of used to the double elimination, having a second chance. If you drop one series, you're still in it. Not this time around. So you got to win to stick in this tournament, to stay alive. And winning this series will double your prize pool from 35K to 70K. So that's already a sizable increase in tournament payouts. So either one of these two would love to get their hands on that.
yeah, I mean, that is very nerve-wracking, right? Not only does winning this match double your money, but you will have you will enter the double elimination stage at that point, because if you lose in top 4 in the semifinals, there is a third place match to play still, worth 50,000 USD at least. So you get that second bit of a life coming out for you if you can make it through this series. Very, very high stakes. Honestly, I think this is the most nerve-wracking day of the tournament, because if you get to the finals, you already made good money. You're all right. You're in a decent spot. But here, it's like doubling your money, second chance of at life in this one. I'd be extra nervous today.
I haven't actually looked at the tournament prize pool winnings. All right, so Glyph has actually only... I think they have a third compared to what Playtime has picked up. So for Glyph to push themselves into the top 4 would be a huge increase in terms of tournament winnings. So for them, this is kind of like payday possibilities out there. But you don't want to think about the money. You want to think about the Dota. They have their hearts and minds sunk into what is their next move and the move after their next move. That's how it works. It's never really about the money until you finally won, and then you're like, okay, so how much did we get? It's like that's the thing that they won't worry about later on.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, you say that, but I feel like that's one of the things I've talked to like players and coaches, where they say we try not to think about these things, but it's kind of a little bit in the back of our minds.
I know.
It's very hard.
I know, but the thing, it's like money is irrelevant if we don't have the performance.
True, very true. And this game honestly can go either way. I like Glyph's draft. I think it's a very solid draft. It deals a lot with what the enemy has. My only issue is that I look at Lone Druid and I have a very, very hard time internally of picking the other team. I'm like, oh, Lone Druid feels like that 80% chance we're going to win the game. Sure, he loses occasionally, but that feels like an oddity more than anything else. And since you're the stat man, how many times has Lone Druid won in this tournament?
Lone Druid, 42% from 7 games, so I think that's a 3-4.
So, see, that is some bad math right there. That Lone Druid. Okay, surprising. I'm quite surprised that he's only won 3 out of the 7 games he's appeared in. Huh. Okay.
Yeah. But Lone Druid is in tied first place with Train Protector for the most contested hero of the tournament.
Look at the stage, by the way. Looks very nice. It's a very good-looking stage. I love that you can see that.
And also, I do also hope that some of the warriors from last night, we went deep into the night of Astana, covering those games from the decider round. We had LGD versus Zero Tenacity. We did have some fans out there in the audience still watching games late into the night. I wonder if some of those people have managed to crawl their way to the morning series, maybe slept at the arena and, you know, never technically left because they love Dota so much that they're probably still around. So if there are any of those people out there, I raise my invisible top hat to you.
Oh yeah, shout out to production for firstly making our job as easy as possible, and for the incredible hours they've been putting in. Like the people, you know, whether it's like the production for the producers, the cameramen, everyone on stage. Thank you so much. You know, this event only works because of so many hands working together and making it happen. Of course, you know, shout out
Steel Marco, and Kawhi Sox were, they did every panel yesterday. They had like a 17-hour day as well, plus the interviews. We had some pretty good ones yesterday too, so looking forward to looking at them later on down the road. But hey, pause is over. Tech check is finished. Let's get this game going then.
The one lane I think Playtime could really win is the most dangerous one. Lone Druid and Hoodwink could do very well against Nature's Prophet and Dark Willow. Like Dark Willow, when she goes in her Shadow Realm, Hoodwink goes, okay, I'll just bushwhack you. You can't TP in front of me. We can roar you as well to make you run away. So I'm a big fan here. As wow, 3 bounty starts coming out here for Glyph.
Yeah. Pretty solid beginning there. Despite fighting in the river there and almost getting the 5 entangle stacks to root. Didn't quite get the final hit to connect. That could have been very good for them on the for the Lone Druid. I mean, the whole lane for the Lone Druid is about that level 1 aggression. You have very good kill potential at level 1. You want to utilize that. We do have Acorn shots, so that extra slow could help.
Look at Schofield trying to maybe, I don't know, be a bodyguard here for jabs. This, I think, is the most one-sided lane in favor of Glyph. And he takes the Acid Spray level 1. One question is, will Jack Boys take the stun? I'm seeing more and more Alchemists sort of avoid doing so, taking more in their corrosive weapons, if I'm not mistaken, for the slow. In here, it could be worth it because it helps you secure the Eidolons a bit easier.
Right, could get those acid spray points in. Skip out on the stun. I mean, the stun is useful. Might be a bit harder with the Eidolons in action. Maybe you do want to just get that extra net worth going by cleaning up the Dolans. They are very weak until you get the second point on it on Enigma. So level 3 is when they... I mean, when Enigma's level 3, so you get the second point in W's when they get a little bit stronger. They actually do a bit of damage. They're so soft, they're so weak. And Enigma's problem has always been that this hero doesn't really gain any armor, as Wits is going to be getting the first.
Oh, I was going to say, like, seems like a slight bit of lag here. Zeal instantly
Even the players. Seal's asking for a remake there. Understandable. I mean, if that happened at the same time, but it's hard for me to say.
Can you imagine Playtime is like, no, this is playable. Yes, this is playable for us. They are going to go back into the game. Unfortunate, but not unexpected that this is what's going to happen because Playtime, the bottom lane, just seems so much stronger than what Glyph has to offer. And you start thinking, Hoodwink, Dark Willow, she can drag lanes, but she's not the best for it, as Zeal says. Oh, yeah, I like that one. F9, F9, F9.
Yeah, that's a good one, yeah. I'm pretty sure someone's going to fall for that bait when they basically just post the... you know, the F9 voice line, and then they're like, oh, that's a go sign, go. Yeah, Abed's asking for don't done pause. Because we did see, that was an admin pause, so...
Yes.
We are, we're going to continue again, hopefully. You know, fingers crossed now.
I really like that Abed's, like, you know, joking around with the players on Glyph. He is from the same region. He probably knows, has played with a lot of these players as well. And... you know, I like it in Dota when we have a little more personality coming out from everyone. Just talking around, joking, not flaming, but that's spicy too, to be fair. Oh, look at that.
Does connect on the Willow, and Jokum might drop down. Oh, the camera actually jumps to the top lane, but the kill happens bottom. So it is the Dark Willow who falls to Wits, the Bushwhack mainly being the reason that allows them to get that second kill from the bottom lane.
Sometimes you don't want to show the violence happening. Bear on fairy violence is really an epidemic, and we don't want to show that here. So once the Dark Willow is about to die, the cameraman very sensibly decides we don't want to see that, and decides to show us the top lane instead. Despite 2 kills in favor of Playtime, it is actually Glyph with the network advantage. A big factor, of course, is you have the Alchemist farming, but the other lanes are also pretty solid, and Jabs, he's not really getting a whole ton of gold.
Jackie Boy doesn't have a lot of gold, or
Oh, sorry, Jabs. Yeah, Jabs.
Jabs?
Yeah.
Right.
J-Man. Let's go. We'll call them both J-Man, then we'll let everyone guess what we mean.
Yeah, I mean, it is a really tough lane for the Enigma. The Nyx Assassin doesn't really help you that much early on. Nyx has been known as a notoriously bad laner in the duo lanes. That's why we see a lot of Nyx in the mid role, like the mid Nyx. We kind of discussed upon it with John yesterday, the 1-3-1 build, which should be your general Nyx Assassin build anyway.
Yep. He is trying to. I like how that he leaves.
Yeah,
the
this
top
Enigma's
lane.
just going down, but you just can't fight this. Keeps Stone down and all, doesn't even get the last hit on it.
This is an interesting move by both teams. They're saying, all right, we are going to crush our safe lane and get crushed in our off lane. Because when you see Schofield leaving Jabs, he is making a very conscious decision. He's like, oh, I know he's going to struggle. There's no way he doesn't know this. He's a better player than both of us combined. So Schofield's like, I'm just going to try and help the other lane. Schofield is in trouble also.
Schofield should be okay. Gonna take the Undying for a bit of a walk.
So there is a lot of damage going on for the... oh! Take it out in time.
Yeah, we felt that lag. Yeah, the players
Yes.
also pointing it out there. Slight hiccups.
You can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs.
That is
Speaking
true.
of which-
That is true. There's words with them.
We've been eating a lot more eggs
giving a laugh.
at home.
I've always referred to the Enigma laugh to you know the good old Lada
Lada?
the car.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not a car guy, unfortunately.
Oh,
But go
okay.
on.
Well, Lada is like an ancient car from the east. So basically, it sounds like you're trying to start your car in -35 Celsius. You know, that's what Enigma's laugh sounds like.
I'm looking at images of it, and yes, I like. I think I've seen it in like some
Probably
of these
seen
old
one
shows.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, very
Oh,
very
it's-
old school car.
It looks so like quaint and gentlemanly, you know. It's an adorable looking car, to be honest. But so far, laning phase is going very much as kind of predicted, right? Enigma struggling, Nature's Prophet struggling, Lone Druid having a good time, Alchemist having a good time. So with the game moving at the pace we assume it would, who does that favor more? I will say that I think the first 25 minutes should go well for Glyph. What they do in that time is what I find is what I'm like wondering about. But late game, I think this is all playtime. BKB, nothing cancels it for the Enigma. If you can jump in, get your black hole on easily, there's nothing Glyph can do about it. You have Lone Druid as well. Global presence a bit from Zeal, but not really enough.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. I think Glyph are the ones who technically have some sort of a timer. They can choke out the map pretty early, diminish the effectiveness of this Lone Druid and the Bear, the scaling of the Enigma, and of course the Pangolier. Like, all of these three heroes are really good like the further this game goes. Not saying Glyph doesn't have a good late game lineup of their own, but we know the effectiveness of the Alchemist in the late game. It might fall short. Puck is, with the right-click build, sure, he can hit really hard.
Yep.
Furion, at that point, is, I would say, he's in the middle ground of, like, he's pretty mid for a late-game hero, while Abed does get a catch on Sanctity. Narma's going to go for the chase on Schofield, and they will get the kill for the Undying, assisted with the Shadow Realm.
I mean, you're still fairly happy on playtime. You brought the enemy's biggest playmaker down, while you only lost Schofield, who really doesn't mind dying at this stage of the game. So I would say that favors playtime quite a bit. And mid lane, I thought would be quite even, but now we're seeing Abed around 3,000 gold ahead of Sanctity.
Precious bounty.
In the meantime, though, bottom lane, Wits just continues to be having a good time. There was a debate I had. I don't know if it was with John, but we were discussing where you put the Maelstrom on, whether you put it on the hero or the bear. Do you have any preferences?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
For the bear build?
Never mind. Fight begins.
We'll get to that in a second as we are contesting this Wisdom. Just Prophet in the middle of all of this. Wits, he's taking a 1v3 at this point because Schofield and Jokum have both already fallen. Here comes Abed as well rolling in, but the Undying is the one who's going to be dropping. Man, I understand why John was so upset yesterday about how strong this Lone Druid hero is, and he can just man-fight it all through. And Playtime will get yet another kill by taking the Alchemist down in the top lane right under the tower. So they got some good kills going on the side of this Radiant team.
And they got the Wisdom Shrine. I didn't actually see who was able to get their own on Playtime. I imagine one of their own players was able... Yeah, they got both. Thank you so much, production, for letting us know that. But the steal is the big deal, and the kills on top of it. And Glyph's early game has been decimated because even the Enigma, who was struggling, is only a few hundred gold behind the Alchemist, who's meant to be crushing him. And the Alchemist is, I wouldn't say miles away, but certainly a big distance away from the Lone Druid. As Narma sitting there stunned, he's like, "What happened, guys? This is not good."
Well, definitely off to a rough start. It's always kind of hard for the players as well to keep their composure and keep themselves focused when there are, tech pauses and they kind of get sidetracked from their full 110% focus on the game, and then you kind of need to spend all this pause time on, okay, what was I doing last? What am I supposed to do next? And just, you never know if it's going to be 5 seconds, if it's going to be 2 minutes, if it's going to be half an hour, and then you have to just, get back into it. And we always see post-pause accidents happen because, oh yeah, that was happening. Oh yeah, there's an AA blast on the way, by the way. So you then forget to dodge it as we're going to go diving for Abed. But a beautiful turn as El Misho will get the bushwhack out just in time, and the barrier for Abed keeps him alive. The puck is also dangerously low on HP, and Sanctity goes down as he orbs into the shield crash by Abed. And this man continues to roll in for another and gets Narman maybe as well. It is El Misho trying to right-click down the Undying. He's down to 100 HP, has another decay ready. He's fighting with the Hoodwink, and El Misho survives the battle. Jokum can't get close enough. All of his spells on cooldown. And the Alchemist goes down to a black hole solo play from Jabs. Playtime doing everything correct right now. Maybe a little bit lucky too, but man, if you look at it from Glyph's perspective, I think they're, they're doing the right things, but they're getting a little bit unlucky, and now there's a 4K net worth difference.
Against Alchemist, 9 minutes into
Alchemist.
the game. I mean, this is the most brutal side. We've seen a lot of very amazing matches in this tournament, all very even. We see 4,000 net worth at like 50 minutes, and that's what we've seen in some of these games. This is a beatdown so far. Playtime has destroyed Glyph in game 1.
And we talked about that late game scaling, right? If this is what the laning stage is going to be looking like, where the Enigma was having a hard time in the first few minutes, they also have 8 stacks made as well, so someone's going to be cleaning up those quite happily for the Radiant side. This is all just going to accelerate their timings.
Yep. I mean, look at those green, thick, long bars that they have on Playtime. And then look at the tiny red ones. Azil in particular is having a tough game. Same thing with Sanctity, who got killed twice. I mean, it is very hard to play against the Nyx Assassin, but Nyx wasn't even using Vendetta. He just walks in and stuns him.
Yeah. You also have a 6K net worth Lone Druid in the first 10 minutes. That's some pretty crazy numbers.
Extra thick, I believe we call it.
Thick. Yeah, you could put it that way. Puck and the Therian lagging slightly behind. I mean, their net worth is still pretty good, like 3.5 to 4K in 10 minutes. It's not bad. It did drop a lot of ultis here as we're fighting inside the dire jungle. They'll catch Schofield. That was the Rage, the...
Dire's top tower has fallen.
So far, Playtime is having a really good time in this game so far. We'll see what Glyph can do to recover. I feel like some players are gonna have to come from Sanctity and Zeal on this Puck and Nature's Prophet, find some pickoffs. There are some fragile heroes like the Hoodwink and the Nyx Assassin that you can work on, but they're so poor. Sanctity is still working on that Witchblade.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to get that Witchblade ready. By the looks of it, especially if Abed is applying this much pressure on him, and he'll just take him down in the river. Well, you got the 80 rune, but comes at a heavy price. Jokum also goes down to Wits, and my god, Playtime, what did you have for breakfast?
A very healthy breakfast, very, very good. You know, full of fiber, basically, because they're crapping all over Glyph right now.
Oh. I guess you only have carbs on the side of Glyph, feeling a bit drowsy. Max the carbs.
That's max weight gain. We don't want that. Right now, I'm very surprised at how badly things have gone for Glyph in the top and mid lane in particular. I knew Zeal would struggle. I'm not surprised by what's happening to him. It's the other two lanes. Like Jackboy still working. I think he's still working towards the Radiance, which is fine. It's just he looks so poor compared to everyone else on PT.
And they are really getting away. Really building a big difference between the cores. Schofield is also aggressively scouting here. See Narman, Jackie Boy. Oh, he steals like half of those creeps as well with that one little stun. That was a level 2 Impale as well.
Narman might be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and he's going down. Abed also using... Okay, so... The sharpshooter was initially intended for Narman, but when he saw that the bushwhack is going to be enough for Jabs to finish the kill, my man turns around 180 degrees with a fully loaded crossbow and suddenly finds a Dark Willow being ulted by Abed, so they get an extra kill. And, you know, they basically have half the net worth to the amount of kills that they've got this game, which I think is pretty sick. 18 kills and 9,000 gold.
Oh, but it's okay. They're up against a slow farming draft like Alchemist, right? That is crazy. As it looks like Witz is keeping the Molineer on him, or sorry, Mjolnir. I always have to be corrected on my pronunciation of this.
Well, if you want to correct the pronunciation, it would be Mjolnir. That would be the accurate one.
You're the first person who makes me want to say it the way you say it, because everyone else is like, nah, Mjolnir, like shut up. But you say it very nicely. Ow!
Mjolnir. It's like, put anything you want. Sanctity did find a pretty important kill on the Nyx Assassin, but he does also end up getting caught trying to take the mid-tier 1 tower. He's...
It's really hard to pinpoint exactly when things have gone bad for Glyph. But the movement when Playtime stole the Wisdom Shrine was wild. They walk in, I think it was like 2 versus 3 in the beginning. I think they lost the Hoodwink, but Woods doesn't care. He's like, Hoodwink? Whatever, right? I'm just gonna stay here until Abed shows up. They clean house, they get a solo kill top with Black Hole. They steal the Wisdom Shrine. It was kind of over at that point for Glyph. Not over yet, certainly. Well, he's dead. Huh? Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, but hopefully Panda will be able to rejoin us in just a little bit here as we're gonna... Oh, he's going for the stun against Sanctity. The Spirit Vessel, the stun Impale from a mile away, the Bushwhack too. Is he gonna be able to make it out of live phase? Shift, gets a little bit of healing back. Sanctity should be it. Nope, he's dead. He's dead. Schofield with the sun vision being provided by Wits, and Schofield gets him with the Monoburn at the end. They're going for Narma, the Blink Dagger on the Enigma paying dividends right now as Narman Katiz gets stunned, followed by the Nyx, followed by the
Shooter.
crossbow.
Get that crossbow bolt. Snap down Narman. He does have the Endless Dirge, though, so he's straight back into action. Where do you go with him, though? There's no... I mean, this tomb coming up in 10 seconds. If you look at the list of cooldowns that Glyph has right now, I mean, it's I'm glad we have a bar big enough for that.
But like, can you imagine that you see the heroes move to the left, so the bar can go for like you get longer and longer. Yeah, and by the way, the Undying, he's like, "Where's the meat grinder? Time to jump into it yet again."
Well, 23-6. It's almost 4 times the kills. For playtime, net worth is very high considering it's 17 minutes in. And the Alchemist does. I mean, we have Radiance, right?
Oh, definitely. It's definitely got Radiance.
They have Radiance. We don't have Radiance.
But we're on Team Glyph, right? Kinda. I mean, we're rooting for the underdog. Let's go with that.
I've been casting way too much Finnish Dota lately, where it's like we always talk about us.
Oh, I do that too.
Radiant's top tower.
We always talk about like as if we were in the team, you know. No matter which team it is, they're both us.
Well, we're gonna go for Oshad
and I think
very
it's
soon.
fair. I think it's fair because it helps you. It helps you kind of put yourself in the boots of those players. It's like, I mean, we've got this and we've got that, right? So we should be able to win fights, you know.
I am in the boots of Glyph, and they're shaking right now because it's very scary what Playtime has coming at them. However, I don't know if I'd call it a positive, but observation is that the net worth hasn't grown much for Playtime in the last few minutes. It's been, yeah, it went from 10 to 11,000, but it has not grown as fast as it was, you know, post-laning phase, you know, the 8 to 12 minute mark.
The wounds aren't gushing; they're still bleeding, but not as bad.
We'll put a band-aid on them. That'll solve everything.
We slapped a flamethrower on that wound, so.
Sealed it shut, didn't it? What are we complaining about?
At least we secured it, but you know, it still hurts. Put it that way.
Being bottom, by the way.
He's setting up for the puck. I mean, it looks like they're anticipating something, but
has a blink dagger on the Nyx assassin. I don't feel like I don't see the blink rush as much as I used to, but you know, there's so many stuns coming out from the Enigma where the jab's getting on on Sanctity, so he's like, all right, I just need to be able to follow up with my Enigma. Very useful.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
If he had the boomerang.
Different.
Yep, if he had the boomerang, he would have been able, or of course the boomerang or the level 12, it could have been a kill here. Smokes up from Glyph, seeing who they can find. Jackboy's charging up his stun. He's gonna be, oh, the black hole on 2! Very unfortunate, but at least Zeal was able to get into the tombstone and survive, but he's the only one, the tombstone. That's what you're gonna put on the other 3 guys though, as they are just gone. Great black hole coming out from Jabs. Panda's favorite in this tournament.
I saw it, and I apparently couldn't talk on top of it. I was watching that black hole, so I thought, all right, well,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
issues on my end as well. Apologies for that. What's causing it, but hopefully it doesn't repeat again, because I don't want to miss these big Enigma ultimates like we just saw there.
Radiant's top tower is under
Well,
attack.
don't worry. I think there's going to be plenty more. There's going to be plenty more whether Playtime wins or loses. Because for them to lose, the game has to go very, very late for Glyph to make a comeback, as Zeal is dead again. Jabs is a stone-cold man because he teleports.
10-1 on an Enigma. That's those are stats I almost never see in the early game when I play this hero.
Radiant's
Is your
top
name
tower
Jabs?
is under attack.
My name is not Jabs, so that makes him pretty unique.
Radiant's top tower
That's the problem. See, if your
That's
name
the
was
problem.
Jabs, yeah, that's the problem. If your name was Jabs, you would definitely get 10-1 some games. In some competitive matches even.
Maybe it should rebrand to J Panda.
I wanted to say that. Oh, fine.
It's like a mocking J Panda, mocking Panda.
Joker able to get the Wisdom Shrine for himself. You know, the one small positive you can say that we gave to Glyph was that the net worth was not growing, and then just balloons out with a massive team fight. It's gonna have to be plan A is gonna be just drag the game. Plan B is gonna have to be drag the game. Every plan that Glyph has to focus on split pushing with like Zeal and Sanctity, while Jack Boys recovers. That's it. The supports have nothing to do for Glyph.
Yeah. And I mean, if you think about some of the engagements too, it's like you feel like you see a quick opening. You feel like you can jump this hero. You have the potential to kill a hero, but if it takes a second or 2 seconds too long, you have the entire force of playtime on top of you, and then you end up paying the price. So then the call is go back to farming, guys, split push, feed the supports if you have to, but get those waves out, give us safe farm on the cores. And then 15 seconds later, someone's like, oh, we can kill this guy. He's alone. He shouldn't be here. And the same story repeats and repeats and repeats. It's a cycle that never ends. And you got to learn how to, one, break it or hope that you finally get lucky. Because this is exactly what you kind of have to do at this point. You need to push those supports down those lanes for your enemy to hunt so that your cores get info that they can safe farm. That's the point Glyph's at right now.
I do like what they have on Schofield. He's got the early gem. I mean, I say early, but I feel like we're seeing 20 to 25 minute gems become the standard, and that helps you clean out all the wards, which is one of the tools Glyph could use to at least get some split push safely. But they're like, no, you don't even get that benefit. And even if the game goes late, right, J Panda, it's still going to be up against a lone druid. It's like, oh, you know what you're gonna have late game? What, a farmed lone druid to deal with? Hooray!
Yeah, I guess we need to ask J Panda about that. I have no idea. Wits with the bear. I mean, we got a gem on Schofield as well. I'm just trying to look at what that lone druid has picked up so far, because 16,000 net worth, 23 minutes, and that lone druid bear's got to be a huge force to be reckoned with. Love how Wits is just holding on to a lotus. You know, he's jungling with a flower in his hand.
The man is a flower, honestly. Yeah,
he's a herbologist.
Wonderful. Probably, I think Shadowblade, Aghanim Scepter, as well as Mjolnir.
Mjolnir.
You say it so much better. I didn't bet on purpose.
You're getting better.
No, thank you.
Just gotta practice. Just gotta practice.
You gotta roll the letter that doesn't exist in the English language. You gotta roll that letter. Like,
I mean, I have the advantage of living close to the Viking country, so we know how to pronounce weird letters.
Abed, he's got the Aegis. Not as dramatic as the one he got yesterday when he was playing Invoker in that game 3. Phenomenal Abed performance, by the way.
You know what, by the way? I think there's one thing I could maybe do for Glyph. Not to be biased or anything, but let's see. Maybe they don't need me for anything because they are going to go charging in onto the Hoodwink and try to look for a kill on him. Meanwhile, they got the Pango coiled up as well. Wits is bringing in the Bear. Jab's joining in as well with the Enigma. And instantly Black Holes the Alchemist. Holds him in control. Tombstone save. That's going to be a good one for them to hold their ground for a bit longer on the side of Glyph. But Abed is still tearing through this Undying. Abed getting stuck on the edge of the stairs. He can't get anywhere right now. Jabs is being pushed away. And Puck does get a bit of damage out, but Wits is returning again with the Bear. Abed still in the middle of all these brambles, but they run out of firepower. The Puck is still trying to escape from Jabs and from Schofield and manages to get out. Meanwhile, Abed is cleaning house. So all things considered, that was the best fight for Glyph and almost the best scenario that they could hope for, that they're forcing the Black Hole with the Tombstone save. They've got Puck dealing damage throughout the whole fight, but they're just so far behind that all of the cores and all the heroes on the side of playtime are just too tanky that it takes a while to kill him now.
Right, like they jumped on Jokam. It takes him a bit to burst him down. I think he has a Solar Crest he was able to use, and the Black Hole gets nullified completely, still doesn't matter. Speaking of Black Hole, Jack Boy, he's staring down the end of one.
Yeah, that Alchemist is not going to walk out of this one alive. Abed will pick up another 11-1 on the Pango. Just has that one death from a previous fight. But yeah, I think the one thing Glyph could maybe use, because, you know, they have Sanctity, they have Narman in the team, so Maybe a good old... Maybe they need some of that to get some energy in them, you know? It's been a while since I've done that in a bit.
For all those of you blessed in the audience, that is throat singing, and Panda can do that.
I try. It's not as good as Davai, but I try.
Does it put a strain on your throat? I imagine you can't do it for too long, right?
I can do it for a while, but just need some warm-up. I've been casting Dota for a couple hours yesterday, so my voice is fully warmed up for this day at least. Get the coil snapping on too with an AD rune on Sanctity. It is again the Hoodwinks that's going to be taking the majority of the damage.
There's Abed
rolling in as well. Jabs is just waiting for an angle to walk in, but there's no black hole for 25 seconds. Alk is in trouble. Jackboy does have to force his BKB. As his ulti is about to run out, he needs to back away. Using the fight onto the high ground. Narman's Sanctity in front. Didn't get the tombstone. Now he does. Terrorize is there as well, dropping them low with the decay. And Jabs is taking hits on the low ground. And this Enigma has to back away. Teleport all the way back home. They even lose the Aegis on Abed. This is potential now for Glyph. Maybe they got some strength out of the throat singing because Zeal will get Schofield and the Bear's going to get isolated. And they are looking to take that Bear down, and that will help.
Looks like, yeah, and I mean, the curtains fall. We'll be rejoining in just a second here.
Yeah, the classic Kale. But, you know, pretty important fight for Glyph to keep their hopes up. I mean, they even with just a couple kills, do manage to get a bit of net worth going on go in their direction. The Alchemist is finally starting to do some damage, and we can see the presence of the puck in these.
Yeah, it's looking okay. I would not have the script today. I mean, I don't know who wrote it, but it's a good one. Glyph with this draft was going to lose early. But then they might make a comeback in the mid game. You're like, who wrote this? It's all fire, start to finish. Banana.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's not much you can do. The Bear is way too farmed right now. This is a matchup where the Alchemist should be ahead, and he loses his Courier as well. That would have helped him farm a little bit faster, that Hyperstone. Unfortunate situation. Honestly, losing Jack Boys in that situation kind of negates the small gains that they made in the last couple of minutes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. You are, but it's fine. Because you will be back in a moment here. Unfortunately, will Glyph make a comeback? Right? Oh, Zeal, interesting teleport into several people. He wants to go for Almisho. Has been the target number one the last few fights. Almisho looks like he's gonna die, and he does. I think Jabs is gonna just teleport out. He's in the area. Does he want to go back in? He's gonna leave. Too dangerous for him to stay in that situation. So. In the meantime, Jack Boys, he's just farming very nicely for himself. I say very nicely. I mean, he gets 30 seconds of free farm before the next disaster comes to him. All right, there is Mr. J, the J-Man himself. Enigma has the BKB. Nothing can cancel it right now, unless they can get some sort of abyssal. Oh, he's going in. We lose Narman in the top lane. Abed rolls in. Sanctity activates his Aeon this way. He's going to be okay for a bit, but Zeal has no such protection, especially not from a hungry Bear. As in the meantime,
they're they just end up in these really vulnerable positions, knowing that playtime has all. It feels like when you're this far behind in levels, the supports just don't stand a chance if they are like even for a split second spotted in a lane. The cores can stand their ground now. We saw the Aeon Disc already on the puck. which is starting to become a meta build. But I mean, I guess you don't really have much of a choice. Like this is the puck build we play these days. We go A on this.
I'm seeing it's a lot also like when heroes who after they get like a couple of key items, just go for A on this, like Winter Wyvern. You go Blink then A on this because you say, well, what's the worst thing they can do to me? If they jump on me, I still survive. It's a very good item on defensive heroes.
I mean, I understand it on supports, but having A on disc on a core always feels a bit counterproductive.
Yes.
But then again, it is a very good game to have an A on disc if the opponent has like this quick stun burst combo available. As talking about that, Sanctity manages to get away for the time being, but El Misho's still going to be there, and it does look like playtime is over because game number 1 has come to a close. Playtime will take this one. A clean 41-10 victory, and, you know, black hole for style there by Jabs in the end. It was a bit of a messy game. Probably messed with the players' heads a bit as well at the start of the match as well with the Kales, but what can you do? The skill and the draft really showed that Playtime was much more ready for this series, at least in terms of game 1.
Fiber versus carbs, baby. That's what they can do for you in the game. Imagine what they can do for your body, but Playtime, man, it came down to, I feel like a lot of it's last pick. You get the Lone Druid, the strongest hero, and in a draft that really benefits him with a lot of split push. You were talking about like the downtime, right? In downtime, what do you want? You want to push out the lanes if you can, stall it out, and Lone Druid does that amazingly well. There were ban options, but Liv felt they can deal with it. But we're going to go to the analysts out, see what they think.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз. Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And we are back again here after the game number 1. Thank you very much, casters here, and thank you for the both teams. I mean, that was a clean sweep. Not gonna lie, the game was basically over after 23rd pick of Lone Druid. I respect the Glyph for actually making it also taking that risk with an Alchemist pick, with having 15 seconds remaining on their side. It's really a rough situation. They went for it. I give them a respect, but yeah, what do you think about that, Kawaii?
Honestly, as you said, on 23rd this game was lost, but like at minute 7 it was just unbeatable. There was absolutely no way of coming back after Lone Druid himself goes to your Shrine of Wisdom. Not only takes your Shrine of Wisdom, but actually kills 2 heroes at the same time. He accelerated towards endgame at like minute 15. He had everything he needed to just go high ground. He had supports who already had Crimson, not Crimson, I'm sorry, Solar. And with the Bears, they just could finish the game.
Yeah.
I think they should have finished it a bit earlier, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I see. Interesting. So you want to say that they were quite early, but not early as our great sponsor here. I would like to mention our one of the general partners that are for digital football. Actually, the Samruk-Kazyna. We like to appreciate them, and they do it from August 4th to August 9th. Actually, did you know that?
Yeah, I've checked all the digital sports. Football is kind of fun, but I have my favorites and not my favorites. Let's watch some highlights from this game. There are many, and there is one in particular I really would like to see. It happened around minute 8, around minute 9 maybe. It's when Abed went for something absolutely crazy. He was playing so well. I hope you get to see that.
Yeah, of course. Let's take a look. The highlight itself. For now, we're seeing our handsome players in the early morning here. I hope they get their jet lag out and everything is fine. Let's take a look.
This is just like a good kill on an enemy hero, right? But a bit later on, some trade. A bit later on, he goes in. That's the moment I told you about when the game became unbeatable. You take away the enemy position 3, you take 2 kills. No, I think he killed supports, and then you take the shrine as well.
How you can fight this lone druid bear and the hero when he transformed himself? It just insane.
Look at this. Look at what Abed is doing here.
Yeah, he's barely living on a sliver of HP. He had 1 HP. You had 1 HP left, and with a barrier on top, and dodging everything. What a man! What a chat here, Abed, playing off of his limits here, and we see
it is still not over, Borko. I mean, what is this kind of crazy play? I like, if they win, I really want to have Abed here with us just to ask him whether he was showing off or was it the correct play in his own opinion? Because this looked like showing off. This looked like he was just styling on Glyph.
I mean, that wasn't look like. It was styling. It was styling. He knew, he calculated everything with a barrier and plus 1 HP leaving out. And I mean, for him, it's a piece of cake. It's Abed, after all. It's one of the best mid laners out there in the world. So that's why he's playing here at our great event called Game of the Future. I just respect the team that are actually doing their best to with Alchemist, and they did their best. And for me, the stood out the most was Enigma pick with his item build on Japs. Personally, I really like the factor that he bullied the lane, then he went into Vessel with the drums. He was pretty active, and he had that pressure. He's pressuring top, Abed is styling people on mid, and the bottom, the bear is just he doesn't need the help. He's just doing fine.
And he's farming heroes. He's doing everything he wants to do basically. This highlight was more or less the only point in the game where it looked like Glyph might be thinking about a comeback, but it was never close. There was just a sliver of hope that this game might continue for a little bit longer, but nah. Abed just rolls everybody in.
Yeah, man,
so what do you do? Like, if you're Glyph, what do you do? Do you just don't forget about LD?
I mean, you just simply, if you're a player from Team Glyph, you just forget this game ever existed. I honestly think there was a miscommunication on the drafting part, because they had like a reserve time for 15 seconds left, and then they saw that LD on 23. So that LD on 33 was the huge turning point for them, and they were forcing too much of that Furion to make it carry or 3 or whatever, and they just I would say they out-minded and out-drafted themselves rather than they lost. You know what I mean? So like, because they wanted to surprise their enemy, but they surprised themselves. I mean,
you think they were hoping for an LD24 in this kind of draft?
No. What I think is that they would.
I think they just forgot about LD. Honestly, I think they just straight up forgot about him.
They forgot about LD, or B, they just they didn't just expect. Well, yeah.
Well,
they forgot.
They forgot about LD, but we will not forget about Halik, who sponsored Digital Basketball here at Games of the Future. I believe that today is the finals for basketball, right. So thank you, Halik Bank, for sponsoring this amazing event.
And thank you, Halik. Yeah, as pretty much you said. So you want to say the standout the most was the Abbott, basically?
I mean, Abbott was the most stylish one. Wiz was the most effective one. And I think Japs was the smartest one with his itemization. Everybody contributed something, including supports.
No, for sure. I mean, especially with the Nyx pick into Puck. Sorry. But yeah, Nyx pick into Puck, he did well with the Carapace and stuff, and he was getting the kills. He's getting those, like, you know, Schofield, he likes to play with those melee type annoying heroes that, and he does well.
Tusk, Clockwork, Nyx, whatever you want, right? Like, he wants to be tanky, he wants to go in, he wants to scout for his team, he wants to create plays, and he was creating plays, he was fighting plays, more like.
Right. And let's talk more on the supports. Here we see the scoreboard.
Actually, there is one score that looks kind of bad, but I do feel like we need to talk about Norman a little bit. He self-purchased Shard super early, and we've seen during the highlights at least 3 times he saved a teammate from Black Hole by using the Tombstone. At least 2 times. But I think like when I was watching, I think it was 3 times, but during highlights it was 2 times. And that was really, really good.
I mean, he's a smart player, and he's one of the old veteran players from the CN from Mongolia. He's one of the biggest stars. He reminds me of Zayats from Kyrgyzstan himself. He's similar type of the player, and he was a position 4 player back in the day. He was playing for Maus, if you guys remember, with Nico, and they were owning Europe a lot. So definitely he's one of the veteran and very well-minded players. Well-minded players, just like our Yandex, our taxi called Cab Yandex. I would like to appreciate them, and please download the app Yandex and use them for your travels. Here in Astana we use it a lot, and it's great. Thank you for that, for making this tournament possible.
Yeah, we can't go anywhere without it, and I don't think Glyph can go anywhere further in this tournament by forgetting LD. I mean, I know we're circling back to this once again, but what can you do? Like, you cannot give away this hero. The hero's been nerfed, I believe, for almost 4 or 5 patches in a row. Not, I mean, including the later ones. There were small patches, but it's been a nerf after nerf after nerf. How do you make this hero be gone if you're Valve?
Be gone? I mean, they just like reworked the hero, and they thought they kind of like killed the hero, but in reality he got buffed. So like, all well-respected teams, like tier 1 to tier 2 teams, they always ban this hero because the hero can be really annoying, especially if your offlaner and mid laner can play that hero as well. It's just that hero can go to other lanes and do pretty much the same thing and make a chaos. And also, Spirit Bear became a hero. Now he can break the smokes, he can capture the wisdoms, as you were seeing earlier, right? And so it just creates that a little bit chaotic moment for the enemy team and that pressure.
Yeah, personally, I think it's the Aghanim's that is a problem, right? Because it completely breaks the Dota. You get this essentially free buyback on the 300-second cooldown that gets lower and lower. You get this free hero every single time. You can split push with it. I think it's just conceptually a bit too broken. Even during the Admiral Bulldog days, the hero wasn't that strong.
I mean, yes, it's like now we just see there's so many things that are considered to be broken in Dota. There's so many things that can be viewed as differently, definitely. As you guys see, our futuristic type here in Astana, our very beautiful hometown. What do you think about digital games?
I'm enjoying them. I'm enjoying everything, but I'm mostly working Dota, right? Like we had a full day yesterday. We finished at what? We finished at 3 a.m.
3:30 a.m. local time in Astana. Yep.
And we started at 10 a.m.
Yeah, and we're in a good shape.
Yeah, I like us. I like us for that.
I like us. We definitely, and the casters definitely like us too. By the hearing of it, thank you very much, caster.
I mean, T-Panda, I think he only slept for like several hours as well, but he is fly. Like, he is super fresh. He's working so hard.
I mean, with the Mongolian throw out there, I'm definitely sure. Yeah,
that was absolutely amazing.
Shout out for that. Yeah, it was sounding crazy in our beautiful Jack Arena, and wish you guys were here as well, and we could also see these beautiful games here at the stage. Meanwhile, I'd like to tell you guys more about our other disciplines as well. It's just we have different disciplines. Meanwhile, that we're watching Dota too.
I mean, there is PUBG that is finished, I believe.
Yeah,
but there is a Counter-Strike 2 starting sometime soon.
Yeah,
and from what I've gathered, Counter-Strike 2 is being played. First, you just play Counter-Strike. It's a regular game. We all know it, even though not all of us play it, like myself. But then they go and play laser tag, and that is just freaking crazy.
Yeah, they do like actually shooter tab in real world. So
and I've heard like some snippets of information from the organizers because it hasn't started yet. But I think the players who play Counter-Strike, they then put like small webcams on themselves.
Oh yeah.
And we can watch them play laser tag from their perspective in a way that like we see Counter-Strike, how we spectate Counter-Strike.
Oh, I see. Oh no, that's so clever. I come to think of it, and I did not know that. Yeah, but so far what I know, they're actually doing the media today, and yes, they should start quite soon. But meanwhile, we're here at Dota, and as you guys see, our futuristic city, Astana, it's great, it's amazing, and we're just thanking the organizers here at Games of the Future.
But we were talking about broken things, and we mentioned LD being broken.
Yeah.
What do you think is the most broken item?
Item. Consecrated wraps. Has to be deleted soon, and it will get deleted soon in like I would predict like around a year or so. Just like the same as with the.
They just changed the art on the items. They're not gonna delete it.
Sorry, what?
They just changed the artwork on the item.
Oh yeah.
So I don't think they're gonna delete it. Maybe rework it a little bit.
I mean, the item is conceptually broken because, for example, when you're playing a Queen of Pain, you can't burst the hero because he has like that barrier thing, and the more damage you apply in a short period of time, he gets a 0 damage. It's just nuts. It should not work that way. Also, it just creates the unfairness because some hero they just become unkillable for mage players, right? Also, like imagine you're Ember, right? So you're playing Ember, you're buying this new meta item, Mage Slayer, plus let's say you buy Consecrated Wraps against, I don't know, let's say Leshrac, Necrophos, like Quap, whatever, those kind of heroes, Zeus. And those heroes are gonna do 0 damage to you.
No, it's not gonna be 0.
I mean,
it does get reduced quite a bit, but it's not 0. And they've nerfed Consecrated Wraps multiple times.
They do, but it's still broken.
You still think it's too good?
It's still broken item.
Okay.
It's still broken item. That's why we see Tide Hunters, Axes go those items, and it's just like when the people can go pipe, they go over Consecrated Wraps for the reason for themselves to be vulnerable.
Extra tanky.
Yeah. Just a lot of damage can be
mitigated.
Yeah, like they just ignore the damage. It's just insane.
I kind of agree. I would 100% agree with you when Consecrated Wraps were just released. But right now, I feel like the item is maybe a bit on the stronger side, but not necessarily broken. But I do believe Nullifier is broken.
The thing is, now we got used to that item, you know, and now we understand we can just purge it, we can just poke it, you know. It's like
it's like playing around Aeon Disc.
Yeah, it's like pretty much. I think really smart comparison here, Kawai. So it's just like we now get used to it, how to play it, and we need to poke it. So like right now on Queen of Pain, you need to hit that guy, or you need to jump and then use a Q, like Shadow Strike, before you do this full damage. But it still is like the super defensive mechanism item that has to get nerfed. Just like BKB got nerfed, just like Refresher got nerfed. And hello guys, again, we're here. Yeah, so basically those items are, yeah.
You're mostly a core player from what I gather. Like, so, I know you're mostly a coach nowadays.
Yeah.
But when you're not a coach, you're mostly a core player.
I mean, I've played all the roles, so I played from position 1 to position 5. I've played all the roles professionally.
But what do you play now? Like,
I'm not playing it. I'm not playing Dota. I'm just fully watching Dota a lot, and I just analyze things. I coach people. Just
because every single support I talk to hates Nullifier, myself included.
Yeah, because I mean,
it's way too strong, right?
It's cheap item in comparison to other like nullify item, right? So like disperser, whatever, you know. So that item is pretty good, pretty cheap, efficient, and even support players can buy it. Like I've seen Save, for example, from Bedboom. He plays very well, and he bought online. I do remember he bought a nullifier.
Yeah, if it makes sense, you can do that, right?
Yeah.
My personal problem was that it just gives you a lot of free stats. When you combine the Sacred Relic with a...
Oh, 100%.
yeah,
It does
you
give
just get
a lot
plus
of them.
20 damage for free without a recipe. You get
no.
like extra armor for free without a recipe, and that just
agree.
doesn't make sense to
Yeah,
me.
it does make sense. I completely agree with you. Here it's just you know, people are so one-minded in terms of the item choices on damage. For example, for carry players, like they'll go, oh, they complain about, oh, there's no much damage. You buy either Deso, you buy Daedalus, or you buy MKB. There's no much damage, or you buy Rapier, right? Divine Rapier. But people tend to forget Nullifier. Nullifier gives you around 75 to 85 damage, and it's quite a lot for its price. It's only 4K, 4 point like for what?
And it's also used for armor.
It's really cheap, and you have a Nullifier. You need to buy a Nullifier on cores anyway on most cores, or you need to buy a Disperser. Like you need one of those because the supports now they buy what? They buy Yules, they buy Glimmers, so they buy what?
They buy, well, from what I've seen, they only buy the Solar Crest as in winning games. It feels like currently Solar Crest is a win more type of item instead of being like a defensive anti-physical item.
Oh, I usually really loved Medallion of Courage back in the days, if you guys know it, and it's back in Dota. I'm so glad that they brought it back. And because of this Medallion of Courage, they became the Solar Crest. As soon as the Solar Crest got released, and as soon as the Medallion of Courage got released, I don't remember, 13 years ago, guys, that's the moment that I fall in love into that item. Because it was so good. You can use it to enemies, you can use it to your allies, you know, but you couldn't use it for yourself.
But now it's like
you
much
can
worse.
use it for yourself too.
Yeah, you can use it on your allies. You get some barrier. It gives them some extra attack
Yeah,
speed.
you get the barrier too.
But it's not that great, right? Like, I mean, I think it's great, but most professional players, they prefer something different unless they're winning, unless they're rolling so hard that the extra attack speed that the item provides allows them to go high ground a bit earlier.
The thing is that people nowadays, they think Dota a little bit different, and they want to be a little bit greedy and selfish, and they want to go Ags, they want to go Shard, they want to go some other items, but I'm more of like the old school type of player, like I really like the Vessels, I really like the Solars, I really like those kind of like buffing support items, because since you're a support, you're not a core, but now people think completely different, and they might be right. I'm not saying anything. This is a different perspective of Dota that I don't see, but they see it. They want to be the carry as a post 5 player. They want to be the carry as a post 3, post 4 player, right? So like, the whole Dota now has changed with the new map, new things and everything. Come to think of that, I want to say one thing before it slips my mind. The barrier. I feel like that barrier has to get actually removed from the game. I really don't like
just
this.
the general mechanic of a barrier?
The shield rune, the barrier, the Solar Crest barrier, all the barriers there is, like the Pango shield, everything that is their barrier, I dislike it. That's why I don't like the consecrated wraps. I mean, I kind of do like it when I buy it, of course, but it's like
it's a mechanic that fits into general mechanics as well, because you can use Blink with the barrier, and that makes it different to just flat damage reduction or like magic resistance and things like that.
For me though,
it's a unique mechanic. That's what I'm saying.
I do agree, and it fits it well, right? For Dota, it can fit everything well. My point is, for example, when you're playing a post 3 player, right? When you're post 3 in your axe, you want to blink in, right? And a guy just uses an urn on you, and you can't blink, right? But because of the barrier, you can't blink. It doesn't make sense for me.
But now we have an urn that can press on the ground.
Yeah, you can. Now it's upgraded urn.
So you need like a counterplay to a counterplay. More tools, more mechanics. I think that's Dota.
Now it lands what, 30 seconds ish? Yeah, I think on the ground, and anybody who goes it, you get to see their vision. So it's fun fact, when I got to know the Night Stalker, so when the Night Stalker ults, and you're playing against the Night Stalker, you just do the Stiller on top of the Night Stalker, you just see all his vision. It's just insane. And actually, because of that, you can get some kills because of the NS vision, because he shows you his teammates, you know, around him. It's just not for me. I mean, it has to not work like that, in my opinion, humbly. But I'm not a Valve employee, so.
I mean, there are very different opinions about what is good for Dota, what is bad for Dota, what is healthy, what is not healthy. Me personally, for example, I was a big fan of facets, but I think we can stop talking in just a second because I believe the players are ready, so we're gonna give the word to our beautiful casters.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much, Steel Barco and Kawaii Sox filling in there, talking about the matchup and game number one done and dusted. As that was a fairly short show from playtime. Glyph wasn't really given many opportunities to, get the lanes going, which was a bit of a surprise to us because we thought the lanes would be completely different, and then to actually get back into the game. A stellar performance from Abed, from Jabs. You saw the supports going all over the place. Easy job for Wits to have a, you could almost say, a full-slotted big lone druid bear. But we have to get back to that draft, Otomo.
Yes.
How do you let a lone druid go through in 23rd or 24th even? Last phase, you can't have that hero in the pool. Everyone else is banning it.
I've seen this before. A team gets very confident. They're like, we have figured out the lone druid. I've seen so many coaches do that, like Astini as well was one of them in EWC, where he let the lone druid through twice. And I mean, the draft, I'm not like pointing out any specific coach or player, but whoever's drafting thinks, I figured it out, boys. I've calculated, I've used all my brain cells. I know how to fix the lone druid. And then the lone druid comes up, destroys any hope that they have. And you go, well, who could have seen it coming? So Glyph, they say, hey, let's not let the lone druid through. We've learned our lesson at very, very high costs.
Indeed, a very high cost, as that means that playtime is now one step closer to finishing top 4. Glyph out of the tournament. Because the thing is, you pointed it out in the previous panel, that if you win this game, you secure at least 2 more series of Dota. Be it the finals or the 3rd place match. So if you lose here, it's your tournament run completely done. But with a win, you're going to get to play more Dotes, and that's what these guys love to do and they want to do. So Lone Druid is banned, Treant is banned, no Abed Invoker either for this game.
I mean, you also mentioned how the money, which, we have different opinions on discussing it, but the money does double. There is no ambiguity there. You go from 35k to 70, and of course have the 2 lifelines available to get 120,000 at minimum after that. Well, not at minimum, but potentially.
Yeah.
Playtime.
The more dosh, the better.
The more dosh, very, very good. More dosh is very nice. As playtime, they start with Earth Spirit, whereas Glyph, they take the Undying, feeling like despite what he had, it was in the first 5 minutes or so, when Glyph was doing well top lane, Undying was a factor of that. So they say, all right, let's try to replicate our success there.
Yeah, and I think it wasn't really down to the Undying how that game went in the end. And like there were so many different factors that came into play. So I'm happy with them picking it. It's a very strong hero. There's nothing wrong with it. Just go with what works. 1 or 2 changes, maybe in the way they play those lanes. And of course, with the Lone Druid ban, obviously, is going to help quite a lot. So, but the fact that Jabs was able to solo Black Hole the Alchemist, no, I think it was twice even, not even just once, but twice, kill him in the lane, in a lane where the Enigma was, he was crying. Level 2, just getting run over, getting hit by the stun. The Acid has the Tombstone next to him. You're getting slowed by zombies. There's no escape.
Yep. But this time, I mean, we haven't seen what Jabs is going to be playing just yet. And I like when you point out that it's not really that Undying's fault that they lost. It's kind of when you ever play a pub and your mid lane is like 0-17 and he goes, and you go, man, we lost. He goes, yes, we lost because our CM bought Glimmer instead of Force Staff. If you had got Force Staff, I would have only died 15 times. And you go, yes, that is
impeccable. Impeccable logic.
It's like, yeah, it does come down to our CM getting Force instead of Glimmer. So it's not really, I wouldn't put it on Narmin. There was nothing he could have done once the game got as out of control as it did. Undying is just not that kind of playmaker. He helps you snowball, helps you in some of those even fights, but once the game he's behind, the hero really doesn't do too much. But
Not sure if we're doing a ritual here or if we're struggling to stay awake. It is still quite early in the morning. Well, not super early in the morning. We're closing up on daytime. But I do want to touch upon the previous discussion. It doesn't matter if we win or lose. The most important thing is we find who's guilty. That's the game of Dota that we play.
I love it because I thought you were going to say something. She's like, it's only important that we have fun. Hooray! I'm like, no. If I'm losing, the finger's coming out. I don't know where it's pointing.
The finger pointing comes out always, and that's the most important part. We need to figure out who is guilty, and then we can move on. Then we're happy. We found a conclusion. On to the next game we go. But hey, we're gonna get the Darkseer into play. We need a lane partner for him, keeping that open. Also, the Abed Earth Spirit, which has been amazing so far. But I do want to point out one little thing. This might not necessarily be the Abed Earth Spirit. We got to cast a Jabs Earth Spirit in the groups, and that was a lot of fun to watch.
I've also seen Earth Spirit 4 in this tournament. I'm not sure if it was Schofield or not. It might have been Schofield yesterday who did pick it. So there is that, sure, well, let's call it flex potential. Personally, I feel like if he's not a core, the hero doesn't look very good. Give me a second here to make sure that it was, in fact, Earth Spirit support. I've seen it, but I wasn't sure who plays it, though.
Depends if they played it yesterday, because the only Earth Spirits for playtime have been Abed, and then that one game for Jabs, where they did lose the game, but Jabs was 13-7 and 18, had the highest net worth in his team from an offlane Earth Spirit. So I think we got to keep that open. Though they do pick up the Doom, so could be in this case that Jabs is going to be playing a Doom, unless Wits plays carry Doom. I have mixed opinions on carry Doom, but what do you think?
I like the carry Doom overall. To me, it's a bit slow, to be honest. He's like a Radiance before he even gets to farm much faster. But he's a strong laner at least. I'm okay with the carry Doom. Okay, Jetris comes out as a salt counter to the Darkseer. Can debuff, can remove both the Surge as well as the Iron Shell. Very much. And Elmisho, I love his Enchantress approach. Very much a greedy kind of guy who gets scaling. I've seen him go Moonshard and Hurricane Pike. Moonshard first item on Enchantress, and he goes like, I just want to whack him.
Though this is a pretty good pick to it in terms of the laning stage.
True.
That is if they decide to play it in the same lane, but Enchantress does struggle in the early levels.
It's all melee on Glyph. Something to pay attention to if you're playtime. And you're up against an Earth Spirit. He loves all those melee heroes. Easier to get the Magnetize on everyone. Same
Imagine
thing with
if Schofield's like, let's go techies, because they have only melee heroes. They're going to clump up Schofield techies. I don't think that's going to be a thing, but Enigma would be another, but then we would lock in all our cores, and we're last phase picking a support. I mean, I guess you could do it, but we'll see.
Not a bad Enigma game. You can theoretically punch him if his black hole is in front of him. Like Tusk can blink and punch him from like from a distance. Not exactly a distance, but if the black hole is a bit away, he doesn't get sucked in. But very risky. And he is going to go for the Enigma.
There we go.
It's so good. It's such a good Enigma game.
It's such a good Enigma game, yeah. Already liking the playtime draft. So Glyph, at least they have a kill lane if they decide to put the Tusk as a 5 with the Shadow Fiend and play the Undying with the Darkseer, because they're already laning into an Enchantress. So I think it could be an idea to put the Undying there instead. What is a Darkseer Tusk really going to do versus an Ench? You can try to run at them, but you are going to have the Enchant to play against. Or you could reinforce the Shadow Fiend's lane with the Tusk. Also, Undying Shadow Fiend, we know it's kind of a lane where Shadow Fiend is pretty untouchable, at least on paper, where the Undying is just like, well, you gotta get past me first.
I like your point, the second one that you made the most, which is that the Tusk should just go, leave the Darkseer by himself, and help out in other lanes. I think that is the best way that you can use Geocam in this situation. Because honestly, Dark, so you can just go jungle if you absolutely have to. It shouldn't be too bad. You do see that there's going to be a carry Doom, off Enigma, and mid Earth Spirit. Like, it's fine. Just leave the Doom. Either he's going to eat a creep, or it's going to be dispelled. There's two of them who can deal with Ion Shell so well. Just leave the lane and let Yokam be free.
By the looks of it, with the Clockwork ban from Glyph, if they ban another support, then they are suspecting Witz plays to carry Doom, and Abed goes for the mid lane Earth Spirit.
Yep.
So they
Very
ban
much.
the Clock and the Nyx, the two stronger heroes from Schofield. Also with the Tusk being a bit of a block pick, also removes one hero from his pool. What would Schofield then pick?
Let's see. No Hoodwink, no Nyx, no Clockwork. He could go for the Earthshaker again, honestly. I think I've seen the Schofield Earthshaker yesterday. Right, worked really well with Abed, so I wouldn't mind his Earthshaker at all. Keeps his distance. Glyph, as we mentioned, 3 melee heroes. So an Earthshaker fissure from a distance, a catch on the Shadow Fiend that he's doing his Requiem. He's dancing around, he's getting ready to boogie, and then bam! A rock wall right in the face.
Yeah. They could also the Wind Ranger, which they played versus Rune Eaters. Didn't win with it, but that would also be one of the 2 heroes in his hero pool in this tournament.
Yeah, the question now is, will Playtime contest the lane with a more standard 4 that can kind of fight, or will take the Earthshaker and completely secede it? Because I'm thinking, once the Tusk rotates, there's really no hero is going to save the Enigma. Enigma is screwed. So you might as well take the Earthshaker and just try to get as much farm for the Earthshaker and Enigma, rather than try to fight them and have, you're not going to work, and they go for the Earthshaker. All right. Glyph now needs a mid laner or a carry, depending on where the Shadow Fiend's going to go.
Sure, that should be a carry Shadow Fiend. I'm thinking the Undying. Is that going to be flexed?
No. The Darkseer's already off lane. There's no way they're going to... I mean, maybe everything's possible, to be honest with you, but I would highly doubt it. I'm thinking...
Darkseer, let's go.
Mid Darkseer would be cool. I'd rather see the Shadow Fiend mid, and I feel like there's more options in the carry role, like a Spectre could come out.
Spectre is pretty good. I was thinking the same thing. Necrophos is in
Doom.
the pool. Yeah, Necrophos is there.
No, I mean, it would be risky because there's a Doom who can always cancel your healing, and you can get your Ghost Shroud dispelled by the Enchantress. Necrophos would be very daring from Glyph.
What about does Sanctity play Storm?
Gyro.
No, they got Gyro. Okay, so Sanctity goes for the SF.
Good. I wanted to see the Shadow Fiend go mid. I wasn't quite sure what carry pick was better, but I didn't feel the Shadow Fiend too much in the carry role. I was like, I'd rather see this guy mid and they pick something else. We lean towards the Spectre. We talked a bit about the Necro, but in the end they go for the Jackboy Gyro, which is, if I'm not mistaken, one of his best heroes. Yeah, his Gyro is really, really strong. A good way to deal with Eidolons.
This is also the first mid Shadow Fiend of the tournament.
My God, you really did your research on this one, didn't you?
I did, because we talked about this with John, who currently doesn't like the mid Shadow Fiend in a lot of games. So I did check it up, and I was like, yep, it's only carry. So this is the first mid SF that we're going to get. So a caster build, most likely. At least if you think about it, with a Doom carry, armor items might be coming up. Jabs might also opt for that. So it kind of leans into like Sanctity. Should I go minus armor, right click damage? We got a Gyro who does the right clicking. Maybe I'll go caster build instead.
Yeah. Much more even draft compared to game 1. Game 1, we went in. I said, nah, this is not happening. This is out. This is going to be very much for playtime. And it was. I did not think it would be in that fashion, to be fair with you. It was very dominant. This game, no, the drafts feel a lot more even. I like the Gyro last pick and the mix of damage, right? Shadow Fiend can go all in caster builds, and you have magic damage to deal with. Oh, pipes and BKBs. But Gyro's outputting massive physical. Oh, crap, we need Assault Cuirass and some more armor items. So tough for playtime to itemize. But I think the team fight of the Earthshaker Enigma's too good. 2-0 for playtime is my overall prediction.
Well, they definitely have a strong draft going their way. But Glyph They're not coming here from a 4-0 group stage just to get 0-2'd in the playoffs. I mean, they did have a one-day break in between. Now you just gotta hope that they spent it correctly, because you are facing elimination from the tournament if you cannot tie this one up. I'm feeling the playtime draft a bit more, but I do want to give the what's it called? The
Benefit of doubt?
thing. Yeah, the benefit of the doubt. That's not. Thank you. You've read my mind perfectly. The benefit of the doubt for Glyph that they're able to tie this one up, because I'd love to see the series still go for game 3, that Glyph can show what they're truly made out of.
I would love Glyph to win the series overall. Like in my honest, like personally, I don't have any connection to Playtime. I don't know any of their players. Like obviously, South America has been a very good region for me. But you have some like personal connections to some people, and you don't. Glyph, I do. I want them to win. I want like in my bias is showing. But draft-wise, I think Playtime has gotten the better draft this one. Not as much as Game 1, but still better in Game 2.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to a friend I got to meet in a couple events who's also attending here. I think he's accompanying Glyph this time around, my friend Lotus.
Oh, I don't know if you've ever met Permasneeze, but he's the manager of Glyph as well.
Yep, that's yeah, I know Mike. Mike's a good boy. All right. Gonna be fighting with the fissure block already placed down on the stairs. Blood grenade gonna connect onto Zeal. Schofield doesn't really have anything else except for that level 1 fissure cooldown, so he won't be able to battle it out completely. Just trading hits with Narman, as bounties have already been taken. Jokum gonna get hit by another Infernal Blade. Wits and El Michel, this could be the first blood right here. Snowball is gonna connect onto the inch and trying to make a run for it. Let's see if he's going to be fast enough on his feet. He's got the boots, so a couple more hits. The Tango regen, 4 HP, or 3 HP even to be more accurate. Jokum makes it out.
Ooh, very
close.
Very cute. If you saw Wits, by the way, he knew that El Micho was the one snowballed. He moves to the side, but not far enough that he's able to actually survive. But what does this mean? It means that, hey, Jokum has like very little health. He's not going to be able to do too much. Might have to consider leaving the lane, healing up, and then TPing. Not ideal, that situation.
So that did give time for the Darkseer to prep for the lane with a double Iron Shell. With the Ench still coming back from the chase off of the Tusk. Wits will now take the lane for himself. Double Bracer build.
Ooh, I like that. I mean, I'm seeing double bracers come out on a lot of Undyings, even the previous game for Narman, because you get like, what, 50% extra strength? So it's basically a free bracer every time you transform.
True. Helps with the flesh golem as well, because you get that extra strength, like you said.
I was talking to Toltris about these items upgrading, Wraithband, Null Talisman, and Bracers, like if you can make them into like Vamp Brace in the old days. And I love those items because of how effective they are early on, and also how they fall off. I think having them upgrade is a bit too much.
Schofield doing the ring around the rosy at the Lotus pool, just dragging that creep wave around in circles, trying to stall the push. Also, I want to highlight that it looks like I might jinx it as I say it, but no pauses so far. Looks like connection things have been sorted out. So. I also was struggling on that end, so spent a lot of that last game figuring out like what is happening to my toaster. So now toaster is fixed, and everything's looking pretty solid for now. Schofield being chased by some tombstone zombies.
There's Abed. Wooey. Melee matchup against the Shadow Fiend, very much struggling at this point. It does have the ball, but it's only got 1 sip left. Sometimes, yeah, that won't quench you when you're really thirsty. A sip is worse than nothing sometimes.
Yep, and if you drink too much and you're very badly dehydrated, that can also be the death of you, if you knew that.
Really? How come?
Your body gets too much at once. That's why we have balance in all things. That's why Ember Spirit is so wise.
Okay, when you said drink too much, I was like, you know, then go to sleep and then you wake up afterwards, you have to go to the bathroom. That's never fun, but dying seems a bit worse than that.
Yeah, but I mean, waking up in the middle of the night to the bathroom is also pretty horrible, so.
I'd still rate death as worse than that, to be fair.
I mean, if it's yours, I don't know. I can't talk from experience, so that's a pretty grim topic. Let's rather watch video game characters fall.
Shiny.
So we do not have any kills so far. Enigma also has the least CS, but it is shared with. I mean, it's shared with the Shaker, so technically they have 16 last hits together.
True.
It's not bad.
Do we get
Glyph
to do that
is
for Glyph
already
as well?
looking. I mean, Glyph is already looking a whole lot better. I mean, it doesn't take a lot compared to last game, but this is a major improvement already.
Joachim loses his courier, a small win for playtime, but they're 1,000 gold ahead, and he gets the water ruin, but might...
And the first blood, maybe a couple more hits. Again, he's going to have to use the snowball, but Abed should be on point here for the kick and the smack, and El Misho will be the one to get the first blood. And El Misho does get traded by Sanctity.
By the way, he actually used his salve right before he snowballed to try to regen a little bit more, but unfortunately it didn't work out for him. Ooh, great tombstone!
And the blood grenade, the zombies are gnawing at jabs, and Narman does get the last hit. The good thing about the tombstone is the neutral camp is busy hitting zombies, so the Enigma couldn't draw aggro.
Yes. By the way, Narman's tombstone in previous game was also amazing. There was one fight which was in the dire triangle. He dropped the tombstone. That was the one fight they won, and the tombstone did a lot of work.
And now also under the tower, Jokum and Jackie Boys here as well. I mean, they do have that zombie man still paying attention to this bottom lane. So you were you also highlighted the fact that this Tusk should be on the move, and that's exactly what Jokum has been doing. Darkseer is doing his own jungle action, and this has already given them a couple kills now in this bot lane, and it's getting pretty difficult for the Enigma to play this.
It is. Even Wits is not like farming as well as Sanctity. Sanctity has demolished Abed. And Abed's having flashbacks to EWC. I don't know if you saw it, but there was... Wait, Sanctity could be in trouble. Or now he's not.
Jokum is playing like Schofield, honestly. Like, I love the activity he's bringing in. He's got the boots. He's kind of preparing that he's going to be all over the place. And now the snowball on the high ground is going to be enough for a race to connect. And Sanctity will get a second kill for himself now. 4 and 1 for Glyph with a 2k net worth lead. Things looking pretty good. 6-minute rune also spawning. It's only going to leave Abed alone to contest the top half. Schofield. Is it going to be on the bottom end? It's going to be in the top rune, and that goes for Sanctity. So another rune away from the Earth Spirit, which is really important for Glyph.
Overall, it has just been looking great for them so far.
They're going to go for Abed here as well. Does get the rollout in time, though.
Doesn't matter. Sanctity.
The two heroes that don't have a stun making the gank on a hero that can roll away. It always feels a bit awkward, but you know it is a warning sign.
There's your stun.
Snowball. There's your stun.
Jokan, can he nail it? He does.
Does he have? He doesn't have mana for tag team though. So he doesn't get the slow, which was kind of required. Okay, we got a rocket coming in, and Jokum's going to keep up the pressure on Schofield. So I think Tusk should be able to get this one. Blood grenade to help him out. Bonk to the face, and a quick smack as well. That's Jokum picking up the 5th kill. Look at bottom as though 7-minute wisdom is spawning. We might get a battle for it. Narman is already invading. Zeal is also securing the one for Glyph. So double wisdoms for Glyph. Everything is going right now.
It must be the side advantage, you know. Apparently Radiant wins more. I didn't realize they were going to win regardless of which team is on them, because they have... This is the same script as game 1, but different character.
Win rate is 63% this tournament.
Nearly 2/3 of matches are going in their favor. As the script writer is like, all right, we're going to give one team game 1, then the other team is going to win the exact same way in game 2. They'll never see that one coming. So far, though, Wits at least is doing a decent job in the farming up, but Jabs and Abed are support level of poverty right now. And Sanctity is going to go for the magic build, which you mentioned being really good in this game. He is so fat with a capital PH, by the way.
Oh, the PH, right. Fits the theme.
Pat. Oh, here you go, Sanctity by Schofield.
Setting up for the Requiem and a double raise. felt pretty good taking down another one. Sanctity opening up that mid tower, though it is still 1.5 minutes until the next catapult's gonna spawn. They might have to back away from here, get rid of the wolf, and just force out the glyph. That should mean they have a window to take that tower down in the next minute.
What will Playtime do to recover from this? Because you have a similar problem to the previous game that Glyph had. Your supports aren't playmakers. They kind of maximize or multiply your own strength. And have you ever multiplied things by 0? Not pretty.
It is not pretty. Joker gonna take the fight to El Micho. It's a lot of healing with Fairy Fires and Magic Wands, but still getting hit by decays. And another Fairy Fire, really taking him on a bit of a walk. Can't dive under the tier 2 tower.
Huh.
And that's Power Treads as well, picked up on the Ench.
That's his style, by the way. He actually has taken no points in the heal and is maximizing impetus shots for the damage. Huh.
Yeah. I guess they need some early damage. They're not necessarily going to provide that. Wits and Abed do find Narman.
Wits and Abed in the morning.
I was worried, like, is that a neutral creep running at him, denying, but that was actually the... It was like a Dominator creep.
And luckily for Zeal, he's already got Helm of the Dominator using that creep as well with the Ion Shell to push out. And he's like, I don't have to be there. I'm working from home today.
See, they are now pressuring that mid tower we were talking about the 10-minute mark because they have the catapult rolling in. So that mid T1, and there's only an Earth Spirit just keeping his eye open. If they can make a rotation there, they have Doom.
Radiant's bottom tower is
But if they don't have a clean opportunity to go, then they will not make an attempt. They'll just stick to their farming patterns. So Sanctity finishes off the mid T1.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy net worth numbers as well. It's like it's just reversed from game 1.
Yep.
But 5.7k on 2 heroes. You have a 5k net worth Darkseer.
It's brutal. It is certainly an incredible lead by Glyph. But I will say the comeback potential from Playtime is significantly higher than the previous one, just because you have Black Hole. And Black Hole makes everything possible, basically. So it is bad. It's just we've seen so much worse, and we've seen that much worse be a comeback. As beautiful farm there by Jack Boys.
Yeah, he's already got the Crystallis. First piece towards the Ags. So he can make progress with his items. Gyro's going to hit some very early timings too. So if you think about a team fight where if the Gyro is not in the black hole, that flak cannon is going to do a hell of a lot of damage on these pretty soft heroes, because Enchantress doesn't get any benefit from Untouchable. Enigma doesn't have any armor early on. It's going to be pretty tough.
He's going for Boots of Bearing on jabs as well, just to help him sort of weave in and out of the fights. It's very good to use right after you get vacuumed. As Abed rolls to safety. El Micho should be okay.
That's so weird, like, with the attack speed slow, he's already done the animation and then he gets stunned after.
Oh, that was very cute. Not bad. Solid farm for Schofield right then and there. As Darkseer, Azil's going for an interesting item, the Pipe first. Feeling like there's so much magic damage on the other side, which he's very right about. Like, even Wits with the Radiance and the Scorched Earth is mostly magic damage. I feel like for most of the game, in fact.
Trying to block the Dominator creep here to get the money for Wits off of Zeal's Mr. Mustachio, the Pine Cone. Does get the money from it. Wits does work with pretty low resources here in this lane, so he doesn't really have the opportunity to just drop a casual Doom and try and hunt for a kill. So he's just holding on to it, just using all of his other resources for Scorched Earth, for the neutral abilities.
You know, it's stabilizing for Playtime. Not saying that it's getting much better. Oh, that's something.
Well, if you walk up to them like that, that's an opportunity to just drop a Doom. They even dropped the wall. Okay.
Wow.
Curious about that one, because there are reinforcements for playtime, but there aren't any for Glyph. So Zeal is just playing this all by himself. There's Abed's coming in. They've got El Misho coming in. Oh, and tried to go for the Echo play to clean up another creep.
You throw a blood grenade at it as well, if I'm not mistaken. Because I saw that red glint that comes out. Okay, and they're going for the Wisdom Shrine. That's a pretty
wisdom,
big one. Yeah, that's a big one.
And Jabs is here though, but all by himself. So again, the Wisdoms are going to go for Glyph.
You know, especially the second Wisdom Shrine, one of them is worth more than the first two combined, slightly more. And they got all those Shrines of Wisdom so far on Glyph. However, do you see what's happening? Playtime. They've actually dropped to 5,000 gold deficit for a second. I think they will in a little bit as well. They are inching, clawing their way in, one nail at a time.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Getting
attack.
there. And you also have the, you know, when you pick up the power treads already on the Enchantress, you know that you have some right-click potential down the road. This Ench could still be another core, so you could play 4 cores technically. I mean, the Doom still acts as a solid damage over time hero. Your Earth Spirit's more of the burst, your Enchantress is more of the burst, the Shaker's more of the burst. So you have 2 sustained and 3 burst damage sorts on playtime, while Glyph has higher sustain and higher burst, but that's just on 2 heroes.
Great D-word from Abed. I like what Jab's doing. He was thinking about Boots of Bearing, but decides, no, I'm just going to go for the Blink Dagger, knowing that this game could come down to one big jump from him. Kill here, possibly.
Same snowball setup. Just get the magnetized and jump. He doesn't have... Oh, he's so close to that blink, by the way, so that gets pushed back a bit. Not by a lot, though. But for Abed, he's going to be very happy picking up any kill that he can get. Armin is nearby. Trying to sneak up on the Earth Spirit, but again, this is the same thing. Like, he's just going to walk away, or even, best case scenario, roll away. That was a... that was a hurricane and a roll, so that that Shaker was spinning in circles.
Abed, that kill was a little bit more important than usual because it was the Spirit Vessel getting some charges as well. So you buy this item, it feels really awful if your first use of it is when you die. So he has a couple of charges, and there's no BKBs or dispels on enemy side. So this Spirit Vessel certainly value at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help before the BKBs come up.
Dire are scattered.
Now 2 big items coming up for Glyph, so gotta watch out. Blink and the Ags both ready. Jabs also shows himself in bottom, drops the drum charge for the Dolans to get to work. He's got to get out of here because the gank's coming right behind him.
And could they consider going for Zeal would be a huge kill for them to drop the black hole on.
They have a chance if he shows. He knows his team is near the portal in bottom, but Zeal is alone in the top lane.
Pings that out.
They have an idea. Oh, he manages to get away with Surge.
By the way, they committed for this because they actually used a scan right next to the top tier 3 tower on the Dire side, saying like, does he have any reinforcements? Is any there? They knew he was roughly in the area, but they were wondering if anyone was going to back him up. Again, 6,000. We've been seeing the 6,000 advantage for the last 6-7 minutes.
No, well, I guess now we could say it's stabilized. Oh, but it is a Roshan that is being taken at the same time, so we're going to see a bit of a bump in gold. Undying's going to finish his shard with this Roshan falling, so the Tombstone save is then going to be active.
Jack Boys gets it, nullifies the advantage coming out from either the Doom or the Black Hole. Even if you use one to kill him, you're going to have to probably use the other right after. And DD
80 rune. Oh, 80. 80.
I also call DD as well. I'm sorry. It's one of those things where it was like, it's called double damage for, I don't know, 15, 16 years. And they're like, well, we expect you to change it now. It's called the Mystical Ruin. You're like, shut up. It's double damage.
You gotta update your firmware.
Yeah. Like,
missing a couple patches there, Tomo.
Why me? Why can't it stick to what it was? They're like, no, it's now called the Mystical Ruin. Like, oh, thanks. Jokam?
Misho is the one being targeted here, so Jokam just shows up, goes for the quick play onto the Ench. They still have the AD rune, if I'm correct, on that Shadow Fiend's bottle. Use it for later.
Radiant's top
Schofield's
tower
got
is under
Blink.
attack.
So, I mean, there is big playmaking potential here. 7,000 at 19 minutes is not the biggest deal. And I imagine Glyph, if they slip up, by the way, they will lose control of the game completely. They are in a very good spot, but Enigma and Earthshaker, you cannot be too confident against these guys. Not when your lead is this big. It's still very mountable, this lead.
Abed really wants to join the smoke. It's like, why didn't you pick me, guys? One tower is still there. Schofield. Oh,
wow.
The snowball is used as the fissure was about to connect. So I think Jokum, he got more lucky than what he actually planned to do there.
If we interview him, he'll say he knew it. He'll be like, yes, I perfectly timed the blind fissure into my snowball. I knew it. You're like, sure you did. Sure you did, buddy.
Yeah, this is not a very defendable position either. El Misho, he's like, well, I found the enemy ward, but I'm going to die for this one. For a second, I was like, do they TP to the tier 2 tower and try to defend this? But the way Glyph was posturing themselves aggressively, this is not a place to teleport to. They'd rather wait for Glyph to run into playtime somewhere else, as they did do that 3-man smoke into mid, which did backfire. They did lose their tier 2 tower from the bot lane now because of it. Tormentor is being pinged, so that's going to be the next objective on the list.
Dragonlance on El Misho. He really loves this right-clicking Enchantress build. And, I mean, you know, he's getting the items for it. Once they have a BKBs on playtime, there is actually nothing on Glyph that counters them. Sure, Walrus Punch. There's a stun. Oh, he's dead. Beautiful.
I think he tried to make a cheeky Tormentor steal or something, but I think he got revealed. Like he said, Shaker out for the count. 2 minutes left on the Aegis as they're going to finish off the Tormentor. This is taking a bit of time, though.
I wonder if Schofield was there. Like, that is a place that when the lightning shoots out of the Tormentor, it will hit you there. And I saw yesterday, I'm not sure if it was Schofield or another player who knew exactly where to stand to keep their distance, so they can see the Tormentor but not get hit by it. So
yeah,
that was like a mechanical mistake, or he was just kind of hiding there hoping to TP and he gets caught.
Yeah, you know, small little mishaps. They happen all the time. You're right. There are some interesting spots. I was just looking at the way Glyph was taking that Tormentor. They were suspecting playtime has smoked because Schofield was already there. So they were moving in and out from the Tormentor. Didn't really want to let a big wombo combo like a Shaker blinking in, and he gets the info. The Enigma can then follow with a Black Hole. Schofield again. Smoke popped. Playtime has to back. Or more like pops the smoke from Glyph.
Jokam is going for I feel like a great item this game. Rushing the Aghanim Scepter on the Tusk. Doesn't want Solar, doesn't want BKB, doesn't want the 4-step. Says, okay guys, I want to be able to find as many ways to cancel the Enigma Black Hole as possible to deal with these BKBs, so I'm going to go straight for the kick. I think it's great. It's ballsy, but it's fantastic.
And it's a good way to break the high ground defense, right? Because if you are going to park a hero in front of the tower, they have ways of dealing with the Shadow Fiend and the Gyrocopter with these playtime ultimates. So maybe if the Tusk gets a little bit of information, he can blink in and kick somebody from the high ground towards them. I've seen a lot of kick Requiem plays where Shadow Fiend already starts loading up the Requiem, Tusk blinks in to kick the target, and you can blow somebody up before they even have the chance to recover from the kick stun.
It's a really nice move by Jokam. He has to be careful though. The moment he shows the point booster, they'll know. They're like, he's not going Octarine Core. Like, come on, boys. It's gonna be Acceptor.
Octarine Tusk, let's go.
I don't mind. After you get the Aghanim Scepter, you can kick with both legs then.
That'll be cool. We can make an animation for that.
So far,
Double kick. Could you
Double
kick two
kick.
heroes then as well?
no, but you can kick the same hero twice.
You kick the same hero twice. All right. That reminds me of when we still had facets not too long ago, when Spirit Breaker had the knockback facet when you can play the football strat. Have you seen that video?
So good, man. Nether Strike into Hurricane Pike, and you just push them to your own fountain every time.
It's the Earth Spirit. Axe kick. That one also lasts a very long time.
By the way, the Aegis has expired about a minute ago. Sanctity!
Might just... Oh, okay, they're going to go for it and get a kill. Sanctity down. It's just the support's doing all the work. Abed is also joining in the fray. Let's get the kick to connect onto Zeal as well. And El Misho's just kiting Narman, has to hide inside the tombstone. Now fighting on the right side with the black hole. Coming out from the Enigma. It's uninterrupted as well. But the gyro, is he dying? The snowball's going to be there. They're going to buy some time for themselves. But Wits and Abed. Abed's going to be the target for now. But the Doom is still onto the gyrocopter. And the gyro goes down as well. And Playtime are going to punish Glyph for this fight. They got Jokum as well, dropping to the Scorched Earth. The Burning Hells will take him down. It's a 2-for-3 trade. They will lose the Earth Spirit, but the first big win for Playtime in this game, taking down both the Gyro and the Shadow Fiend.
I mean, the Aegis had timed out. I feel like Glyph, they might have gone for more. This is the advantage of going all damage on the Enchantress and Sanctity. He had BKB, was not ready. And beautiful jump later on with the black hole from Jabs. They throw the Doom right after on the gyro. Earlier we said the Aegis, it nullifies either the black hole or the Doom. So just throw out the two on him without the Aegis.
And because of those BKBs up, Zeal throws in the wall, he throws the vacuum and nothing happens. They're just fully channeling all of their ultimates there and getting the full damage, full duration black hole. Dishing out pure damage on top of them, and they managed to kill... Yeah, they actually killed 4 of the heroes. Yep. It was the Endless Dirge that allowed the Undying to basically return to the fight instantly. But that was the first sign, or a bit of a warning sign even in this case, that Playtime has the capability when they get themselves to cluster up. But I will have to point out, didn't it look a little bit easy for El Misho to just poke Sanctity like that, and then Schofield shows up for the for the Echo Slam? It felt like, are they allowed to do this? Like, why are they allowed to do this? Like, they just underestimated the Ench completely.
Yeah, they did. I mean, you look at El Misho, he's actually the most farmed support in this game. And, we talked about this during the drafting phase, that he is a hero, a position 5 player who loves scaling. He does not pick Enchantress to get some creeps and heal people. No, this Enchantress attacks. She does not defend. Oh, look at that. She defends now. She's got a Crimson Guard.
A Crimson Guard, all right. That is going to help with the flat cannon we talked about.
Have you ever played Slay the Spire? Oh, he's dead.
I have played the first one, yes.
Okay, so one meme in Slay the Spire is that every damage card is a block card, even though it's not. They're like, well, see, technically it kills people faster, so it's like a block card. Like, yeah, right. Okay, sure, that's how it works. So Enchantress, he's very defensive with all the killing he's doing.
Very offensive with all the killing. I mean defensive with all the killing. Right.
He's blocking so much damage, but now he's actually blocking with the Crimson Guard.
All right, we got all the BKBs up, all the ultimates up for Playtime. So Glyph will probably not allow a similar fight to happen again, as the second Roshan is alive. Playtime, they feel reinvigorated. They are 8,000 gold behind, but they caught up quite a lot. Even if it wasn't money-wise, XP-wise, they definitely caught up. Narrowed down the gap a bit. Glyph, they have to be very careful with the next fight. They need to keep it split.
By the way, very minor thing, but I think every single player on Playtime took the greedy item on the neutral. 500 gold per minute.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Small thing. Yokam still working towards his Agam Scepter. Needs about 1,000 gold to get. In general, if you're Glyph, no fight feels very feasible unless the Enigma's dead. Once the Enigma, as long as Enigma's alive, it's just too scary to take a fight. Even if you take out the Doom, I would say a Black Hole with the Earth Spirit and the Echo Slime on top can win the fight without the Doom. So it's all in on jabs. My eyes are only for the J-Man.
I do wonder if we're going to get a Linken's on the Enigma, because they should know about the Aghanims coming up on the Tusk. So a Linken's is, I think, a very good item here for the Enigma, because that's the only thing you really need to worry about. What else is going to pop your Linken's this game? The Snowball and the Rocket. And the Rocket only pops the Linken's when it hits you.
True. There's Soul Rip, as well as Ion Shell, I think. You can use those too. But they're, you know, it's like not super likely, to be fair with you.
Ion Shell shouldn't pop Linken's, no? Or can you?
I think offensively it can, but I'll be honest with you that I'm not 100% sure. Oh, Zeal!
That's a DP cancel. He has no way out of this one. Purged up, and they'll get a core kill here.
Oh, Abed. Mean.
Does that mean they have a window to take Roshan? It's a very slow Roche lineup, but it looks like they might try. They went to check the pit because they found the Darkseer that deep in. They probably thought that they might be around. Glyph are at the wrong place. They're going to try. I mean, you've got an 80 on the Earth Spirit. You might be able to do it.
Look at Jab's positioning. He's like, okay, as long as I'm able to, even if Sanctity blinks in and throws out Big Requiem first, it is 3 BKBs.
Such a slow Roche. It's such a slow Roche. And they show themselves in the mid wave. They're going to start to group up. Shadow Fiend is not nearby yet. If PT jump, if they knew, they've got an opportunity. They're going to go for the Undying. That's another hero down. Darkseer, he has respawned. Schofield was already on the hunt, blinking in deep.
Yeah, that Roche was too close to the timer. You know, he was about to move it to the summer house, so they had to wait until he's finished moving. You don't, you know, kick a man while he's moving. You wait till he reaches his house. That's how you establish dominance.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Narman does not have the Ceaseless Dirge available, so he doesn't come back. But Glyph,
oh, Echo instantly coming out, and there's the Snowball. Beautifully timed as well. The Requiem is there too, which will hurt Wits, and Schofield's the one to be falling here. There's a Walrus kick, pushing El Misho into the wall, so Enchantress Illusion is created. That allows the Undying to spawn, and no Echo, even if the Shaker came back in 30 seconds.
Schofield was like, this worked for me before on the Shadow Fiend, will work again on the Gyro, but they were a lot more prepared for them this time. And Jabs was not, if he was there with the Black Hole, could have maybe been able to cancel the Snowball or use it after the Snowball at least. But nice move there by Glyph.
Do they have any more smokes left? Because I feel like we've been smoking a lot in the last 3 minutes.
I have been feeling a bit
cuffing.
Yeah, I was gonna say wheezy in my. Ah, man, this is why you don't cast with someone cleverer than you. As Yokam gets a D-ward off, I believe there's a gem on Schofield, so Vision gonna be at a premium for these two. As Roshan is the name of the game. If Glyph loses this Roche, not gonna feel good.
We got the vacuum cleaner up. The Ags is ready on the Enigma. So that's going to drag people in. Won't be able to run away. Like heroes like Undying that have very slow movement speed without phase boots, they more than likely get dragged in towards the black hole and they're trying to run away from it.
Sanctity has finished a Hex on the Shadow Fiend. A nice way to, if someone gets kicked, you Hex them. Could be very nice. Oh wait, someone's in trouble.
Get on Schofield. Let's get the Fisher stun. El Misho gets a lot of damage out, but Narman drops the Tombstone save. El Misho then focusing on the Tombstone all by himself. They know they can't really deal that well with the Enchantress.
Echo up in 5. It should be available. It's already available, sorry.
And they smoke up. Yeah, they're going to go for the hunt. Let's see if they can find the connection. Wit's already scouting deep in the river, so his smoke is already used. So we're going to be in the good old Roshan stalemate for a bit.
The Roche mate.
The Roche mate, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, playtime. again, it all comes down to jabs as much as like everyone else kind of does matter. If Yokem, it's Yokem and jabs, J versus J. Can the Tusk catch the Enigma? Because if you can, you can hex him instantly, he's dead, you win the fight. If you can't, you can, a fight against his black hole is too much. Meanwhile, Iron Scepter going to be the item for the Enchantress right after. It has that lovely root as well.
Dire are scanning.
Dire scan being used right now just to get a little bit of, you know, they're guessing like, are they coming for us? And from that angle, no. Both teams with 1 minute left before Roshan moves again. He's like, it's getting chilly in here. I'm going to go to my winter home.
It does feel like it's going to be time to move over to the cottage.
It was not until I lived in the UK that I realized why people have a summer house and a winter place. Because when winter came, I was like, this is unbearable. Why are we here? We should be moving south for the winter. And they're like, well, we don't have a second home. You're like, oh,
Hey,
right.
welcome to Finland. The
too cold.
country of 1,000 lakes, or 1,000,000 lakes, as some people say.
Oh,
Cliff
smoke up.
coming in for the wraparound on the high ground position. Abed is under their radar. Misho, Schofield, they're all stacked up. Jokum gets the jump in first onto the Earth Spirit, pops his BKB. He's able to survive for the time being, but Doom does get stunned before he gets anything out, and he's in big trouble, blocked by the shards. But the Doom he used also bounced on him, so he will not get any HP back. He is down. Jokum dead as well. Misho dealing with Narman, and that Doom is going to run out on the gyrocopter. Round number 2, Jabs jumping in, but no black hole yet. The vacuum comes out first, and they are trying to reset, wait for those blinks to come back up. Maybe look for another angle in. Misho giving all the information, but they don't have a proper damage dealer right now. With the Echo gone, with the Doom spent. Good timing on the Lotus there to reflect it back to Wits. And Wits, he was chasing a gyrocopter who was doomed while he was doomed and still taking hits from the axe from the gyro. So gyro was doing more damage by just kiting the Doom.
Yeah, I was surprised because I think the jump was what, on like Abed or something. So they didn't catch Jabs, and Jabs was holding on to his ultimate for a long time. I thought the moment Yokem kicks someone else, Jabs would be, I'm in, boys, I'm going in. But he didn't do that, and unfortunately, that was a fight without Black Hole being used. And Glyph,
yeah,
1 for 1, but definitely a win.
Jokum played that fight really well. What I loved about that kick on Abed was the shard follow-up. He went on the low ground to get the shard curve so that he's stuck in the high ground, barricaded from all sides, and then the Doom blinked in there. So he was like, guys, force me, force me, force me. Like, I'm stuck inside an igloo right now. But let's see what comes out of this one. They're charging in. Abed is going to get scouted. They do get the vacuum, and also a nice saving kick for a second by Abed, but gets kicked to the other direction by the Earth Spirit.
Schofield!
Oh, sorry, by the Tusk. And Schofield just went in as a sacrificial lamb. So Glyph will take those 2 kills happily for Jackie Boy.
Schofield, what was that? He doesn't cancel. Maybe he was thinking that Glyph will like back off, but Glyph had 5 people. They're like, what are we backing up for? This is optimum situation for us that you are TPing in. And he does lose his life. Luckily, they don't have to buy back on it, but they do lose the Aegis because of that one.
Yeah, and the Roche banner is also going to get picked up. So that will help Glyph on a potential push. They don't really have good heroes to deal with banners except for the Enchantress. Feels like she has to do a lot of the front lining this game. Getting both the vision, doing the initial damage, having to deal with banners. And now there's the risk of that Tusk just going in and kicking you.
As he's done before.
As he's done before, yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
And I mean, you could use the Eidolons though. They do help a little bit with getting rid of the banner, but they're not as good as a hero, right? Like it takes like 4 hits from an Eidolon to count as 1 hit from a hero. And oh, I don't know if you knew this, but someone pointed out to me like some time ago that the banner now upgrades. I was like, what?
Oh.
Yeah, it's the radius and the health increases by 50%, then doubles at the 3rd banner.
Oh, does that mean that like every banner that drops is always better, or do you have to like combine banners?
No, you don't combine. Just the first one is 600 radius, the next one's 900, the third one is 1200, and everyone after is just 1200.
Okay, all right, yeah. I mean, sometimes I've been using Roche banners for vision. Like, they are perfect wards to drop on top of, like, a cliff. You see big AoE. You can drop it down a lane if you are chasing, because it allows you to see much further. Situational item drops because of the vision being so good. You can also destroy trees with it, so you can drop a Monkey King out of a tree if you drop a banner. And that also works. I've done that before. It also works. But there we go. The banner is placed down on the ground. It will protect the range creep. Well, now the range creep decides to be a bit suicidal and goes in to die. Now El Misho. Does Tusk want him? Yes, he does. Walrus Punch, Snowball follow-up, and they're going to look for the deletion. Echo does come out from Schofield, but no follow-up yet from Jabs. We're still missing the Enigma from action, and he gets pulled in. Sanctity goes in for the Requiem. The Black Hole's going to connect, and he actually grabs 2 heroes in it. Abed's going to go for the assistance as well, but they've got the Gyro on top of him, and unleashing hell, but Schofield does get the damage to take down 2. Jabs coming in with the buyback, and the Aegis is also gone, and they cancel the TP as well from that Darkseer. Jackie Boy trying to fight versus the world. It's him and the Undying versus everybody else. He gets the TP out. They will sack the Undying. And Playtime will get to hold their base for a little bit longer.
Oh, the buyback from Jabs being like, my team needs me. And shows up in a really good situation. I love the Doom. He was looking at Jack Boys, and he's like, wait, he's got the Aegis. I'll just Doom his best friend over there and gets Zeal instead. And Zeal tries to TP but loses his life. Oh, dear. And if you're a Glyph, you've got to be thinking, guys, what's going on? We go high ground with an Aegis, and we still aren't able to get anything out of it.
Take a recap of that fight. So how it all starts off, this is all Glyph for the first 10 seconds. They got the initiation out, they got the vacuum play here, and Jabs had to basically just force that black hole off right away. Did catch the Tusk. Abed rolls in for the assistance, but so does Jackie Boy, just appear right on top of him to unleash hell. But what happens with Schofield here? There was no Echo, and he found a double kill. Just one fissure took down 2 heroes in one go, and the Aegis dropped as well. So I was like, I was looking at the damage meters. He did the least damage, but he got the most kills.
Schofield does have the Aeon disc, which is why he was able to survive when he jumped in.
Right,
and that was such a good purchase. So it does mitigate his damage. I don't think it procced when he echoed, a little bit after, but there's a pipe on Zeal. They're quite durable. I don't think you're looking at this Earthshaker as a damage source. You're looking at it as a control source. And he is controlling the game very nicely.
Would love to see an Ags on the Earth Spirit at some stage of the game, but for the time being, it looks like it might be a Bloodstone buildup from that Veil of Discord.
Solid.
Glyph are not waiting. They know the Black Hole is still down for half a minute.
Ooh.
They can catch somebody. Well, it's just a shaker. They were probably hoping to find somebody else in here, maybe the Doom, but they'll take that. They got the gem.
Very much needed. They have both gems now on Glyph's side, none on Playtime. But Black Hole is going to be up. If they had caught the Enigma there, that could have been a big victory for them. But Enigma is going to be fine. Still, Jabs does have to be a bit careful. All right, can we look at what the Enigma's building? He's going for the Linkers, as you mentioned earlier. There you go.
That is such a good item to have.
He's like, good luck kicking me with this item here.
I mean, I've had games where I've played Enigma where it's like, I need a Blink to be able to do anything, I need a BKB to be able to do anything, and I also need a Linkens on top of that because that will allow me some time. There are games where you play versus Rubik, and he had that, what was it, 2-second or 3-second cooldown on Spell Steal back in the day. So you have to use the Spell Steal to break the Linkens, wait a couple seconds while he's black holing, and then you get to steal it, and then you get to use your own black hole turn around. But that could be already too late for the Rubik by then. So it's like you need 3 items to be able to use your ulti, and then you also need to position correctly in a game where there's a lot of uncontrollable AoE damage going all over the place. So it's not easy. You might even have to think, do I also need a Shadow Blade? Just so that I don't get hit by stray bullets.
I honestly think that he wanted an Aeon disc, actually, as well, right? You're like, well, I don't want to die.
I don't know about Aeon disc, though. Imagine Imagine when it procs in such a quick moment that you've just got your ulti off and Aeon Disc goes off and you're like, all my pure damage is 0.
Could keep him alive, but yeah, there's certainly a lot of risk with Aeon Disc. My favorite time of using Aeon Disc was when I played Necrophos, and one time I was like, oh man, the Phos gets me around a lot. I'm like, oh, I got a good scythe kill. Aeon Disc procs does 0 damage. You're like, no, I hate this item. It's the worst.
It happens. End up healing the enemy instead.
Well, right now, playtime, they've decided to smoke up still about a minute and a half till we know how long Roche is going to take to come back. Jack Boys very, very farmed this game, but somehow it doesn't feel like it matters too much, this gyro, because he's like a turret. He just shows up, does some damage. It's Yokam and Jabs who are the stars of the show. And Schofield a little bit. He's got some good echoes, to be fair.
Glyph are definitely fighting to get the tie in our opening series of the day. Playtime could still snap this series over in 2 wins. They already got the first one. Holding on to the game at least. They're definitely showing perseverance.
Reminded that this game was an absolute crap show for Playtime in the first 20 minutes. Like, Glyph was choking them so bad out of the map when the lane phases. Oh, Schofield.
And no escaping this.
Good echo. Decides not to.
Yeah, that was the moments like you have your Aeon Disc up and you're like, Echo, yay. It's like, what did I do?
Well, he has buyback, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Jab's now working on the refresher orb, so double black hole. I mean, 1 black hole is good, 2 is twice as good, some say. Armin just walks in.
Get done here. Sanctity on top of Witz, but Witz hasn't used his Doom yet. He's been patient, but the black hole comes out and it connects as well onto Zeal, but Zeal gets protected by the Tombstone. They tried to focus it down as well, but Almisha's going to be there for the assistance. Schofield did join in for the fight. He bought back just to get the echo off, and Jackie Boy unleashes the Satanic, heals himself back up. That is a Sanctity buyback, so Playtime instantly go for the retreat for a moment, regroup, and go in again. Now Jokum also buys back with the Tusk. He's got a bit of distance to cover, though, coming in from that tier 2 tower. Sanctity in the river. Abed's going to be annoying him there as well. Jackie Boy for another round. Witz is going to get pushed into the high ground, and Jackie Boy is going to unleash hell on that Doom, and he will get this kill. Sanctity will not die just quite yet. That spear got dodged by the Yules. Abed rolling in. He won't get the kill. No, he will not. They get wiped. Glyph will stand their ground. The Magnetize ends up killing Sanctity and Jokum, who both bought back, but we still got the main damage dealer leading the charge to the high ground.
What a fight. If you actually see it, Sanctity blinks in as Witz was using that mini Ravage that you get from the creeps. And gets caught out, so they are able to bring down the Shelfing early thanks to that, with no issues. But yeah, we're gonna have to buy back, boys. I don't think we can let this gyro go crazy in our base.
It is at least the mid lane, so they probably might opt to just let this mid lane go, but El Misho is a threat in itself.
Oh, El Misho.
They're gonna try and make a play on him. Nobody else is buying back yet. I mean, he isn't taking that much damage from Zeal and Jack Boys so far. Popping the Lincolns. But, well, there's not much I can do. They are really harassing that Ench from dealing full damage into that gyro, who will just take that mid lane for himself. 3 heroes alive. Roshan is also up now, so this is going to be a... Oh, there's an AD rune out of all things as well for the gyro to pick up. Couldn't be any better.
That was an adorable defense, right? And Chad was like throwing the whole time. As you see, Jack Boys doesn't really care. He's taking like some damage, but not enough to even make it worth dodging in any way. But Roshan is now the name of the game. They are going to have everyone up on Playtime sooner than Glyph, so it's quite risky here.
They sent the Dolan into the pit to scout. Witz doesn't find an angle to chase yet. His blink is being broken by these zombies. He can't get in range. And the Lotus Orb is also protecting him, so there's no TP cancel there, but the BKB also up. Narman, well, I guess you've got to leave somebody behind.
Where did the guy go?
Where did he
I think he blinked. He blinked, man.
I was like, wait, he's not in the tombstone, is he?
How did he blink that far?
He has an Aether Lens.
Right, so, okay, that would explain. I was like, they should have caught him. But that's a no. So Narman gets out, no sacrifice needed.
Zeal did die, though, to be fair. The question now is, will Playtime use the Zeal death to make anything out of it? Probably not. Not with the jabs all the way back in base. There's no way you're going high ground with this guy at home.
It's pretty risky trying to exit the base. They only have info on the gyrocopter pushing out that bottom wave. They even protect their tier 2 tower. That would have been the first tier 2 to fall from Glyph's side of the map. Playtime hasn't gotten any closer to pushing for a very long time in this game now. It has been Glyph who has been dictating the moves.
I'm at maximum clench, my panda. Jack Boys, by the way, he is working towards a divine rapier, and I like this. Go all in. I imagine he's going to keep the buyback, of course, before he does that. But
honestly, this is a really good game to buy a rapier, because who's going to get any benefit from a rapier in Playtime if they pick it up? I'm not really scared about Doom's right clicks with a rapier.
Almisha. Honestly, the Enchantress. If you give it to Enchantress, I think she could do some work with it.
She can, but it's still not like... There's no excellent rapier carrier
here we go.
on Playtime, but they go for Schofield. Albert goes for the kick simultaneously. They just echo for 0 damage to hold Narman still, and he gets the tombstone out. Meanwhile, Wits is being controlled, and Jabs is looking for an angle in, but I think his blink got broken again, and he just doesn't find an opening to go in and assist Wits. Elvisha with a 4-staff saves Wits. Now Schofield. They might have a chance to set up on Jackie Boy. He's dropping low with every second. With that Aegis dropping, the Aegis is down. Where's the Enigma? Where is Jabs? Is it his time to shine? Jokum is looking for him. He found Jabs in the low ground and actually manages, and he drops the black hole, pulling in Narman as well, and he brings in Seal. There's Sanctity, though. Looks like an even better ultimate that's coming out from that Requiem, but he gets deleted by Wits, and that leaves us with the Gyro together with the Darkseer trying to stand their ground. They're buying back on the side of Playtime. Glyph is still fighting for their lives. Abed is dropping low on HP, gets hit by the normal punch, and Jackie Boy cleans up another kill, and he's got Wits around him again. Jabs is right next to him there as well, but that Enigma cannot stand close to the Gyro. He almost dies to the flak cannon hits, but El Micho, he's trying his absolute hardest. Seal coming in with the normal punch again. Abed there as well. The vacuum is coming out. Another Yule save the Wind Waker, keeping him alive for the time being. Jackie Boy, he doesn't have a satanic up, but he's trying his absolute best. He's tearing them apart, but Abed stands his ground. That's Gyro out, and they go for Narman. Wits and Abed gonna focus him down. The tombstone is out. He's probably gonna blink disappear once again, isn't he? Yep, he is. There we see him exit. We have left. The burglar has left the bank, and now Abed is chasing him down. Another roll in without any remnants. Gets the vessel out. The Lotus there for the dispel. Jabs is here as well. Does get the Malefice done, and they clean up Narman. So Playtime keeps the game going.
Costs them 2 buybacks, though, further delaying the refresher orb coming out from Jabs. Did you see the fight that he stands inside the Midnight Pulse on Jack Boys and just takes them out 3 versus 1, going against the Enchantress, the Enigma, as well as the Doom. And the lack of right click, you mentioned, it is coming back to bite them very hard in the soft, pudgy areas.
Yeah, the damage meters you see on the side of Playtime, they just don't have a whole lot of damage to apply on the long run. They have that quick combo that they have to play around. Jokum was hunting for the Enigma in that fight, trying to make sure that as that Aegis has expired, they don't want to let the Enigma just blink in for free and clean up the gyrocopter. As you just look at these damage meters, tells you the whole story. It's more about Abed and El Micho being the ones utilizing once those stuns are in place. But a lot of like small little details here and there where the fight goes on for that long. El Micho, I think he had an Ags on the Enchantress because the little friends, I was about to say happy tree friends. The little friends were holding that gyro in place. That root is, it lasts for such a long time.
It's very strong, keeping him inside the Midnight Pulse. But now he's going to have a Divine Rapier. Pretty ballsy move by Mr. Jack Boys. No Roshan for about 2.5 minutes, and gotta say, Games of the Future has delivered in every series so far. Every series has been really good. Enchantress thinking about going for the Nullifier. Their biggest problem has been the Lotus Orbs. You see Wits, he's like, if I can doom anyone, that person's dead. Doesn't matter their regeneration, doesn't matter any their saves. That person is dead if we can doom him. But way too many Lotus Orbs. He might have to consider Naginum Scepter on the doom. I think that's the best play.
Far smoked up on the dire side of the map here. It's going to be another 2 minutes until the minimum timer for Roshan will be available. So they can take this time to just scout, get information, get wards down. They don't need to press their advantage unnecessarily, and knowing they have that rapier, they'd be very happy to hold an Aegis as well for Jackie Boy.
Oh. What is Wit's... can we look at the Doom for a second, see what he's working with? Because again, I do feel like the Ag Scepter on Doom could be the item choice here.
Yeah, I am also curious about the Doom's build. What does Wits have? What does he plan to go for? So the Axe is queued up. We are going to be fighting in front of the base. Two-man back comes out. Jokum's already used his BKB on the Tusk. And a jump in from Wits. Finds the gyro. Paul forces he's trying to go for the TP away. He's going to get the TP out. Abed also 80 room, but look at that damage onto Abed. And there's the Echo. Huge black hole as well. Right on top of him. They got the whole bloody team. Oh my god. Sanctity made it out with 1 HP for the time being, but Abed's not done yet. He's going for the chase, trying to find Sanctity. The Magnetize steals him down, and Glyph, oh my, it couldn't have been any worse. The Rapier, it's picked up by Wits on the Doom. They had a moment where it looked pretty good. The Doom escapes with the teleport, and then Schofield plus Abed plus Jabs. My god.
Do not underestimate this Enigma. They group up. That was one of the choke points of the game, right? Going stairs on high ground. Very easy for teams to stick together in that situation. Jabs jumps in with a beautiful Schofield Echo at the same time. Nothing they can do about it. Sanctity, as you mentioned, manages to survive, but not for long.
He had 1% HP, but Abed got the kick to connect and had the Magnetize ticking, and now playtime. We talked about a possibility that this could still be over in 2 games, and forget about a game 3 entirely. Just close out the series. Playtime has held their ground. They could complete the comeback if they get those buildings down now. The top lane is open, the mid lane is open, bottom there's a creep wave coming in for the tier 2, so they could get mega creeps. There's not a lot of time on the clock, so that might just be their goal. Just get buildings instead of going for the end.
Doesn't seem very likely though, because you are going to have the Jack Boys up in a bit and Sanctity 10 seconds after. So
they spotted the Shaker. They go for the they actually TP to meet him up, and they did catch Schofield. Just drop the Echo. He has his BKB, but can't. No, he doesn't have a teleport. He needed 3 more seconds. So he'll just have to give that one away. The gem drops down.
Rocket was on him as well. Very unlikely. And Wit's blocking up. Abed's like, could you move your large rear from my face so I can walk around?
I mean, he did have the BKB available on the Shaker. He just didn't have the teleport off cooldown, so he could have been able to get away. Abed hexed up. El Misho coming in for the rescue, gets the Glimmer Cape. But can he make his way out? The Bloodstone, I mean, the Magnetize does a hell of an amount of damage, so as long as that Bloodstone is up, Abed can stand his ground. Zeal, the one to die. Narman sent up in the air. El Misho throwing in some more Hurricane Pikes while he's silenced because there's no Tombstone coming out, so he's down. Now Jokum is next on the list. They're buying back both Zeal and the Undying back in, so Narman will return. I don't even see if he actually had Endless Dirge available. He just straight up bought back and returned into the game.
If it doesn't activate within a second, that means he doesn't have it, right? So he probably felt like he had to get it. Very odd that Glyph kind of committing to this fight in the middle of nowhere. But we have Aegis coming out in 5 seconds.
Yeah, Roshan coming up. The reason why they're doing these buybacks, they've been paying attention to the clock. They're calling Rosh.
Next one has a refresher shard.
Misho, he's on top of Sanctity. The Hex comes out. Do they have a follow-up? The Aeon Disc is there. Joachim gets the jump in onto Schofield, pushing him in. At the same time, they're going to be focusing on the Black Hole once again on the start. They got Sanctity on the Tombstone save coming out this time. So Sanctity will live for a little bit longer. Jackie Boy now turning his attention to Abed. Going to push away the Earth Spirit. El Misho, he's right next to him. The Enigma is trying to make his way out, but Japs is taking a hell of an amount of damage. Zeal coming up with a normal punch. Abed's going to get pushed onto the high ground as well. They're going to get a Requiem off of Sanctity. And pushing El Misho. They are splitting the fight all over the place. They even got the Hex on the Doom, so Doom can't intervene. But there's a refresher now ready on the Enigma in his inventory. Abed can't make it out though. He's gone for 2 minutes. You have to rely most likely on that refresher for this Enigma because I think he just picked it up from the courier. So he will have that Black Hole and the Rapier on Wits. But nicely played from Glyph. They split the fight in so many directions that Playtime can't respond.
One amazing thing, you gotta give credit to Narman.
And the Black Hole saves.
Yeah, he wind wakes one of them. I think the two were caught, and he puts the other in the tombstone. He's like, "There you go, buddy. You take a nice home, and you just fly for a little bit." Jabs, he was stopped there, like black holing the air. Abed does have buyback, but Schofield does not. He's been getting caught a little bit too often in these couple of last few engagements. Sorry.
I mean, that's one thing, right? If you can't counter the Enigma, just counter the Black Hole itself by saving all of your allies. That works too.
Holy.
Massive damage from El Misho. Jackie Boy has to pop the Satanic to keep himself alive. Joachim tries to go for the kick, but El Misho does get the Hurricane Plank out first. Now he's going to get pushed in. Abed going to go for the Nullifier. Big AoE Sun coming in from Wits. He got the Doom out, but the Wind Waker is going to be applied, and that is for his Aegis life. So he will be saved into the Tombstone for now. Sanctity coming in with a Requiem, does get it out, and Doom is gone, but he does have a buyback. He needs to return soon. Jabs hasn't used the refresher yet. Hasn't used a refresher yet for that Black Hole. Maybe he's still waiting for the initial one to come back off, but he might have to use it very soon. Another kick on El Misho. They got the Doom coming in with the buyback. The A on this is going to pop on El Misho for now. The banner is also placed down on the ground, so they need to deal with these creeps. Abed and the boys are charging onto the right side. El Misho is being dealt with. They've got the Enchantress out of the way. The fight's going to be spreading onto the right side with Wits and Abed. Wits is going to pop his own refresher now, and he'll have another Doom available. Jabs still hasn't used the refresher. Now maybe is the time to use it because their Doom is down and he needs to get something out. The Black Hole's available. Who do you go on? Who do you get? Can they kill this Gyrocopter? He refuses to give up. Gets the heals out and that's gonna do it. Glyph will force a game 3.
Narman is an absolute god in this game, thanks to that use of the Wind Waker as well as the Tombstone, saving them the most critical fight of the game. The Jabs feels like maybe that refresher should have been used instantly to rejoin that fight before, the penultimate fight, because the hold for it, a bit awkward. But congratulations.
Yeah, it's gonna feel really good for Glyph because a game 3 is guaranteed with that win. So we're going the full distance.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Yes, yes, yes. Coming to you live from our broadcast studios here in Kazakhstan. It's the Phygital Games of the Future, Astana 2026. And as we take that beautiful glacial fly-through over the modern city of Astana, all we can say is that beautiful, calming view was not what we were feeling here in the studio. Oh my goodness. I feel like I was like on the edge of my seat with that last map between Glyph and Playtime. None of those teams were playing.
None of those teams were giving up that court, going neck to neck up until the very last minute.
Yep.
But Glyph made a comeback. A recurring trend, by the way, David, that I noticed moving forward with the Dota games. We usually were seeing 2-0, but now we're seeing 1-1. And almost every game we're going into the third map. Is that part of the strategy of the teams, or is it something else?
Well, you see, here's the interesting thing. You can either go in gung-ho because you've got nothing to lose, but you can also be too reckless. So I think for me, Glyph would probably have gone in with nothing to lose, but it's calculated. It's still strategic, but they can go in guns blazing, which is exactly what they did. And that was a close call between the two. It could have gone either way, and just when you think it's heading toward one outcome, then it shifts entirely.
Well, that's the world of Dota for you. All the excitement.
Absolutely. You know, I decided to do, considering we're in the world of Phygital and AI, I decided to do a deep dive into, okay, what exactly, or how exactly would AI describe Dota 2? And I'm going to come back to you on that one because it was quite an interesting little definition. What you're seeing on screen now are some of the games that have taken place. Of course, Battle Royale already having won with 17 Gaming taking that prize pool of $1 million. We've got Phygital Basketball, MOBA PC, Phygital Football coming up. And then followed by Phygital Shooter, MOBA Mobile, Phygital Dancing, and Phygital Fighting. All of that and more taking us through to the final day's competition on August the 9th. So still lots to get through. And today specifically, Shulpan.
Today we're still on Dota 2. We had the first 2 maps of the day, but we have a lot of maps coming up. Just a reminder, we have 8 teams standing, but by the end of today, we will only have 4 who proceed to the quarterfinals. Followed by the most exciting event for today are the Phygital Basketball Finals. And the finalists for this game are the Liga Pro team, defending champions, and Wilders. Will the Wilders be able to pull a wild card?
Hey, that's what I love about Shulpan. That's a great one. Will the Wilders be able to pull a wild card? Who knows? It's all happening live, and it's all happening now as we broadcast from our studios. We're sitting on the edge of our seats as we inch that much closer to seeing who will take the $1 million cash pool. And that will all be happening tomorrow. Now, all of this would not be happening if we didn't have the most incredible sponsors and supporters of the Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026. So now download the Center Credit Banking app and manage your finances. One of our team sponsors. Thank you so much.
Speaking of managing your finances, it's also really important in such high-paced tournaments to keep up with all the results, all the schedules, and all the news on our official website of Games of the Future, Astana 2026.
And you can see it down there on the bottom of your screen. Experience every moment of the Games of the Future with Sven.
And speaking of the fun disciplines that we're going to be moving into really soon, we have the Phygital Dancing Just Dance competition sponsored by Solid Core Resources, going in at the Boris Arena on the 6th and 7th of August. Make sure to tune in and dance just like David just did.
I'm looking forward to that one, let me tell you. So, I mentioned earlier that I did a bit of a, deep dive into how would AI describe Dota 2 to someone who hasn't a clue. And I must be honest, I don't know if this is even more confusing because, and I quote, and I won't tell you which AI platform I used, it's a high-speed mix of chess, American football, and tug of war.
David, I don't know if I would have ever put those 3 sports into one sentence?
I have no clue. I mean, if nobody knows about Dota 2 and I say, I mean, if you exclude American football and you say tug of war and chess, I mean, it's like, how does the one compare to the other? I mean, is the one far more physical? On paper, yes. Is the one more calculated? Yes. But I guess that's the joy of Phygital. It's the best of both. Even when you're not necessarily out and active on a court or on a field, even if you think you're seated at a chair, there is a lot of physicality happening in your body at that time.
And then there's the American football out of the blue. I mean, I can see how it's chess. Of course, it's a game of strategy. We touched on that a little bit earlier, saying, is it a strategy employed by Playtime to give up that second map and then come back? Or is it just a chance of luck or something? But I get that part. But American football?
I know, I don't quite get that. That's why I don't know if it's more confusing to be able to use that as my explanation. When someone says to me, David, what is Dota 2? I think I'm just going to say it's an all-out war where you kill, kill, kill.
It is definitely a fantasy world with over 120 unique heroes to choose from. No two professional maps or matches are ever the same because with over 120, the possibilities are endless.
And as you mentioned, so many of the heroes that you can choose from, many of our heroes are those seated in the arenas and online. Check out this video to see some of our super fans.
Welcome to the Phygital Games of the Future 2026 in Astana. Today, we step off the stage and into the crowd to see what brings thousands of spectators to the heart of Kazakhstan. Hi, what's your name and where are you from?
Hello everyone, my name is Askat, and today I have come here, and for now everything is very good. Like I am enjoying this event because it is such a great time, and like the organization is very cool.
What team are you voting for?
I didn't even know these teams, but I think that Playtime is a good team, so I think I will vote for them. Yeah.
Do you want to play professionally one day?
Maybe yes. It is a very interesting opportunity for me that I would like to try it out.
Hello, mate. Is this your first time at the Games of the Future?
Yeah, actually it is. I'm here for voting for my favorite team, Diga Esports.
How do you like the atmosphere here today?
Very atmospheric, and I love to being here. There's a lot of people that I met before, and I very love this vibe here.
What makes the Games of the Future special for you?
Playing digital games, it's important to me because since my childhood, this digital games was a part of me. I played it with my friends, brothers, and other family members, and I appreciate this time with spending them.
Is this your first time at the Games of the Future?
Yeah, I came today for the first time for cheering for Team Vitality.
How do you like the atmosphere here today?
Yeah, really good, really nice. The atmosphere is so good. The host is really good. Yeah.
Do you think esports can become as popular as traditional sports?
Yeah, I think that today esports it's become more popular because I think that traditional sport it's not so interesting for young people because I think I'm 30 years old, and when I was young I don't have a cyber sport, but when I'm growing I really like cyber sport and more than classic play, the classic football or basketball games.
From lifelong childhood memories to a rapidly expanding global community, the fans of Astana 2026 are proving that the future of sport belongs to everyone. Do not forget to cheer for your favorite team.
I love that video because what you see are a lot of new fans to the sport and to the concept of Phygital. So it's not like you even have to be, a fundi. It's not like you have to know exactly what this is all about. Just to come, to support, to experience, to introduce yourself and open yourself up to something completely different. And as many said, I think there was one who said, this is his first time here, doesn't really know who he is supporting. And that's okay too, because it's all about the vibe.
It speaks to the inclusivity of these games, and I heard a fan before also say that these games described in one word are fun and crazy. And I think that's a really good description of these games. Really, really fun. And slightly crazy.
And slightly crazy. I mean, we're feeling slightly crazy now too as we gear up. And I must say, and I do want to take my hats off to our commentators. They make the games just as exciting. And it is just as much fun for me to listen to them, because as much as we spoke about American football, tug of war, and chess, for me, these commentators are like a mix of like your traditional horse racing commentators mixed with someone at an auction. Because when the intensity and the speed of their voice and the pitch of their voice increases, the more excited I get. I might not have a clue what they're talking about, because all I'm seeing is just death and destruction and rampaging on that screen. But it is such a vibe. And so for that reason, we are so looking forward now to map 3, which will be coming up shortly. Could go either way.
Could really go either way, because they have nothing to lose. Both teams have nothing to lose. And as a reminder, whoever loses is packing their bags and going home. So we're going to see what's happening. Glyph is really good at late game decisions, as we saw. But Playtime is known for their aggression. So let's see whether Playtime joins this map 3, all guns blazing, super aggressive, getting that head start. And if Glyph can catch up, or if Glyph will get the head start first. It's really up for grabs.
It is anyone's game, and that is now what is so exciting for us, because we're not going into match 3 with a foregone conclusion of who exactly is going to take this. It really could go either way. You know, Chopin, when we were watching that superfan video, I couldn't help but notice Arlen with a gun behind one of the superfans.
On the stands,
and all I know is, for me, I now associate Arlen with that frying pan. He just reminds me every morning, oh yes, I must have my eggs.
I completely agree with you. I absolutely love all 4 of our mascots. But Arlan yesterday has finished off his first tournament of PUBG. It's interesting to see what the other mascots have with the upcoming disciplines.
Well, we'll be talking about and reintroducing you to the mascots once again as we progress further and further into the final few days of the Digital Games of the Future Astana 2026. As we mentioned earlier on, today is a big day because we're now into elimination rounds as we inch ever closer to finding out who will be walking away with that $1 million cash prize for the grand title of Dota 2 champions for 2026. The tension is mounting. The electricity is there. We are rocking and rolling. We are ready to go guns blazing. And we're a few seconds away from joining our colleagues as we head into map 3 between Glyph and Playtime.
Good luck to both teams.
Here we go.
All right, so time to head over to game number 3 with Glyph versus Playtime. And I have to tell you, this is a hell of a series. Not sure if that was already caught earlier or if it's only heard now, but some crazy games in all of these series, and this one also going the full distance, fighting for a chance in the top 4 to double their prize pool earnings. And with what style? We had some pretty hectic team fights in game 2. I hope the players still have something in the tank, Otamo.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that everyone can hear me. But yeah, Playtime starting off with the Lina, ensuring the Glyph doesn't get, and Glyph taking the Nature's Prophet. But what a series it has been. I'm really impressed with both teams. Jabs has gotten the Enigma twice. Game 1, a huge part of their success. Game 2, a huge part of their attempted comeback, but Glyph was too strong from the laning phase and he rode that momentum to victory.
Yeah, a couple of those fights that could have gone either way, just some clutch ability usage. We again saw the impact of that Earthshaker in the fights, how the Darkseer setting things up, and most importantly, this was probably one of the biggest impact undyings I've seen in a while, with the Wind Waker saves, with the Tombstone saves. If they don't have anything to pierce the Black Hole Man, they will counter the Black Hole itself with, you know, whatever conventional tools they can come up with, and allowed Jackie Boy to survive a couple times in those fights, Sanctity as well, thanks to their supports. So when you have this big damage battery, 103,000 hero damage dealt Gyrocopter. That is a beast.
It was really impressive by Narman, the way he gets the Wind Waker and uses the Tombstone with the Glyph and the Aether Lens. So that was very impressive. So I really liked what he could do. And he's going to go for it again. Narman, 3rd time's the charm with Undying. After game 1, we were saying, like, it's not his fault they lost, but we didn't feel the impact. Game 2, I honestly feel like you can give him MVP for how well he played around the Black Hole.
But going into this draft, we've got the Nature's Prophet and the Lina. Of course, the Undying will make another appearance here for Glyph. So 3 out of 3 games, the same Undying hero. Lina did manage to sneak through the draft with the Earth Spirit being banned out this time by Playtime. A hero that has been the topic of a lot of talk. Has this hero found its place? Has it been countered enough that the Lina doesn't find the impact she's looking for? We got a Marcy coming up too, which has also been played from the off-lane position. We'll want to see if there's some good bodyguard targets in their team. Do we put Marcy as a support in that stead? But has been played a lot from the Pause 3 role.
Probably her best role, to be honest with you, to play her as a core. I think that, sure, she can function as a support, but oftentimes, what do you build as a support? Phase Boots, BKB, and then Basher. So it's kind of the same thing. And Marcy is going with her BFF, the Mirana, you know, the princess and the bodyguard. What could be nicer there?
Well, talk about good bodyguard targets. That's exactly that. We saw the offlane Marcy yesterday in the Yakult Brothers versus Reconix game 3. That Marcy was pretty scary. Went for the Dominator first. So Dominator, BKB, Blink, Abyssal. So exactly the 3 items you mentioned, plus the Dominator start.
Of course, yeah. Can't believe I forgot that one. Gives you a great jump target to go into the fights or to escape. But Glyph, what are we going to be working with? Right now, it does feel like it's a very bad Tombstone game, to be fair with you. Great for the save, of course. But Mirana, very high attack speed. Your lead gives you like 100. Marcy, you know, the 5 punches are from level 1. The Lina as well has good attack speed. So, oh, look at that. There is an Ember and as well as the Zeal Darkseer. So Glyph is sticking to a lot of what we know. Nature's Prophet from game 1, Undying as well as Darkseer from game 2. But this is going to be a carry Nature's Prophet, very likely, because Ember mid and Darkseer off lane.
Yeah, it is starting to look like the cores have been locked in for Glyph. There's one more pick for Playtime, knowing that they see all the laning matchups. So now I'm getting curious about the fact, do we see something like a Mirana carry? Do we play Marcy carry, Marcy off lane, Lina carry, Lina mid? We've seen her in both the roles. the Chinese teams have really liked playing Lina as a carry above the mid laner. Now you see the matchup is going to be the Ember. So with the Axe, that means the Marcy's going somewhere else.
Yeah, she is. Very likely as a 5, I would say. Unless they, as you mentioned, like there is a lot of flexibility on playtime, but sometimes the simplest solution is the right one. I'm thinking Lina mid, Axe off. Lina could be carry, but the Mirana and the Marcy very likely to be the supports. For Glyph, the question becomes: will Nature Prophet be flexed in any way? Nature Prophet carry can be very hit and miss.
Mid. Who's the one who played it mid before in the tournament? Did have one of those. I think it was Analog. Yeah, it was Midas Club. Some Analog played the mid Furion.
Okay. Well,
so that was not Glyph.
I feel like he's very flexible, though. I mean, we saw with Zeal take it game 1. Obviously, he's not going to be doing that in this game. He's like, guys, they destroyed me. I never want to play this hero again.
Well, there's the Willow and the Spirit Breaker banned out by playtime, suspecting more pause for answers, something to suspect here. The next assassin was left in the pool. There's also the Bane, which a couple teams have pulled off from the off lane. There's no Hoodwink this time around, though. I mean, the Bane is not a bad idea either, but might be an easy catch until you rush Ags. The Ags is something that you really want to get as soon as possible. There is the LSA, there's the Marcy jump, there's the arrow, Axe call. But what helps them deal the most damage? Like, what do you really want from your support? They have 0 stuns. So it will be nice to have another stun here, but it's got to be the 24th pick support, so that you don't get to see that too often. Usually 23rd is when you pick your +4. We've got a Clinks, at least for playtime.
Could they go for something like a Lion at this stage of the game? The problem is with the heroes that are like with high disables, they tend to be very easy to catch and kill. But no stuns is rough. You have a Root, you have a Pull, you have the Sprout, whatever you want to consider that. But yeah, no actual hard stuns is rough. To be fair, they could play Nature's Prophet as a support and pick an Enigma. I wouldn't mind that for the 3rd time for Jabs. As Abed, he's been all smiles this tournament, very happy. He's like, yeah, I'm just, they call me the Sea Killer. And he's been playing against only SEA teams so far.
All right, let's see what the option is going to be. Reserve time is running out. Oh, we have something else. We have a support Furion for Narman, maybe. Unless Narman decides to continue with the Undying, because we have a Spectre last pick.
Nah, it's going to be Narman. Narman Undying has to be. And Spectre's going to go for the carry role. And position 4, Yokam Nature's Prophet.
Okay.
Very, very nice.
Well, it is a pretty good Spectre game. Again, the lane looks pretty good. The game overall looks pretty good. All that burst damage that they have is all reflected and reduced by dispersion. But they do have heavy burst, so if they just build stats on that Spectre, I think Jackie Boy can just live throughout all the damage that is sent his way.
It's great. I love Spectre against heroes that can be a little sneaky, like the Mirana. She's like, the Clinks makes everyone who goes invisible, and you go, oh, you thought you can escape the eye of Sauron? But nope. It just uses the ultimate, shows up on everyone. So I like the Spectre last pick, and I think Jackie Boys in this team has done a really, really good job of, he's the one you want to give in the last 2 seconds before the buzzer is about to hit. You can trust this guy to win the game for you. So I'm glad that they give him a super hard carry like the Spectre. Overall, I entered the series hoping Glyph would win. I think this is a very solid draft from them, and I'm rooting for them in game 3. Go Glyph.
All right. I mean, I share the vibes, but I can't go against Abed on this one. I do feel like Abed has been really, really solid throughout this tournament, then he might just be again, you know, the SEA Slayer.
I
Slayer of
see
his own
where.
kin.
Okay, I see how the friendship goes now. You know, friendship with Arthur's over. Abed is now my best friend. Is that how it works for you, Panda?
I mean, you should have mixed business life with friendship, my friend.
Well, it's my fault. My fault. Yeah,
Can't afford to go emotional when you're making business decisions, my friend Otamo. But I mean, I've really loved Witz's performances so far. Schofield is amazing as always. I think Jabs is popping off with all these big team fight heroes. Almisho has looked great. Abed is solid as ever. So I really think that Glyph is the team that needs to slightly upgrade themselves if they are to take that series win. And they're only one game away. If we're able to stretch it into a decider, now they got to make use of it.
Yeah, it's definitely the most critical match. This is the most critical stage of the tournament. Going from the quarterfinals to the semifinals, doubling your money, getting a second chance if you lose in the semifinals. If you lose here, you're just... The only thing you get is a decent amount of money and a plane ticket home. And that was kind of crazy for me when I was leaving from Paris. I see some of the teams that were eliminated there, like in the airport with me. I'm like, oh, right, you were eliminated yesterday. You don't get to stay a single day extra. You're just out now. So same thing here. You could be leaving on the flight tomorrow.
All right, let's see. We've already got that ward placed down in the mid lane. Should be somewhat of an easy D ward, but Schofield is playing around with the vision that he has. So support Marcy, indeed, in this game. Almisho to play the Mirana again. Almisho did have a pretty decent Mirana last time around. He played it in the group stage.
You know, I can't say I love the draft from Playtime very much. It's got like two kind of I don't want to call them skill-based. Everything is skill-based, but not exactly point-and-click stuns with the arrow as well as the jump from the Marcy. Axe can sort of go in first, but he needs a blink dagger. The Lina stun can miss. Like, we talk about stuns. Yes, they have them, but one of them needs to land, and that's not super easy. On the other side, they have no stuns.
Yeah, talk about skill-based when you're playing Undying.
Hey, did you see his saves last game? Come on, you cannot tell me that guy was not like playing out of his mind.
I bought the right items.
And clicked the right buttons in the right time. That's all very talented. Oh, right. I see someone is a bit of an Undying hater.
I'm a guy who plays Undying quite a lot.
Yeah, so you should know how skill-based he is.
Yeah, he's a wheelchair. It's literally a wheelchair hero. You don't need to know anything about it to work. If you want skill-based heroes, you can list so many different types of... Like, I'll give you Dark Willow has a really high skill ceiling.
Fair. Very, very fair. She is. Like, which one you use of her abilities makes a big difference. But let's look at the laning phase for a little bit here, because we didn't actually... I didn't get to touch on it just yet. So top lane is going to be the Darkseer and the Nature's Prophet versus the Marcy and the Clinks. I feel like Playtime to have a very good time top lane. You really don't do to it. Like, if you jump on the Nature's Prophet, he's dead every time. Very scary situation for him. I feel Glyph should be kind of destroyed top, in fact. As bottom lane, ooh.
See how they decide to play this one through. I mean, Spectre is deadly, and as you can see how much damage this hero does. We're only at level 2 and absolutely obliterating jabs on that axe, and that's going to be Jokum teleporting in to snatch that first blood. Spectre is so obnoxious when it comes to leaving a hero alone in the lane. There's just, you can never stand your ground versus a Spectre.
That is such an interesting phrase to hear, because, you know, years ago, let's say like a decade ago, Spectre was seen as such a bad laner, anti-mage as well. You know, these were like, oh, these guys are so bad, you gotta babysit. And now it's like, oh, you go up against a Spectre in the lane, you're gonna get crushed.
You do need to get that that little mental suplex on top of your opponent. You have to really feel the zone. You have to really smell the air. get those vibes in. Witz is burning quite heavily. A lot of blood grenades being tossed around. At least that's one good thing about the Marcy with that repositioning tool. But they're still going to fight against the double ion shell. Schofield, I think twice, but Witz gets the kill. Man, that is some beautiful calculation. How long can that Marcy stick around until she has to disengage, allowing Witz to get some extra punches in? And they get the kill, and maybe even a second, as they are chasing down that Darkseer. And this is just Schofield Witz. This is art. This is art.
I mean, Joachim even... Oh, wait, the art.
Narman and Joachim coming in. All right, they're bringing in the reinforcements here. Marcy decides to disengage in the other direction, diving under the tower with the creep wave tanking the hits. So he gets away. Witz is not as lucky.
Nice move there by Joachim to secure the kill in the end. As arrow lands!
All right, and there goes Sanctity. El Misho and Abed. This is, I mean, I felt a bit of a blast from the past when I talked about this with John not too long ago, but when I would play Marana, when I was still a Pulse 4 player, that was like back in 2015. I'd just go into mid, throw an arrow, and my buddy would get a first blood every single time. And that just looked exactly the same. You come in close, throw in that arrow into the river, and your mid player says thank you. Meanwhile, El Misho diving under the tower this time around, tanking the tower, but gets the kill on Narman. Tries to get info on Jackie Boy. And you know, it's the Spectre, so you really have to pay attention to how long you can stick around. Luckily, Jabs is nearby, and Jackie Boy is out of resources. So El Misho gets away with the kill. And Joachim TP next to him. The Nature's Prophet is now hunting the Marana. Schofield is arriving, so Marcy saves the princess.
Good down, Mr. President. Well done there.
Yeah.
That kill mid, by the way, has resulted in a huge El Misho.
Still can't escape. Yeah, they should know now that there's a ward placed down at the gates.
Not gonna do them too much good now to know it now, right? It's probably gonna be lasting
that ward's
not much
paid off already.
Yeah. But yeah, mid lane, Sanctity kind of was asleep at the wheel. Abed is now a level ahead of him, almost a full level. Like he's only 5.25 on Sanctity, and 12 CS. The denies as well from Abed. One arrow, and Sanctity just crushed the lane. Sorry, got crushed, I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, there again?
A lot of crushing going on. That arrow stun is just enough to follow it up with an LSA, and Sanctity down again. Abed will find his second here. It is El Misho who got the kill, but for Abed, a lot of relief in the lane. That Ember is still not even level 6.
I was listening to your story, by the way, about how you used to go mid and like get arrows and win the lane for you. I believed all of it, but at the end you tripped off a little bit. You said my mid laner would thank me.
He actually did. He actually did, because I mean, how old was I back then? So that was 11 years ago. So I was like, what, 21, 22, something like that. Still, you know, a young prodigy coming into the Dota scene and everything. He was a lot younger than me. So he was just happy he had a friend in the game, right? So making that rotation, enabling him getting kills. And when it kept being a repeating story of every time he was like, pick Marana, I pick Shadowfiend. We always did the same, like Marana Shadowfiend, over and over and over. We played a couple hundred games like that.
Nice. Oh no, when you say it's a friend, I'm like, okay, now I believe you. But when you're like at random pubs thanking you for rotations, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe that's how it's...
doesn't happen. So you're right about that, but you know, power of friendship in pubs.
Joachim,
but we still have to find who is guilty at the end of the game. So that still comes into play. Jabs was trying to get the call for the arrow to connect, but it doesn't matter. Joachim will still fall dead, and that's the 6th kill for Playtime.
Did Schofield steal theirs? I mean, I wish you could press enter to see, because my eyes were focused on the Playtime and only. Yeah, one for one. Okay, 1 for 1.
It was a bit late for that one. I think the Darkseer was able to pick up the other.
You know, I will say this.
6 now. Go ahead.
While I believe either team can win, walking from this game, Glyph has been... Sorry, Playtime has impressed me more than Glyph by a lot. Like, they won the laning stage, first game crushed,
Second game, they lost laning phase and still almost won the game. Like, it was very, very close for playtime. And then game 3, they're crushing the laning phase again. The double arrow on Sanctity, massive victory. Like, you can't argue that playtime has played better in the first 2 games.
Yeah, they have been better than their opponents in different fields. I feel like playtime has maybe struggled a bit with the communication part of things, but they have figured it out very well during the course of this tournament. Glyph they were solid when the tournament started. They went 4-0. They didn't drop a map in the groups. They had a day off, and then they got upset a bit by playtime in that first game. It's like, all right, we're not immortal, guys. We gotta wake up into this one. And game 2 was a true battle, which either team could have won, and that was still really good from playtime. So yeah, I think overall, I 100% agree with you that playtime has definitely impressed me a bit more. So this is truly a show for Glyph. If this game 3, if they somehow manage to get a strong chokehold of this game over playtime, a team that has played really well, I think that's a statement in itself that Glyph is definitely a top 4 team. But it's down to them to show.
Unfortunately, if Glyph gets eliminated, there's going to be no C teams in the top 4. Whereas if playtime gets eliminated, there's still the possibility of LGD doing this, making it through, and we'll have a nice tri-region in the finals, or the final 4 at least. China guaranteed 2 teams there because they have 2 Chinese matches coming out. So Vici,
how do they always end up in that situation? I feel like every tournament, when there's only X amount of Chinese teams in the tournament, they have to play against each other, and usually in the lower bracket. It's always the same story. They just can't seem to escape that.
I remember that happens a ton for South America in TI, right? Every time 2 South American teams break through the group stage, they're like, put them together. They'll bring in the fans.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, what was the one? Was it like Thunder Awaken or Thunder Predator versus
Beast Coast?
Beast Coast. Yeah, it's like always those 2 going up against each other. It's like, all right, they both end up finishing tied 5th, 6th, or one makes it to top 4.
Playtime, beautiful rotation coming out from Wits. He's focusing down, bringing those towers. Ooh, Abed.
All right. Chased quite deep under the tier 2 tower, gets the Laguna, and the arrow also hits Sanctity. They have a chance to reply for a potential kill. Sanctity still tanking hits from the tower, so that sets up for Jabs to get the dunk. Can he get another dunk? Can he get another dunk? You got the call. There we go. Smack the hammer to the face.
Now there was
decent trade.
There's a small, I don't know if I would call it a mistake, but unfortunate thing that happened. Yokam, when he used the Sprout, he actually blocked both the Ember from doing damage. So he had to stick around significantly longer to kill Abed. He was actually protected inside the Sprout. He's like, wait, this is kind of nice. I am one with the nature. But because of that, they're able to rotate, get 2 dunks off. Ouch.
A bit unfortunate they're not able to get the kill quickly and get themselves out of harm's way. Allowed the Mirana to set up for an arrow that cost Sanctity his life. Then Spectre wasn't able to TP out in time. But we do have a Desolator up in Wits, and now the first Marcy ulti by Schofield. Instantly has to run away from Jokum, Sanctity, Narma, Jackie Boy. They bring everybody for this one. It's like, yep, you're not gonna have any messing around fun time, playtime even, in our jungle.
A nice bit of gold coming in here for Glyph, but they are certainly in a not great spot, Clink's at 6.5 thousand gold.
That's such an early Deso, man. Like 12 minutes in, you have a Desolator in your inventory. There's not a whole lot of interested parties coming in to contest you. Has 500 GPM already.
Axe is 500 as well. Or 498. I know there's some nerd out there who'll be like, it's not 500. It's 498. It's two less than 500. You're like, all right, I got it. But he has nearly 500 GPM, which is still very high.
Yeah. He was closer to 0 than he was closer to 1,000.
Thanks, nerd.
We can be doing. Yeah, thanks, nerd, indeed. Jackie Boy getting smacked again. That's another dunk to the face. Stack number 4 for Axe. Jabs is really building in that armor that's gonna help in the long run. It's not like the best game to just fully stack on armor, but you've got mixed damage types in this Radiant draft, so it will give that extra EHP.
This is very mixed damage, isn't it? Even some pure coming out from the Spectre. But in general, one way you can mitigate damage is just by having more health and more levels, and they are certainly getting that on playtime thanks to all these kills.
Trying to engage in mid, by the looks of it. There's a TP coming in right behind Joken with the Iron Shell, has Wits. There's the save from Schofield. Schofield, the one getting caught in the Sprout. Wits has that Deso, but he doesn't have an angle to start dealing damage. Here comes Jabs, though. Got the call in the middle, but Jackie Boy is still hunting down that Clinks. He gets away for the time being. Axe is in trouble now, and they haven't dealt any damage back to Glyph yet. Is here an opening? Yes, there is. Jackie Boy melts to the Desolator damage. And they don't even end up losing a hero. Instead, they are killing heroes. Sanctity Arrow has to dodge it, and Wits is still on the hunt. Elmisho loses all those leap charges. Abed for another kill. Glyph did everything right, and yet they were wrong.
It's not all bad news. Some of the news is terrible.
Yeah, not great, not terrible. I mean, not great, but terrible, I guess, in this case.
Now, Elmisho, you activate his ultimate, seeing who they can find. Looks like Spectre would be juicy, but gets his TP out in time.
All the crowd controlling heroes coming in from every angle, only to see the TP animation finish.
This is such a greedy build from Yokam. It feels to me like, you know, the carry player who's out of tokens. He's into the game, he's playing position 4, he's like, all right, I'll take Nature's Prophet, I'll jungle, I'll go Silver Edge to scout, they'll tell you. You're like, sure, you will.
Yeah, I love it. We were talking about the need for crowd control items. I'm going Shadow. it's like completely different to what the plan probably was. But hey, I mean, that Shadow Blade can pay off if they just overwhelm their opponents with damage. Maybe Playtime doesn't want to fight them.
Sure. Those are all possible things, to be fair with you. It's
what
just,
ifs?
What ifs? Yeah. If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, right? We'd all have a Merry Christmas right now.
Nice rhymes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, could be a rap god someday.
No, unfortunately. I mean, these are all like pre-written. It's not exactly off the top of the head.
You got like a whole list of scripts on your other monitor. I get it. I mean, some quotes you just have to write down because they're so good, because you never remember how they work. Which we'll find a pick on Narman. Regular kill right there. I mean, I have a text document called Sayings.
True.
And it's got everything from the most stupidest things to some pretty wise ones. Like one that I referred to. I'll get to that in a second. I think this was I believe this is either Sun Tzu or, well, I've got a Napoleon quote here somewhere as well. Wits will take down another kill from the top lane straight down to bottom and find yet another pick for himself. So I do refer to this as don't play the same opponent in scrims. Like, you must not fight too often with one enemy or you will teach him all your art of war.
Cool. That's right. That's a good one.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good one.
That's not bad. It feels like it would be more of Sun Tzu, unless Napoleon was read the book too. He's like, aha. But nah, it's I have the same thing, by the way. Of things
also, can I tell you, this is probably a really bad joke. You might actually like this one. I managed to turn it into a Dota version.
Okay.
Why did the police officer arrest the sniper?
Why?
He was selling quack. It's so bad. But...
So good. No, I mean, it is, yes, it's not like, you know, the highest wit in the world, but these are what they're good for. Like, you throw it out and you just move on with your life, gets a nice chuckle. It's good.
I'm pretty sure the audience in Astana is going to be like, guys, what's the level of humor here? Jap's got a free man call with the axe. Oh, baby. Smack that hammer.
Buyback.
My goodness, Buyback's coming in as well, but the Undying's not going to be there to save anybody. It is a full-on team wipe, and Playtime, they are not messing around.
Brutal game. Absolutely brutal right now. 16,000 gold ahead on Playtime. No,
You look at it, you're like, well, what is our like mechanism to come back? I've seen a lot of Yokam farming on this Nature's Prophet. Maybe he's hoping he can transition, but he's still behind El Misho net worth. He's barely ahead of Schofield. Your cores are in poverty streets right now, begging for alms.
Yeah.
Oh, what a
yeah,
job.
let's take a look at that as well. I mean, they went to initiate on the Marcy, and then Japs just gets a 3-man call. They were probably trying to get the Darkseer in position so that the Ember could follow and get them all in a big back, but Japs was faster.
Very unfortunate for Glyph in that situation, but Playtime happy with the way the game's going, and they're going for Roshan as well.
So an Aegis to be picked up. Abed's level 19. He's at like 5 levels ahead of the Spectre. At least he has a Radiance in his inventory and getting closer to a Yasha, but man, that Manta is so delayed.
And will it even
and
make...
we're still building a Shadow Blade on the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I wonder what is the Shadow Blade's value, because I can see the shard. I like the shard on Nature's Prophet. It's very nice vision, good damage, decent slow as well. Like it's a very good item overall, the shard. I can see why you'd go for it. The Shadow Blade is confusing. It's like, and look at the wards they have. Some very deep wards that no one's gonna use on glyphs. Like, look, I warded the cliff. You're like, yes. Who goes there? Just you, right? To farm, basically.
Yeah, those are kind of rough wards, right? Because if the enemy has choked you pretty much close to your base, you don't even have tier 2 towers remaining, in this case only 1, we can see their enemy carry farming in the triangle. I guess you could use that info, but it's not really super valuable. And also that ward, either that just expired or got dewarded. So I think it just expired. So
expired, yeah.
That was a few months ago.
Would have told you. Marcy's going for the pipe. Very nice. If you look at Glyph, their damage is mostly magical, to be fair. It's like, what, the Radiance, the Ion Shell, the Ember, when he's not fisting, you know, which he is, as we mentioned, he's taking greedy, so reduced damage. Undying is mostly physical without the Tombstone. Sorry, mostly magical without Tombstone, I mean. And there he goes. He finishes. 26
Japs is hunting. Got that Mirana ulti waiting for him to stack up. All right, well, shows himself to Narman, but the hunger, get the call, and dunk in the face. 8 calling stacks.
That's Narman's buyback, by the way. That's what his death timer is, 57 seconds or something like that. And again, Yokam continues to just farm in his... And that's Zeal, sorry. Yeah, Yokam is farming in his own corner. Look at the dots. Can you see them? The yellow, green, yellow, teal, and purple. Oh.
They are spread it around the map, basically just desperate for any level of farm, any type of wave cutting. Abed finds Seal. This is the LSA, but the combustion and the burn from Lina, the right click's just too much. Too far ahead.
I'm not really seeing...
Finishes off the last tower as well, so now the base is the last thing remaining.
You could, you have the Aegis on the Clinks. It's looking very clean up. After an incredible game 2 in particular, Playtime, they say, all right, we whipped your ass in game 1. We're going to whip it again in game 2.
Yep. I feel like this team just leveled up again. Like, honestly, they are such an impressive team on Playtime in this tournament. I feel like game after game, they've been looking better. They look much more cohesive, and they really clicked.
Just 2 sets of barracks gonna fall. My curse with Glyph continues, by the way. Anytime I cast a game that has Arthur as a coach, that team loses. And it's really sad, because I would like message him before. I'm like, good luck, I hope you win. He's like, yeah, I hope so too. So I'm like, I'm casting the game. He's like, oh no, we're gonna lose now. So this is another one of those. Very unfortunate.
Well, at the moment, I mean, you still have some hope of coming back, but the damage is kind of limited. You'd have to find a quick kill. Axe is not dying really fast either. Clinks is an Aegis. Well, at least for another minute. I think you have very slim chance. I can see a world of opportunity here for Glyph, but it would have to be almost like a chain feed. Like start off by killing the Marcy or a Mirana, maybe catch the Lina off guard. it's just a lack of control on all these mobile heroes that's making it so hard.
You have much better eyesight than me, because I can't see a chance for them to win.
It's a really good Spectre game. It's just that they're so far behind that you don't really see its impact right now. Like, if Spectre had this, let's say, almost the same inventory as the Clinks, Playtime would be much more afraid to approach these fights. Right now, Spectre is not an issue because he's dying to a straight-up Orchid. He needs the Manta to be able to dispel the silence and not die to Soul Burn, because just look at the damage that he deals. The Tombstone is now used to save his life, but he's still stunned as he comes out of the tomb, and now you can see an opportunity arise. Schofield, that's the target that they could start to fight off with and kill him first. They will lose Jokum. Albert is the one to snatch his life. Sanctity getting nice heals from Narman, able to fight a little bit longer, but Japs is coming in for the call, and dunks again, and Jackie Boy, the final man standing. Everyone else is dead, and Spectre retreating onto the high ground with 4 Playtime heroes. 2 buybacks are coming in. Jackie Boy gets called, but they get the money off of that axe with the kill. That's 1,000 gold for the Spectre. So he's got a buyback up, and almost getting wits, but again, there's no teleport cancel.
3 buybacks you were used in that situation. They bring down 3, but remember that that's a 5 for 3 trade, 5 for 6 for 3. There you go.
Jokum actually worth 500 gold for Abed. One of the things about this Lina, because you have so much damage in this hero with the Ags, and then you find a solo kill somewhere on the map, you can just get ridiculous amounts of money because it's a solo kill.
Yep. No pesky support putting their grubby fingers into it. Like, let me get the assist. Like, no, mine, all mine. Undying's got a Ghost Scepter. You know, sometimes you don't die to the Lina fast enough. Oh, he's dead.
Yeah. That's another dieback.
It's a rough one. It's a rough one, boys, and for people in the crowd. Glyph requires a miracle. Now, we have seen some miracle vacuums, but you know what's interesting? Oftentimes when you have the good vacuum, you follow it up with an Echo Slam or a Ravage or anything. It's not possible in this one. Not possible at all. Plus at Barracks, there is a backdoor protection. It's gone.
And it's quickly removed with the incoming double catapult wave. Just need the, I think the bottom lane still had a melee Rax, if I saw correct.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of covered by the ward there, but there is, in fact, a melee Rax there. Okay, here we go.
Let's see. Like we're gonna blade thrown out again. Oh, Narman dies to an LSA and a Laguna. That's all that's required. But Endless Dirge, he's back in action. Japs gets the call on the Darkseer. Nice Tombstone save to dodge the stun, but the damage is overwhelming on the side of Playtime. Spectre is still an issue. They've cleaned up everybody else now out of the way. Does get the Orchid. Nice healing coming in from Narman. Keeps the Spectre alive. That melee Rax is close to falling. A couple more hits. Narman again with that Dirge. Almost losing his second life in a row. There's a big vacuum, but no follow-up in terms of damage. Wits pops his BKB, and Jokum getting called on the low ground, so he is out. And the Ember Silence, he's going down too. Sanctity out, GG is called, and that is the end of the road for Glyph, as Playtime will take the 2-1 win.
A little bit of an unfortunate game 3 after we had an incredible game 2, but well done there by Playtime, as they made it look easy after a little bit of a struggle in game 2. But congratulations, top 4 guaranteed, doubling your prize fund, giving you 2 lives in the rest of the tournament, and doing South America proud.
All right, that was a hell of a performance from Playtime. They have upgraded their gameplay from series to series, and I'm really happy that they are deserving of that top 4 finish at the minimum. This could be a team we might even see at the grand finals, but it is definitely down to the remaining 6 teams. Who will they be playing against? It's going to be a Chinese team in the next round. And I think Glyph, you said it. I feel bad for Leon Arthur. Like, I feel bad for him. I feel bad for Mike as well. The project definitely has some good building blocks. Unfortunately, SCA, their road ends here. But there's some promise in this, and I feel hopeful for it. But that being said, let's throw it over to the panel.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз. Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And we are back here, guys, with the awesome game here, right here at Jake Pijik Arena. 2-1. What do you think? What happened?
I think that what happened is a question for Game 2. Because playtime should have completely obliterated Glyph, in my opinion. It shouldn't have been a 3-game series. It should have been a 2-game series. At least from what we gathered across multiple games they've played before. We've talked about how Glyph only had super easy opponents. We talked about how Playtime so far have only lost to Rune Eaters. And I feel like Playtime is just way ahead of them. And in 2 games where they won, they did it so convincingly, so easily. I don't know what happened Game 2.
I mean, to be fair with you, I get your point, and your point is most on players that you've experienced with, and I understand them. I understand that. But before we talk about this, I'd like to announce our wonderful here, the Center Credit Bank that we would like to appreciate. Make sure to download the app and manage your finances well. And yeah, moving forward, there was a clean 2 games, to be honest. The game 1 and game 3 from the playtime, I actually was a little bit surprised the way how they transition themselves from yesterday's game and then today's game way more cleaner. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they're surgical. They're super aggressive, and they are good at converting early game advantages into more and more and more. And that's what European teams do, right? Like, that's what makes European teams so strong. And you put in South American spice into European mindset, and you get like a monster team that is crushing anything that is not tier 2 or above. And I don't know, like, I don't consider Glyph to be like at the highest level.
Yeah, it's just quite interesting how the games were played as well. Also, how they managed to face off their challenges from the games before. Moving forward, we see the highlights of the match here. How they were dying, like the Ember Spirit were dying. The Sun City had a terrible and rough start. At one point, he had zero kills and 4 deaths. And he went actually first item upgraded Urn Shadow, which is Spirit Vessel, before buying like a phase boost. There's a triple kill on Japs, and as we can see, Mars is just going forward and just killing everybody here at the bottom side. On a highlight here. So
Yeah, I mean, it's just a highlight reel of Playtime playing with their foot, essentially.
Yeah.
That's what Glyph was for Playtime in this match and in match 1. But we have somebody to talk to about game 2. And I feel like it's going to be interesting, right? Could you introduce our guest?
Yeah, sure. And we have we have a great guest here. His name is Japs from Team Playtime. Welcome, Japs. It's nice to meet you. Like to know more about the.
Okay, let's start with the easy one. What happened in game 2, and how annoyed were you with all the saves?
There was a fight. They have all the items. We could have won that game still. I just like did a bad black hole twice or 3 times. So it's like.
You actually think you did a bad black hole?
Yeah. What?
You think your black holes, a couple of them were bad?
Yeah.
Because from the outside.
Games of the future. Games of the future.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Digital Games of the Future Astana 2026. What a magnificent, very calming aerial view of our digital version of Astana. It belies what we have just seen. If I tell you, it has not been that calm in studio. And if you're just joining us, I'm David Bloch.
And I am Shulpan, and it has not been just as calm at the Dota 2 Arena Жақсылық Ushkimpirov Martial Arts Palace, because we have our first winners of the day, Playtime, and unfortunately we also have our first eliminated team. We're saying goodbye to Team Glyph.
Yo. I don't know what happened to Glyph. They crashed and burned. Map 1 was a good one, but we knew that Playtime were inevitably going to take that one. Then they came back fighting, and Map 2 was like neck on neck, like incredible scoring. And then suddenly Map 3 happens, and 35-8. What happened?
I don't know what happened. It was probably because, remember we were saying the strategy. Could it have been that Playtime decided to let Glyph let their guard down, and then they came back stronger in Map 3? Or could it have been that Playtime had a little bit of rest in Map 2 and then came back stronger in Map 3? You could never know.
Well,
or David.
I know where you're going with this. I know.
I think there's something more to that. I think it's because of the drafting that Playtime picked with 3 amazing female heroes and with 2 beasts.
Let me tell you something. That team of Beauty and the Beasts, I'm sure those 2 beasts had really lovely personalities.
The Beauties and the Beasts win this game.
Yes, they did indeed. Beauties and the Beasts. And I mean, when you look at the actual heroes themselves, I mean, one of them looked like the nicest, gentlest person. But I think in real life, not so easy to negotiate with.
I could not agree with you more.
However, one thing that we can negotiate relatively easy is our schedule.
Absolutely. So we yesterday had our winners in our first discipline, Battle Royale PUBG.
$100 million.
$100 million or $1 million. Digital basketball final coming up today. Dota continuing through until the 5th of August. And tomorrow we are introducing a discipline that I am looking really forward to, digital football.
And we also have Phygital Shooter, MOBA Mobile, Phygital Dancing, which I'm certainly looking forward to, taking us through to the end, August the 8th to 9th, with Phygital Fighting.
I like the way they color coordinated. So all the Phygital disciplines are green, all the purely esports are yellow.
Speaking of which, MOBA PC in yellow. That's continuing throughout the course of the day. And of course, the highlight for many of us as well, Phygital basketball. It's the finals tonight. And who knows, maybe I might give away another $100 million if I'm feeling that generous.
You are a very generous person, David.
I am. I'm also a fan of Austin Powers, the movie. So clearly, I'm not going to stop at 100 million because before you know it, I'll be giving away $1 billion.
Exactly. But I think the world of esports and phygital sports is really on the road to becoming $1 billion industry.
Oh, absolutely. If not already behind the scenes. I mean, the prize packaging, the cash awards and prizes, the prize pool certainly ever increasing. And as people become more aware, this is going to become the more dominant sport. This is the sports of the future, the combination of both the physicality and the digital aspect, which makes it the Phygital Games of the future.
The discipline of the future in the city of the future. And speaking of cities, maps and everything, I have a fun fact about the Dota map. The Dota map is one of the most legendary maps out there with over 20 years of its developing. It's one of the most recognizable gaming maps. And speaking of maps, we would like to thank our dear sponsors, Yandex Go. Just download the app and discover the thrill of the big city.
And of course, we also want to thank general partner Halleck Fund as well, two of our incredible partners, sponsors, supporters, bringing us the Phygital Games of the Future, Astana 2026. Still a lot to look forward to. I'm super excited. We were speaking about Yandex Go and maps. And if there's one thing that I know we've been really keen to explore while we've been here in between being on air, which is not often, are some of the local restaurants and some of the local culinary experiences.
I know, David, that today you had your taste at our traditional baursak.
I did, and I thoroughly enjoyed the baursak. I have eaten my fill. I'm ready. If I was in the next map, trust me, I'm like, I've eaten, I'm ready, I've had my baursak, and I'm good to go.
You would probably be the strongest heroes
and I will take that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right now, though, we go from food and we continue with that narrative as we present to you some of the gastronomical experiences that you, as either a local or a visitor, can experience here in Kazakhstan.
The Games of the Future are a very challenging ordeal. It is a competition aimed at evaluating performance both at the digital and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though, we have gathered our athletes to take a quick break and try out Kazakh national food. Let's see what we have here. Baursak, a delicious fried dough snack that is often enjoyed in the Central Asian region. What do our athletes think about it?
영어로 할래. Yummy. Yummy. 오. 제일 맛있다.
Fluffy inside, fried.
We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's move on to Gent. It is a sweet dish made from roasted millet, butter, and sugar. This yummy snack usually cooked on holidays and special occasions.
It is very good.
Man, this dish is absolutely enjoyed by everyone who tried it. Now, our participants will try out Kort, dry, hard cheese, often formed into balls or chunks. Let's check out these reactions.
You were very strong, man. Very fried as well.
These reactions were absolutely awesome. Let's move on to Kuimiz. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented mare's milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Pour me up 5 glasses. I'm trying to get wasted.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't even have more water.
What do you say?
Asbusen.
You gotta love it. But I will say, Barasak, one of the best things I've eaten. It's nothing going back once you've had that, let me tell you.
It is one of our tastiest culinary, delicious treats for what we can offer to our guests.
And it's not only about the food and all that you can experience, getting your taste buds ready for more action. The one thing about this city and country is it's no surprise that Astana was voted and given the bid rights to host this year's Digital Games of the Future 2026, because they're not just a host city. They really are the embodiment of what the games are all about. With Kazakhstan having mentioned that 2026 is the year of digitization and artificial intelligence, it made perfect sense for Astana to host this year's games.
I couldn't agree with you more, but what's actually more important, I think, is every game, every tournament looks at the audience, at its target audience, and Kazakhstan has more than 1/3 of its population under the age of 35. So a really big booming young generation being brought up. And as you mentioned, yes, 2026 is the year of digitalization, and the government is building that environment and foundation for our future generation to be tech savvy.
Absolutely. And speaking about all things building, we have to acknowledge that we are hosting these events in some of the most extraordinary venues across Astana. And I know that you have some fun facts with regards to some of these venues that are playing host to our sports.
Of course I do. Let's look closer at the venue of where Dota 2 is being hosted. The Жақсылық Ushkimpirov Martial Arts Palace, a really modern art, state-of-the-art athletics complex named after Kazakhstan's Olympic flyweight boxing champion. So the walls, every single wall in this palace really symbolizes the Olympic legacy of one of our greatest sporting heroes. But what's more important, the building was shaped or built like a soaring gold eagle, the Kazakh Birkut.
Love that.
Which symbolizes courage, strength, and independence. Courage and strength, both capabilities that our following teams in Dota will definitely require.
Absolutely. We're going to touch on the word resilience a bit later on as well. And when we look at the incredible facilities, it's also interesting to note that when we speak about landmarks, more often than not, you speak about a country, its buildings that touch on tradition and touch on heritage. Astana is literally a city living in the future and inspiring the future in many respects. And for us to understand that whilst these buildings usually, when you think about landmarks, speak about the past, the current buildings are really speaking to the future of Astana.
I could not agree with you more, because I have been to many cities in the world, but I've not witnessed such architectural structures in the building, embedded with the symbolism and the meaning. For example, the Bayterek. We spoke already of the Birkut. The Bayterek, many of our tourists and friends who are visiting this tournament might have noticed it's smack in the middle of the city. It's a 97-meter building. Looks, sometimes people call it, actually, it looks like a lollipop. But what it symbolizes, it's a nest. It's a gold eagle's nest with the golden egg inside. So you could see how the different buildings, they communicate with each other in the city. Amazing.
And it is all about communication, especially when you're a part of the Digital teams playing here and contesting some incredible prize money. We're talking about $1 million that we gave away yesterday after PUBG. And of course, we're hitting ever closer, fast and furiously, into awarding the top team for Dota 2, which will be tomorrow, giving away another prize pool of $1 million. In the meantime, though, as we get to know our teams, we get to conduct interviews, we get to experience Kazakh culinary food and all the delicacies. Let's take a look at this.
Gaming, a team that doesn't need an introduction. Since their debut in 2021, the organization has established itself as an unrivaled force, competing in around 508 matches and securing around 257 victories. They have participated in 78 tournaments and have collected 10 gold, 4 silver, and 7 bronze finishes. Let's welcome Extreme Gaming. Please introduce yourselves.
Hello everyone, I'm AME from Extreme Gaming.
I'm XXS from Extreme Gaming.
First question, have you ever been to Kazakhstan before?
I don't remember, might not.
No, it is my first time.
We hope you enjoy your stay. So, guys, why did you decide to participate in this event?
It's a very important training before upcoming EWC.
Oh, wow. Good luck on EWC. Do you like to analyze what your opponents do?
Definitely enjoy watching the games of other teams, but at the same time, we also want to focus on being our best selves.
You guys are so successful. You constantly get direct invitations to the events. Share your secret. What makes you so different from the other teams?
There are no big differences.
So humble. Could you tell us, do you plan to participate in the games of the future after 2026?
Of course, we're really enjoying everything right now.
We are glad to hear these words. If you wanted to change something about Dota 2, what would it be?
Let's add another lane. I feel like adding one more lane would make it more interesting.
Final question. What do you want to say to your fans that came to support you on the games of the future?
Thanks for all the support. We'll keep working hard.
Thank you, guys. We wish you good luck.
Yeah, don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. These athletes may look sweet and innocent, but behind their consoles, let me tell you, they are vicious. They have the energy, the determination, the guts, the kind of foresight, eyesight, whatever it needs to go straight in there for the kill, because they have an eye on the prize.
Proven by their track record of their play styles, Extreme Gaming, our defending champions in Dota 2, have a very fast-paced tempo when they game and are known for being really aggressive right from the get-go.
Yeah, Extreme Gaming up against Resilience, who have also shown their resilience throughout the course of the last few days. This will also be another interesting one to watch. I think we were talking about it earlier, and Shulpan, I think you may have mentioned it, where we spoke about the concept of there being kind of games where there was always a foregone conclusion with who would win. And now it's almost the expectation that we're going to always proceed to 3 maps, unless something drastic happens and a team crashes and burns at some point. At this stage, we're looking now, because we're at the pinnacle we're at the top of the leaderboard with the top games contesting this year's events. We're looking potentially at, we're going to max the buys on 3 games here. Whether it's strategic or not, I don't know.
Well, Team Resilience is one of those teams. They are known, or were described as, underdogs who could upset any strong opponent, even on a good day. So I'm looking forward to see whether they'll be able to dethrone our defending champions this coming map.
That's going to be interesting to see. Now, when we talk about the concept of phygital, generally speaking, we know it's a combination of both words, physical and digital. In theory, when we look at Dota 2, it looks calm and collected of a person sitting behind a console looking at a screen. But there's a lot of physiology still happening, even though they're not necessarily physical on a court like in phygital basketball, or even for that matter, phygital dancing or phygital football. But things are happening with the heart.
And I can touch more on that.
Yeah.
Not only the heart, we already mentioned that the heart rate does statistically go up at peak times, but not only that, there's also decision fatigue. Our brains, when we are focused for such long periods of times, and some of these maps can go on for over an hour.
Yeah.
The brain is becoming less and less capable of making the correct decisions. So speaking of that window of opportunity and strategizing and passing it on to your teammates at the right time.
And we've seen the exhaustion in the athletes' faces in between maps as well, as they strategize, as their coach comes in, as they're being given advice, as they're looking to select their respective heroes, etc. We can see the toll that this is taking. This is true mind over matter here.
I must agree with you, because over the last couple of days, today, as we saw the teams sit down at their chairs, we got a couple of yawns, which we were not getting the first day. I mean, it's not a surprise because of the toll these games take. Also, a lot of eye rubbing, and eye fatigue is a real thing in these games because your eyes are focused on the screen, which is really dynamic, and there's so much happening. So the athletes have to really pace themselves.
Absolutely. And when we consider that many of these athletes train up to 8+ hours in a day, clocking in between some athletes, whether it's 20 to 30,000 hours, that's quite extensive. I think we're living in a world where now the view of traditional sports versus esports versus tech sports versus now phygital sports, really the lines are being blurred, because what it takes to become a top athlete in the world of phygital is quite extraordinary.
We cannot deny the fact that now we are simultaneously living in two worlds, the physical reality and the digital world. So
Absolutely.
I agree with you. Athletes, if they want to compete in today's reality, they have to train in the both realms.
When you're talking about things being simultaneous, we also want to remind all of our viewers that are tuning in and watching us from whatever device that we are running a multi-stream. So at this stage, it's important to remind everyone that depending on your sport of choice, you can access all of the games, all of the highlights, and everything you need to know on the go here at the Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026, as you need to. We are going to be crossing live very shortly. As Shulpan was saying, Extreme Gaming, the current champions up against the possible underdogs, or the team that could create possibly one of the biggest upsets at this year's Phygital Games so far. Who will it be? How is this going to play out? Are we looking at 2 maps? Are we looking at 3 maps?
I'm going to put my bets that we're looking at 3 maps, because these teams are one of the strongest in the competition. We have the Extreme Gaming on the left versus Team Resilience on the right. Look at those logos, look at those designs. You could really tell that these teams put in a lot of effort into their passion, into the sport.
Absolutely. And Shulpan, I've just been given word that our colleagues are standing by. We're going to be handing over to them to take us through the next exciting installment of the next game. As we inch that much closer, let's see who will take top honors and who is going to crash and burn. We have $1 million at stake here. A lot to compete for. And at this time, it could be anyone's guess as to what is going to happen. Whilst the team are preparing, once again, we want to remind you that anything is possible. Expect the unexpected, because this year, when we say expect the unexpected, I think we truly mean it.
We truly mean it, and let's remind our viewers that we have now 7 teams remaining in Dota. After these potentially 2 or 3 maps, we'll have 6. And we're moving on to the quarterfinals tomorrow, followed by the semifinals, and finally on the 5th of August, we will be having the final. Now, usually Dota 2 is played in a format of best of 3, but for the grand final, you can expect best of 5 to really give that fair shot to our strongest Dota teams.
Absolutely. Now, we have said on many an occasion, Shulpan, that you are the queen of all things trivia. Whether it's information and fun facts regarding specific sports disciplines, whether it's fun facts regarding Astana and the beautiful country of Kazakhstan, or even whether it's even medical facts, like the rate at which our heart beats during specific games. What have you got for us now?
I have a lot, but since we are in the fantasy world of Dota, let's stay in there.
Yeah.
You mentioned that Dota has become this unifying force across the world, not only for really young players, but also we have some veterans, namely playing in teams like Extreme Gaming. We have the superstar, Dota superstar Ame, known as the uncrowned king, yet he has won a lot of competitions alongside his colleagues, Nothing to Say, FY, Xnova, and XXS, as we saw in the video. They look so nice and sweet, but
behind the scenes, it's wonderful as we get further and further into the games to become more acquainted with all of our individual team players, because it's very easy to lose the individual personalities or to easily judge a book by its cover. Loving those fun facts. I'm looking forward to some more fun facts and anecdotes as we go ahead further and further into our day's schedule. Dota stands for?
The defense of the ancients, the main strategy and mission of the game to save your ancient, i.e. home base, whilst trying to attack and destroy your opponents. So earlier you said that you were researching Dota and finding out how you would explain it to a complete newbie. And they said chess, what
American
was the other
football.
two? Yeah, and the tug of war.
And
what a
tug of war.
combination.
I was about to say, what a triage combo there. Like I was saying earlier as well, we were listening to the commentators who we want to take our hats off to because they make the map, they make the game so exciting. It's as much fun and exhilarating listening to their commentary than it is actually watching. You mentioned home base, and of course I got to mention the fact that we still have a homegrown team potentially in the running to take away that $1 million.
Yes, we have Kazakhstan's representatives remaining in the contention. A homegrown team, Rune Eaters. They continue their home region story. Well, we will see every match. I think no other team is going to garner more support from the crowd than the Rune Eaters. I myself personally trying to stay as unbiased as I possibly can, but I cannot. I want to see Rune Eaters in the finals that I was mentioning on the August 5th. But in parallel, at our venue, the Жақсылық Ushkimpirov Martial Arts Palace, we have our teams setting up. And David, they're probably going to be starting their drafting soon. And as you know, drafting is often called...
It is indeed. It's often called the first
battle of
it.
Dota, because choosing the correct heroes is just as important as playing the game. Would you like to hear a little bit more about the heroes?
I'm always up for some more information from you, Shulpan, but I must admit you are so bang on the money. A lot of people discount the fact that the selection of the heroes is critical, to the success of any map. We know other teams can block opponents or ban, rather.
Also part of the strategy.
Which is also part of the strategy. And it was interesting to see how in our previous map, and we were looking at it and almost joking about it at the same time, how out of the 5, we had what looked like 3 women and 2, I'm sure they had lovely personalities, 2 beasts.
Yes. So Playtime, as a reminder, selected 3 of the well-known female heroes. And, well, I might be biased again, but I feel like that's why they won. I feel like that is exactly why they won that final and decisive map 3. And did you know that all of these heroes in Dota 2, they have their very own voice actors, personalities, abilities, and backstories?
I love that. Sometimes I'd like to think if we could we hear the actual athletes themselves and kind of gauge whether it's an alter ego that they select. They select someone that is the complete opposite to who they are, not only in physicality, but in terms of voice, in terms of color, in terms of how they actually kind of present themselves.
I really love that idea, David, of being, and this is what Dota 2 is all about, esports is all about. It opens a new reality for human beings to play and to enter the fantasy world. And just as we are speaking about the fantasy world
and opening up a new reality,
we are flying into our next games. Extreme Gaming versus Team.
Yes, I would assume he wants to be a best carry player in China, right?
I think they're just fundamentally different players. Because Ame, he is, well, I'm not going to say like in a bad way, but he's quite egotistical, right? Like he plays for himself and he wants to carry the games. Erika, Poyoyo, YSR, O4E, whatever you call him, he's a bit more sacrificial. That personally to me appeals a little bit more. I told you like my currently, the carry I currently think is the most underrated is Crystallis. And Poyoyo is kind of, he's in the same category. So I don't think he's going to be comparing himself to Ame because they play fundamentally different roles within their teams. Ame has to carry, Poyoyo has to create space and maybe finish early.
I mean, we'll see about that. Now I remember what I wanted to say to you guys. So the last 2 games that Poyoyo played, right? It was Kez. And I asked people around, and people around told me that Kez is by far one of the best heroes. and he did really well on Kes, and he actually won the game. So he came back with 2 games, right?
Yeah,
So
it's a tempo setter hero, right? You get your Deso, you get your maybe Mage Slayer if you want it, maybe Manta Style if you need it, maybe BKB before you join the fights, but usually you can join fights pre-BKB. And then you just go.
Usually the Kes itself, the hero, needs to buy Mage Slayer nowadays with the current patch, and they would like to do more. Like then you move forward. What do you want to build? You want more damage, or you want like to more farm? Because like so far that I've gathered information per se, I'm not a hater of Poyo by any means, but I'm gonna say one thing. So it's like people go Manta over Deso simply because Manta gives you a little bit more, I believe, white damage, and just the factor they can dispel, and you can use your illusions over and stuff to do more damage, and it's just way efficient than Deso, because Deso you can do it quickly, and it's kind of how to say it, Deso is more it's like more risky item per se, you know, and because you like to do Manta and then you want to go to Butterfly and then Dados, whatever, that kind of build. So it's a little bit different. I would say Deso is more of a pop build. Usually people would do, and but once I saw that, I was like kind of surprised. However, it's his choice. Now my question is about, so while we're talking about Kes, is Extreme Gaming going to respect ban the Kes? That's my question, because he is the one who won on Kes. But like, if you guys just remove the Kes out of the pool, right?
I mean, also likes to play Kes. I wouldn't say he's like a super good Kes, but he also likes playing it.
His Kes. Maybe I haven't heard of Kes. Like, I haven't watched more of the Chinese Dota.
Like, he tried him out for sure. For the longest time, he was one of the players playing Kes with the Battle Fury, trying to farm up. Exactly, yeah. That's what exactly I was talking about. Like, Ami is playing for himself. Well, at least he was playing for himself. And Poyo is creating space. That's why they're fundamentally different, even on the same hero.
Right.
So maybe Kes is going to be contested. I'm not sure how popular or how good the hero is in the current patch, honestly. Because from what I've seen, even Sven is making a comeback for absolutely no reason. The hero didn't get changed, but his win rate on Dota Buff for Immortal Bracket and his win rate on Pro Tracker for like super high level players both skyrocketed.
Yeah, man. The hero is,
and nothing changed.
The hero is nice. I mean, he's tanky. He has stun. He goes forward. He like do whatever. Because I feel like because people are picking more Lina nowadays on mid, and you just like imagine if you have a +3 player who is going like an Enigma, and imagine you have Enigma plus Lina, right? As your dual other cores, right? And as a carry, you want to go PL, then you end up the same as your Yellow Submarine. You know what I mean? So like, you'd like to do a little bit more, then you need to tank up and man up, I guess. So the Kez, the Svens, the other heroes, maybe Lifesteal time to time, could be beneficial because they can go in front and they can do something, they can make space, they can poke you for some buttons and stuff like that. So
they cover multiple bases, right? Like they can be a bit of a tank, a bit of an initiator, maybe like a ganker, a burst damage type hero.
I see.
And yeah, like as a Saint Long fight isn't too bad for Sven usually. Yeah, I'm seeing this now. Thank you for explaining it to me.
Yeah, of course. And that was my main concern. Just curious what we can expect more. I mean, FY, right? Have you seen FY?
I mean, he's in a good shape. Like, when he came back, after coming back, after the comeback that he made back in 2020, we're going like full Inception, but FY has been retired for many times. But basically, one of his most recent comebacks, he didn't look that great, right? Like almost 3 years ago now. But since then, I feel like he's been training, and I feel like he's changed his playstyle quite substantially. Because FY used to be known for being one of those extra greedy, kind of selfish positions for him, Yabzor, you know, those guys. Yeah, playing Rubik, just taking all the farm, having top 3 net wars, overtaking their position 3 in the off lane in terms of net wars, and just doing a lot of work. FY is playing differently now. Maybe it's age, maybe it's just mentality, I don't know.
It's just, I feel like I mean, I know FY for almost second decade, I guess.
Yeah,
right? The thing is, I kind of grew up on watching his replays on Taskwater or whatever, like he was owning back in the days. Like, I feel like I have no words to express my feelings because I feel like I do respect the guy. acknowledge him a lot. I feel like why there is no any fresh faces in Chinese region. I mean, there is on Yu Alpha in Shen Yu, right? On regional side, yeah, he's definitely a newer player. I could tell, but like FY is it feels like. I feel like he can go just step up, maybe relax and stuff, because I feel like he can maybe coach or anything like that. Because like I haven't seen him, so I have no idea. I have no I can't expect anything from him. Like I would like to know how he's gonna perform.
He's performing well. That's what I was saying. Like he changed his play style. He's not playing like in this regular type anymore. But yeah, I think he's doing extremely well as a player. And sometimes he even goes for those high-risk, high-reward kind of plays on the heroes that you would associate with FY, like Lions with Blinkins, or like Tusk, or Rubiks, or recently he was doing really well in Hoodwink. So yeah, I think he's in good shape. He's always been in good shape. Now he's in excellent shape.
Yeah, let's take let's look at the game. For me, FY is a similar playstyle as Kaka, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, let the game talk for itself, and we'll give our rewards back to the casters. It sounds like our guys are ready, and yeah, good luck. Thank you.
Welcome back to Digital Games of the Future Astana, where we already have quite a few teams into the playoffs. A few teams have gone home. Southeast Asia has gone home, and now, Atomo, we will have one of these two Chinese teams going home.
Yes, we will, and it's a bit unfortunate, right? Because China versus China, we could have seen an all-Chinese sort of finals regardless, but no, we will have to start eliminating some of them from now. As you mentioned, no more Southeast Asian teams. We are down to China, a bit of Europe, and of course South America, but Brazilians taking on Extreme Gaming. And, you know, I gotta say, on paper, this does seem like a bit of a mismatch in terms of the strength of the two teams.
It does, particularly because for a very long time now, we've been hearing the name of Extreme Gaming. There was the previous team Tidebound as well. Yakutu brothers came in, but now there's this fourth team, Team Resilience. And even though Team Tidebound isn't there, there's still a lot more Chinese representation over at the Tier 1 stage. There is a lot of Chinese representation at Games of the Future. And we might actually come to a scenario, Otomo, where you and I were talking about this, where the grand final is guaranteed to have one of three outcomes. It's either going to be one South American team against a Chinese team, or it's going to have two Chinese teams, or it's going to have two South American teams. But regardless, we will have, I would say, one of the underrepresented regions, or both of the underrepresented regions in the Dota 2 space at those grand finals.
A crazy thing as well is how important this particular stage. I feel like the quarterfinals are the most important series because firstly, there's no lower bracket, but if you win here, you can still play for a third place match if you lose in the semis. You double your money, you have 2 chances then to at least get more and go further in the tournament. So, but you lose here, you just go home. That's it. Whatever you've got, and you take it and you go home. So quite nerve-wracking. And as always, I look at the production staff, I'm like, my God, I know that guy and I know that guy. And it's very nice to see them in Kazakhstan, hopefully enjoying the atmosphere there.
Now, there is one caveat, though, to what I just said. There is still one team that is remaining that can actually put a stop to all of those outcomes. It is going to be Rune Eaters, who are playing with that home ground buff. That is, of course, going to be our last series of the day, but Rune Eaters, the full Kazakhstan organization in the Dota 2 scene, you always like to see it, but they're the ones now who are going to have to play against all the other 3 regions out there. But Extreme Gaming versus Resilience, you mentioned how Extreme Gaming is probably the favorites against Resilience. I would like to point out, though, that in the TI close qualifiers, Team Resilience actually came out in first position. VG Gaming was second, and Yakutu Brothers were third, with Extreme Gaming obviously invited to TI. So when it's China versus China, outcomes are not usually decided by, who's the favorite and who's not.
Yeah, familiarity ends up causing a lot, right? Because you play against the best team in the region, you keep playing against them, and then you're like, oh, we kind of not figured them out, but we have some ideas on how to beat them. Especially like, let's say Extreme Gaming is number 1, teams number 2, 3, and 4 could all be like, oh, I scrimmed, they picked this. Oh, I scrimmed them, they picked this, and start pooling their knowledge together, and end up having a big database of info against them. As there is the crowd having fun, hopefully, as we start the draft. Extreme Gaming getting rid of the ZZQ Winter Wyvern, which has been putting on an impressive show. Resilience don't like that Lone Druid, and I gotta say, Glyph let Lone Druid through in game 1, got insanely destroyed by it, and hopefully a lesson for everyone else.
Yeah, and I feel like if the Resilience don't ban out that Lone Druid, Extreme Gaming shortly will. They have a shared hatred of the Lone Druid, if I were to add. But yesterday, when we did cast Team Resilience playing against Yellow Submarine, Resilience played against that Phantom Lancer. That was a 4 Protect 1 draft. That was something that maybe Extreme Gaming will like to do. Clearly, one of these two, between both of these two teams, Extreme Gaming is the one that comes in with the ideology that you want to have that strong carry that will farm for that 40 to 50 minute mark and then just 1v5 the entire side, the other side.
I've never seen. Did you see that draft? By the way, I swear to God, the puck came at the exact same second as the Hoodwink. Like whoever was drafting for Resilience, he was like, come on, just give me the puck.
He was spam clicking it. Right? He was just pressing his mouse furiously to be able to get it done. Oh, what a nice set of autographs by this young man. That is. I am slightly jealous.
Was that mid 1? I saw.
Yeah,
I saw Tino, Ame. I was very happy about that. All right, make sure you get to some from the analysts. All right, those guys deserve some love as well. Now, well, they're going to get rid of Extreme Gaming. The Lina is gone, and the Earthshaker, who has been a bit of a tournament favorite, very specific just here, but people are liking the Earthshaker right now.
And nothing to say, he did play the Earthshaker against, it was in the group number D. It was the second match of the day, in the opening matches, in fact, against LGD. Didn't have the start that he wanted, but those double Echo Slams against LGD's Necrophos, against Wits, that was something that did carry them forward. So you might just see that. Or is it going to be that mid lane IO that we also saw by coming out by nothing to say?
Oh, I was looking at the card, by the way. I'm sorry. But yeah, will Extreme consider going for that? What about the Tinker? I don't know if you've seen it, but he also showed us that last pick Tinker where he crushed with it.
I did. I did. Automo. I have been watching all of the matches that you cast.
Aww. It's rare one gets to work with the fan.
Yeah. I watched in live how your heart got broken when Glyph was playing against Playtime.
It was very sad.
I know. I was sad too, as someone that is a fan of Southeast Asian Dota, and I personally think that Arthur is one of the most optimistic, wholesome coaches out there, or just personalities out there, in fact.
Yes, he is. One would hope, though, that, things pick up a little bit for the squad soon, as they were like second place to go to Paris, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them. I feel like that's not English, so I'm not quite sure what it says. Maybe it says, that's my best friend. I've known him for a long time. That's what I'm going to say it means.
I saw two numbers and they weren't 6-7 though, so that makes me happy on the inside. Extreme Gaming, though, they pick up the Mirana, so they already have their two supports, the Hoodwink alongside the Mirana. Not exactly a guaranteed setup for that arrow, but there have been a few times in this entire tournament where there has not been a setup for the Mirana, and yet we have seen those sacred arrows actually land. So is that combo a bit overrated? Do you really need that setup?
I mean, any stun is good, right? It doesn't have to be a specific, like, oh, it has to be only Bane or Shadow Demon. It's like any stun with the Mirana will work. And you mentioned that they don't have a confirmed stun. They don't, like Hoof Stomp, Arrow, and Bushwhack can all miss, but what are the chances all three of them miss? Unlikely. You have a decent amount of control between these three heroes. Resilience, solid team fight though. I feel like Phoenix has been a little underrepresented in this tournament, and he's going to be working with a puck. Egg plus Coil, very dangerous.
Egg plus Coil plus also the fact that you have that Heartstopper aura, and many a time team pick up the Centaur only to have a Necrophos come on the other side. That is, we saw that in the Decider playoffs with Playtime versus Execration, just how easy cutting through the Centaur's HP actually becomes when you have a Necro. And this is going to be a Necro carry. Do you think there is a possibility of having an offlane Phoenix?
Offlane Phoenix. We'll see if they... I mean, don't they have... I feel like they have overall, what, last pick? Oh, sorry, I thought my Americon was turning on or something. That was very strange. Yeah, they might have an... Like, Resilience will see what the bands come out and decide. They need a front line. I don't want to see an offlane Phoenix, to be honest with you. I think they need some other body in the front for them to provide vision, not the Phoenix.
Maybe a Tidehunter or something like that. Good against the Ember Spirit. Well, decent against the Ember Spirit. I wouldn't say it's particularly great to lock him down with. For Extreme Gaming, though, they need a carry, right? Which carry do you go for? Is it just a very straightforward Morta pick because you see the Necro carry on the other side?
Morta would be pretty good. They ban out the Doom themselves, which can be an option also, right? You pick up the Doom, he can actually work against the Necrophos, but Morta's better. Hits the Necro in his Ghost Shroud and can hit the Egg as well, whereas Doom significantly worse in that situation. So I would like to see a Morta ban right now from Team Resilience. And I think it's bold if they keep it.
Certainly thinking about it, I would have actually imagined that as soon as you pick up the Necro, you ban the Morta. You know, they ban the Luna, so they may not actually have the Morta. Thinking about that Morta. Not to mention, Extreme Gaming have that Centaur, right? Workhorse on that Morta to save her. That could be devastating for Resilience, especially since they had the Scythe of Wise's Egg, as well as the Puck. You have these burst potential kind of heroes alongside the Clockwork. You want to go in, lock someone down, burst them, and get out, or reposition. That's the ideal where Resilience want to take a fight. But the Workhorse, that Stampede plus Moonlight combination, and that's very interesting. Imagine you have the Moonlight, you have the Stampede, so suddenly 5 heroes who are invis just charge in on you.
It reminds me of the old days when Aghanim's used to be allow him to go through like cliffs and stuff like that. You get like free pathing with the Aghanim Scepter, and so you just have people going over mountains and stuff, just stampeding from nowhere. Now they can do it while invisible. So we'll see what they're going to do here for Extreme Gaming. They can take the Morta if they choose to do so. It is right there for them.
It's also the fact that the Morta has always been seen as a Phoenix counter, simply because of that calling. When you dive in, you get hit by the calling, silence down, you can't use the Egg. Now, granted, most of the counters are positioned for Mortas in that situation when you have a Phoenix on the other side. And you won't have that for Extreme Gaming. But it's still a very solid pick, even against the Puck. Like, this is in my mind, a very straightforward pick. But Extreme Gaming, knowing them, they may not want to go for a mid-game oriented carry. They pick up the Drow Ranger for Ame, which is not that bad because you do have the silence.
Yeah, interesting pick coming out overall from Drow.
And for Team Resilience now, what do they want to pick? Will Necro go carry or offlane? That is an option. They could consider taking something like a Spectre. Necrophos. I think Necro offlane against the Drow will struggle, though. I wouldn't like that for him. He'd probably much rather go up against the Centaur +1. So I imagine an offlaner. Underlord, something for new. Underlord would be okay.
I just hope it's not a bristleback that they tried, against the Yellow Submarine Resilience. That was not a good bristleback game, and I think they need more disable. I think just the clockwork as well as the puck. I know you're gonna say that the Reaper side is a stun, and I will agree with you. It is a stun, but it's not a disable long enough for you to control this Drow with.
Agreed. I think Underlord would be the pick, but they go for the Lycan. Wow, Resilience. Very, very interesting last pick, saying we're gonna kind of run all over Extreme Gaming. A bit an odd decision considering they have Stampede, to be fair with you. They have the team fight on Resilience. We're gonna give them that. They have decent push and decent scaling as well. Extreme, though, I like their draft more. Even though it doesn't have team fight, they have good save potentially from the workhorse. They're relatively hard to catch with this on this Ember. Good global spells. I don't know. The last pick Lycan really gets to me, and I think they don't have the front line. I'm going to go with Extreme on this one.
It's very interesting seeing some teams draft the Lycan into the Drow Ranger. I always find that to be a difficult laning phase because the Drow Ranger and the Clinks are very good counters to summoned units. The Clinks has the Barrage, the Drow Ranger has the multi-shot. There's insane amounts of damage that you can disperse on all of the units at the same time. Well, mostly. The Lycan is strong against the Drow, and that's what teams think because of the fact that you have that shapeshift. You can close the gap very easily. But that's just it, right? You're strong if you can close the gap. And like you pointed out, you have that Centaur Stampede, you have the Moonlight Shadow, you have even in the Bushwhack can be a saving or defensive spell. So is this Lycan going to be able to get on top of the Drow is the question in my mind.
I'm not liking I'm not liking it.
Yes, Ajmal. I get it. I get it. We don't need the. You don't need to rub it in. I get it.
Okay, I'm glad
I don't think I'm not liking it.
Well, now they're
what I
just
did there?
copying. Yeah, just copying. Like, come on. Get your own material. All right. But it's a pretty interesting last pick. Now, the benefits that they have on Resilience is that they could play this very, very fast. Before the BKBs come up, Necrophos, very hard to deal with. Puck. But we talk about the coil, right? Like the Stampede being a good save. The coil prevents that. It's like, oh, you want to run? But you're leashed here, buddy boy. So they could play a very, very quick game on Resilience and use that to bring them down. I like that idea, but we haven't seen a single game in Games of the Future go below like 35 minutes, and most of them above 50.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, that would be a very apt way to describe it. And again, you are playing a 4 Protect 1 draft against a team that just yesterday destroyed the Phantom Lancer. The Yellow Submarine, they got pushed to their plan B. And they didn't have a plan B. The plan B was not that much different from plan A, which is just protect your Drow, protect your PL. So we'll see if Resilience can get it done because they do push very fast. Like you pointed out, they may be in a position where you can end this game in the 30-minute mark or have a good enough lead that you can end it after the 30-minute mark. And a lot of it does depend on how much this Necro can get done. How oppressive can this Lycan be, and how snowbally can Echo, how snowbally if a start can Echo get to?
I just don't see it, honestly. Like we talked about the fast push, but it's really only the Lycan. The other 4 don't push very well themselves, do they? It's just the Lycan by... So I'm just not feeling it somehow. Sometimes you get the feeling in your jellies about what's good and bad, and my jellies aren't feeling this Team Resilience.
And to be fair, it's not as if the Drow Ranger is bad at pushing. Drow is actually a pretty good hero at sieging those towers. You can even do so from outside the tower range. And you have a Centaur, which is probably going to go for that Helm of the Dominator. So Extreme Gaming will be able to mount up significant pressure with that split push if they want to.
One thing that for Team Resilience that could be a problem is that they lack physical damage. Lycan can get some for sure, but I'm looking at the Extreme, I'm thinking, hey, if you guys buy like a pipe early on, That will help a huge amount against what they have on resilience. Pipe, Glimmer, pretty strong. Oof.
How do you think this bot lane is going to go? Necrophos plus the Phoenix. Now, even though you don't have any, you have a Centaur and a Mirana, 1 melee plus 1 range, it still feels like a lane that Resilience should be fine in. Like, it's not as if the double edge is going to do anything to Erica.
True, but I think this is going to be a farm fest for both XXS and Erica. I think I told you, like, I don't rate the Phoenix as a laner very highly. So I know people are like, oh, he's got a lot of damage, but you walk around with like this much health the entire laning phase. Kind of very risky to actually engage with the enemy. And his innate works very counter to how a lot of people want to play. The lower health I am, the more damage I do. Great, but I don't want to be low health. I want to have more health.
Especially against a Mirana, like you would imagine that a Phoenix can dive away if things become too hot, but the Mirana can just leap in after you.
Yeah, and she's got 2 leaps. You've got 1 dive. So I'm not a big fan of the Phoenix laning phase most of the time. So I expect bottom they're just going to farm. So far that seems to be the case, right? 6-1, 6-0. Just a farm fest here. Maybe they get their kills. Extreme's the one who's going to get them.
Arrow and double edge. XXS will be able to draw first blood. Your concerns about the Phoenix were not unfounded, Otimo.
I mean, I may have not coached the team to ENC, but I know my Dota a little bit.
Echoes is struggling on the mid lane. Nothing to say, is actually pretty far ahead compared to the puck. It's the 4 creep kills, and the number 4 doesn't seem too big, but you have to remember the number 4 in the early game is a full creep wave.
I thought you were gonna say that number 4 means death in Mandarin as well.
Does it? I don't know that.
Oh, it does actually. Like, I don't know. You here, if you go to like any Asian country in Asia, you go in the elevator. They will not have the number 4. They'll have the number 3A. So it'll be like 1, 2, 3, 3A, 5.
It's like that movie. There was a hotel in which one of the rooms were haunted on one floor.
The 13th floor or something like that. I know that.
Yeah. I haven't seen it, but maybe I will.
Me neither. Hey, let's watch it together. All right.
Sure. When I come to Malaysia, we will watch the movie together.
I meant online. I don't know if I did. Like you over there, me over here. But so far, Extreme Gaming having a very solid time. Top lane as well. The Lycan is not enjoying the lane, and it's Lycan and Clockwork up against the Drow and the Hoodwink. Pretty brutal because you go forward. There's slows. There's bushwhack. Acorn shots. Another slow. It's not a fun lane for Resilience. They're gonna have to do some dragging there.
Yeah, this is 8 lost hits on the Lycan, right? 9 to 8. So if you combine that, if somehow his denies were his CS, then he would actually be having a pretty good lane. But this is the problem with that playing against a Drow Ranger. Lycan is just not. It's just not a good hero. Your Spirit Wolves don't actually enable your lane. Your Spirit Wolves could end up feeding the Drow Ranger if you're not careful. So at the very least, he's able to deny his wolves. XXS is okay. Yeah. I mean, he might be dead over here. Uses that Proof Storm, but it's not going to change his fate. Is now FY, who will just get back.
Interesting. Nice move there. I'm a little bit surprising. Good move there by Erica. He actually blocks the arrow coming out from FY. As Echoes.
Echoes needs to be very careful. He does have that fairy fire, but he's lucky. Nothing to say. He's feeling merciful.
Certainly is. Guy has also 3 points in the Flame Guard, so it does a lot to mitigate the damage coming out from the puck. Interesting that the shield only blocks, I think, 70% magic damage. It used to be 100%, but it lasts longer because it blocks a smaller percentage.
And I actually think it lasts too long. Echoes, he's gonna get hit by the fire first. Like it clearly lost very long. As XXS, he is backing away. Fire Spirit, so the Phoenix is actually able to oppress the Centaur at the very least.
I'm a little surprised by that. I do think it comes down to FY leaving him in the lane quite by himself a few times. He's like, yeah, you're gonna be fine, right? X is like, sure, but could you not leave me? He's like, nah, I'm gonna leave you. Ame needs me.
It's also the fact that what do you it feels like if your support were to be like, I want to rotate to the water rune, secure the rune for our mid laner, can you handle the lane by yourself? You know, and if you're the off laner,
is that he lost his life there. That is not what I was expecting from XXS. As Ame, he was like, okay, I need all these things fixed. He's very precise with what he wants in terms of settings to play. Like we were told in day one, you know, they didn't like the chair, so he's like, I need to sit over in a different area so I can play the game. Very, very particular there. I don't blame him, to be fair. If you're playing for millions of dollars, you want everything to be just perfect.
it's also, you know, when you're so used to you're so used to having things a certain way, then even a small adjustment can have massive impact on your performance.
And let me tell you, like, this is that it is not them being picky. I work as a player manager for some events, was very blessed to be there. And I always tell the players, I'm like, if there's anything bothering you, tell us, because we want you to play at your best. Like any small thing, you might think, oh, I don't want to, bother him. I was like, no, it's not bother. We want to fix it. So Ame certainly saying, hey guys, I require, this and that. Maybe there's a problem with the game. Maybe there's some lag, some mic issues. Fix it for me.
You should be the player manager for ENC, Automo.
I did apply to be a player manager for another event, and I was told no. It was actually quite sad for me that day.
I will advocate for it. I want Automo as our player manager.
I thought you said as a caster.
I could ask him for things at 3 a.m. in the night.
And unfortunately, professionally, I can't be like, well, sod off. I'm sleeping. I'll be like, yes, of course.
I know. Like we can watch Hotel the 13th Floor movie.
I feel like, it sends a very odd signal. People look at my phone. Wait, he's calling you at 3 a.m. to go watch movies in his hotel room. You're like, yeah, definitely
it's
watching
very
movies.
Very important. How will our team play otherwise?
Well, so far in this game, it's looking like mid lane, nothing to say is having a good time. Erika is as well. Ame is not struggling at all. And despite New kind of being in this odd matchup, he's actually got decent-ish net worth, only 100 gold behind XXS.
Yeah, I mean, the kill on the Centaur has contributed to the Lycan actually recovering, ironically. And, I mean, both of them are pretty far behind. It's this difference in the mid lane net worth that is concerning for me. Both the Spirits as well as the Puck are snowball heroes. And it seems like his Ember Spirit will hit his Vessel timing a lot earlier than the Puck will hit his Witchblade timing, considering the current trajectory.
ZZQ at least takes the shield ruin, preventing nothing to say from playing too aggressive. Because if he had the shield ruin, he can just sort of dive on the Necrophos, activate it, and you're like, crap, there's nothing we can do. Plant, moves forward. Yeah, he is. He's level 2, poor guy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You want your level 3 at the very least early on, but there's that bushwhack coming in by X-Nova. Ame laying in the hits with those frost arrows. Multi-shot also comes out, and Neo is pretty much just dead here. Lotus has been pulled in, and they should be diving this tower. X-Nova will secure the kill.
No one to blame yourself. I mean, you could have been literally anywhere else.
I love how her lines, by the way. She's like got this lecture for when you die, like why you're so bad. I'll tell you something why I switched from position 4 to position 5. It feels like you get more EXP on position 5 by a lot. As we're going for the Wisdom Shrine.
ZZQ will dive away out of the map, but not out enough. Apparently, he's just gonna get died to the side of Fist, but YSR, he took the Shrine of Wisdom in between the 3 heroes that was staring right at him. And FY, he seems to leap away in abject terror.
Huh. None of the 3 wanted to be scythed, I suppose. But, wow, that is a big loss coming out here for Extreme Gaming. Well done there for Erika, getting that Wisdom Shrine, basically.
Dream Call also has been committed. The Ember cannot remnant away, but will have it if he can survive for a few more seconds and will be able to not get out. ZZQ takes him down.
Damage over time, baby. Doesn't matter if you're able to jump away, if it's going to follow you. And suddenly it's Resilience who has made several pretty substantial wins. A kill, a Shrine stolen.
Armin does come in, and he will be able to secure the kill on Planet. However, hit by the Reaper Scythe. Extreme Gaming lose not only their mid laner, and they also lose Ame, and all they got was one measly Clockwork.
You know what people are going to say when they see that, right? They'll be like, "This is if Zhao Wait was here, that would never have happened."
Extreme Gaming are kind of stubborn, being stubborn about this, Otimo. They really want to find a breakthrough on that mid side. That arrow from FY, never gonna land, but they will still be able to find Echo. A bit of revenge for nothing to say.
Good Wishwhack. Unfortunately for them, it's like Erica's having such a good game on this Necrophos. It's quite worrisome. I want to see what XXS is thinking on the Centaur. Will he consider going for an early pipe, or it will be the standard helm into the heart, which I think is good, but the pipe should come at some point.
Do you go for a pipe this game? I mean, I get you have a Necro, but and a Puck, but maybe the standard heart build. But it kind of feels like if you go for the heart, you just give more damage to the Necro.
Yeah, but you have regeneration, and it's good against everyone else. And you mentioned like the Necro and the Puck, but even the Phoenix, Phoenix is a high damage support, right? Like percentage-based damage is nothing to scoff at. A pipe helps against that.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And
attack.
one of the things that I did want to point out is because you lost your Shrine of Wisdom, Planet, who was struggling otherwise, has just recovered on his experience. Like he might still level 4. He's still behind, but he's not that far behind. He's not shut down as he would otherwise be. Mid lane, there is a silence. Nothing to say though. He wants to prioritize the rune. Really wants that amplified damage. Will not be able to grab it, but they will be able to grab Planet though himself.
Nice ruin deny, I suppose, but comes at the cost of his life. As Balmain XXS has... Did he have Soul Ring on the Centaur? I feel like I don't see Soul Ring on Centaur too often. Am I crazy? I mean, you only have...
Those two things could be answered, with different answers. Those two questions, Otimo.
Or the same answer.
Yeah, or the same answer.
Yeah. But either way, it feels like we don't see the Soul Ring very often there. As I believe that's new. He's like, come on. He's looking, maybe there's issues here.
Perhaps he's going for the Soul Ring because he's not had a terrific lane, so he can use the Soul Ring to farm up the jungle with his Double Edge.
Double Edge costs no mana.
Then perhaps he wants to farm up the jungle with his Hoof Stomp.
I mean, sure, but oftentimes you just max out Retaliate. You don't even use Hoof Stomp. Come on, coach, you can do better.
I'm trying to figure out a way, because I remember there was at least one other Centaur game which we costed that there was that Soul Ring build up. It was against the Shadow Fiend actually, I recall, but I'm not sure exactly which game that was. Oh, Phoenix. Silence down. And this is why I think that the Drow Ranger wasn't, Morta was the best pick, but the Drow Ranger could be a close second. Is this silence that can actually do so much against resilience? Not only against the Phoenix, preventing his dive, but even against the Puck, even against that Necrophos.
True. And the push is actually more useful against the Lycan than the silence, right? For the Morta. Because you actually push him away and silence him, whereas Morta, he just runs through it. He doesn't care if he's already transformed. It's like, well, so what? Like, I already got the spells I want off.
This Lycan is behind the Centaur, but kind of has a bigger presence in the lane, if that makes sense.
Yep.
You kind of have to be worried about this Lycan throw pushing out your tier 2 tower, which is not necessarily a fear that you would have of the Centaur.
Yeah, so far, like, we really haven't seen XXS do much this game on the Centaur. He got that nice first blood, but then he himself dies, and since then it's just been a very quiet Centaur game. Ame just farming away, going for the Manta after the Dragon Lance. Probably a Hurricane Pike is going to be the item afterwards.
You want that separation, right, between, well, not just the Lycan, but also the Puck, also the Necro, also, quite frankly, the entire Resilience lineup.
Yeah. And he's going for Pipe first on XXS. Again, I would have liked the Heart into the Pipe, but Pipe into Heart is also solid. You must get the Pipe this game. The enemy is heavy on magic damage. Everyone except the Lycan is basically pure magic damage.
Maybe that's why he went for the Soul Ring, because he wants to have enough mana for the pipe.
Now that is how you get a team to ENC. As they have enough damage here.
Oh, Sharpshooter will land on that Lycan Shapeshift. I feel like has been too late to activate, and New will pay the price for it.
Unfortunately, it ends up being a wasted shapeshift because he just dies right after. Might have been better off just throwing his life and being happy with the result. I also think that FY is going for a Greaves. Oh, okay.
But that was a good try by ZZQ. Unfortunately, it's again just another ultimate that has been wasted.
Oh, too bad. But yeah, I like the FY is going for the Greaves as well. I'm seeing a Arcane Boots and a Headdress. Very likely he's going to at least mech as well. Okay, Silence. Coil.
They have the Reaper's Sight as well. They will plot him down, but the Ember Flame Guard will just absorb it. And now, Extreme Gaming, they want to go in with a Stampede, but they will just get back. Team Resilience, they've wasted all of their ultimates so far.
Nothing to say. I was like, I can't go in right just yet. So XXS decides, okay, let's go back as Echoes.
Does get hit by the Searing Chains, but nothing to say. He really wants that rune. Echoes will not have that regen, but now nothing to say has it. Level 11 on the Ember Spirit, Artemo. And the Puck, I don't think the Puck's even close.
Is that worth it? He's 10. He is kind of close, to be honest with you. He's like 10 and 80% to level 11. But impact-wise, you're really not feeling the same from the two. Nothing to say all over the map. That kill bottom, zoning out YSR, taking the Reaper Sight and surviving. All very annoying.
I've never seen this itemization sequence from a carry Necro. He went for the Boots of Travel before the Radiance.
Ah, yes. I've had this discussion before because I also didn't like it. I feel like the Boots of Travel delays your Radiance by a lot. You'd rather, you can just get Radiance and go to Boots of Travel Planet.
That is not okay. He gets hit by an arrow. Starstorm as well as the Bushwhack are going to be there, and he will just take out. Now Echoes comes in. It's a good Dream Coil. Moonlight Shadow in response. However, there is that Lycan coming in with a Shapeshift, but pushed out. Thrown away by Roshan.
Oh, that's so sad. Oh, wait.
They may be able to kill the Ember. The silence on YSR, though, on Erika from Ame prevented the Scythe.
Well, luckily for them. And yep, that was beautiful by Roshan. He's like, screw you in particular. And he goes, why me? Like, there's like everyone's there. Why did you grab me? So, they get one kill on the Hoodwink, but still not exactly a victory for Resilience. Erika is very farmed, and he's got a good support staff with him in like the save from the Phoenix, or at least the heal from the Phoenix. But
three-man Bushwhack coming in by X-Nova. However, they weren't able to prevent the egg, and that means that Extreme Gaming will not be able to capitalize on that setup.
Link's being chased by one of those death pulses, and we're back in.
We are definitely back in. This time the arrow will land. They have the setup for that with the Searing Chains and Extreme Gaming. Despite of having the first go around not being successful, they will still be able to find the kill. Now, it's not going to be too big of a kill considering the opportunity that was presented to them earlier. Erika, though, this is a pretty good opportunity. Arrow will also be there, as well as the Hoostorm, double Starstorm, and that will be a big kill for Extreme Gaming.
Good use of the arrow. Very good use of the arrow. Can they break? No, he's a little too durable here. Echoes is able to survive. But that was the biggest kill they can get. Whoa. No, missed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Support staff doing significantly better on Extreme Game, particularly FY. And a lot of Team Resilience's damage is kind of over time, right? Like, there's a bit of burst from the Puck, but Necrophos, Radiance, Death Pulses, they take, Heartstopper takes time. Phoenix, very much all his damage over time. So a mech and a pipe really mitigated by a ton.
The Necro is still at the very top of the net worth chart, though, Erika, but he's the only one that's actually having a decent time. The Bucks failed to actually make any kind of a play. And now it seems like Erika wants to propel himself even further. Dream Call will catch on to X-Nova, and they will find the Scythe. However, these skills aren't really changing the trajectory at which this net worth is slipping out of control for Resilience.
Agreed. It's very much like a scythe kill on what the poorest enemy
Sure, that's fine, I guess. But you are still very much behind. And even though he's ahead, Eric, of everyone else, he's not ahead by much. Ame is nipping at his heels. Same thing with Excess Arrow.
Egg once again coming out, but the egg only results in your mid laner having been stunned up. ZZQ will in fact fall regardless. However, Resilience bring their full team here. Echoes is still dead. And this Lycan, he can't get anything in response. Erica has taken down FY over on the side, but again, it's just one of those scenarios where you're happy with that exchange.
You know, sometimes like, get down, Mr. President, I'll save you. ZZQ did the exact opposite. He's like, President, get in front of me, bro. He eggs as the arrow was about to hit him, and Echoes was not expecting that at all. He takes it to the face. Oh, that's unfortunate. But hilarious to watch.
That was quite something. But I kind of feel like the Phoenix was guaranteed to die. At least the Buck has some kind of escape mechanism. What I'm surprised about though is the Buck dying in the same spot. Right? Surely I thought he would have been able to get an illusory orb out or something.
Same. Probably was on cooldown or something like that. Either way, they're going to go for Roshan here for Extreme. Very easy, no contestation from Team Resilience. The question is who's going to take it? Nothing to say or Ame? I think nothing to say. Yeah, would have been better. Or would be the better option, sorry.
He does grab it. He goes for the better option.
He does.
Erica,
going for...
I feel like Erica should have realized that they just took down Roshan. I mean, for goodness sake, that was probably the easiest rotation Extreme Gaming have made all tournament long.
I mean, they could have rotated any other lane, to be honest with you. But yes, there's a very distinct possibility. Roche into bottom lane, quite standard, and Erica, he did just die there. No. Ooh, we're going all in on Greaves. I hear Coil.
Nothing to say though, has the BKB, and even if he didn't Ultimo, he has the Aegis. And you're trying to dive with tier 2 topper against someone who has the Aegis. His entire team could show up there, and then what do?
You pop the Aegis. That is, I imagine they just felt like maybe we can pop the Aegis, get out of there. He did use the 9-second BKB, and they didn't lose anything on Team Resilience. So, it is a victory in some way.
Meanwhile, Extreme Gaming takes down that tier 2 tower. That lead, which wasn't that big, right? It's not exactly a few minutes ago. It wasn't insurmountable, but we're reaching the point where Extreme Gaming can run over any of these objectives. And Resilience, they're not making the moves necessary to budge at this lead, necessary to put some kind of pressure on Extreme Gaming.
You're right. It was a small lead, but now it's like. I mean, sorry, I had a train of thought, but I'll get to it some other time because now the joke's not going to land as well as I wanted to. Tormentor's going to go... Sorry?
I still want to hear it.
Maybe next time,
Okay.
Tormentor does go... Ooh, look at Planet. He takes the 14 and 21 minutes Shrine of Wisdom. Who cares about ZZQ dying? Planet just did an amazing catch for his team.
He gets the courier too.
Captain Planet.
Captain Planet.
No,
he's the hero.
He is, and they have now we have double BK, double blink, and look at that, 6,000. They haven't taken a single shrine on our friends Extreme Gaming.
How much experience did they just get?
Total
did they get like
6,000.
6,000 experience. That is quite a lot. That might have just equalized the experience disadvantage.
Observer, can we see the levels or the graph? Observer's like, these guys are so demanding. I'm not gonna do it.
You know?
That's okay.
Ignored Ultimo.
No difference there. There's the levels. Thank you. Actually, it's really not bad at all for Team Resilience, right? Like support 1 level difference, offlane 1 level difference, but they have 1 level advantage. Oh well, there's 2 in the mid. That's the problem. It's about 3 levels ahead of Extreme Gaming. That's not too bad.
I mean, the biggest, I would say, the best thing is that your highest farm net worth hero, your Necrophos, Erica is 1 level away from his level 18, his 3rd point in the Reaper Scythe. So you don't need to apply that much damage to be able to sight someone down. The only problem is, even though you have these insane setups, right? Hookshot, Phoenix Egg, Dream Call, you're still not able to cut through anyone meaningful. All of these skills, the 6 skills that Resilience have, most of them have just been on the Clockwork and the Mirana.
You want me to be honest with you? I feel like when we see Reaper side kills, they either everyone commits to the person, they bring it down to like 0 health anyway, or the person gets like loses 20% and then they're fine. You very rarely see, you know, the guy using side like, it's okay guys, get him down to 47.5 health and he'll die. You know, then they abandon. It's like, nope, we're all in.
Unlike the Mana Void, right? Mana Void is like, you see some mana missing, you just drop the Mana Void.
Yep.
Shapeshift is going to be coming out. There's that Dream Call of the pipe has been activated by the Centaur. XXS will use that Stampede, but there's the Scythe. Erica will find a very meaningful kill, but nothing to say. He showed up. He wants to get a bit of revenge, but he's the only one here. He does have that Aegis, which is about to expire in about 30 seconds, so that means he's not a worthwhile target to go for. If your team Resilience, Egg has been forced out, but it's just going to get popped.
I don't think I've seen a single good egg this game, but that was a very good rotation by Team Resilience to bring down Exodus. I like that he used the pop, and I'm like, pop the pipe, and I think you're going to have to smoke that pipe if you believe you're going to make it out of this one. It's better be full of the good stuff as well.
Ame is going for a butterfly. I don't see many right clickers on Resilience.
Odd decision. In terms of a damage item, it's fantastic though, like on agility heroes, right? 30 agility, 35 damage, attack speed, base attack speed improvement. Like, it is good damage, but survivability, as you mentioned.
I mean, yeah, and I would have actually imagined there are also high agility items that you can go for, which enable your survivability too. Like, for example, the Disperser, right? Gives you everything that the Butterfly does as well, just you don't have the same evasion. But it does give you that max movement speed as well as the ability to dispel away the silence from yourself. But it's not an item that is made for the Drow as far as the meta is concerned.
Great. Doesn't Disperser dispel though? Could be pretty good against Necrophos.
Yeah, it does actually. And you dispel away the silence from yourself too.
Surprising, but he doesn't want it. He's feeling like, I want to maximize my damage. Butterfly is probably better than that. And I'm going to have XXS go forward and do stuff with this Heart of Tarask on the Centaur. So really the item build we thought was going to happen. Helm, Pipe, Heart.
He should look for a Blink and an Aghanim as well as we head into the mid to late game mark. This game feels like we're at the late game, but it's really not. We're only 25 minutes in. It's just Extreme Gaming have so much control around the map here, and Resilience, they can't take a full 5v5 fight.
Yep. I like that we call it we're at the mid game at 26 minutes in. If we are in almost any other MOBA, and I am playing a couple of those mobile games, 4 minutes you're in the mid game. 10 minutes you're in the late game. Like, the late game is here. It's very tense. I'm like, what tense? We've only been here for a few minutes. That's tense though.
Yeah, it's tense if you're new, not so tense if you're Extreme Gaming, because they're just running around the map at this point.
Oh, yes, they are. Bringing him down. Very unfortunate.
He probably will want to push out these tier 2 towers, but the next Roshan is what Extreme Gaming are going to look for. That's your key to unlocking the high ground. Now, nothing to say, we'll just go in. GZQ does have the egg, but now it seems like he's given up hope to even try and use the egg.
Better. Keep it as a threat, honestly, that is better for them. Alright, if your team Resilience, Aegis is down, I mean, it's been down for a while actually, you might want to start taking some team fights. The enemy team has only got 1 BKB. Those BKBs, when they come in, are going to be much scarier when they have it on the Centaur as well as the Drow Ranger. So I'm very surprised by their, correct me if I'm wrong, passivity. No, that's not right. Passivity?
Passiveness.
That is more correct for sure. Passiveness. All right.
Or although passivity
doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right, but I do think it's a word.
We should play that. See, when you don't get this game when you have two Americans casting of "Is it a word?" It's like,
have you seen the show? Is it cake or not, or,
Yeah, I
or
love
something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know the exact name of the show.
Yes, passivity is a word. There you go.
Oh, I feel like the Phoenix was right here a minute ago, but now it's the Necrophos. Erica's BKB is going to be forced out and nothing to say. He's just going to leave without a word said. Oh, XXS, he'll go for a blind hoof stop and he'll be able to find it. Clockwork now in incredible danger.
Good
However,
heal.
this time around, Resilience, this could be a good position for the Phoenix Egg. ZZQ goes on forward, but X-Nova, he'll drop down a 3-man bushwhack, and Resilience will just simply fall where they stand. They tried to go in Automo, they tried it the hard way.
Oh, ZZQ. I'm not sure if it was an arrow or a bushwhack or what, but he gets stunned again as he's diving in. He had such a good save on plant, keeping him alive. I was like, all right, now they're gonna have a nice dive, a good egg, possibly a good fight, but none of that ends up happening because they just stun him halfway through. Really good play by Extreme Gaming to re-engage.
These 3-man bushwhacks, Automo, by X-Nova, these are just so menacing. Like, you won't expect that, but he's predicting it, right? The Phoenix, he sees the Phoenix diving in, and he knows where the Phoenix is gonna land.
Of course. His X-Nova is a mind reader. And he just absolutely crushed in that fight. The second Roshan going to be up in about 40 seconds. I imagine Extreme Gaming, that is going to be go time. We take second Rosh, we start winning the game. Or ending the game, sorry. BKB now on the draw. Suddenly, the coil, not a factor. The Necros damage, not a factor. The egg, unless it pops, also not a factor from the Sun Ray. Yay.
Now, I would like to point out that Erica, I mean, this is a very impressive performance by the Necrophos. When nothing is going for your team, when all of the map is controlled by Extreme Gaming, somehow, throughout the 30 minutes we've been here, he's been able to maintain that top net worth position.
He has, but what does that register for your team? It reminds me of when I was casting, I think it was K1 Hector for South America. Oh, right.
Searing Chains found, and this Clockwork really has nowhere to go. They also go all in towards Erica. It's going to be the Phoenix who is going to fall as well. No, he has a Sunbeam. The hook shot is there. He goes in from Planet. However, Bushwhack once again holds him back. Extreme Gaming feel very comfortable in their position. And this time, it's XXS. He'll go in for a 3-man hoof stomp. Team Resilience keep on getting caught off guard, and Ame will just right-click down the puck. And Resilience will lose their entire 4, and is just going to be a GG call thrown out by Erica. They tap out, they give up Automo.
I can't blame them. They're just feeling like this was just not their game, but ZZQ getting caught by the air, like this time it was the hoof stomp. The Phoenix problem, you don't function too at low health, and he was playing on that sort of level the entire game. They took away his Winter Wyvern, and he felt lost on this Phoenix. So very well played there by Team Resilience, by Extreme Gaming, shutting down Resilience, giving them no chance to actually play this game.
Yeah, Resilience are gonna have to go back to the drawing board, arrange for a think tank at this point, because that game did not look close. They were trying to play the farming game against a person that practically invented the farming game. But we'll see if Resilience can actually bring it back against Extreme Gaming, who look incredibly strong. We'll be right back after a short break.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
This was probably the fastest game of the tournament so far, at least during the playoffs. Extreme Gaming, they managed to force Team Resilience to put GG into all chat in under 30 minutes. How does it happen? Why does it happen? We're going to talk about with Still Borko.
Yeah, it's actually surprised me because I didn't expect. I mean, I could have expected they to type GG, but not like that. It's like you guys are playing for $1 million and you guys are on the stage here. Just the first game. I mean, yes, it's a hard game, but
realistically, do you feel like they had a chance?
Yeah, it's minor, like a little.
Like probably less than 5%, right? Because we were talking a bit with a friend here while watching the game, and I was explaining how Necrophos could potentially be a threat in the later portion of the game, of course. Because Necrophos is one of those heroes that is really hard to deal with if he gets to his items, and you don't necessarily always get to kill him fast enough. Even with Drow, even with Spirit Vessels, in the late game scenarios when there are all the saves, Necrophos can be a threat. Yeah. We just never got to see the late game. Drow and Centaur, they just stomped Team Resilience into the ground.
Yeah, I mean, they just obliterated it and then just outclassed them here, to be honest. It's just the rough game, and respectively, Necrophos is actually a great pick against Centaur.
In lane.
Yeah, in the lane, and against the Drow, he's alright. I wouldn't say per se it's like hard matchup, but overall
it's like who attacks who, right? Like if Necrophos jumps Drow, I think he can delete Drow before she gets anything done. Yeah. But the other way around, if your team has Nullifier or any kind of Dispel against Ghost Shroud, or if Necrophos gets controlled from full to zero, it's also a possibility. And we've seen the latter.
Yeah, I mean, also I like to who stand out the most for me is nothing to say. I really like the way how he actually were making movements. Like to also appreciate the Samruk, our general sponsor, for our football discipline, and that is going to be happening on 4th of August to 9th of August. Thank you very much, Samruk-Kazyna, for sponsoring our football, aka soccer.
And we're going to get back to Dota, right?
Yeah,
after
of course.
that. So, why do you think the player you've mentioned stood out? Like, why do you think NTS made the most in this game?
I feel like his rotations with the FY, like the FY on Mirana, he was doing a lot of threat. The Ember combo with the Mirana is just one hell of a thing.
It's really classic.
Yeah, it's really classic. It's really easy. Chain into arrow, and then the FY also, like those two created a good amount of pressure that actually made it a little bit challenging for the Team Resilience to stood out over. And I mean, Necrophos, yes, is a great pick, but it didn't feel as strong as they were, you know. And just overall, it was not so. Yeah, it was overall a little bit challenging.
Honestly, I don't think Necrophos was a problem, and we just seen a highlight of him killing the Drow, making a good rotation, getting those Ripper-sized stacks, which aren't that important, to be honest. Like, they don't really do much. But in general, the big problem to me was the Mirana arrow with Ember, as you said, and XXS playing absolutely out of his mind. Like, his Centaur was so solid, and I don't understand why they had Lycan in a draft with Necrophos. I don't understand how this hero stuck.
That's what I wanted to just speak about this. I kind of understand the idea why they pick like that, Team Resilience, honestly, and I can't blame them for them. It's just the factor is the Lycan is actually a pretty decent hero into
Drow?
Yeah, like the Drow you were mentioning, but the more important against their supports, right? Their supports can't really do much against those wolves who are biting you and rooting you and just being really annoying. And also the Phoenix itself, like it's pretty decent, but at the same time, the Mirana, like the Mirana itself, the FY did a lot actually. So he actually surprised me, as you were mentioning earlier.
I would actually disagree with you that Lycan is good against supports on Extreme Gaming because you have Hoodwink, you have Mirana. Both are kind of elusive, so you can't really jump them. Mirana can leap out of the way, and Hoodwink can sometimes go through the jungle, right? She can cross a path that Lycan cannot cross with his.
No, for sure, yes, I understand what you mean, but like as soon as they hit the invis, when you get the charge, when you get the bite, when you can root the heroes, under the wolf, like the W, there is a lot of, under the hawk, there's a lot of, under the hull is a lot of damage actually applied. So
yeah, it's a minus armor.
The minus armor, yeah. But the idea is a little bit lacking. So because you have Necrophos carry,
it doesn't really stack.
It doesn't really stack. It would stack if they were like a Slark or a Tiny, you know what I mean? And then you eventually on like you get an axe, and then your Slark became like Wolf Slark, you know, and that actually is strong. But yeah, Necrophos pick kind of overforts them.
Yeah, it's a mishmash of different ideas. This draft had some eclectic things going on.
Of course.
And I don't know, like I don't feel like Team Resilience is a kind of team that can win Extreme Gaming, that are actually playing to win. That they're not trying anything new, right? Like this is a cookie cutter draft with Drow as a carry who is extremely strong even after the nerfs. You have this good classic combo of Ember and Mirana. You have your classic offlane for Assassin Centaur, and you have this flex X-Nova. It could be Hoodwink, it could be like his signature Warlock or anything, and I think it would work more or less the same way.
If you pay attention on Nothing to Say, he did 35k damage within 31-minute game, and it's actually a lot of damage for that part. And as you can see in comparison, there's only 15k, so he did more than twice damage. So his presence was actually active, and yeah, he's just all over the place. I mean, the supports were there to deal the damage for him. So
I'm sorry, I'm just massing in my head, and I think that he barely made less damage than the whole enemy team combined on his Ember Spirit. Yeah.
Makes sense. I was thinking, what are you thinking? No, did I say something wrong? So anyway, there's nothing wrong because there is a wonderful partner that we have. We'd like to say our appreciation for caption to Halek Bank. Thank you very much for sponsoring our amazing basketball. Yeah, and we'd like to appreciate that. And moving forward about the basketball, we'll talk later. About the Dota, we'll talk now. Now, in comparison, our two GOATs on carries. On your left-hand side, you see Poyoyo, and right-hand side, you see Ame. I mean, they were just farming and they were doing their thing, but it's like they were just doing their job basically.
Yeah, but that's what we were talking about during the pre-match.
Right.
Is that Poyoyo, he's playing more of an active role. He was going around. He actually killed Ame once by using the scythe on the river, and he was trying, even as Necrophos, who is historically more of a late-game oriented hero, he was trying to make some moves. Whereas Ame, he was just farming, and I'm not gonna. Like, I know Ame has a lot of funds, but he didn't do much this game.
No,
this game was carried for him. It was delivered to him like that.
Yeah, because it delivered by his supports and his mid player, and also XSS, like by all his team basically.
Yeah,
all his team. I mean, yeah, he didn't need to be an active because his team just did all the job perfectly.
He needed to click with a lot of money so that buildings will fall, basically.
Of course,
and he didn't even need to do that because the enemy team...
Type GG.
Yeah, type GG.
Yeah, I think it's one of the fastest game. I think the fastest game, it was LGD Gaming yesterday against Zero Tenacity. I think it was under like 30 minutes. The one is a little bit over. So, but yeah, it definitely was an outclass, but hopefully Team Resilience can step up the game, and then they were losing yesterday the same 0-1, and maybe they can pull off the game 2, who knows? We never know, and guess we'll find out quite soon.
They're called Resilience for a reason. Like, they should be resilient, even though it's a single elimination bracket and maybe some nerfs are going to come into play. Our MVP for this game is going to be Nothing to Say. I have absolutely no objection to that. Yeah. You also named him as one of the standout players for Extreme Gaming with the most damage, almost as much damage as the whole enemy team combined. You can't really say anything else.
Yeah, I mean, he's always there. He was on the point. He participated in 24 kills in total. Died only once. I mean, he has everything what he needs. Like the interesting enough, he decided to go like Vessel into Kaya and Axe and BKB. But I mean, I like the BKB on the second item, but he skipped the Mage Slayer, which was quite interesting. Because usually people would like to go Mage Slayers as well against Necrophos to reduce his damage and to be a little bit tanky. But he was like, no, I just need some more damage. I don't need to think about the reducing damage, and I don't need doing for like defensive. He was more focused on being offensive, and I like that, and he did just fine.
I mean, he could do both because his supports had also control, and you can be really aggressive against heroes that are stunned, or you can be really defensive against heroes that are stunned because they don't hit you back.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
I guess that was the idea.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. Before we go further, I would like to remind everyone that with the Yandex Go app, you can experience the thrill of the big city. This Games of the Future is happening in Astana, Kazakhstan. It's a beautiful city, really, really clean, new streets. Everything is just so shiny. I haven't been here, I'm from Kazakhstan, right? I haven't been here myself in about 5 years, and so much has changed.
Oh, damn.
And exploring all of that with Yandex is that much easier.
You haven't been here in Astana for 5 years. Yeah, I do remember when I was in Canada for how long? Like 7 years? I didn't go to Kazakhstan for 7 years, and within that 7 years of part, I've seen so much growth, so much potential, and so much futuristic types, as you can see here in our beautiful futuristic city Astana on your screen right now. And yeah, it's definitely quite some interesting changes, I mean, in our capital city.
I mean, the biggest and most important change to me in the city is that we finally get a Dota 2 LAN. We had two CS2 LANs before that, right? But that is the first big Dota 2 tournament here in my home country, and I'm extremely happy and extremely grateful to all the sponsors for making it possible.
Yeah, of course, and I would like to also thank everybody at the Games of the Future and then organizer. They're just really nice people to work with. And yeah, we're back to here to the panel.
If we want to talk about what's going to happen next and how it will be happening next, what should Team Resilience do against Extreme Gaming to get an edge? Is there like a secret sauce? Do you punish Ammo's greed? Do you try to win lanes? What would be your best idea? Or maybe the best idea is for commentators to talk about.
All right, we are back with Digital Gaming here between Team Resilience and Extreme Gaming. Extreme Gaming crushed Game 1, and I feel like despite Erika's game, it wasn't really, like Erika's, good performance, it really wasn't enough. What would you say was the biggest issue for Resilience?
I think the biggest issue for Resilience is that they weren't making strong enough moves. I think their rotations were... I don't know if it was unlucky or if they weren't able to read the map all that well, but just their movement was very lackluster.
Yeah. I mean, mid lane also, like, we saw nothing to say. Do have a way better time again the lane against Echoes. Top lane, surprisingly, New did all right, but we were both kind of scratching our hair at that Lycan pick, right?
It was definitely not optimal. Like, you know, in our scrims, of course, both of these two teams are leagues above what possibly my team will be able to do, but when we consider the Beastmaster and Lycan, one of the first considerations is that you do not have a Drow Ranger or a Clinkz on the opposite team, because it becomes a free lane for the Drow.
It was and they had paired up like Lycan Clockwork. It's very tough. Extreme Gaming starting off the ban phase again, aiming for the ZZQ to Wyvern. He has been a big part of that team's success in previous series. They're saying, all right, we want to target him. You don't see like the position 5 with such a specific ban like this, but I like it. I really like it for Extreme.
It is. I mean, that Clockwork was definitely, or rather the Hoodwink was definitely a problem, but they kind of ran into the 3-man Bushwhacks. They kind of ran into the 3-man Hoofstomp. It's not as if Extreme Gaming were forcing them to be in that position, like the Hoofstomp or even an RP, right? It's only as good as your opponents misplaying in those positions.
Well, Resilience, they're going to have first pick right now. Again, Erika had a good time, I think. I was actually a little surprised they GG'd out when they did, because Like we had 3 or 4 fights in a row where we weren't seeing the egg, and I'm just thinking maybe they'll try for one big wombo combo, then caught, but they were just like sick of it. It feels more like I don't want to call it a tilt GG, but more of this GG where it's like, guys, whatever atmosphere we're in is getting worse and worse. Let's call it. But Team Resist open up with a Treant. Good save for and heal for the whole team. Unfortunately, Extreme has the Largo who can lick it off. And tastes pretty good from what I've told.
Definitely. So then it becomes a question of, do you hold your living armor or do you use your living armor? Because oftentimes holding the living armor is also what's going to kill your carry. You're going to use you need to use the living armor because your carry is dying, right? Because someone is falling low enough, and you need to give them that protection. So it's kind of a darned if you do, darned if you don't situation.
Certainly better though to use it if you can, right? That's basically the situation. Like if he's gonna be cancelled, maybe it'll get cancelled after a couple ticks of healing or some other damage source before he licks it off, maybe. But Team Resistance, I like the opening pick. I was talking to Panda, and he's got all these stats in his head. Very nice, very smart guy, about how Treant Protector and Lone Druid are the most contested heroes of this tournament so far. Now, coach, I always like talking to a person who's actually playing pro or coaching pro. Do you think Treant Protector deserves his spot as the king of the meta, or is he a little overrated?
Well, that Treant Protector is how we won our qualification match. I'm gonna have a biased opinion as far as that is concerned. It's just you need to apply a lot of damage to overcome that living armor, because the living armor is just such a good defensive spell, especially in the first 10-15 minutes of the game. And if you have a weak, or rather if you have a snowball oriented hero, then that snowball oriented hero then needs to itemize in a way that increases their damage output, and that means they have to make riskier plays.
I see. All right. I love that your honesty. You're like, well, he got us at a qualifier. How am I supposed to say he's overrated? He's great. But Team Resilience, they pick up the Earthshaker. Could be a mid, could be a position 4. Position 4 Earthshaker rising in stonks in this tournament. And they also give New his Timber. So I like this a lot. I think that New is the best player on Team Resilience by quite some margin. I want him on a hero that can make plays. And man, look at how it looks so good. It looks very, very good, the arena there.
It actually looks really good. Looks very, what's the word? Futuristic.
Yes, and they're playing games of the future.
Exactly.
Right.
Who's gonna save the world? Earthshaker, as well as a Timbersaw. Now this Timbersaw is one of the heroes that did get banned, by Extreme Gaming in that previous game. Resilience, though, this won't be an Earthshaker on the mid side. It will be a Puck, and the fact that you have a Timber means that this Earthshaker is actually a position 4.
Yeah. As we were saying, like, he's rising up in popularity. Extreme, though, they get the NTS Tinker. Pew, 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 as he would say. Much better than I did, though. And along with the Undying, if you saw the previous series, Narmin on Undying was incredible. He had the Blink Aetherlands, rushed the shard, great saves. I bet Xnova can do the same. I believe that the next pick that you want to get rid of is probably the Spectre, because right now their ability to track the Tinker is limited.
I am wondering, though, what is the impact from this Earthshaker supposed to be? Is it just a dream call into the Echo Slam? Because the other side don't exactly have heroes that clump up.
No, they don't. See, you pick Earthshaker for his very strong laning phase. I'm just kidding. His laning phase is pretty trashy. Long range stuns, jump with the Echo. I agree with you that someone else is gonna have to do some work. Like Earthshaker feels very much kind of like Bounty in a way, whereas if you're winning, he helps you win more, if that makes sense. But him by himself doesn't really do plays.
And they actually have a pretty abysmal lineup as far as taking the Tombstone down goes. Like, who's gonna right-click the Tombstone? The Spock or the Timber, the Earthshaker? Timber, Earthshaker, and Treant all have very low attack speed.
That's possibly the worst 3 people you can think of to take on a Tombstone, right? It's like, all right, guys, we're gonna roll up and take on the Tombstone with these. They're like melee, slow attackers who will rely on their strength. Yay!
It really does make me a bit afraid of how Resilience were even drafting in the previous game. I didn't think that it doesn't feel like a very synergistic draft. I get the idea behind the draft, of course, but it doesn't seem like they're drafting while keeping what the other side brings to the table in their mind.
So far, Spectre has been banned out. The Drow gets removed again. I feel like it is a Spectre. No, they go for the Shadow Fiend instead for the stronger lane. Up against the Largo Dark Willow, Shadow Fiend definitely feels very strong. But my worry, honestly, is that it's not Ame who's the problem. It is Nothing to Say's Tinker. This hero was able to take Team Spirit to a 5-game series at TI10, which was obviously a few years ago, I know. But even in this tournament, I've seen his Tinker do some incredible work.
But it is a Tinker against Nothing to Say. You're playing a Tinker into the best Tinker player, it is by the best Tinker player in the world. So you have to be really careful. Not to mention, Tinker is like one of the best heroes against that Timbersaw, in the sense that you just have an absurd amount of pure damage, especially once you get that Aghanim Scepter, decreasing the max HP, right? Of the Treant, of the Timber, of the Earthshaker, a blind on the Shadow Fiend, so his right-click damage doesn't do anything until he gets the BKB. You don't have any Nullifier builder. You don't have... I haven't ever been... throughout this tournament, because there's been some incredible matches, I have never felt hopeless in a team's draft the way that I do now.
And this is without even the last pick from Extreme Gaming, right? They picked the Wind Ranger. To be fair with you, I don't think the Wind Ranger is like that crazy good against what Resilience has, because they have a lot of like magic damage from pure damage as well. What's she gonna evade? Doesn't matter. But again, I was saying it, and I think you echo my feelings on this, that it just doesn't really matter what Ame picks, because the NTS by himself can deal with Resilience's draft. It's not like Resilience had like a Zeus, Spectre, Dawnbreaker where I'm like, oh shit, NTS is going to have a tough time, Ame is going to have to carry. This feels like a very free game for Mr. Tinker.
Pretty much. Like, it doesn't really feel like this Tinker is going to have any kind of resistance. Not to mention the lick back on the Tinker, you have the Dark Willow with the Bramble Maze, you have the Tombstone save, so it's a lot going to protect Nothing to Say. And I will point out that, we have, every time Extreme Gaming plays, the spotlight is always on Ame. The conversation is always around Ame. He is Dota 2's uncrowned prince, right? Beloved in our community, deservedly so, of course. But maybe there is a shift, right? Maybe they have a new coach too, Lanham. Maybe there's a conversation that should be happening that Nothing to Say is or can be a centralizing factor for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, he has felt more ignored in the team. I don't know if I would say ignored, but he was like less of a focus, I feel like, after TI10, where you see him kind of getting sort of not the best matchups, maybe not prioritized by his supports. But we do have a new coach, right? Coach comes in with new ideas. Hey guys, I think that NTS should receive more love. Maybe we let the offlaner struggle a bit more. Maybe we take Ame on a more farming carry, and he can just AFK farm while NTS makes space. There's a new sheriff in town for Extreme Gaming, and his name is BD Lanham.
B4? Big Lanham?
Big Lanham. BD Lanham.
I can't follow that. I can't follow that.
It's alright.
You're saying a lot of words, but the one thing that I would like to point out though is, we were having the conversation that Southeast Asia has been eliminated, and a bit of memery about how Southeast Asia is in it because you have one Southeast Asian player on two Southeast Asian players. In fact,
there you
go. For the other team actually, for I believe it was for LGD. For Playtime, you have
Playtime's got two.
Playtime has two Southeast Asian players. Extreme Gaming also have two Southeast Asian players, right? You have Nothing to Say as well as Nova. So even if Playtime get eliminated, Southeast Asia is always going to go all the way.
Malaysia. I mean, that is unless Team Resilience wins here and removes Playtime, then we won't have any Southeast Asian representation from the top part of the bracket. So, but I don't know. I mean, you haven't been to Malaysia yet, I believe, but we have a saying in Malaysia. It's called Malaysia Boleh, which means Malaysia can do it.
I know that
And,
saying. I know that saying because one of my favorite rosters growing up with Dota have always been Malaysian rosters. Like, you have no idea how much of a fan I was of the good old Team Orange. I also shed tears when that Aegis was denied. When KYXY Mushi were in near tears when they were exiting their booth, like, I was crying right there, except from home, and I didn't feel the burn of not making it to the DI finals.
You know that KYXY, I talked to him, or I think I've seen a video of him, but I've actually talked to him once in the bathroom. But regardless of that, he said, I always hate any opening ceremony of TI because they always show the part when I kill the Aegis. He's like, every single video blunder or highlight, they always showcase that. So I got sick of seeing it. I only watch the matches. I can't watch the side content anymore because I'm like traumatized from seeing that so often. And I'm like, damn. It was sad to hear that.
Yeah, but it's also Southeast Asia has never come close to that TI final. That was the
time.
Probably the closest. Yeah, that was the time. That was the peak, some would say.
It was. Unfortunately, haven't peaked since, but top lane is going to be the Dark Willow and the Largo going up against the Shadow Fiend and Treant Protector. I think that you can do okay here if you're Resilience. But you also have to be careful, right? If you are ZZQ, you get out of position, stomp into Bramble, into the Lick. It can be very irritating for him for sure.
Yeah, the top lane is going to be hard, especially against, even with the Shadow Fiend, right? You imagine that the Largo being a melee hero, the Shadow Fiend can land those raises, but it doesn't often result in that. The Frog Stomp is a very disabling factor for the Shadow Fiend himself because you can't use the raises while you're inside of the Frog Stomp, and you don't want to be getting caught with the Bramble Maze. It can go either way still because you do have a Treant Protector. ZZQ should be able to protect the Shadow Fiend, even considering the Lick this well. Which, again, I would like to point out, every time there's a Largo versus a tree, the conversation is always about licking away the living armor. But you also have to consider that the Lick can be used against the Overgrowth.
Oh, okay, yeah. I just like the way you said it. Yep, bottom lane, New is being, I would say, zoned out by Xnova, but it certainly feels like it's being zoned out by Xnova as he only got 3 CS. It's Xnova who's got 5 to his name. And I'm looking at the Earthshaker. I think he's trying to drag creeps away, but that's not really working out for him.
Yeah, he's not exactly the you pointed out, he kind of like the bounty hunter. He's not exactly that useful in the lane. I would actually say the Earthshaker is worse than a Nyx Assassin in the lane, because at least the Nyx Assassin has a spammable stun. The Earthshaker has 2 fissures before his mana runs out.
Oh, for sure. In the laning phase, I'd prefer a bounty over an Earthshaker, to be fair with you. The invisibility, everyone hates training with Bounty Hunter. It feels super awful. You're like, oh god, he stole more gold! Especially with that thing being buffed all the time. So good right now.
Some offlaners would prefer playing the lane solo as opposed to having an Earthshaker, because then they'd at least get the experience.
He's been doing his best to stay out of the XP range, to be fair for you. On Mr. Planet oh, here we go. ZZQ just walks out of it.
Yeah, it's hard to commit on the Treant Protector, too much HP on him. I would actually imagine that Erika is the easier target. We might actually see that because every time you have an Undying, the ideal use case is to go towards that top lane to make some kind of a play. But this Willow, they're chasing after the Willow. I'm not sure why.
They maybe thought that they could bring her down, not realizing, of course, how much health she was going to... I mean, they know that she's going to get a lot of health out of the Shadow Realm. A decent attempt, but not really resulting too much. YSR or Erika continues to be the highest CS hero on the map. Nothing to say is after that, and then you can see XXS on the Largo.
Nothing to say has about 22 CS compared to the 21 on the box, so at the very least, they're pretty much having a very even time on that mid lane. And it's a puck performance for the second time in a row.
Yep.
How does Echo need to play? Now that he's warmed up, how does he need to play this game?
If he can... Oh, wait, YSR!
Erika might just actually fall here and uses the Fairy Fire to try and get out, but that Shadow Realm Strike is going to come in, and it is going to come in hard. Okay, not that hard apparently, but they are still chasing in after him. YSR will be okay.
Infused Raindrop blocked most of the damage from that. Would have been possibly a kill after. I really like that FY was aware that the creeps are going to go near the tower and kind of give him vision, so he didn't shoot the Shadow Realm attack too early. It wouldn't have made any difference either way. Infused Raindrops, in my opinion, is a premium item to have in the first, I'd say, 20 minutes of the game. Whenever I have an empty slot, I stick one of those there.
And I suppose the ideal way to have played that is use a raise before the Shadow Realm Strike lands, so that you can, put the Infused Raindrop on cooldown. Shadow Realm Strike is going to do most of the damage, but that is a very difficult play to execute, and I'm not even sure if, or rather, in this case, the Largo's Lick, right? I don't think he had the range or even the mana for it.
I imagine it was on cooldown, right? They probably used it with the stomp early on. Okay, we're trying. But he is out of sentry range, he's going to be fine. And the sentry gets removed as well, so nice move there by Resilience. Denying them that sentry, as well as a bit of mana from the Dark Willow. He's doing okay
Echo,
bottom.
He is doing okay bottom. Echo is actually doing fantastic on that mid lane. He is 400, nearly 400 net worth ahead of that of the Tinker.
A little bit surprising, actually, that he is winning as much as he is. Planet almost losing his life there. He gets coiled up. Only has only has level 2 to his name. I was going to say level 200. That's crazy. Level 2 on our Earthshaker.
Why do you think the max level is capped at 30, and previously it used to be 25?
I'm wondering that as well. Let's see. I wonder if it was always 25. I don't think the one was ever 20. Why is it on 25? Do you know, or are you just sort of grilling me?
I'm not doing either. I don't know, and I don't think that's a grilling question. I'm just wondering. Maybe you have the answers.
Well, I unfortunately, Ice Frog hasn't replied to my emails in 15 years. He used to, but he doesn't do that anymore.
I haven't tried emailing Ice Frog. I get to speak to him occasionally.
ZZQ tries to steal it, but it's not going to happen. Planet gets the Shrine of Wisdom. And oh yes, Ice Frog. Back in the old days, you can email him about something, and he'd actually reply to you. And he'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, it was very cool.
That's fantastic. But I can completely understand why he stopped replying back.
Well, so far bottom lane, New is level 6, could make a move here if he wanted to. And he's got Planet with him. Planet, has he made any stacks? I don't think he has. It feels like most of, oh, here we go, good coil.
Two-man Dream Coil into a two-man Fisher. The puck jumps towards the other side of that block, and it should be Ame falling. He's trying to run with the wind run and might just be able to get out. Echoes does find that loss, right-click in, finds that first blood. Ame goes down. X-Nova is next up on the menu. Team Resilience will be able to find a pretty good set of kills.
Luckily for X-Nova, he dies after the 8-minute mark, so he has the Ceaseless Dirge instantly proccing. But yeah, very, very good rotation by Team Resilience. And they were even a bit, I would say, there was a bit of unluck for Extreme. I'm surprised the Shackle Shot didn't latch on New. Don't think it would have made too much of a difference, but a surprising angle that didn't reach from.
And now the puck is starting to snowball. I'm also very surprised that Nothing to Say didn't actually join that bot lane to help his team fight a little.
If they die, they die. Survival of the fittest, baby. That's the only thing of the movie I know. And that, he kills a boxer, actually. Oh, ZZQ going a bit deep, but should be fine overall.
Yeah, he's a very annoying hero if you're attempting to stack up the jungle. He's just always going to be there, always hanging around.
We were talking about NTS's Tinker, and we were glazing it, like a donut. But feels like right now he might have to actually do what we say he's capable of, and go just 1v1 versus 5.
It's because Ame is having a rough time, or not exactly a rough time, but it's going to be very hard for a Wind Ranger to be able to out-carry a Shadow Fiend.
Agreed. Then again, the Tinker can do all the damage you need for sure. But that's a lot when you have to carry these guys. Oh, let's look at it this way.
For the Blink Dagger, it should also be pretty good here. He's already at the 2,000 mark. I assume he's not going for any starter kit items and just rushing the Blink.
He's got Kaya, yeah. Kaya into Blink is what I imagine he has on the agenda.
They're looking for the rune. Ame is actually going to grab the illusion rune and just walks away. I thought that they should have secured it for Extreme Gaming for the Tinker, but no, okay, the Tinker was very far away.
Yeah, he was going for top rune. That's why Ame took it before, because Lucian Orb was there from Echoes. Ame's like, let me just grab it. This is what I mean. There's been a bit of a change where Ame is making these a bit more, movements, helping out with ruins and things like that. As okay,
new. Okay, he'll just teleport away. And we should consider the fact that there are a lack of disables on the side of Extreme Gaming. You have the Shaku Shot, you have maybe the Bramble Maze, which doesn't exactly stun you, but it does stop your teleport. And then there's the Largo Frog Stun, but that's just about it. You have 2 shaky stuns and you have 1 skill shot stuns.
What about Cursed Crown?
I mean, I've seen so many games where the Cursed Crown, like, it's a great stun if it lands, but it takes so long to actually land
exactly.
it. Dream Call, it comes out as the Lotus Orb does get used, the Infused Raindrop as well, a lot of value for XXS, and in fact, they'll turn it around on towards ZZQ. Where does his team go? His team just went back and didn't look behind.
They're like, well, he got caught, but yeah, surprisingly that first the Largo was able to survive, and okay, going for an attempt here. Shadow Realm is available, doesn't even need to use it.
And has a salve.
And has a salve as well.
Just wasted mana for the block. Or rather, no. It's mana for making the enemy use 100 gold.
By the way, I completely agree with your point about Dark Will. I think of all of her skills, Cursed Crown is like the one that you can remake and everyone will be like, yeah, that's a good one. Like, it's so... Oh, I'm stunning you in 5 seconds. Wow. I'll be worried in 5 seconds then.
Tombstone comes out, ZZQ. He's there in the invisibility. He thinks they don't see him, but they do. And they will be able to find the skill and possibly apply a lot of pressure on the tier 1 tower. May even be able to find it because YSR, Erica, has decided to start farming in the jungle.
I wonder what XS is going to consider building on the Largo. We've seen some go for the Aghanims, but that feels like a very old build. I've seen Kai. Ame.
In trouble. Timbersaw will chain forward as you do have Echoes landing damage with the Illusory Orb, but nothing to say this time around. He's there. Power Shot takes out most of Echo's HP, and nothing to say, has that Blink Dagger. Echo Slam is going to completely miss the mark. Extreme Gaming, they were so far away from that Echo.
God, I hate that.
Oh, the push is so good. Pushes the Earthshaker away, and he isn't able to get anything. But in the meantime, YSR does get a solo kill as planned. He's pinging out, hey guys, I made a few stacks. Someone should go and farm them fairly soon. I imagine Plan's thinking, maybe I could have farmed it if I didn't waste my Echo.
Radiant's middle tower
He's stacked 7 camps for his team.
That's crazy.
5 for the Willow. He's actually stacked 7 camps and still hits his level 6 mark, and I would describe a decent timing.
Sure. It's 13 minutes and a bit. He's okay. Same as X-Nova, actually. Not a whole lot of levels going for the supports because there haven't been a whole lot of kills either. 2 on one side, 3 on the other. And one of them was a solo kill for the Shadow Fiend. There we go.
Where are we going? I don't see where we're going.
I thought we were gonna go for like an invasion here, and we are. Oh, Largo, XXS, spots ZZQ, decides to walk away. So many of these names are just like 2-3 letters, you know, and TS spots ZZQ, who's going for XXS, and here comes FY. It's like, come on, guys.
There's that first round, Otimo. Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go.
Scares the living hell out of them, didn't it?
Yeah, I was scared, man. I was quivering.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So if you had a chance to have a pro player name, would yours be Taltris or would you have something else?
Something else. Taltris is, you know, my costing.
Okay.
Content creation, coaching.
Nice.
You know,
nice.
It's
Maybe you want to stick to it, you know, if you're gonna. I meant like more of like if you were, you know, you were like 20 years old, right? No, 16 years old, 12k MMR. Oh, sorry, no, 7k MMR right now.
I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I actually think the nickname should be allowed to be changed a lot.
Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
ZZQ, he walks out without a lot of problems for him. As Ame and XXS really struggling in this game. Very nice job by Team Resilience to focus them down, especially that rotation on Echoes. However, it is the NTS Tinker. You know, we keep saying he's so good. Oh dear.
Ame, oh man, that is so much damage. He throws out that focus fire, it has a bit of damage on New before he goes down. NTS is coming in to show us what his Tinker is made of. Uses the laser, trying to rearm once more, but there's that two-man Fisher again. Erica throws out that Requiem, and now nothing to say, has to just get back. Another Echo Slam that goes out this time and only finds X-Nova, who tries to heal back up, but it's not going to be possible. Now they're just going to charge on towards nothing to say. Extreme Gaming, they're going to lose 3 entire heroes, maybe even more. Double, or rather, XXS is here with a lick to take Planet out, but I feel like that's the only thing he'll find.
Possibly more if FY is able to get something going for himself. But nope, seems like it's just going to be a 1-for-3 trade. And getting the Earthshaker after he used all his spells, not exactly a win here. As Team Resilience is now 5,000 gold ahead. I know, unfortunately for NTS, even though he is on his best hero, it's not super easy when they just get on top of you very quickly, as they did just now.
Especially when the rest of your team, they can't survive for long enough. Like, you know, Ame died so quickly there. Will be able to pick up a kill on ZZQ. They will give it to Ame because he is the least farm core in the game.
Yes, he is. Access, I think he is going to go for the Meteor Hammer. I saw a crown, I think it's called. So very useful, sorry, not very useful, but I like that he's going for the Meteor Hammer to help you push. Feels much needed in this game.
They do have one tier 2 tower taken out, but on both sides, in fact. I actually thought for some reason Resilience had to do, but no, they don't. Witchblade as well as the amplified damage, they're just waiting for nothing to say. He will show up to a big surprise, and they will be able to take him out without any difficulty. Terrorize is going to be sent out. It only catches the Earthshaker, but they are coming in. However, Erica is here too, and that means Extreme Gaming have to get back. Tombstone being right-clicked down by the Shadow Fiend. All the meanwhile, Extreme Gaming trying to dish out some semblance of damage, but Ame has none.
3-for-1 trade again. And yeah, Ame, we saw that with Wind Ranger. We were like, it's not. To be fair, we said it doesn't matter what Ame plays because you have the NTS Tinker, but we're seeing that it kind of does matter. He doesn't deal too well with the Shadow Fiend, doesn't scale as well as him. He doesn't deal too well with the Timber Saw because he just gives him tons of reactive armor stacks. And his stun is good, it has landed on Echoes a few times, but lack of damage.
The Shadow Fiend, he's 3,500 net worth ahead of that of Ame. This Timber Saw is 4,000 or rather 3,000 ahead of the Largo. It doesn't bode too well when, you know, and this is the contrast, right? Last game, Resilience, even though the rest of their team were behind, there was at least one person at the very top. Over here is just Extreme Gaming, or just everyone's just kind of struggling.
Possibly one more. Nope, doesn't use the overgrowth. He knows he can lick it off here on XXS, but still, holy shit! Like, we don't even get a chance before someone is dead as on the other side. Then someone else is dead. Oh, could be something here.
Yeah, they should be able to take down the Treant Protector. ZZQ does die, but again, it just feels like roles have been reversed, right? Last game, Resilience, all they were getting done, all they were receiving were breadcrumbs. They were just able to take down a support or two here and there.
Still, and I don't feel like Largo and Wind Ranger really function that well from behind. You know, a lot of their kit is designed to do well if you're ahead. If you're behind, these heroes can feel very weak. Oh, wait. Was this New?
They do go in, but New will just get back. Do you feel like New is going to be unkillable? soon, or rather, I mean, even right now, I think about how much they have, how much damage they can dish out versus how much survival is built into this Timbersaw. Neo has a BKB as well as a Sanjin Kaya.
The BKB is the one that scares me the most, because before you can say, well, they have magic damage, right? They don't even have that when BKB is. And Ame is struggling. Ame is dying. Ame is dead.
It's the Fisher that took him out. Wow. Do you find it funny when there's a Fisher thrown out and a hero's body just gets swung to the other side?
I think that is the best
flies
part
away
of the innate, the emotional damage. I would like it if it flies to your screen if you're playing against Earthshaker, right? Like he fissures you and your body just flies off the screen towards you or something.
I want the animation for the tiny toss to be thrown, to be changed. Like if the toss is gonna kill someone, the hero should just, you know, get tossed up into the air and never come down.
Right about that. But the fact that they come down is because they deal AoE damage when they land, so we have to have them land. Like, we can't change the mechanic.
Then we should change the spell to enable what I want to see.
Tiny has had Avalanche Toss for over 20 years, okay? That'll never change.
XXS is in trouble. He may have had the Meteor Hammer to take down that tower, but that doesn't help him to do anything else in the game if you can't push.
High ground is still a problem for Team Resilience, just because March of Machines will be there for the Tinker.
I like how we're there now, Ottomo. I like the optimism that you have. 20 minutes in, high ground defense is pretty good.
Well, we're trending towards that direction, aren't we? It's not exactly like we could talk about pickoffs and whatnot for Extreme Gaming, because they don't I mean, they have a good lineup in damage, but not for finding people. As ZZQ, Agent Z, as we call him, he has found the Tinker.
He doesn't have any follow-up, though. He can't cancel the TP.
There you go.
That's what he's gonna do. ZZQ. Again, oh, Echoes. He's just gonna come in from out of nowhere. And Nothing to Say has no more mana. Terrorize is gonna be dodged away very easily, and Neo will be able to pick up the kill on Nothing to Say. Extreme Gaming, they get ambushed.
Oh, there's a stun from the Cursed Crown, but doesn't do anything. They do bring down ZZQ, though.
Echo Slam comes out and the right clicks from Erica start to fly out. It's XXS who's gonna fall as you do again have Echoes going back in. Neo finds himself with a double kill by taking out X Nova, and they'll even be able to find a tier 2 tower. I feel like Extreme Gaming, you know, as much as I hate to say it, they should have just left Nothing to Say for dead.
They did, unfortunately. He is their main win condition. They know this. So even a small chance of keeping him alive is very worth it for them. And unfortunately, they lose so much from that fight as well.
I feel like we're too far gone for win conditions. I feel like it's just comeback conditions now, or just conditions. Conditions should not get stomped soon.
Come back for the victory, right? Like a comeback usually implies that you come back from a loss to win.
It will be a not lose condition.
That's the same as winning.
No.
Yes, it is.
Not losing doesn't mean that you're still winning. Right?
Yes.
Like, for example, Reconyx versus Liga Team.
Okay.
That third game, you remember? The Lone Druid?
Okay.
Liga Team weren't losing, but they weren't winning either.
Yeah, they dragged out forever, to be fair. As FY gets killed by Planet here. But in Dota, there is no draw. There is win or lose. And that's what Extreme Game needs to do. I think Xnova's saving for a shard. He's got 1200 gold. Probably could use that.
Saving for a shard? He's saving for retirement. You know, it's investing for the 20 minutes from now, considering how this game is actually going for them. You know, he's going to stack up those dividends until they eventually become big enough.
It is wild how sort of different game 1, game 2 went, because at this point Team Resilience was GGing out. They're like, yeah, we're done here. No need for even Roshan or whatever. Now they've got a Silver Edge, great at capping the movement speed of a Wind Ranger, and they just got I think Parasma finished as well on the puck.
Yeah, everyone's a target now for the puck. Everyone's a target for the Shadowfiend. It's... I don't know. Resilience are certainly great at comebacks. I will say that. You know, Yellow Submarine game number 1, they got stomped, but game number 2, they found a comeback. Sure, they were always ahead in this game, but it again just goes towards that China versus China team comparison that we were making earlier. Resilience started the fight off, or Extreme Gaming. The Willow is running, but the opposite direction. Willow has made it out, but the wrong way, and will just teleport back.
Solid kill. Very solid kill. You could say, though, the Team Resilience was there without all of their players around, right? Like ZZQ walks in with New. Maybe a little bit too cocky there. He has a BKB.
There's that Fisher. Ooh, man, that is a lot of damage. XXS, the tankiest hero in their team, actually falls. And I would say Extreme Gaming don't actually have a tank in their lineup. Like, they have a front line, but it's not exactly a tank if you don't have any items.
Oh, no, for sure. It's more of a spank. You know, he goes forward, he gets spanked, and he goes back.
How do they defend their high ground? You know, you said that their high ground defense is good. Explain to me how it's good.
March of Machines plus power shot.
Explain to me why Resilience right now in their current game state are going to be afraid of the March of Machines.
Oh, I mean, kills creeps, right? That's all you really need to do.
So the creeps are afraid.
The creeps are gonna die from it. The creeps are gonna show up and they're like, oh shit, it hurts us a lot. And once the BKBs are down, Team Resilience, the Tinker can still shred them. I'm holding on to hope. Maybe I'm the one who's puffing that hopium. But I still believe that like Tinker's pure damage is enough to shred even how far ahead Team Resilience are.
I am a big believer in nothing that says Tinker.
Okay.
But
sorry, did you say his Tinker or his Stinker?
His Tinker.
His Tinker, not his Stinker.
His laser beams, his missiles.
But he smells good. He's not a Stinker.
No, definitely not.
Okay, good to know.
Heart of the Wrath picked up by who is it now? Is it the Dull? Is it a Timber? Is it New with a Heart of the Wrath?
I think it would be New. And that's gonna be the Aegis on YSR. All right, I got some good news for you if you're a fan of Extreme Gaming. Okay, you want to hear it?
Sure,
it doesn't
why not?
get much worse than this in any sort of situation, any game. Like the enemy team is 22,000 gold, 26 minutes, has an Aegis. You're near high ground. It doesn't get any worse than this. It's New.
They find one laser, but New, he has the BKB. He will just simply be able to brush it off. And in fact, you have to be careful before he decides to go back in. And to add to your point, Automo, you think rock bottom is the lowest you can get, but there's an whole undiscovered part of the ocean that we don't even know exists.
That's very fair, you know. Reminds me about a certain submarine that was in the news a while ago, but we won't go there. Yeah. No. Here's the thing. Team Resilience. Wait. It could be engagement.
It is. The terrorized attempt was pretty good. It does push back the Shadow Fiend. However, Ame is already dead. He's going to buy back into it, so I feel like this is a Hail Mary play. Nothing to say, we'll be able to drop down the lasers. New has fallen, a godlike streak going the way of X Nova, but everyone else still gets a fair bit of gold. That's 2,000 gold from just the one death of the Timbersaw.
And that's going to be a minute delayed of the Aegis as well. Reminder that was because of a BKB use earlier. They poked him, he BKB'd, and now it will be unexpected for Team Resilience to do that, but also risky.
Recall, he'll throw down a Requiem. It's Echoes who will just jump in, but Extreme Gaming, they do seem to be playing a bit more confident. They seem to be playing like they want a brawl.
With the Timbersaw dead, that 20,000 gold is actually gone, right? Because Timbersaw has 18,000 of it. He's more than just his gold. It's his body, it's his spells. So you are playing it an even game, 5 versus 4.
No Requiem or Dream Coil either. So if Extreme Gaming, they want to go in, they want to take a fight, this would be a very good time. You kind of have to do something to Echo just jumping in on you, applying that Parasma debuff, Illusory Orb, Waning Rift, and just shifting away. Right? You can't just stand your ground and hoping that someone will do something.
But you are hoping for that to happen. Look, if Puck jumps in, we'll just curse crown the guy, okay? I'll teach him a lesson.
Now there's a BKB on that Shadow Fiend. Erica will not only hit for a lot of right-click damage, but he's also going to be able to survive any kind of magical damage that you're dishing out. And you know, to your point of surviving, outlasting the lasers, it kind of feels like it's the one Extreme. It's kind of the onus of the survival is on Extreme Gaming. The onus of outlasting the BKBs is not on Resilience. It's on the Radiant side.
They have a Hex coming out soon on NTS. And 3 minutes of the Aegis, I will say, have done not much for Team Resilience. They haven't been able to push high ground or do anything with that so far. All because, I mean, they've even taken the tier 2 mid. This is not a good Aegis for Team Resilience. So far.
So far. Okay, there we go. Ame is dead without buyback available. It's a great Echo Slam that comes up, but the BKB was up for XXS. However, it's still Extreme Gaming. They're just dying to the simple right-click damage. Resilience may have lost their Earthshaker, but it's still a good fight. However, Shadow Fiend, he's dropping very low, does have that second life. Echo, he's probably going to decide to go back in, takes out that Larigo. XXS is now down. NTS has no more mana, so he'll have to back away to the fountain. However, Resilience have realized that it's not such an easy fight. They too will have to go back.
This is like a solid defense from Extreme Gaming. Again, they didn't lose a tower out of this. Unfortunately, Ame, that's his die back. We also lose XXS, and that was the Ceaseless Dirge bringing back X-Nova. All for an Aegis and a Treant Protector. But if you're like me, an optimist, you'll see that NTS, I mean, they did bring down the Shadow Fiend. If he didn't have the Aegis, he'd be dead. He'd be in the grave right now. Dead.
I mean, if he didn't have the Aegis, they wouldn't have taken a fight like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't expect to die in that situation. Right?
I mean, you'd be okay with dying in that situation because you have that Aegis. Thus, you'll be in that situation because you know if you die, you have second life.
Well, either way, they brought him down. And
they did bring him down. Yes, they did bring him down. That is, you know, we have come to an agreement. They brought him down.
We are at the bargaining phase of you know, like there's the 5 stages. We're like the bargaining right now.
Yeah. And hopefully Extreme Gaming don't realize the acceptance stage because, you know, I hope they stay in a denial phase where they're still trying to fight it.
This is not an unwinnable game for Extreme Gaming. The high ground remains a problem for Resilience, and we'll see what they can do about that.
Okay, I'm curious to know.
Yes, yes.
Extreme Gaming clearly come in with a lot of star power, right? Okay. The fandom. Is that why maybe, you know, we're hoping against all hope right now? Because if in a normal pro game of Dota, 32 minutes in, Automo, if you have a team that's 30,000 net worth ahead, you would imagine that it's a pretty much done and dusted game.
True, but this is a Tinker specialist, you know, on a hero that he's a hero here that can carry the game by himself. So, and he's got decent farm. He's also got the save coming out from X-Nova. X-Nova has the blink, a shard now available on the Undying. So even if you get caught, you can still save him. As YSR, 1 hit from him, as well as a jump from you, and FY is dead. Marco?
They find the side of Weiss, but there is no damage coming in on that Timbersaw. And I would like to bring to your attention, Automo, is that Ame has less net worth than the Earthshaker. In fact, Ame may just end up with in this game with having less net worth than even the position 5 of Resilience.
In China, carry players are rated for how much damage they can do for the gold they have. So obviously when you farm a lot, you must do a lot of damage. But Ame has reversed the script. All right? He, how we say it? He has gone for low gold, high damage, basically becoming the best carry player in the world. See how it works? All right, you're impressed by my analysis, aren't you?
I am.
You know I'm right. Just admit it.
I'm impressed by you finding some way out of this.
Thank you.
Like this nightmare that Extreme Gaming are in.
It is very much a nightmare. If it was any other hero besides the NTS mid tinker, I would have said the same thing. It's gonna dust it, but ZZQ, free kill.
solid. Bit of gold, much needed. 1,000 gold, in fact. Not even a bit, that's 1,000 gold. Planet. Could be a nice, tasty morsel. They can get their hands on him.
And I will add to the point, you know, when the Resilience were in the same situation, they just tapped out.
True.
Right? They just gave up. Extreme Gaming are the ones who are not giving up. They're the ones who are still trying, and they might actually come on to Erica. They don't see him. The sentry there was by Resilience and not by Extreme Gaming. Now Extreme Gaming possess the high ground, and this fight may not work out. A Fisher comes out towards that Willow, hit by that Dream Call too. Neo, he's there, going to go in, taking a damage from the NTS. The focus fire might just be good enough. They're trying to burst through that timber saw. He's able to use the use though, but the Undying, he saves his Largo. But for how long? Because Erica will take that tombstone down and then focus everyone else down. It's Extreme Gaming who will lose the fight. They do find Erica. They manage to take one hero out, but the question is, the cost is just simply too big. Extreme Gaming will lose their entire lineup. Resilience 36,000 ahead at that 35-minute mark, 31 kills, and I feel like this game, surely, Otimo, there's no way out of it.
There's no, I mean, they have buyback on the Shadow Fiend if they want to bring him back to fight, but my lord, so close to bring down the Timber Saw. And you can see the respect that they have on Team Resilience for their, you know, older brothers here on Extreme Gaming. But Ame is going to be up soon, him and X-Nova, and the tower push. I mean, it's a concept for Team Resilience without that Shadow Fiend. But like, it's an idea of pushing towers. You don't really do too much though. Here we go.
Again, I don't see where we're going, Otimo.
They're still worried about the buyback from NTS.
I don't see them worried.
Well, they were a bit careful, weren't they?
The puck jumped into tier 4s.
That's a puck. He's doing puck things. All right. Have you ever seen a puck not jump into danger?
No.
All right. Now, 41,000 gold ahead for Team Resilience. It's an equal game.
The Largo has also fallen behind the Earthshaker in terms of net worth.
But that's behind the Triad Protector. That's when I start worrying.
That Triad Protector almost has as much net worth as his two supports from Extreme Gaming combined.
I guess he does. I mean, he's a rich man. Why, you begrudge him a bit of gold?
The trickle-down economy ain't working for Extreme Gaming, Otimo.
Extreme's like, please trickle down from Team Resilience. Please trickle down from them. As they're gonna go for Roshan right now. Oh, yeah. By the way, you're a coach. You should know what hope feels like when your team is doing badly. Why are you busting me over it?
It's very interesting because one of my players asked once to me, the entire team, what happens if we're in a position where we're getting stomped and we don't know what the way out is? And unfortunately, there is no answer to a situation like this. You should not be in this situation in the first place.
Exactly. It's kind of like, what do we do when we're 40,000 gold behind? And like, well, if you're at 40,000 gold, oh, he jumps in. If you're at 40,000 gold behind, there's not much you can do. Is a problem. Oh, the Hex comes out. That's a Wind Waker.
But there's a Wind Waker, yeah. So they have enough protection for this Spock. And even then, he has this A on this. So it's not as if the Wind Waker had to be used. They're just making sure that it doesn't go on cooldown.
Rocking it would have been nice. As Ame, really miserable game for him. One of the worst ever, to be honest. Well, still, you can see, Power Shot, Frog Stomp, and March of Machines is holding Team Resilience, I wouldn't say back, but instead of them charging head first to the towers, they are being a little careful, waiting for creeps and things like that. Actually, we could consider going for a fight. There's no Shadow Fiends here. It's very bold if Extreme does it, but it is an idea when you see the Shadow Fiend is pushing top lane, revealing himself on the map. This is a bit of disrespect from Team Resilience. They're saying, look, our Shadow Fiend's all the way over there, and we have people in other lanes. Do something if you want.
Extreme Gaming, they I mean, okay, I agree with you. They have a strong high ground defense, clearly. Otherwise, this game would have already been over.
Thank God.
But how do they win that high ground defense? How do they make sure the Brazilians suffer enough that they go back instead of being able to take down a barracks?
All right. Let me cook something up for you here, because that's the only one that's a question I have an answer to. Oh, Xnova is jumped.
Echo, he goes in with the Dream Call. The Lincolns from the park blocks away the Shackle Shot. Soul Rip Heal is there. So Extreme Gaming, they hold on. But again, you lose the tier 3 tower. And Erica isn't going to budge, right? He's just going to start right-clicking these barracks down. And the question is, for Extreme Gaming, can you muster up the courage to go in?
Oh, Erica almost dies, actually, in that situation. Quite
Okay,
low on the
push him
Shadow
back.
Fiend.
Hey, he does have a Satanic, so he'll be right back in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, but the banner might not be standing by the time he comes back. Oh. They haven't been able to actually hit the banner. What a great zoning from Team Resilience, I must say. For like that banner's still standing, and they all left the base. That is crazy.
Shadow Fiend is going to be back. Eric up, he's dishing out the right clicks. Largo is falling very low on his HP. And the BKB is going to just be used here just to take out the barracks because they know that there's no way Extreme Gaming will chase outside of their base. Slowly but surely, they are getting choked in. Slowly but surely, they're now gasping for air right now, but they're not going to get much oxygen from Resilience. X-Nova falls. Echo Slam comes out onto Birds 2, and Extreme Gaming, they will come in for the buybacks. Resilience still trying to stand in their ground, but get hit by the Cursed Crown of all spells. Erica will end up losing his Aegis. Extreme Gaming, they've only used one buyback, and they've been able to defend. No BKB available for Erica. He is going to go down. Team Resilience may have just overextended.
May? Oh, they certainly did. They certainly did. I mean, when I saw Erica use the BKB top lane to take the barracks, I was like, okay, that's it. This push is over. They're going to go back. But they continue going for Team Resilience, feeling ultra confident, and they force a buyback from ZZQ. To be fair, XXS did use his as well, but like, look at it. They got like nearly 3 times the EXP. Oh, that's not good.
Extreme Gaming may have just overextended, nothing to say. NTS was immediately buyback for that. They want to defend because they know the Shadow Fiend's down. Ame going in with the Focus Fire again, trying to take out that Timbersaw. Wind Waker adjustment will be there. Can XXS make his way out? He can't. It will still be the puck, though. That is a very difficult hero to catch. Echo will go out. And may I just say it, Automo, I don't think he's had his A on this proc right now, ever.
He is 10, 0, and 18. Proving to be the biggest problem. We were looking at the mid laners and saying, wow, oh, Largo, that's just going to be a day on this proc for him. We're looking at the mid laners this game and saying, my God, what a great performance we expect from the mid laner. But it was the other one that we got in the end. To be fair, NTS, considering the state of the game, has played phenomenally. Nixon? There he is.
And we had a lot of criticisms for the draft here from Resilience, but maybe this draft works.
I think we had a lot of criticism in game 1 for the draft, right? Game 2, you know, we saw that Lycan and we were, you know,
oh right, yeah,
blocking up a storm. We didn't say the draft. We praised Extreme. We said that their Tinker is amazing. We never said anything about Team Resilience having a bad draft.
That's true. That's true. I forget.
All right. We gotta give ourselves some credit sometimes.
I give myself a lot of credit. It's fine, Optimo.
I bet you do.
I do. I do.
I have a feeling you would. I'm like, this is not a man who's been accused of being humble.
I am humble. I am very humble. I'm just
the
not
most humble person in the world, right?
I am really humble, except at times where I feel like I deserve not to be humble.
Of course.
That makes sense.
I mean, you're a doctor. You know, you guys aren't exactly. Every time we talk to doctors, so what do you do? I save lives. I'm like, all right, all right.
Yeah, you know, when someone, you know, when thanks me for saving their kid's life, I say you're welcome. Like a humble person.
Oh, to be fair, at that point, you deserve the thank you. You deserve the thank you then for sure. And right now, Extreme Gaming kind of thankful that they're getting a chance to breathe here.
You know, at 37 minutes, Team Resilience was 41,000 gold ahead. At 44 minutes, they're 41,000 gold ahead. That's not like the direction we're going towards. Pretty bad overall.
What are you trying to say, Otimo? You do realize the more net worth that increases for Resilience, it's harder to increase net worth from a certain point.
That's
right?
very true.
Like, how do you go from 30,000 to 35,000? Like, how do you sell? Like, there's only so many slots you have.
That's very fair. Which means that all this net worth is kind of useless because it's just sitting in the bank, not building items.
I don't even think Extreme Gaming are coping as hard as you are.
Their coach might. Xnova's dead.
Xnova is dead indeed. Ame throws out that shackle shot, doesn't actually land on anyone, and I feel like this ultra maneuverability, New having the Wind Waker, Echo constantly being able to readjust his position, is just too much for Extreme Gaming. Like, they have this laser combo, but I did point out the fact that there's limited disables on their side, right? We saw a Cursed Crown come out last fight, and that was actually useful for them.
Surprisingly. Every time you say Cursed Crown, like, wait, that stun actually did something? That was very strange. Wispuck, and I would love to know if you actually ever proc Aeon Disc, because I've never seen it. I've seen other Aeon Discs get used, like Largos, for example, but not really the pucks.
He's just never been in danger, despite of him going in again and again. There we go. He goes in once more. Aeon Disc instantly going to proc. And Extreme Gaming, they don't have Xnova, but he might be back up in about 20 seconds. The only problem is Resilience. They just have to get through one lane of barracks. They realize it. They're so close to the win here. They're so close to equalizing this series against Extreme Gaming. FY will immediately buy back after being taken out, but now they have come to your high ground. Your tier 3 tower is taking in damage, and you need to be able to go in. March of the Machines have taken out the creeps like you predicted, Otimo, but there's still a puck on your high ground. There's still the rest of Resilience you have to deal with, and it doesn't seem like the March is doing much there.
No, certainly not. Maybe they can proc the Aeon Disc. No, he heals up in time before it procs again on Echoes. Crazy that they can't even get the puck to 70% health.
Oh, nothing to say. Just gets slow knocked down for about 120 seconds. Surely Extreme Gaming are going to realize how hopeless this situation is. Being able to defend without your Tinker is just an impossible scenario to be in. Team Resilience will be able to find mega creeps, but right now they're just having their fun with it.
Yeah, I wonder if Tinker's buyback is going to be like timing out very soon. I don't think so. I mean, he just used it to on the top lane fight, but they are just eating. Then there you go. Nothing to say calls GG. A bit of a snoozer with Team Resilience. You know, they punch Extreme Gaming, then they kick them while they're down, and they kick them again.
Yeah, and I mean, Resilience, you can see the smiles on their faces. Clearly, extremely well-deserved. Extreme Gaming, quite frankly, did not expect that brutal of a beatdown. They had nothing to say Tinker, but still, despite of all the Tinker performance.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
Connected, that is Basa got a smartphone absolutely free, that is Basa hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026. A glorious aerial shot and fly over the modern city of Astana in our virtual world as you fly through the tunnel into the fantasy of where we are today, our desk in our broadcast facilities. I'm David Bloch.
And I am Shulpan, and we are excited to come back with another comeback for Dota.
Yeah.
Second game, second match. I mean, David, I was saying it might be a trend, and I think it's becoming one for sure.
This is quite something. We had Extreme really take the lead in map 1, showing their dominance, showing us why they are the current champions. And then early on in map 2, we had Team Resilience take control from relatively early on. They now have a 50,000 gold lead. That is a significant head start. Is it enough to take them to the winning spot today, or can Extreme make a comeback?
I don't know,
Yeah.
because as you mentioned, Extreme Gaming did annihilate their opponent in the first map,
Yeah.
but Team Resilience, living up to their name,
Indeed.
with those amazing tactics, have gotten that 50,000 gold
Yeah.
leads, and now I feel like the Extreme Gaming champions are nail-biting over there at that venue.
You know, we're playing for a big money pool here. It's $1 million US. This is not for the faint-hearted. These are not just gamers, but athletes who train in excess of 8+ hours a day, clocking in 30,000+ hours overall. It is incredibly tight. The pressure is on. This is not a walk in the park, and we've seen it now with our second maps of the day, heading into a map 3. This is anyone's game. You have no idea who is going to take it.
David and I were just watching the game and discussing why could it be that one team dominates map 1, and it's sure given that they would dominate map 2, but then the other team comes back with a comeback. What could it be? And we were thinking perhaps it is the drafting.
Possibly, yes.
Because as you mentioned, David, the opponent's team can ban certain heroes.
Yeah.
So from map 1, analyzing their opponent's play time and play game, they can then start banning the necessary heroes for the other team. Could have that been the case for Extreme Gaming this map? Perhaps.
Absolutely. Now, the inconsistency of esports, tech sports, digital sports, that's one thing. The consistency is in our sponsors, our partners, and of course you, our viewers. We want to acknowledge and thank all of our incredible support that we've been given by our sponsors of this year's Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026 Phygital Shooter, which will be coming up in a couple of days, brought to you by Yandex Go.
And mentioning our dear distinguished viewers, please catch all of our streams on our OTT Phygital Plus platform.
Exactly, and you can see there, the bottom of our screen, some of our valued partners who have contributed so much to ensure the success of this year's games. So as we said, we're going to be heading into map 3 very, very shortly. Lots still to come. Got to give our viewers a heads up that we are playing for the finals of Phygital Basketball and a prize pool of $400,000 US.
And that will be taking place at 6 p.m. Today. So make sure to tune in at 6 p.m. for the finals of Phygital Basketball, the second finals, and an award ceremony of our tournament. Yesterday, we had our first finalist in these games in PUBG with 17 Gaming lifting that trophy. I want to talk a little bit about the phraseology in these games because it is quite unique to the games. In PUBG, when a match is won, we usually say
winner, winner, chicken dinner.
However, in Dota, it is a long-lasting tradition that the losing team traditionally concedes their defeat to their opponent with a good game. So I'm excited to see which of the teams is going to concede GG to the other.
We'll have to see who says GG when it's time to GG. But for now, we're going to take a look at some of our ultimate heroes, not just those appearing in Dota 2, but those appearing online and in our audience. Check it out.
Welcome to the Phygital Games of the Future 2026 in Astana. Today, we step off the stage and into the crowd to see what brings thousands of spectators to the heart of Kazakhstan. Hi, what's your name and where are you from?
Hello everyone, my name is Astana, and today I have come here, and for now everything is very good. Like I am enjoying this event because it is such a great time, and like the organization is very cool.
What team are you voting for?
I didn't even know these teams, but I think that Playtime is a good team, so I think I will vote for them, yeah.
Do you want to play professionally one day?
Maybe yes. It is a very interesting opportunity for me that I would like to try it out.
Hello, mate. Is this your first time at the Games of the Future?
Yeah, actually it is. I'm here for voting for my favorite team, Diga Esports.
How do you like the atmosphere here today?
Very atmospheric, and I love to being here. There's a lot of people that I met before, and I very love this vibe here.
What makes the Games of the Future special for you?
Playing digital games, it's important to me because since my childhood, this digital games was a part of me. I played it with my friends, brothers, and other family members, and I appreciate this time with spending them.
Is this your first time at the Games of the Future?
Yeah, I came today for the first time for cheering for Team Vitality.
How do you like the atmosphere here today?
Yeah, really good, really nice. The atmosphere is so good. The host is here is really good. Yeah.
Do you think esports can become as popular as traditional sports?
Yeah, I think that today esports it's become more popular because I think that traditional sport it's not so interesting for young people because I think I'm 30 years old, and when I was young I don't have a cyber sport, but when I'm growing I really like cyber sport and more than classic play, the classic football or basketball games.
From lifelong childhood memories to a rapidly expanding global community, the fans of Astana 2026 are proving that the future of sport belongs to everyone. Do not forget to cheer for your favorite team.
The future of sport does indeed belong to everyone, even if you don't have a clue who the teams are, as one of our super fans said. It's for everyone, and that's what makes this such fun, all-inclusive for everyone to enjoy. So whether you're online or you're in and around Astana,
please make sure to not miss out on all of the action. The basketball finals are going to be taking place at the Kazakhstan Athletic Sport Complex, and the Dota ongoing elimination stage, and soon the finals will also be taking place at the Жақсылық Ushkimbirov Martial Arts Palace. So make sure to visit these venues. Also, for any big die-hard fans out there, the players will be standing by after the games to hand out autographs and take pictures with the fans.
make sure you get your autograph, make sure you get your photos, make sure you get to meet your favorite superstars of the game. For now, as with one of our super fans, if you don't really know who's who in the zoo, check out this video where we introduce you to the members of Extreme Gaming.
A team that doesn't need an introduction. Since their debut in 2021, the organization has established itself as an unrivaled force, competing in around 508 matches and securing around 257 victories. They have participated in 78 tournaments and have collected 10 gold, 4 silver, and 7 bronze finishes. Let's welcome Extreme Gaming. Please introduce yourselves.
Hello everyone, I'm AME from Extreme Gaming.
I'm XXS from Extreme Gaming.
First question, have you ever been to Kazakhstan before?
I don't remember, might not.
No, it is my first time.
We hope you enjoy your stay. So, guys, why did you decide to participate in this event?
It's a very important training before upcoming EWC.
Oh, wow. Good luck on EWC. Do you like to analyze what your opponents do?
Definitely enjoy watching the games of other teams, but at the same time, we also want to focus on being our best selves.
You guys are so successful. You constantly get direct invitations to the events. Share your secret. What makes you so different from the other teams?
There are no big differences.
So humble. Could you tell us, do you plan to participate in the games of the future after 2026?
Of course, we're really enjoying everything right now.
We are glad to hear these words. If you wanted to change something about Dota 2, what would it be?
Let's add another lane. I feel like adding one more lane would make it more interesting.
Final question. What do you want to say to your fans that came to support you on the games of the future?
Thanks for all the support. We'll keep working hard.
Thank you, guys. We wish you good luck.
Don't know about you, Shulpan, that these guys look so scary, so aggressive.
Well, never judge a book by its cover, David, because these guys are some of the most aggressive and talented players in the esports arena.
Well, they are going to need to be, because they have a 50,000 goal deficit against Team Resilience. Can they do this? Can they retain their title? It's anyone's guess. We're playing for $1 million, so it's all in. No holds barred. We go in. Let's see how quickly map 3 concludes. It's either going to be really fast or it's going to take time. So let's see what happens. We're going to be crossing over live. In the meantime, I'm going to say, Shulpan, we're going to miss you. The queen of basketball joining me. Sarah will be joining me for the rest of the evening. Shulpan will be joining me tomorrow. Going to say goodbye.
In the morning, and I'm leaving these amazing games.
Yeah.
And the question of, will 2 defending champions in 2 different disciplines, Dota 2 with Extreme Gaming and Liga Pro and Digital Basketball, leaving this stage at such a cliffhanger, but in very trusted hands of my colleagues, David and Sarah.
Thanks, Shulpan. Extreme cliffhanger indeed. Let's hand over now to our colleagues who are standing by for Map 3. This is Extreme Gaming against Team Resilience.
Games of the future.
Planet. We know some of these players, but like ZZQ, Echoes, Erica, maybe not quite in the same caliber. And then they come down, they take down Ame, and nothing to say. And X-No, like every player on Extreme Gaming, you can be like, wow, FY, freaking FY is there. So it's a wild upset, and not what I saw coming, because I was thinking, okay, I'm going to do 3 series today. First one, going to be pretty good. Second one, going to be a 2-0 snoozer. This is not a 2-0 snoozer. It's going to be 2-1 for one of these teams.
And I have to give credit to Resilience out there, man. Staying true to their name, right? Every single series that they've played, sure, there haven't been that many, but against Extreme Gaming, yesterday against Yellow Submarine, that Game 1 performance by Resilience is abysmal. It is subpar. It makes me believe that Resilience are going to get stomped in that game number 2, but they prove me wrong each and every single time.
I love how, like, the way you saw him, like, my God, he's really flaming them, isn't he? But yeah, they didn't do so well, but they came back incredibly well in Game 2, right, in this series as well. Shutting down the NTS Tinker was a very impressive performance by them. Resilience, they say, all right, you guys won't let us have Winter Wyvern. It's all right. ZZQ's got 2 heroes he can play amazingly. That's twice as deadly as 1 hero.
And they come out with the exact same draft as well as far as the first picks are concerned. In fact, the bans all pretty much look the same as well. Resilience go for the Treant Protector, and Extreme Gaming go for the Largo. Did you know, Automo, that the Largo can lick off the living armor?
Yes, and the Overgrowth.
And the Overgrowth. That is an extremely overlooked fact about the Largo versus Tree comparison. The question is Resilience going to stick to the same puck pick? No. Because Extreme Gaming haven't actually banned it out.
But I thought you said this, you'd say the same draft, so I just said no straight away. But no, they banned the Timbersaw, so New's gonna have to play something else. And this reminds me, one time I went to like I had to apply for some paper, and there was like this guy in front. He's like, "Did you fill out the form?" And I said, "Yes." I give him the form. He's like, "Wrong form." I'm like, "Are you sure it is the right form?" He's like, "Oh yeah, it is the right form." So I feel the same way when you're asking me, "Do you think they're gonna pick the same?" And I was like, "No, Puck." And I was like, "Oh shit, he switched it on me." Yeah, maybe.
I mean, they can go for it if they want to. What kind of other hero does NTS have in his pocket? Maybe a mid lane Earthshaker, or do they go back to what they played against LGD, that mid lane Sand King?
Yeah, they banned out the Ember, who beat the puck in game 1. Sand King, huh? Certainly very active, more active earlier. One thing that Extreme Gaming suffered from in the previous game was the NTS, pictured here, was, Tinker's not very active early on. He's a lot of things, and he does win late game, and he does get banned, but he's not very active, and he's going to be forced to be picking something a little bit more active in this one for NTS. Could be Sand King, could be Primal Beast, could be Earthshaker for themselves, actually.
The Bango is pretty good against the tree because the Swashbuckle gives you the 3 attacks. But Extreme Gaming, they're going to go for the Cursed Crown caster, the Dark Willow.
Interesting. Both teams had banned one hero the other one likes to play. For one, it was from the previous game, sorry. One of them is the Tinker, and the other one is the Timbersaw, which I do feel was very, very problematic for Resilience.
You should just go for a puck here. Like, for Resilience, why change what's not broken? It's probably been Echo's best performance in the entire tournament with that last puck. He didn't die once, and he had, I believe, more than 20 kills by the time that game ended. Extreme Gaming don't have any catch right now, and there's a lot of heroes out here in the pool that the puck doesn't do as well against that are both banned. You're not gonna be afraid of the Doom. Lion can still come out for Extreme Gaming, but you can think about how to make it still work past that.
I mean, you say don't fix what's not broken, but it is changed, right? Or automatically, because there's no Timbersaw. Resilience, they roll with the punches, picking up the Lina as well as the Centaur. And I feel in my jellies that this is more likely to be a carry Lina than a mid Lina.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on that. It doesn't... that there's a certain vibe, there's a certain feeling that I'm getting from Resilience that suggests to me that this is going to be a carry Lina.
Ame, can I get a photo? Cute. Ame,
this
come
person
on.
deserves a photo. Yeah, man.
Right?
Like, I mean, you're holding up a sign for Ame, but look at him. He is glued to his screen.
I mean, well, he's working right now. All right. After he finishes his work, then we'll see if he's ready for a picture. All right, right now he's a little busy.
I mean, also you're probably also not allowed to actually look at anywhere else apart from the screen.
Oh, that is very true. If for people who are watching this who are like, is this true? Yes. Even especially in mobile gaming, we have partitions and stuff like that, but you are told you're not allowed to like look around the screen and things like that. You have to actually look around the venue and things. Just look at the screen and that's it. So it's pretty strict when you think about it that way. Extreme Gaming, they have the Primal Beast as well as the Witch Doctor. Very, very strong lane coming out from the Witch Doctor. We mentioned Sand King, Primal Beast, much more active options for NTS.
I will say the puck is pretty much great against everyone that Extreme Gaming have brought out, and now you won't be afraid of the Lion or that instant cost time hex or anything like that. The Witch Doctor Paralyzing Cost can be dodged very easily if you're playing a puck. And not to mention, Dream Call, great against the Primal Beast, right? It's going to be very hard to actually lock down that puck. So Resilience, I mean, they have a very straight pathway forward, but maybe they're just bored of the puck pick.
Perhaps. We'll see if they go. I think they might most likely going to take a support, though, and keep flexing the Lina. That's what I imagine. Or if you want the puck, you have to take it now. Yep, there you go. Because if you don't take the puck now, it's guaranteed to be banned out. And Taltress, virtual high five. We both said the Lina is going to be a carry.
Yes, but I get the additional point because of the puck.
I mean, I said
so
the puck
you get a virtual
too,
high five, but my other hand is high-fiving the back of my first hand.
Well, it's nice that you have someone to hold your hand at least. I know that as a lonely unmarried man, sometimes the only one who will touch you. Oh, hey, back to the game. As Team Resilience, they will probably have that last pick support. They get rid of the Spectre. Extreme Gaming definitely need a carry for their last pick here. The critical match. Whoa, what's that? Something fell. Something fell over there. But Extreme Gaming, they do need... What could they work with here? We said it's a carry.
I'd love to see a Chaos Knight. I know it's crazy to say that, but Chaos Knight Matt would be so good with a Witch Doctor.
Yeah, but I mean, Chaos Knight will be pretty weak against the Puck, or rather, actually, against the entire lineup of Resilience.
Sure, alright, fine.
I mean, it's a Lina, it's a Light Strike Array, and Waning Rift, it's a Hoof Stomp. Like, they literally have 4 AoE abilities.
Okay, let's look at some other stuff then. Tiny is an option for Ame if he wants to go for it, but we're going to go for that in a bit, as Resilience will take their position for no Earthshaker, no Mirana. What will Planet want to take? He's
probably a Tusk, or no, they're actually going to go for a Techies. I would have actually imagined a Tusk plus the, well, quite frankly, Lina combo, right? Send a tree down to buy that pause 4 roll, even if he isn't typically a pause 4 hero, and that would have been pretty good. But no, they're not going to go for that Extreme Gaming. They will go for Ame's Templar Assassin into Team Resilience. Techies is pretty good against a Templar because you have the reactive taser.
But he's not. But he's shit at removing the refraction charges, and same thing with the Centaur, right? Like a lot of their instances of damage are big numbers, but not a whole lot of hits for both the Techies as well as the Centaur. So I like this. Unfortunately, X-Nova might struggle a lot in the bottom lane, but it's like half-half. I think the safe lane for Extreme can go either way. Then you have mid, Primal versus Puck. I guess the Primal should do okay. Top lane is a very well-known kill combo of the Largo and... Sorry, the Largo and the Dark Willow going up against the Lina as well as the freaking Triad. Sorry, I've been casting for like 9 hours, so my brain's starting to malfunction a bit. I think the Lina is worse than the Shadowfiend in this matchup.
Lina versus TA is... the only thing is, you have more... less of a risk on the Lina. Templar Assassin has to go in, and that effectively means that you have to play with some risk. And I really do, one thing that I have to appreciate, the crowd looks packed at Games of the Future, and that is incredible to see. I know, a lot of the introductions and just the fact that Kazakhstan is big in the esports scene. I'm actually really glad that I get to see that for myself. I get to see the fact that there are people who are showing up for esports, showing up for Dota 2 in Astana.
Yeah, I am too. It's very, very nice that they have this, arena there. All these people working, a lot of familiar faces, both in the players as well as the staff working there. Very, very well deserved. But going into the draft, as I was trying to say, I think the Lina fares worse than the Shadowfiend against the Largo and the Dark Willow. Do you think the same, or do you think Lina's stun makes her a bit better actually?
I think the Lina is probably a bit better. It kind of just depends if you're able to jump in, burst the Lina down. If you're not able to do that, then the Lina is stronger. And again, I don't think they're going to be able to do that unless this Witch Doctor goes for a Blink Dagger. That's the only way I think that you can overpower the Lina.
You have a lot of faith in this Lina, but we were both kind of saying the break that we have a preference for which team we'd like to see advance. A bit of an underdog story there, to be fair, but Extreme Gaming's draft, both of them seem very even. Perhaps the biggest issue is that the catch on this Puck seems very, 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 very limited. Nice move by Nothing to Say, cutting the trees, ensuring the ZZQ is not in the area.
And they also drop down a sentry for when the trees eventually respawn.
Unfortunately, Treant Protector will be able to spot it out, even if it's among the trees, right? Because as he just walks around, he goes, "Oh, there it is." He's not limited like some other Invis heroes.
Both teams in a full 5-man smoke of the Steed, but Extreme Gaming are the ones who are not going to run across anyone. ZZQ dropping down that Observer Ward. That's interesting. Normally, you drop that down where you have a mid lane hero that wants to take out the neutral camps. And I suppose the Primal Beast is one of those heroes. So they're potentially building up on resilience for either sniping away those neutral creeps or disturbing his farm. Or the third case scenario, taking out Nothing to Say when he tries to go for it.
But they should know this on Extreme, because Ame's smoke had broken and everyone else will still smoke. So Ame was like, well, someone's got to be here. It has to be ZZQ. He probably put in a ward. So X-Nova, will he de-ward it or will he suspect it somewhere else? All eyes on that Witch Doctor. He will come across... Oh, there we go. Is that was he? Oh yeah, I was like, is he throwing pies? And I realized no, that's just the attack image of the techies.
X-Nova will be a bit late to the lane. I don't think it's going to hurt Ame all that much. He should be able to find his farm. He went for the refraction first as Erika gets held back with the Bramble Maze. This is an opportunity to bring him down low. ZZQ, no living armor up quite just yet.
I think he's got the Leech Seed instead for some healing, which he definitely needed in that situation. But yeah, living armor will need a few levels as bottom lane. Maledict comes out, but not a whole lot of damage on planet. And gotta say, I love Maledict as a spell. It's kind of weird that we have feelings on certain abilities, but I love Maledict as a spell. I hit him, Maledict, throw a blood grenade, and oh my god, he's in trouble.
ZZQ might just be dead. In fact, I think he is. One last right click. They didn't get the one last right click. They would have actually found the kill there. There was no fairy fire.
Probably didn't want to just dive under the tower, maybe thinking that they weren't going to be able to get it. So playing a bit safe as, oh, Mew. Can they do some damage to him?
He's just the right leg of the Witch Doctor, yeah. That's the second Maledict use. It might bring Mew down low, but one tango and he heals back up. So, oh, another attempt. It's attempt number 3. Guaranteed kill for FY this time around. Extreme Gaming get that start that they didn't get in the earlier game.
The question for me is, with the Puck having essentially a free game, can he win it for his team? I feel like it's less likely this time. I respect Templar Assassin as a carry way more than Wind Ranger. In fact, I really think Wind Ranger as a carry is a bit of a joke most of the time.
I do think I think the Puck in most games can win you the game. Even if the other team isn't doing as well. It just depends on if the Puck, it depends on how hard the Puck is snowballing. If he's having a game like he did last time, it didn't matter what his team, if his team was behind or ahead, or even if his team was there or not, the Puck would have carried. Interestingly, in one of our scrims, I'll have to hold that thought. Weird Maledict, but effective one. He landed on both.
Yeah, it's very unusual you find Maledict on two actually, but isn't able to put too much damage on both of them as YSR.
Not having a good lane this time around, despite, and this is ironic, despite of all 4 heroes on this top lane being exactly the same.
I mean, well, he isn't. He was Shadow Fiend.
He was the Shadow Fiend. He was one of weaker laning hero.
That's what I question. Was he weaker or is he or not? Because Shavi does have that big burst damage. Lena's stunned. Good luck getting a Light Strike array in the middle of a Frog Stomp. It'll just keep canceling your animation.
That is true, but you do have a minor setup for that Light Strike array. You have ZZQ with his, one punch, which does stun you down.
He ain't Saitama, bro. That one punch is nothing.
It is a minor setup for the Light Strike array.
All right. Well, for the sake of the broadcast, I'll say sure. It is a minor setup as Echo's going for the double Water Ruin. Nothing to say didn't commit because he didn't have actually a charge available to rush towards it. No Onslaught, no Ruin, but no Lina maybe.
Is suffering, and I think Dina is pretty much just dead here. Uses the Fairy Fire, but that is a desperate attempt to do something. It won't be possible. YSR or Erika will fall. And those are 2 heroes dead on Resilience side.
By the way, he's got 4 gauntlets of strength on you. Tons of extra, a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of extra regen. Of course, a big increase to your health pools in general. I always forget, does a point strength give you 20 health or 22?
I think it doesn't give you 20. It gives you either less or more.
Brilliant. I mean, obviously, if it doesn't give you 20, it's going to give you one of the... All right, you know what? It's my fault.
Your question wasn't specific enough.
Yeah. No. I definitely, it's my issue. Don't worry. I asked you how much health does 1 point in strength get you. It's 22.
No, you asked me if it gives you 20. Oh, X-Nova. He's dead. Okay, so that's good. Resilience at least they find something, because a big question in my mind was this is an opportunity to make history if you're Resilience, being able to take down Extreme Gaming. For Extreme Gaming, the pressure isn't the same. You know, for Extreme Gaming, the pressure is when they're competing at a grand final in a TI. That's pressure for Extreme Gaming.
I imagine there's a different sort of pressure here. When you're in the match, you're expected to win. That is some form of pressure. So, Echoes. Yeah, good luck catching him with a Witch Doctor and a Dark Willow. If maybe he had the Pulverize, he could have set his allies up, but until Nothing to Say gets a Blink Dagger, their catch on this puck is so weak, basically.
Amplify damage rune picked up by X-Nova over on the bot lane. That is going to leave a lot to be desired for both Echoes as well as Nothing to Say.
More so by Echoes, at least Nothing to Say his ally got it. Now, fun fact, the AD Ruin does nothing for the Witch Doctor's ultimate because the ward is its own unit and does not get amplified by other things.
That's good to know.
Well, you know.
Minor trivia presented to you by Otimo.
Useless trivia most of the time as well. You know, it's like how often does a Witch Doctor pick up an AD Ruin? It's like, aha, now I can ulti as, ooh, ZZQ.
He's a bit lost on the map. I feel like I saw him here last game as well.
Yes. Might be thinking about stealing the Wisdom Shrine, but they are on top of it here for Extreme Gaming. ZZQ is going to be... Ooh,
doesn't have a teleport. Okay, he wastes one sentry. There still, I believe, should be available once more. Nothing to Say has gone, so ZZQ can actually waste even more time. Now they have to bring in XXS here if they want to punish ZZQ for this play, and this is just a stare-off. Who is going to blink their eye first, Otimo? Quick, look at the cam.
Look at the camera. It's freaking ZZQ, definitely. Look at that.
I don't know. They're still here. They changed their position on the clock. They were at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. now.
Oh, that's so annoying. Well done.
He is going to get punished for it. You know, lick back, 215 gold for XXS. So I don't know the exact value they gain from that, but still, it's a nice little power move. You know, and again, silver lining. Resilience have all three heroes at the very top of the network chart.
Yes, they do. And in the previous, by the way, did you see what he did? When ZZQ he goes out of the circle, so it looks like he's going to fill for Extreme, then he goes back in as X-Nova. I don't think you're going to be healing enough to survive this.
Pow! How? Oh, Neo got the kill with the Helm of the Dominator creep.
That's what pro offlaners can do. All right, Toltris, not quite our level.
My question is, Otimo, if he's getting the kill with the Helm of the Dominator creep that far away, does it give experience to the main hero, to the Centaur?
It should, because any kill that you get the last hit on anywhere on the map should give you experience. So yes, I think so.
Okay, he's level 7 right now, has that Stampede available if his team wants to make a play at some other part of the map. They have the level 4 in the Fiery Soul, and the Willow is only level 4. So they should theoretically be able to overrun XXS and FY. However, you have Nothing to Say coming in over on this top lane with possibly a power rune. It's the Arcane. Onslaught is going to be there. ZZQ is going to get charged in upon. Nothing to Say should be able to find that kill. Has that Pulverize and might be able to grab the Lina. No! Teleportation is going to be available for Erica, making it out barely in enough time.
That means that they are maybe going to be able to get the top tower for Extreme Game, which is still fine. Definitely would have liked to get the kill on Erica, but a tower is decent. Ame is very far. Nothing to latch onto there.
Melodic Blood Grenade slows him down. Ame should be able to get a few more melt strikes. Stampede does come out, as you pointed out. Kind of has to stampede his way if he wants to live.
If he had gone the Maldic before that first hit of the meld, probably would have. No, it's only level 2 Maldic. My bad. That was level 3.
Nothing to Say coming in over on the mid lane.
You know, if you go back and do it long enough, Maldic used to do no damage over time, just the percentage damage every 4 seconds. Those were dark days.
They should make a Dota 2 board game.
No, you know what? I think we should do some sort of, not Battle Royale, that game where an auto-battler, we're using Dota characters. I think that would go over very well. And a card game for Dota. Ooh, that would be insane. Ugh.
Did you know there are actual professional tournaments for Gwent?
Yes, because people play it. I mean, I can't say I knew that. Like when you mentioned, I'm like, oh, that makes sense. More so that, you know, I thought you'd surprise me and say, you know, there's actual professional tournaments for Artifact, and that would have blown my mind.
There are, I'm pretty sure, tournaments for Artifact.
They're cute.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice guy. Well, right now, how's the game going for Extreme? Pretty good. I'm sitting at the top. XXX have a good time. Nothing to say behind all the other cores, but Primal Beast, as long as you can get your Blink BKB, you're in a decent spot. FY, will he force them to use his coil?
Oh, Blast Off comes in as soon as the Shadow... Oh, Shadow Rumble is running off. One lost right leg will be enough. I think they were expecting, or rather, did not predict the Magic Wand. You know, it's interesting how... There's always these times where a Magic Wand gets used to a team's surprise. And I'm like, click on the hero. You know, tell them how much HP they can build back up if you go in on them.
Oh, I feel like that's a lot of work, right? You just assume you have enough damage. It's a, you know, it's a Crystal Maiden. She's gonna die, but May. No, he's fine. He's fine.
How did he build up that massive stack of creeps? Says ZZQ. Nothing to say. We'll just trample him down.
I love the fast charge. Sorry, the fast animation he has on trample when he's going fast. He's like stomps the ground extra quick in a way. It's very cute. There's new. Have you noticed? He doesn't have a soul ring. I'm telling you, soul ring on Centaur are not very common.
It's commonly uncommon.
You made me feel like I was crazy in the previous game. I was like, oh, soul ring, Centaur. I don't see that very often. You're like, nah, everyone's doing it to Tomo.
He didn't make you feel like crazy. He was just doing his thing. He was exercising his freedom of choice.
I didn't blame him. I blamed you.
Blame me? Why?
You made me feel crazy. You did. Look at the camps. Interesting. The exact same distribution between the supports. 4 from the position 4, 3 from the position 5.
And 1 from the Centaur, ironically.
Yeah. That's very different. Only on Team Resilience, only the Centaur stacked. On Extreme Gaming, only XXX didn't. They're offlaner. Huh.
And it's easy for the Largo to stack because he can just drop down that Frog Swamp or even lick.
And it looks like they are grouping up here on Team Resilience. A couple of guys are smoked up. Nothing to say. Has the Blink Dagger. Will be the Blink reveal here. And who is it going to be revealed on? Who's going to be grabbed and slammed into the ground 3 times? Feels like a very painful skill to be hit by. So, Resilience. They're coming. They're showing. They're
coming. Pulverized as well as a Medic drop down on top. Death Ward does get sent out, but immediately cancelled out. However, the 3-man Terrorize from FY is going to push Resilience all the way back. They've lost 2 of their lineup and now look to hope to fight back. 3-man Dream God also comes out as well as an Overgrowth. The Lina, Erica laying in the hits, and Extreme Gaming, they've lost the 4. Resilience coming in with a massive counterplay. And XXS may be able to look back, but he is going to be in shock as to what just happened.
Crazy. They get the nice jump from NTS, sure, but the silence that they get hit by X-Novo, a bit too far, perhaps, in that situation. I'm glad that he was able to land the Maldic, but the ultimate instantly gets cancelled. They do bring down 2 in the end, but the rough start from the Witch Doctor does cost them quite a bit.
It was surprising seeing the Centaur die, seeing Resilience huddled up in a position where it seemed like the Melt Strikes were doing quite a lot of damage. I'm not sure how that massive turnaround came about, but Resilience, they're 3,000 net worth ahead of Extreme Gaming now.
I mean, they did jump on the Centaur, to be fair with you, right? Like the tankiest target, and they lost. And you look at Extreme, their support's very easy to bring down. The Ame as well, the Molten Fraction isn't available. Largo, I don't think he was focused on healing too much, more so on damage in that situation. A little bit unfortunate. Ah, man, Echoes. Yeah, that's cute. That's very cute. Like, I wonder what Xnova's plan was. He's like, well, if the stun lands, I'm gonna throw a death ward on him. Probably wouldn't have done anything anyway.
Now, Extreme Gaming, they tried to fight with the power spike, right? They tried to fight with the Desolator. Does Ame continue to farm, or does he look for more kill attempts?
Dire's middle tower.
No, he should definitely farm. I think we have different perspectives on the carry-to-carry matchup. I said that way because someone was about to die. I was like, I was gonna say match, but I was like, match up because he died.
I agree. There's always two perspectives on any one thing, right? There's the right perspective and the wrong perspective.
That's not. That is very much. See, now clearly you are in the wrong perspective about perspectives, because perspectives can be more than two, and oftentimes there's no right and wrong. So, accept your opinion. That one was wrong.
Dire's middle
I'll ask you a simple question: who won the last team fight?
Team Resilience.
Who on Team Resilience won the team fight?
Oh, probably, I don't know, anyone you could say. Echoes, maybe.
Which carry won the team fight?
Oh, for the love of God, the Lina.
And thus, we have come to the conclusion of the perspectives, Otimo.
What I mean is, for Team Resilience, like, the Lina is strong, sure, but she doesn't chew through those refraction charges that easily because, I mean, she has to use her right click, so magic becomes nullified. Speaking of nullifying someone...
Ooh, great winning rift though. It interrupts the Primal Beast, and they're still charging on forward. Good kill on Planet. Dream Call does get thrown out, but Erica, it would be risky if he were to go in that position. Now, Extreme Gaming don't actually have their Witch Doctor or the Templar Assassin nearby, but Resilience, they will still back away, having only lost a techies. It's not that bad.
Xnova's working as a bodyguard. If you look at it, he's always near Ame, ensuring that if he gets jumped, he's right there to help him out. Maybe getting a bit of farm for himself as well on this Witch Doctor. Used to be a lot better when Paralyzing Cask used to do double damage to creeps. Now it does the same damage, but it's like a little bit more. It's better on heroes, much worse on creeps, so you don't farm as well. Sad.
Is this an Ag Scepter game for the Witch Doctor?
No, I mean, let me get him. Let's get a Glimmer Cape first, okay? Then we'll talk about Ag Scepter.
Okay. There's a harder Terrace now on the Centaur. So he's going to be quite tanky. And definitely not a hero that you want to go in on or initiate on first.
My favorite build for the Witch Doctor is like Locket, Greaves, Glimmer. Just focus on surviving and dealing as much healing as you can for your team. And of course, you get the Shard. I don't know if Xnova believes the same. I know I've seen offensive Witch Doctors. Blink with the cask, throw out the Death Ward, burst down people.
Hawk should have the Witchblade by now. 9,000 net worth. Who's behind? This Primal Beast, nothing to say, is actually quite far behind. But I think it will be fair to say that Primal Beast, like heroes like the Primal Beast, heroes like the mid lane Earthshaker, they aren't really supposed to be, it's surprising to see them far ahead. Like, it's unexpected for him to be as much net worth as a Lina, for example, or a Puck.
No, definitely. Like, he is playing as the space maker for his team. He's definitely got them a lot of kills, kept them in the game, but it does come at the cost of farming. And the Witch Doctor, he might be going for that Glimmer, because I see he's got the shawl or the cloak. One of them. Is it the shawl? I think it's the shawl. That's the shawl, isn't it?
That's the shawl. He should have that Glimmer Cape. Oh no, he has a Sentry.
Oh no, he's very poor, dude. He's 2.8 gold. He's got Arcane Boots and Magic Wand. That's like 2,000 gold right there.
Ame does have the Blink Dagger, but it is very risky for you to blink in. Like, you need a frontliner, you need your Primal Beast, and as well as your Largo to stand on that front line. Meanwhile, Resilience, they have 4 heroes nearby, and I do think, if nothing to say, since he's showing on that top lane, your bottom lane heroes need to play a bit more safe.
He is teleporting though, but he's teleporting to mid. Maybe they feel like maybe they found ZZQ in the area.
The Puck, he might just get jumped. Ooh, phase shifts and jaunts out before that can happen. Has that Observer Ward, so they just saw the 3 heroes. Resilience know exactly where Extreme Gaming are. I'm not sure if they saw that Smoke of Deceit though. So maybe could be an opportunity for a kill or two. Tormentor has spawned, so that's why Extreme Gaming, they want to go for a wraparound.
XXS has gone for a pipe early. I like this. A lot of the damage from Team Resilience is magic based, and you have good sustain, right? You have that almost maxed out healing from the Witch Doctor, and of course the Largo himself. Music is soothing and also healing as he wants to proc them. Next Nova? No.
Top tower is under attack.
And he's proccing them one by one. Does not take too much burst damage, but yeah, very nice getting those mines out of the way.
I'm surprised that Resilience chose not to fight for the Tormentor. Deckies?
That's one. Oh, sorry. Continue.
Oh. No, I was just thinking of maybe Planet wanted to make a, you know, blast off play.
He was quite... Well, he took his time to think about it as... Okay, no one's good. They're not going to contest them for the Wisdom Shrine. But the shard from the Tormentor does go to Witch Doctor. Great shard, by the way. Changes the way you play the hero completely. Whereas if people jump on you, a lot of times you're like, oh my god, they're jumping on me. Once you have this, they're like, oh yes, they're jumping on me. You press the D key or whatever one on your keyboard activates it, and suddenly you can just turn these fights around. A little bit of damage as well, although I say very little bit of damage.
The safety net with the Death Ward shard is pretty good. The Buck is in massive amounts of trouble. Will he be able to jaunt away? He blinks out, will have the illusory orb, and makes it to safety.
However, I remember his name. It's Voodoo Switcheroo.
Voodoo Switcheroo.
Yeah, it's such a good name. It's such a good name, by the way. Like, someone in Valve was cooking when he was naming this one. You know, I wonder if it's the same person who made Voodoo Switcheroo also made, you know, Magic Missile as a spell. He's like, what do I call this one? Fires, it follows. It's Magic Missile. There you go.
Should be a Void Missile.
Something better. That would have been better than Magic Missile. Even Arcane Missile is better.
Yeah, it's because it's all magic, right? Like every spell is magic.
Not according to Anti-Mage. He doesn't use magic. His spells are purity of will, I believe.
And Anti-Mage may use magic. I mean, he's committed to anti-magic, but that doesn't mean he's not magic. You know, the demon hunters are demons.
That's... we'll debate the lore on that one some other time. The game so far has been less than 1,000 gold for Team Resilience. Very even. So now we're going to have to start discussing what does late game look like. For Extreme Gaming, they've got some incredible damage from Ame. Physical damage, which I don't think Resilience can really mitigate in any good way. Good sustain as well. But their biggest issue is their catch on the puck.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That remains the big problem for them.
The workhorse will also be there in that late game for Resilience, but I will say that the Primal Beast Aghanim Scepter is an extremely strong power spike. Break applied on that Centaur, break on the Lina as well, so her overall damage output in the fights will decrease. So, you know, there are a lot of things to consider. I feel like the initiations and the setups will matter a lot. X-Nova does get caught out. Hoof Stomp, Laguna Blade, Light Strike Array to finish him off, as Neo will end up with the kill, and Planet actually dies to Ame.
Training position 5s, but Extreme Gaming is the one who's happy because their kill was close to the Roche Pit, so they say, alright, we're just gonna go for it. That might be one of the issues from Team Resilience, that the Roche potential, it's good, but not as good as a Deso TA. Few things are, though.
Do they not go? Do they not know Roshan is going on, or do they think that they can't contest it?
They know.
They know. Oh, Puck! He's just gonna jump in. Aegis though collected up by Ame. The Puck will be able to jaunt away. Stampede has come out too. It's just gonna be used by Resilience to walk away in terror. Ame will blink on that high ground, take out that Centaur. As Resilience, they may have known, but they were simply too late with it.
They need to be there a couple of seconds earlier to set up, but when the Puck jumps in, apparently he didn't use the coil. I don't know if he didn't have it or just decided not to use it, but he jumps in with the silence, and unfortunately for them, just too late. Ame hits the Roche Pit Roshan once or twice, picks up the Aegis, and there's no steal coming out from Team Resilience. The pendulum, it has swung.
It has swung. 11-8 now. Not a lot of kills on the board. Oh, Echoes. They see Ame. Parasma is there as well as ZZQ, but he is choosing to walk away. They don't want to force out this Aegis because they're afraid of Extreme Gaming being nearby.
Oh no.
Erica should be even more afraid. He is being pulverized, beaten to a pulp right now as Ame will join a two-man life strike array as well as a two-man who stop. They'll be able to take out Nothing to Say. Team Resilience might just be able to find Ame too, but he has the Aegis and Erica does not. Ame will respawn, taking out ZZQ, and Resilience, they will again lose the fight, but they managed to take the Aegis out as well as Extreme Gaming's mid laner.
Great stun by Xnova, by the way. New jumps in. Him and Eric are doing all this damage. Xnova comes in, throws a cask. He's the one who, I don't know if he got the kill, but he throws the Maledict and the Death Ward on top of Erica. And Erica just melts. Pure damage. Nothing you can do against it. And Erica, I don't think he's in fighting shape because he has no BKB. Puck can get away with that, not the Lina.
Yeah, the Lina definitely. I think you will also need a Satanic at some point in the game. But I'm not sure. Like the one thing that makes the Lina weak in these kinds of scenarios is that the Templar Assassin always has this burst potential that the Lina will never have. So you can be bursted down before you can heal back up on the Lina, but it's very hard to burst a Templar Assassin down.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I feel like I want to emphasize that the TA can burst the Lina, but the Lina cannot burst the TA. But the Lina does have burst damage if she was more magic-based. The right the Lina tends to hit very fast, but not with a whole lot of damage. As
Overgrowth comes out as well as a Hoof Stomp. Shadow Realm is going to buy some protection for that Willow, but not for Xnova. It's going to be FY also dying. Both supports being taken out by Team Resilience as they show a bit of strength, show a bit of teeth.
They lose the gem. Echoes is able to pick it up. Pretty unfortunate there. And the supports from Extreme Gaming are extremely easy to bring down. I mean, there is the Voodoo Switcheroo. Very nice name, by the way. But if you're able to catch them off guard, you can melt them in less than a second.
What is Largo getting? It's that Lotus Orb, so will help against that Silence.
Overgrowth.
Is that it? Overgrowth as well. Yeah, that's a Overgrowth, Leech Seed, Silence. Maybe the Taser.
It's solid. It's an alright ability. I mean, alright item. Just really getting the Overgrowth and the Silence off is a pretty big deal for him. Double Edge, I suppose you can also reflect that.
You know, you want to be able to run around, I suppose. The Largo.
Run around and sing. Honestly, when I think about it, wouldn't that be heaven? You just run around singing all day, hopefully with your friends.
Hopefully.
Healing them.
Yeah.
Well, so far, Stampede is down for a little bit. Same thing with Overgrowth, but will be up very soon. Xnova showing himself, should be careful. Echoes is roughly in the area, but he's teaming up with Nothing to Say. Should be fine.
It would be great to take a look at the Puck's items to see what he has. I know he has the Parasma, and he just got that A on this, so it's going to be hard to take him down even if you find that Pulverize.
The last game, I don't know if we even saw the A on this get procced, but this is certainly a tougher game. I'm pretty sure Echoes has actually died once or twice in this one, so much better. He is... Oh, sorry, I think he was 2-0-4 when they clicked on the Puck just now. I didn't get a chance to look. Oh, Mew?
He won't be able to make it out of here, but has that Lotus Orb. Terrorize is going to land, and the damage from Ame is coming in. New is a goner, and Ame, he's going to be pretty happy about that kill. An overall 1,000 gold going the way of Extreme Gaming, but the biggest thing this enables is probably that tier 2 tower.
He actually was able to reflect the Cursed Crown, but it didn't make a difference in the end. They just went for the kill. And I like that New used the Lotus Orb on himself. Nothing to say was says, I can't grab him. But the healing's there.
3-man Dream Call being committed. Is that an effort to keep your tower alive or a counterplay? However, Planet is going to be spotted out, does go down, and you still lose your tier 2 tower.
They're running across a very unfortunate problem on Resilience. Do we have the damage to go through this heal as well as from the Largo and the Witch Doctor? Tough. Very, very tough. Because their draft, it's not very good burst damage. It's solid, but it's not amazing.
Tier 3 taking in damage too, but they're not going to be able to go up high ground. When do you go high ground if you're Extreme Gaming against this Resilience lineup?
Well, the next rush is between 2 to 5 minutes. Glyph won't be up by then. That'll be a pretty good timing for you. I like the NTS also has the Consecrate wraps. We were dunking a little on this item, me and you, but it does give you a decent survivability, especially against magic damage.
What is the Centaur supposed to be working towards right now, given the state of the game? Is it... Because I would imagine that an Aghanim Scepter is of so much value for Erika.
I wonder, though, it would be a very early Ags. I generally don't see like them get Ag Scepter before, say, 50 minutes on the Centaur. So, just based on the trends, I don't think he's going to go for it. He's probably going to go for like a Shiva's Guard or something. Or at least Satanic before BKB on YSR is certainly different than what we're used to.
Ooh, Ame getting that Hydra's Breath means that the Centaur is going to melt even faster.
The split damage can be quite nice. I still have an issue with Hydra Breath that it's made from the Force Staff, though. Force Staff is... Ooh! Good Shadow Realm in time.
They throw everything at FY, all of their AoE abilities, and are able to take him down right underneath his own tower. Now, Resilience, they're actually moving on forward to contest against that top lane. You do have 3 cores there, but they see nothing to say. He's on that mid side. Who are they going to go on? They need to make a decision quick. Otherwise, they're going to get pincered, stuck between 2 big, juicy cores.
Yes.
FY will buy back into the game. The right clicks are coming in. Erika will be able to take down. Nothing to say. Overgrowth is available from ZZQ. He needs to use it. Now he pops it off. 3 on 3 people. The Centaur goes in with a great hoof stomp. Extreme Gaming, they are losing everyone, even Ame.
The Lotus Orb, it was on the Lina, and the stun from the Witch Doctor gets reflected. Which is why in that fight you can see 3 of them standing together, unable to do, well, anything. And there's a team wipe all for the price of ZZQ, and there's no buybacks on 2 of their cores. So unfortunate. Look at Ame did all the damage. His 2 other cores were non-existent in that fight. But it's the reflected coconut that really hurts.
Does this put Resilience pretty far ahead?
Oh yeah.
Because in game 1 we saw them being caught out with 3 heroes, but the hoof stomps, the bushwhacks in that game 1, it was kind of like the Centaur stuns that Resilience are able to find.
Look at the stun! It controls the Largo and the Witch Doctor. Ame was BKB, so it was fine, but still, that was very unfortunate by X-Nova. They aren't able to take any buildings from Team Resilience, but this does set them up nicely for Roshan. I'm guessing he's coming up in 10 seconds. That's not the gray one, so he should be up very, very soon.
And that overgrowth, you know, I kept thinking in my mind, when is the overgrowth coming out? Isn't it too late now? But he took his sweet time with it. He played with patience, but was able to, you know, set up nicely for their Centaur.
I would feel like in this situation, most of the time I'd favor Extreme Gaming, right? They have like the items I like with the pipe on the Largo, with this high sustain up against the lineup where the damage isn't, you know, it's good, but it's not super incredible. However, Resilience has outplayed them multiple times. BKB now available on the Centaur.
As well as the Aegis. And this Puck echoes. He's 3-0-7 right now. They haven't been able to take him down a single time. Has that Aeon disc, and in a position where Resilience have all of the outer tier 2 towers, Extreme Gaming need to build up some disable in order to take this Puck down, which puts pressure on their lineup to find the farm there. Look at him, he's just going in with not a fear in the world right now. Centaur once again goes in for a hoof-stomp. Blast-off comes in from FY. New, as well as Echoes, able to snipe away both of Extreme Gaming supports. 10,000 of a lead, Artemo. Resilience, they're on the verge of making history at Phygital Games of the Future.
I mean, there's no buyback from FY. They know this. He's down for a minute. X-Nova, they don't know he doesn't have buyback. But,
good jump. He gets hit by a stun. He will be licked back as nothing to say goes in. It's a great onslaught. Erika, though, will hold his position, dishing out the right clicks. Nothing to say, falling very low. He's going to go out. Extreme Gaming now only have 2 of their lineup, and Ame has used his BKB.
Does have buyback, though, if he wants to use it on NTS, but... oh, that would be dicey. Unfortunately, another issue that they used 2 of their BKBs here, so nothing to protect Ame.
Oh, Dream Call. It comes out. You have to buy back or nothing to say. You cannot lose your carry right now. And this is a very precarious position that Extreme Gaming have been forced into. This Buck, he's going to dive right underneath that throne. Blast off on 3. Extreme Gaming, they will lose their heroes. They need to buy back as well on that Largo. XXX comes back. Nothing to say is now losing his life. 2-man life strike array. They finally are able to break away that Centaur, and a great Terrorize comes out, forcing Resilience to go back. But Erica, he's not going back. He's just holding his position, and this might be a mistake as they look to punish this Lina. Will be able to dish out that right clicks, but the puck is right there with the Lina, and Erica has that Aegis to play with. They will be able to take apart the first life. Lina,
the second life.
Will be able to come back. The hits are coming in from Ame. They should be able to burn through this Lina's HP. They have taken down the melee barrage, but now nothing to say comes flying in, and they will punish Resilience for that overcommitment.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
All right. We don't say this very often because we have to be polite, but that was a bit of a throw. Resilience, they didn't need to do all that. They forced Extreme Gaming back several times, right into the fountain. And then they get caught by like this amazing brambles coming out from FY on the way back, but they didn't need to do this. At some point, Echoes actually ignores the heroes and starts working for the barracks. He's going like, guys, I think we may have gone a bit too far on this one. And they certainly did. They did get the barracks. They are 13,000 gold ahead, but that could have been a game-winning push just now.
And I mean, you're being much kinder than the words that I want to use, Automo, but I will make an attempt to be kind too. For Resilience, that was a blunder, because the Aegis was still up for 3 whole minutes when they took out that melee barracks. They could have gone back, gone for another lane of barracks with a full Aegis, while Extreme Gaming did not have a single buyback on their lineup.
This is the difference between a full-time caster and a coach. The coach is more honest. You know, he'll tell you exactly the thing way more clearly. But because I agree with you, that's why I was saying that could have been a game-winning push. If they had gone back, they could have gone another set of barracks, and suddenly you're 2 barracks ahead. Now you're only 1, which is good. But you're 1 barracks ahead after losing a team fight. Well, well.
That's the kind of play that, you know, the coach will put you in a naughty chair after the game. You know, that's what you get for a play like that.
I'll be honest, man. Calling it the naughty chair doesn't sound so bad. Like, you know, can anyone go there, or is it just
a chair without a computer, without Steam installed? You can't play Dota on it. Nothing to say. He goes in, he finds that pulverized, but New again, he's a wrong target. Extreme Gaming are a long way out. It's a 4-man Dream Call that comes out. Ame is losing his life. The buybacks, they're not there for Extreme Gaming. They need to get back to their high ground. They will lose both of their supports. There's still XXX who's left on that low ground. Team Resilience may have made a big error in their judgment last time around, but they need to show some patience right now, and it seems like even if they dive, they might be able to take at least the Largo out, but no, they will let him go.
He does use his BKB. All 3 of them use their BKB. Your Resilience could say, all right, guys, we know Roshan's not going to be up for some time. Their 2 of them are dead. We could go for this. And it seems like they will. No BKBs on anyone, so a big jump, which is much easier to do on Resilience, could just end the game here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Okay, 40's out. X-Nova's going to be back. 5 versus 4. Team Resilience still have the numerical advantage. By the way, they have a very deep ward. If you look at it, they have 2 wards in the Radiant base. One right next to their fountain, in fact.
Team Resilience making a strong case for potentially being perhaps the best Chinese team out there.
Oh yeah. I mean, we have Beach and Yakult after this, but these are the guys who might send Extreme Gaming home. And as we mentioned, probably the most critical day of the tournament. You win here, you are guaranteed 2 more series in Games of the Future. Maybe a potential, you know, 3rd place finish. Top 4 at least. You lose? Top 8. Not as impressive.
And you know, to all of those naysayers out there saying, you know, how does China get 3 spots at TI. Like, this is arguably the lesser known Chinese team, right? But they're beating the European teams out there. They're beating a direct, or rather right now, they are in a winning position against a direct invitee to TI.
And to be fair, they are hosting the event, so you know we should give them a couple of extra slots. Like, nothing wrong with that. You're hosting the event, you should have your country represented more. So definitely fair for them. But
Games of the future.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And there you have it, a beautiful aerial shot of the modern digital space of Astana, the most magnificent city hosting this year's Phygital Games of the Future, Astana 2026. Flying in hot, flying in heavy into our broadcast studios here in Kazakhstan. Welcome everybody, where have you been? I'm David Bloch, and joined for the rest of the evening by my good friend, Sarah G in the house. Hello, Sarah.
Hi, David. How are you doing? There's been a lot of exciting action today, yes?
Absolutely. It's good to have you here. So much going on. And for those of you who finally have joined us, if you don't know what's going on, let's give you a slight little recap. We have had the most thrilling day of Dota 2 games, Sarah, play today. Currently, the world champions, Extreme Gaming against Resilience, one each, and it's now neck and neck in Game 3. However, Resilience have a 50,000 gold lead. Is it enough? Is it not enough? It's anyone's guess as to who might take this next one. We are gearing up, however, for, I know it's going to be your favorite one tonight because she is the queen of the hoops, digital basketball.
Honestly, it's one of the most exciting disciplines. I think you completely agree with me on that, right?
Yeah.
And there's a reason we love it so much, because things change in the blink of an eye on that court. And all these teams seem to go in with that digital advantage, which seems to really push them through in the second leg of the game.
Absolutely. And what's exciting about this is the fact that with the games that we are now presenting, we have our OTT platform. So for anyone who wants to continue watching Dota 2, you can access on the OTT platform. For those of you who want to continue on this feed, we'll be bringing you all the action of the digital basketball. Of course, tonight we're going to gear up for the finals and that all-important prize package of $400,000 US. Lots of money to be won there, lots to look forward to. Sarah will be introducing you to the teams, who's going to be playing, what the psyche is behind the phygital aspect of both physical and digital. Because, Sarah, today we've been pretty much digital. So this is the first time today that we'll be showcasing what phygital is all about. The true spirit of the digital world and being physical right on the court.
Absolutely right. It's a big difference in gameplay as well when we're talking about traditional esports versus phygital games. Because do remember, these are all new concepts. But before that, let's thank our sponsors, David.
Absolutely. Without our sponsors, we would not be in a position to bring you all of the excitement of the phygital games of the future Astana 2026. We'd like to remind you that the MOBA Mobile MLBB, presented by Freedom, will start at the Ushkempirov Martial Arts Palace from the 6th to the 9th of August 2026.
Exactly. And if you haven't got your tickets yet, do grab them on Ticketon. That's our exclusive ticketing platform. Trust me, you don't want to be missing out on the action, especially as the days progress and the action heats up.
Absolutely. We still have quite a number of phygital and also traditional esports disciplines that'll be making your way to our screens across all platforms and whatever device you may be watching between now and the close of play, which is the 9th of August. Still lots to look forward to. We gave away that all-important $1 million cash prize last night to our PUBG gamers.
That was pretty incredible.
Ooh, I know, that was a biggie. And of course, we're inching ever closer over the course of the next couple of days to the next $1 million giveaway to the top team for Dota 2. Of course, we're gearing up for phygital basketball, so it's all things basketball tonight. We even have friends in the audience. What are your expectations of tonight? Do you think that we're going to see any outright winners, or do you think that because we're down to the final few, it could be neck on neck?
Forgive my pun, David, but things are going to be dangerous when Triada takes on Dangerous in just a few minutes. As I said earlier, the reason why we love phygital basketball so much is that everything is unexpected.
Yeah.
No one can really predict a clear winner.
Absolutely.
These teams coming in with so much experience, so many hours of practice as well. But before that, I think we need to jump right to that game because it's coming to you live right now.
Games of the future.
remaining on the clock as the ball is with Team Dangerous again. They retake possession, dribbling at the top of the key. Pass inside, slam dunk is good for Team Dangerous. And a corner, 2 hits for Team Triada. They get 2 on the clock over here in this matchup in Astana.
And we have here another block right there. Meanwhile, it is a great game because both teams are firing on all cylinders. Just early on, we have another slamma jamma right there. No one guarding him in the paint, and he takes that to the rim. Another long 2 block there. That was very anticipated. We have Team Triada wearing white and Team Dangerous wearing black. In and out there. Rebound by Team Dangerous. Team Triada, they have Abraham and Kira. Slamma jamma there, hangs on the rim. Meanwhile, Team Dangerous has Compo and Kolya. Now we are on our game here, and there you go, another throwdown. That was amazing. And this is 3-on-3 freestyle, the amazing video game that you can play yourself. You can download it on any console that you have, PC or video game console. Team Dangerous wearing black right now. From the right angle, and he brings that home. Slamma jamma. They're passing it around. Team Dangerous right now. They're trailing by 4, but they cut that lead. Malik, we are live. And this is such an amazing game. And this is the championship day. Of course, these 2 teams, Triada and Dangerous, another slamma jamma. They are playing for 3rd place. What do you think of our matches here live in Astana?
As we mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, both these teams only had 1 loss leading up to this matchup, which was the semi-final matchup yesterday. Both very close games here as Triada hits another 2 from behind the arc there. So these teams are the very best that we have to offer in this tournament, aside from the finalists that we'll be playing next, as Dangerous gets another layup there to go. Close contest throughout right now. Only 2 points separating both teams as Triada pushed the lead to 3 there with a slam dunk. Now step back by Team Dangerous, looking for space. 2-point shot is up. 2-point shot is good. 11-10 is the score right now for Team Triada, who push it to 12 with a slam dunk there. Beautiful move inside, getting themselves some space there for that slam dunk right now. A step back 2. It's good for Team Dangerous, and they tie the game at 12 points apiece here. 21 seconds on the shot clock as Team Dangerous pass it around at the top of the key, and they hit that 2. A 2-point lead for Team Dangerous here as Triada looking for a step through. Rebound by Team Triada. They put it up, and it's good. They get the basket to go, reducing the deficit to 1 point here. And now 6 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, remaining 17 on the shot clock as Team Dangerous dribble around looking for space. A sidestep, step through, step back. Shot is up, no good. They keep the rebound, however. Possession is with them on the left wing. Ball inside, passing it back and forth on the perimeter, looking for space. And the pass is stolen. Triada try to answer back with a quick 2, blocked by Team Dangerous, who have the ball in the wing and get blocked on their 2-point attempt. A block party here in Astana.
It is indeed a block party, but this one, they cannot block it, and it is a tie game. Wow, he drums his chest there. That's amazing animation on this video game that we have. And it's so futuristic. As folks, I'm going to remind you, this is Digital Games of the Future. And that's a dunk right there that you can put in the highlight reels. Once again, this is Zach on the mic. I'm joined by Malik, and I'm just excited, pumped up. We are playing for our 3rd place winner. Amazing. Ball from downtown there. Another slamma jamma. Team DNG. Team Dangerous makes it a 2-point affair. But this can be. Oh, it was tied. And Team Triada right now, they're up by 1. Step back. Pass to his big man. Top of the key. Oh, blocked again. What a block party we have here. And I hope you are enjoying. No one guarding him from downtown. It's good. Team Dangerous take the lead. But Triada puts an exclamation mark and wins our first half. We're going to see some box scores and some highlights here. Malik, what happened right there?
I think that what we just saw is a back and forth close affair between two teams that are quite evenly matched here. Only 1 point separating them at the end of the digital competition, and I think both teams will be happy with that outcome. They're gonna let their physical basketball decide our third place winner in this matchup. As we see the highlights on the screen right there, you have both 4-man rosters on the screen. A coin toss by the ref is how we got started here. And Team Triada had the first slam dunk of the contest there. You can see the move inside, got some space, but Team Dangerous answered back with a slam of their own, and it was pretty much a back and forth affair all throughout the game, as we see a corner two there hit by Team Dangerous. Now Triada adding on to their tally with a slam dunk. Both teams really were making use of their presence from outside the paint as well as inside the paint as well as outside the three-point line. So there was shots falling for everybody. Of course, the rules, as we stated earlier, 2-point shots are from behind the arc, as we see another 2-point shot right there by Team Dangerous. Inside the arc were 1 point, and now we will transition to the physical stage where the rules are the same, but foul calls and out of bounds are present in that stage. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, as we go for a short ad break and transition into physical basketball.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Welcome back, this is Zach on the mic, and I would like to remind everybody to download the Bank Center Credit online banking app and manage your finances. That's some great advice right there. And of course, we would like to thank Alibaba Cloud, our partner. Without our partners, our sponsors, this event would not be possible without their help. And of course, in this event that we are pushing the boundaries of the sport of basketball. Of course, this is Digital Basketball presented by Halik Fund. Now we are transitioning to the on-court action for our third place winner game. And it's just so exciting because these two teams, I'm gonna give you the breakdown of them right now. We have Triada versus Team Dangerous. We are seeing the warm-ups here, and you can see all of them are shooters. All of them are super skilled, super good. And there's two players that I want to mention. Ivan Pianzilla, and Bogdan Tibalovic Sibo. These guys are muscle men, and we are gonna see a battle of big men here. Of course, we want to thank our referees, Giannis and Vladislav. Before I go, I would also like to thank our official partner, Air Astana. No better way to get here in Astana than through the premium airlines of Air Astana. we are live here, and Malik, we are about to start our game. This is Team Triada. We have number 27, Daniil Abramovsky, and number 24, Ivan Pianzen. Meanwhile, for substitution, they have number 1, Kira Bolik. As you can see, number 11, Alexis Alexaksin, he's not here because the other day he suffered a bad fall. Now we have Team Dangerous, number 13, Sivalovic, number 10, Koljevic, and their substitution, number 20, Rajcevic. Now, this is going to be an amazing game for our third place finisher. And of course, as always, we're live here in Astana.
Right now, we transition to the referee right there, as you saw. Big thank you, Mr. Giannis. Now, we have the ball getting ready at the top of the key. Possession will be started by Team Triada. You can see right there the LED lights on the floor follow the players right there. So the blue lights will be following the players from Triada, and the purple lights will be following the Team Dangerous basketball players. As we get a whistle from the referee, we get started with physical basketball here. Triada with the ball, looking for space, gets inside. Ball knocked out of bounds there. The referee says possession will reset. 7 seconds on the shot clock for Team Triada, who are up by 1 in the stage. Number 27 with the ball, top of the key, tries to pass it inside, and Kolya deflects it out of bounds. 2.6 on the shot clock for Team Triada to get a shot off. So Ivan Pianzen is going to be forced to take a shot here at the top of the key, unless he can get his teammate open in the paint. Not a lot of time on the clock there, and they want to avoid a shot clock violation. He pulls for 2, bounces off the rim, gets his own rebound. He's free at the line, pulls for 2 again, bounces off the rim, rebound by Team Dangerous. Kolya gets it. Kolya dribbles, fakes, passes inside to the big man, who gets the basket to go. Tie game at 19 points apiece right now. 6 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here. As possession will reset at the top of the key, Triada will have the ball. A third place position on the line here in this matchup, as you will have both teams battling it out to figure out who will reach their spot on that podium. Right now, number 27 with it, and Kolya fouls the big man. A smart foul there, as he found himself outsized in the paint. So he's going to make them reset the ball at the top of the key. Shot clock will also be reset. 6:23 remaining, as Ivan Pianzen has the ball right now. Dribbles, passes inside. Big man gets the ball, gets the basket to go. That will be Triada's first points off the physical stage here, as Kolya makes space with the sidestep dribble, passes to his big inside. Beautiful move there, rolls off the rim, can't quite get it in. Right now you see him backing up in the paint, off the glass. Can't quite get it to go. Ball with Pianzen, who pulls for 2. Can't get it to go. Rebound by the big man, also rolls off the rim. Both teams seeing a little on the basket there on their shot attempts. Under 6 minutes remaining, Kolya puts it up with his offhand and is fouled on the layup attempt. The whistle is right there. Referee discussing with the players right now, as Kolya will head to the line for a chance to tie this game here in Astana.
And it does feel like that, but Kolya here, he fixes that situation. And there you go, Daniil Abramovsky, number 27, sniper from downtown. Kolya answers back, and we get a whistle there. And Malik has really great description there for that drought. It seemed like there was a lid on the basket, and we could not get a field goal, but now we are back. Kolya for his second free throw of the game. It's good. You can always count on Kolya to get huge shots from the free throw line. Game is now Triada 22. Dangerous chance to tie here. They do. All tied at 22 apiece, and we get a shirt grab right there. And I love the intensity because, as you know, this is a third place game. But both teams, they're still giving it their all. Loses his handle down. Kolya from downtown. It's good. Amazing ball. Wow. You get a screen right here. Number 27 trying to get off his marker. Guarded by the big man Sibo. Has a free shot. Quick release. Short. And Ivan Pianzen. He converts under the basket. We got a mismatch here. Kolya. Ice in his veins. He is hitting everything right now. He is asking the crowd, come on, come on. He is asking them, are you not entertained? And reminder, folks, this is only game 1 of our championship day, and I am entertained. Wow. We got some amazing basketball here. We get a timeout, and we see the two teams. They're so evenly matched. But right now, Team Dangerous, they have the hand, they have the streak, they have the momentum. I don't know who will take this win. Malik, what do you think? And as you know, you're gonna see some replays right here. And there you go, Daniil Abramovsky, all net. Amazing.
Beautiful shot from behind the arc there by Damir Abramovsky. As you can see, Kolya's two-point shot right there in the replay. Ball at the top of the key now. Number drive, physical move. Can't quite get it to go there. 23-26 is what the score stands at right now. Team Dangerous up by 3. Right there you have the foul called by the ref. So the big man knocked over his man there. And I believe we have a shot attempt that was there happening to the replay. You have Kolya trying to hype up the crowd here, raising his hand, telling them, let me hear your cheers. He got something to show them here. Ball at the top of the key, gets it off the handoff. Kolya telling the big set the screen, get some space here. 7 seconds on the clock, tween, pulls up for 2. Can't quite get it to go. Rebound by Team Triada here. Pianzin with the ball. Dribbles right, passes inside to the big, gets it up, slam dunk for 2. Excuse me, 2 hands is what I meant. That will count for 1 point. You have Kolya with the ball, passing to his big inside, puts it off the glass, basket is good. Up by 3 now, Team Dangerous, with 4 minutes and 19 seconds remaining. Beautiful move inside by the Triada big man. Pushes the lead back down to 2. As Team Dangerous try to answer back quick here, they can't quite get it to go, and a foul is called on the floor. Team Dangerous will retake possession. Right there you have the replay of the incident that happened earlier. You have Kolya with the ball, looking for space. Kolya dribbling around, passes it to his big, beautiful pass inside for the layup, and it's good. Right there, as Team Dangerous push their lead up to 3 right now. You have Damir pulling up for 3, can't quite get it to go there. A body on the floor in the scramble there. Kolya sizes up, dribbles right. Kolya looking for space. Kolya pulls up, and his 2 is good. Kolya puts another 2 points on the board there for Team Dangerous. As right now you have a foul called on Ivan Pianzin as he caught the ball there. What a ball game we have right here for Fidgetal Basketball, presented by Halak Fund, live in Astana.
It is a great match, but Team Dangerous, they have the 5-point lead. Ivan Pianzin, and there you go, the big man, always reliable. It's a 4-point affair. Sibo to Kolya, his shifty guard. What will he do? He has a screen right here between the legs from 35 feet away. Pulls, and it's gone. He is a sniper from downtown, folks. There you go, the usual cleanup by Ivan Pianzin, but easy maps here. 2 is owed more than 1. It's a harder shot from behind the arc, but this man, he got his hands up. He said, I can do it. I can deliver us the 3rd place win. He's on fire from downtown. Shots from 33 to 35 feet away. Unbelievable. Shots, as they say here in Astana. Jacques is very good shooter. Amazing. Team Triada, what can they do here? They are playing for 3rd place game. Team Triada versus Team Dangerous, and we have a prize pool of $400,000. You have to put it all on the line right now. You have to give it all you got, and as you can see there, Mr. Kolya, the man of the hour, he has been shooting lights out from downtown. And he is reliable big man. Sibo, pass to the pick and roll, an easy layup there with no one guarding him. Kolya, can he do it again? Between the legs, will he pull up? He does! This time it's off its marker. And we get a foul call right there. It's a 5-point game. And Team Dangerous, they have 4 fouls. And Team Triada with 4 fouls also. And another timeout. Is this a sign of fatigue? And of course, always, thank you to our referees. We have an amazing basketball game here. And of course, this is Visual Basketball presented by Halleck Fund. Malik, back to you.
Right there, you have a timeout call as Team Triada really need to figure out a way to shut the faucet off here, as Kolya has absolutely been shooting lights out here in this physical stage. Every 2 he puts up feels like it's gonna go in with the way he's been shooting in this stage. Right now, his team is up. They got 32 points, 7 away from the score limit. A chance to close it out with 3 minutes on the clock. Kolya with the ball. Kolya pulls for 2. Rebounds off the rim. Rebound there by Damir Abramovsky. He has the ball at the top of the key. Passes inside to Ivan Pianzin, who slams it for a point on the board there for Team Triada. Right now, 2 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Kolya gets some space, gets it to his big man inside, who uses the space well, gets the basket to go there. 33-28 is what the score stands at. 2 minutes 35 on the shot clock, as Team Triada need to get a shot off here. 1 second remaining, fade away, 2. Bounces off the backboard, and now Team Dangerous with possession, ball inside. A foul is called on the floor there. That will be the 5th foul committed by Team Triada. With 2 minutes remaining in the physical stage here, they find themselves down by 5. They are now on defense. Ball will be with Team Dangerous. Kolya gets the ball. Kolya dribbles left. Uses his space, sizes up with a tween, cross, step back. 2 seconds on the clock, pulls for 2. Can't quite get it to go there. Rebound by Damir Abramovsky, passes it inside to Pianzin, who is fouled by Kolya. That will also be the 5th foul committed by Team Dangerous. Both teams have committed 5 fouls apiece here in this contest. 2 minutes on the clock. As right there you see the quick pass, transitioning into the foul committed by Kolya. And the 2-point shot is good by Damir Abramovsky. 14 shot, a big 2-point shot there. 30-33 is what the score is now. 3 points separating both teams. A turnover by Team Dangerous. Abramovsky looking for space, pulls up for 2. And it's no good. A foul was called there. So position will go to Team Triada. Abramovsky will go to the line. A chance to shoot 2 free throws here and put his team to within 1 point of the leading team here. As right there you see the foul that was called. First free throw is up, and it's good. 31-33 is what the score is right now. 2 points separating both teams. And Abramovsky has a chance to bring it to within 1 here with the second free throw. No good. They get the rebound though. He can tie the game here. 2-point shots. Oh, no good. He gets his rebound. 10 seconds on the shot clock here. Passes to inside to Ivan Pianzin, who gets it to go. 1 point separating both teams. A minute 30 remaining. Kolya with it. Kolya looks for space. Passes inside. Kolya gets it to his teammate. Basket is good. As Ivan Pianzin feels he was hit there, he is discussing with the referee. What do you think about what happened there, Zach?
I would want to see what happens here, because Ivan Pianzin, he's a big guy. He usually does not feel pain. And I would like to mention this is the first time in the whole tournament, even in the contenders, that I have seen someone match up against Ivan Pianzin. Pianzilla, as Steve-O would like to call him. He has such a great matchup here with Steve-O, and we will see the decision here with our refs. Will we get a replay right there? What really happened? Meanwhile, we have a ball game right here. First of all, it was Kolya catching fire from downtown. We have the replay here. Oh, there you go. He got hit in the throat, but we want to see another angle. Did anybody get another angle there? Will they be rewarded with possession? Will the basket still be counted? Well, I guess we continue with the ball game. Team Dangerous retains the point there. And Ivan Pianzin, he looks fine, number 24. Damir Abramovsky, can he shoot another 2 here, gives to his big man. And that textbook play right there. You got the size advantage. Might as well use it. It's a 1-point affair here with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. Kolya, sniper from downtown, pulls the trigger, passes actually, and there is an easy layup there for Sibo. Daniil Abramovsky clear, play to the basket, it's good. Still a 1-point game, and I am excited here. There you go, Kolya from downtown pulls the trigger. It's good. Daniil Abramovsky has to answer back here, clear late to the basket. Ivan Piazin can clean up the glass here. He does. It's a 2-point game. They have to guard Kolya well, or else he's gonna punish them from downtown. My heart is racing right now. I'm excited. I'm pumped up. This could be the possession that finished the game. Kolya, man of the hour. Between the legs, top of the key, pass to Sibo. Possession. Triada here. They have a chance to go back to the game. It is a 1-point game. 20 seconds remaining. 10 on the shot clock. There's a 6-point difference, 6-second difference, shot clock and game clock, and we get a whistle. Oh my goodness, I have not been this nervous ever in this competition. This is such a well-balanced match between two teams. We are playing for third place right now. Malik, my man, you got the honors.
I appreciate that, Zach. We're watching a very intense contest, like you mentioned. Another foul will be called there. That will go against Team Triada. I believe that is their 8th foul, which means that Kolya actually has a chance to ice the game here at the free throw line. He takes his first free throw, and it's good. And if he hits the next one, we will have our third place team crown, but I believe he took one free throw there. Now a timeout has been called. 38-36 is what the score stands at. 39 is our score limit. Right now you have Team Triada discussing how they're going to approach the final seconds of this ballgame, trying to find themselves a way onto that third place podium, as you have the referees discussing something here. You see there the replay as to how Triada got that basket there. Big move inside by Ivan Pianzin, caught it there, got it despite the contest, and got it to go. A very important point there. But here, you have Team Dangerous answering back. Big man gets it to go there. Kolya, if he hits this free throw, they will be crowned, and he does. That will be the end of the ball game. 39-36 is what the score stands at. Team Dangerous will be leaving this game as our third place winner. As you see, Kolya hyping up the crowd there, and the team shaking hands. Of course, a show of sportsmanship. Wow, Zach, I have been saying it for days all throughout the competition, and we finally had a team hit the score limit of 39 here on our championship day in Astana.
Jackson, I am so proud of Team Dangerous. Round of applause for Team Dangerous winning our third place match. We have the fans here. They were entertained. And of course, our entertainer, Mr. Kolya himself, he is energized. This is what Digital Basketball is all about. This is what Games of the Future wants to bring. Amazing basketball. We got the box score right here. I'll leave that to the analysts. Amazing basketball. Of course, this has been Zach on the mic. I was joined by Malik, Rahmet, Salbo.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. Your Digital Basketball third place game is over. Steve and Coach Hernando, what a great match. A nail-biter indeed.
39-36, a tremendous game. Triada had the 1-point lead on the digital side. We saw physicality, we saw 2-pointers, we saw people rolling the basket, we saw complaints to the referee. But it doesn't matter because we have crowned a third place winner.
Yes, sir. Now we're talking about third place winner. Of course, you got a great man named Kolya. You know, Team Dangerous have been really dangerous tonight. So Kolya and the big man, number 13, Chibo, have been working really tirelessly tonight. like a well-oiled machine. One pass to another, great dunks, a lot of defensive action too. I mean, talk about height disadvantage. Chibo is about 2-3 inches shorter than Pianzilla, but still, they won tonight.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they are a well-oiled machine. They know how to play together. They were extremely patient coming off the ball screens and then a rescreen, waiting for him to roll to the basket. And then, of course, Kolja making a bunch of those twos really was a big difference.
You know, talking about, of course, our Phygital basketball. This is your Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026, powered by Samruk-Kazyna. Thank you very much. Now, what are your thoughts about a team as a whole with Dangerous?
Well, Dangerous has been dangerous all tournament long. They're one of the favorites we had spoken about. We have seen them before. They have a great 1-2 punch combo, and they showed it again tonight with all the different things, right? We start off again. They were down by 1 after the digital side, and they had to chip away. And how do they chip away? By hitting the roller every single time, looking for people.
You know, talking about team dynamics, a great play, of course. Dangerous, they were down 1 point in the digital stage. However, that doesn't matter because we know how much good they play during the physical stage. These guys will never back down no matter what.
They did it, and what I love is they adjusted, because what Triada was doing is that every time Dangerous is at the free throw line, their shooter kept on circling the arc for an easy 2. They got it a couple times, but Dangerous was able to come back and really neutralize it.
You know, talking about team dynamics, look at Collier right now with an easy lefty 2. This man deserves where he is today, and that is, of course, a victory tonight. He's so good at the ball. He knows when to pass. He's great. High IQ basketball player.
And how about, he's a crowd favorite as well, too. He was getting his hands going. He's getting the crowd, everybody hyped up to get the energy up, because he's an energy guy in order to go ahead and make those easy baskets.
Yes, sir. How about his big man, Chibo, number 13, of course, highly effective. Look at that pick and roll. What a fake. But then Kolya takes on the lefty, too. You know what's impressive is that lefty players always leave something special on the court. That's one thing I've noticed.
Correct. You know, and not only is he dangerous shooter, but he's able to shoot him against defenders.
Yes, sir.
And that's tough to do. When a hand is up in your face and you can still knock it down, that means you are a pro.
Yes, sir, of course. Talking about the other team also, Triada, nothing to take away from them, equally as very good. However, they fell short. I think the key to the game was they lacked a true agile point guard like Kolya for Dangerous.
They did, and they also didn't do a great job on the transition from offense to defense, meaning they scored offensively, and then they weren't able to transition to get a stop on Dangerous.
You know, take a look at the replay right now. There you go, Chibo, the main man, 2 down the paint with a hook shot. Kolya, lefty, 2, puts it up, nothing but the net, sir.
Yeah, and he hit timely shots. He's actually been doing that all tournament long. When Dangerous needed a bucket, he knocked it down. Here it is, that dagger in the heart for the game winner.
I mean, as we know in the Phygital basketball, the first to score 39 points in your last stage is the winner. Now, joining us today, third place winner. Congratulations to Dangerous. How are you guys feeling? Congratulations, Mr. Kolya. That was a great performance.
Thank you. Zasluženo osvojena medalja. Došli smo s ciljem da budemo među top 4. Bili smo među 3 i hvala svima na podršci i na našoj dobroj igri.
I'm feeling amazing. We came here to be in the top 4. We won the third place, I think deserved. And thank you for all of the support.
Now coming in the game, Triada very, very physical. We noticed that every time in pick and roll coverage, you guys were switching and you had to fight like heck to go ahead and stop the guy on the inside. How was that?
Pa to je bila naša taktika, da puštamo velikog igrača, da daje jedinice, da ga ja izvučem za 2 poena. Upalio sam se u vatricu i pokazao sam da sam jedan od najboljih šutera na turniru i zasluženo smo pobjedili.
Their tactic was to let one-pointers, their big guy to score, and then for Kolya it was hit check, and he hit the first shot and then fell the other shots, and he showed that he is the better shooter on this competition.
Now, let's talk about your teammate, the big man, number 13, Chibo. What are your thoughts about your teammate? What does he bring to the table?
Šta misliš o Cebi i šta on donosi tebi u ovoj?
Cebo mi donosi sve. On je danas igrao sa teškom povredom. Ne zna ni on kako izašao, ne znamo ni mi kao tim kako izašao. Pokazao je karakter, volju, drugarstvo, pobjednički mentalitet i to nam se vratilo na terenu.
Tebo was playing with back injury, and it was very hard for him, but he showed up on the court. He was very strong, and he showed great mentality and give us the win.
Now, I saw when you were on the free throw line, right, you would shoot it, and Triada would move their shooter from left to right, and that's a very good tactic, but you did a good job stopping it later on.
Da. Dobra taktika, ali poslije drugog slobodnog bacanja i mi smo promijenili odluku, oni nisu imali više šansi da idu na skok jer bi Cebo bio gore i uspjeli smo u toku igre da se prilagodimo i spasimo taj njihov šut.
He said it was a good tactic, but they switched their own tactic and adjust their game style to that.
Now let's talk about your opposing team, Triada, number 24, Panzilla. What sort of scouting report you've had about him to prepare for this match today?
Number 27.
Yeah, Panzilla, the big man.
Šta misliš o ovom velikom igraču, koja je bila taktika?
Pa njihova taktika je bila da igraju na sigurnih jedan, nisu vjerovali u naš šut toliko da se ne ponavljam. Mnogo su fizički dobri, mnogo dobra dva igrača, iskusna, što se to pokazalo samim dolaskom do polufinala. Mi smo imali malo više sreće, možda i zasluženo, i jedna mala Crna Gora pored tri ruske ekipe biti treća na ovakvom turniru je više nego uspjeh, kao da smo osvajači.
They're a very physical and experienced team, but our tactic was to let them score 1 point, to let the big guy score, and we think that they underestimate our shooting, so this was the winning. And he also mentioned that it was like one little Montenegro with 3 Russian teams in top 4.
Wow. Now, my final question is, you're going to celebrate the 3rd place, of course. What are some things that you guys will need to do to get to really to the mountaintop to win a championship?
Proslavit ćemo pobjedu, ali šta je ono što nam nedostaje da zaista budemo na vrhu ovog?
Pa vidjeli ste i sami juče, jedna moja loša odluka na terenu, jedan nezagrađeni skok iz kojih je igrač iz Pro lige Maleškin pogodio trojku. Mogli smo i mi da pođemo u to finale, izgubili smo na Gaming 7, vratili smo se, jedina ekipa koja je za 3 godine dobila Pro ligu na terenu je Dangerous. Tako da malo nam je falilo, prve godine 5. prošle 4. ove godine 3. do godine nadamo se finalu.
We need just a little. In the semi-final it was one bad decision on the court. We didn't box out. They got offensive rebound and changed the game, but also they showed on the court that we were better, and I think we are the only one team that beat Liga Pro on the court. So first year in Kazan we were 5th, last year in Abu Dhabi 4th, this year 3rd, and I think we will be in the final next year.
Well, hopefully, no. Now let's talk about the whole tournament long. You've faced a lot of great teams. You've faced a lot of great players. Which team did you have really a hard time competing with?
Koji tim ti je najteže pao da se takmičiš sa njim?
Kina.
He said China.
Really?
MDMX, the Handsome Boys.
Yeah.
Because they're very good digital part, right there.
Yeah. With everything else. Well, I love the way you guys play. You guys do a really good job of hitting the roller and everything else. When are you going to start training for the next one? Like, how does the schedule look like for you?
Kada ćeš počneš sa treninzima za sljedeće prvenstvo i kako izgleda tvoj raspored generalno?
Pa ja već sutra kada sletim u Crnu Goru moram da radim. Nažalost, mi smo jedina ekipa, ja i Bogdan, koji 8 sati radimo, nemamo nikakvu podršku od državnih institucija. Nažalost, to smo jedini projekat došli ovdje sa par pomoći od naših malih sponzora. Žao mi je samo što se zovemo kao Dangerous Podgorica, što nismo Cetinje ili Nikšić, koji su jedini prepoznali naš cilj, zašto smo ovdje, i ovim putem se zahvaljujem.
He said a lot. Šta se rekao? Okay, when he after the flight to Montenegro, the Bogdan and him needs to start to work again. They have jobs from 9 to 5 and also playing basketball. And he said that they didn't get too much support from the government, and he said that we are not called Dangerous Nikšić or Dangerous Cetinje, because Nikšić and Cetinje only supported us on this tournament, and also our sponsors.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're going to have a lot of sponsors coming up after this great 3rd place win. So let's talk about your training regimen, because because we've noticed Kolya is a very shifty player. He's very quick, very fast, very creative and versatile. What sort of training routine do you have in a week? For example, do you run 10 miles? Do you lift a lot of weights? Like these kind of things, because there's a lot of players asking, what does Kolya do for conditioning?
Pitao tebi, pošto si brz i pokretan, kako izgleda tvoja trening rutina i šta to ti radiš u jednoj nedelji od treninga?
Pa 3 puta nedeljom radim šuterski trening, 3 puta radim fizički sa svojom ekipom, gdje smo članovi ja i Bogdan i 4 nova mlada člana o kojima će tek da se priča. Ovim putem ih pozdravljam, to su budućnost crnogorskog basketa. Što se mene samog tiče, imam prirodno dobar šut, ali bez dobrog treninga ne bi ni to došlo na vidjelo.
At least 3 times shooting trainings in the week and 3 times physical training with their guys. Dangerous.
Yeah.
There he talked about dangerous basketball 3-on-3 team, and he mentioned and thanks to 4 other guys from the dangerous team, and they are good guys, and he said they are the future of their basketball.
Now, when it comes to digital games, obviously, we've seen you play many times. Compare this to 5-on-5, 3-on-3, and now 2-on-2.
Digital part.
Digital. No. I'm sorry. The physical part. Yeah.
Da uporediš 5-on-5, 3-na-3 i 2-na-2 stil igre.
Pa totalno je različiti, 5 na 5 je drugačije, zavisi se od 5 igrača, praktično još 5 zamjene, trenera, teren je duži, 3 na 3 je već malo drugačije, a 2 na 2 je najzahtjevniji sport samim tim što je 7 minuta, nema izmjene, ali u paru sa Bogdanom sve je lako i mene sve lakše pada na terenu.
He said 5-on-5 is different. You have a coach, staff, and a lot of teammates. It's a longer court, and everything is different. 3-on-3 is a story on himself, and 2-on-2 is more difficult. You have 7 minutes of playing. It's very physically hard, but he is thankful that he have Bogdan on the court, and they're, I think, the best duo in Montenegro.
Well, now we're going to give you a chance to say hello to your family and friends, because I know they're very proud and happy watching back home on digital-plus.com.
Priliku da pozdraviš prijatelji i porodicu koji gledaju.
Prije svega pozdravio bih svu svoju porodicu svojih članova tima koji su nam dali veliku podršku, svi koji su stali od nas i svi koji nisu stali od nas. Ovo im je pokazatelj da mi dalje vrijedimo, da smo na velikoj sceni među 3 i želim da se obratim svoj naciji svima da digital basket ima budućnost, a zajedno sa svojim stafom do godine idemo na korak više i još boljeg plasmana.
He thanks to the family and friends, and also his family and friends, and the family friends of all team, all staff. And he wants to thank all those who supported us, but also the other who didn't support us. And we showed that we have quality. And he said also that digital basketball have a future in Montenegro.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Congratulations once again. 3rd place for your digital basketball here at the Digital Games of the Future Astana 2026. Great game. Please don't go away, because we got more basketball action coming right up after this.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
That is Basistidi. Got a smartphone absolutely free. That is Basistidi. Hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
guys. Good luck. Welcome on stage, Liga Pro Team! Thank you guys, good luck!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our grand finals here. We have an exciting matchup queued up for you. I'm Malik, I'm going to be calling the game. And with me, I got my boy Zach. Zach, please say what's up to the audience before we get started with our grand finals here.
Thank you, Malik. This is Zach on the mic. I'm excited, pumped up, and ready to go to call some amazing plays here in our Digital Basketball Championship match. We have Wilders versus defending champions Liga Pro Team. Malik, how are you feeling about this matchup we have right now?
Very excited. It's very clear that we have the absolute two best teams in the tournament here present at this stage as we gear ourselves up to get started with the digital competition. So you have GOTF Yolchar there and Sam from Team Wilders. That has been their roster consistently for the digital stage all throughout the contest, which means in Liga Pro you have Big Baby Mish and Maleshkin, who have also been playing all the digital stages all throughout this tournament. And right now, we gear ourselves up to get started with the digital stage of the competition here in Astana.
That is right, we are heading on to our digital stage 3-on-3 freestyle. Here we go, folks. Championship game. We have Sam with the first slamma jamma of the game. Team Wilder starts the first shot. Liga Pro Team answers back as soon as they can. Big Baby Mish, the MVP for Liga Pro Team, and we get another shot there on the ring. Amazing. We have, oh my goodness, it was blocked. And now we have Team Wilders with the ball right now. Sam again attacking the rim. Wilders wearing their yellow jerseys. Team Liga Pro wearing green. Team Liga Pro right now, two guard avatars. They're looking for the shot. 10 seconds on the clock. Top of the key. Bounces out, but they get the rebound. And slamma-jamma, but blocked. Big Baby Mish dives for the ball. Blocked there again. Team Wilders leading by one here. Liga Pro Team, they're thinking about it. 9 seconds to shoot. Shoots from downtown, no good. But Liga Pro Team, they get the possession back again. And it's very tight. Of course, this is the championship match. What are we doing here? We have to play lockdown defense. Pass to the inside. No good. Blocked there again. Big Baby Mish getting shot down by Sam. Team Wilders. Jaxi! Very good. Wow, amazing shot there. They have a 3-point lead. Liga Pro Team cuts it to 2. Amazing basketball. We have a championship match right here live in Astana.
As right there you see Team Wilders getting another basket, but Liga Pro with the quick answer from behind the 2-point line. Slam dunk by Team Wilders. These momentum players are exactly what you expect to see in our grand finals here. Ball inside, Liga Pro get the layup to go. Beautiful move there by Maleshkin as he got some space. GOTF Yolchar now pulls for 2, and he hits. 9-6 is what the score stands at right now. A 3-point lead. Make that 2 as Maleshkin hits another layup to cut into this lead. They find themselves down by 2, the defending champs, as Wilders hit another slam dunk there to push their lead up to 3. Team Liga Pro with the ball. Liga Pro dribbling around. Maleshkin open inside, gets it to go to, Big Baby Mish there. Maleshkin, beautiful rebound, gets it to his teammate who pulls for 2, gets it to go. 10-9 is the score now. Only 1 point separating both teams as Wilder is looking for space here. They get it to go. Big Baby Mish looking for space. Pulls blocked by Team Wilders. who get the ball out to the perimeter here. Shot is up, and it's good. 4-point lead for Team Wilders here as Liga Pro answer back with a quick layup. Clearing out to the line right now. Shot is contested. No good. Rebound by the big man who slams it home. 14-10 is what the score is. You have Team Liga Pro passing the ball around now, looking for space. Shot is up, and it's good for Team Liga Pro. What a shot there by Big Baby Mish. 6 minutes and 43 seconds remaining in this contest. Wilders looking for space, dribbling around at the top of the key right now with the ball. Step back, shot interference there, and it's good. 2 points go to Team Wilders there, who find themselves up by 4, approaching the score limit of 19 here in the digital stage in Astana.
Team Wilders here making an upset. Team Wilders, they are very close to the cusp of victory. Oh my goodness, another slamma jammer right there. Liga Pro team with the ball blocked. Big Baby Mish, he's shut down for this game. The reliable video game player from downtown. He's thinking about dunking it. Step back. He needs to use that basket. Team Wilders here, they can win this now. From 30 feet away, pass it inside. I think they're thinking of getting to 18 points, then 20. That's an extra basket there. Yes, they do. Throwdown. Sam with a highlight dunk. And we get a lucky bounce there. Liga Pro team, they need to play lockdown defense here. Left perimeter. Dribbling around, setting screen. Step back, pass to the paint. Big man pass to his guard. Top of the key. Slam a jammer right there to end the game. Team Wilders 19 points. Liga Pro team 16. Wow, what a first half to our championship game. I am so excited right now. In just the second half, we are going to see our champions here in Digital Basketball. Presented by Halik Fund. Oh my goodness. What a great game. And we are going to head to our highlights, but I would like to thank Halitsao Citibank, our general partner, for making this amazing event happen. Malik, tell me what happened in that game and tell me what are the good highlights we're about to see here coming up.
I think that right there you saw Team Liga Pro a little bit too comfortable for settling for shots behind the 2-point line, and that's how they started the game out. They found themselves down, so they decided to start taking those 1-point field goals inside. As you can see here, Team Wilders got the first basket of the game. Liga Pro hitting an early 2 there, but giving up on those easy 1-point opportunities they could have had in the paint is the reason that they were down there. As here you see Meleshkin finally attacking the paint, getting a bucket to go there, but Wilders were just too coordinated on the offensive side here in the digital stage. They find themselves up by 3 as we head into the next stage of the contest. Here you see in the highlights how we got to that lead. At some point, they really were creating a big deficit here. They were up by 4. Liga Pro managed to answer back with a good shot of their own, and there is the slam dunk. That's the exclamation point for the digital stage. As we get ourselves ready for physical basketball, you will see the box score here, and the scoring breakdown is shown for both teams. Team Wilders obviously outscoring by 4 field goals compared to the 11 that Liga Pro scored, leading to a final score of 19-16. Now we'll take a short ad break before we get ready for the physical stage of the competition.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры. Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
This is Zach back on the mic, and we would like to thank RS LTS, the future of events. Also, a big congratulations to 17 Gaming, the champions of the Digital Games of the Future PUBG tournament, presented by Alatau Citibank. Wow, congratulations to 17 Gaming. They won the PUBG tournament yesterday. What a well-deserved win. And now we are going to see the championship for our digital basketball presented by Halik Fund. Thank you to Ivan Sablic and Boro Antovsky, our amazing referees. What a match. What a final day for us. Of course, we would also like to thank Beeline, our official partner, and Lancaster Group, our official partner. Malik, this has been an amazing 6 days of digital basketball. Of course, we have Liga Pro team, the defending champions. Can they go back to the promised land? Meanwhile, we have Team Wilders, who had such an amazing journey. From digital origins, digital rivals, from digital contenders, and now they are here on the biggest stage of digital basketball here in Games of the Future Digital Basketball Championship match. What a journey for the two teams. And Team Wilders with the first possession. Malik, back to you.
Basket is good for Team Wilders, who score a quick basket to set the tone here in this final. Meleshkin makes his move inside, can't quite get it past the big man there. Basket is no good. Wilders with it. Meleshkin makes a fall there. Might have been contact as the referee whistles. And right now, Meleshkin holding his face. I believe there might have been an impact there. We might see that in this replay here. As you see, that is where Meleshkin fell. And the big man from Wilders converted on the easy two. Meleshkin back to his feet, which is what you love to see. You can hear the audience applause right now. Our defending champions making it to the stage, finding themselves down by 5 to Team Wilders, who have been putting pressure on everyone they played against all competition. Right now, Maestro with it. Gets it to Meleshkin, who pulls for 2. Meleshkin's 2 is good. What a shot there by Meleshkin. Puts 2 points on the board for his team. They find themselves now down 21 to 18. 3-point deficit for the defending champs here, who are on defense. Another shot. Wilders try to answer back. Rebounds is missed, puts it back up. Meleshkin gets the ball, secures it, steps back, passes to Maestro. Maestro dribbles right, gets inside. Maestro's face gets the layup to go. Beautiful basket there by Maestro, who brings his team back to within 3. Right now, Meleshkin with the big man forced to make a foul there, as he was outsized in the paint, can't quite contest the shot properly. Very smart foul there from the experienced player. As you see right there, that's where he caused the foul. As soon as he knew, he caught the ball. Here you have a matchup between Meleshkin. He's beat by his marker, blocked, and deflects it out of bounds off of Team Wilders. Ball will go to Team Liga Pro. What an acrobatic move there by Meleshkin to keep it alive and keep position for his team. Look at that. Right there, you see the block, catches the ball, tosses it off the guy, and now Meleshkin with it at the top of the key. Meleshkin falls for 2, bounces off the rim, out of bounds there. Team Wilders will take a possession. 3-3 is what the score stands at in the physical stage here. What an intense matchup we have here in Astana.
And it is indeed intense. Of course, this is a championship match, folks. Please enjoy if you're watching in the venue or live. Do not miss a second. This is must-see TV. Foul there by Meleshkin again. Was that another smart foul, or is it a mistake? I think it's smart. Amazing. The basketball IQ of this guy, Meleshkin, it's off the charts. And actually, that's contact right there. He didn't choose to call that foul, but they get an offensive foul there. They get the ball, and they must make use of this possession. If they can hit another 2, Meleshkin goes down, recovers, and just amazing from Mileshkin, the recovery. Another foul. Good. Amazing. They're not giving easy baskets here. They're making every basket. They have to work for it. That's the game plan of Liga Pro team. No easy baskets here in the championship match. And we have 5 minutes and 23 seconds left. They cleaned up the glass right there to go up back by 3. Mileshkin step back 2. Yes, it's good. Oh my goodness. And there you go. Another quick pass to the inside. It's a 2-point game. It's only 1 possession here, and Liga Pro team can tie the game. Can the champions do it? Wow, we have so many fans here, and I would like to remind everyone, we have 60 nationalities here in the competition. This is definitely a tournament for everybody. Wow, and of course, I'm so happy right now. I'm on the edge of my seat because we are live here in Astana.
Right now, you have Mileshkin Wilders in possession there. They go up by 3. Just under 5 minutes remaining to go in this final. As Maestro gets the ball there, a foul call. As you see right there, the referee whistling. Will possession go to Team Wilders or Liga Pro? I think we have a timeout called here, actually, as the teams take the minute to read. Wilders keep maintaining their momentum, still up by 3 here, but Liga Pro really hitting some tough baskets here in the final, not making it easy for them. As you see the players on the bench right now out of bed. Here you have beautiful pass inside to Mileshkin, who gets the easy layup to go. What a move there, breaking down the defense with that pass, cutting into the basket, and Wilders answer back with a layup of their own. As you get that one to fall, seals off Mileshkin there and gets the basket to go off the glass. Here, this is how you had the stolen possession, and Wilders, big man, got it to go in the paint, finger roll, beautiful move there. As you see, he got past Mileshkin, soft touch into the basket. And that would have been how they got the point there. Now Mileshkin with it, looking to beat his marker. 5 seconds on the clock. Mileshkin makes his move inside, puts it up, feels that there was contact there, but the referee doesn't call anything. Wilders with it now, tries to get past Mileshkin. Basket is good, and a foul. 4-point lead for Team Wilders with the chance to push it up to 5 here. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the contest. 12 seconds on the shot clock, of course, as we will reset for these free throws. Right there, you see the foul that was committed. And number 93 has a chance to convert a 2-point play here if he makes the free throw. It's up. No good. Rebound, Mileshkin. Liga Pro with the ball, down by 4. Maestro with it. Maestro pulls for 2. Can't quite get that one to go. Rebound by Wilders. Wilders have it. Big man almost gets past Maestro there. You have a switch on the screen as Mileshkin is forced to make a foul there, avoiding the mismatch. Smart foul, as we'll have them reset at the top of the key here. 4 fouls have been committed by Liga Pro so far, compared to the 3 by Team Wilders. A physical final indeed, as we decide our placements on the podium. Who is going to be joining Team Dangerous there in first and second place, as another foul has been called there. Mileshkin really makes sure to avoid the matchup with the big man there, as every time he's matched up with him in the paint, he's forced to commit a foul. Now you see them switch their matchup there. Number 93 makes his move inside, gets it to the big man. Number 25 can't quite get past Mileshkin there. He loses the ball on the dribble, out of bounds. Ball will stay with Team Wilders. 4.4 seconds on the clock here in Astana.
And we do have 4.4 seconds left, and they heave it, and it's good! Amazing! This man, Sam Devda, number 93, he's coming alive here to bring them to the promised land. They are playing for championship basketball here, and he is showing up. What a highlight right there. Shu makes use of the backboard. Amazing. And they are up by 7. Pass to the inside. Miscommunication. Liga Pro team. They have to do better here. Oh my. It's just amazing. We got some supporters here flying all the way to Astana, and it's just amazing. Big man for two, it's so good. Maleshkin with a rebound. Right perimeter, quick release. Off his marker. Liga Pro team, they are the champions, and they need to just play here. As Coach Hernando said, just let the referees do their job and you do your job. They need to focus on getting back into this game. The right elbow, right perimeter. Shot is good. Sam Debza catching fire. Puts them up by 9. Maleshkin drives to the lane. It's good. Sam Debza pass it inside. Paint. And there you go. Easy basket. We are seeing Team Wilders here. They are fighting for it. They're giving it their all. Wow, they're all going for the ball right there. It's just amazing here. My energy is so up, and I'm so pumped up for this game. Malik, analyze this game for me. Liga Pro team are down big.
As you've seen, Team Wilders have really made sure to use advantage of the physical matchups that they have here in this contest. They know that when it comes to size, on a one-on-one matchup with each player here, they have the physical strength advantage, and they've really been taking advantage of that here to build this lead that they have. Right now, they find themselves up by 9. Maestro wide open after they double-team Maleshkin there, and Maleshkin can't quite get the rebound there, but possession will stay with Team Liga Pro here. The defending champions really finding themselves down. A big deficit they're facing here. 9 points, but 3 minutes on the clock. A lot of basketball left to be played as you have Maleshkin pulling for 2 there, and he's fouled on the shot. He will have 2 free throws here. A chance to cut into the deficit, as Team Wilders have really made sure to use their aggressive defense as a major advantage all throughout this tournament, and this is why they have not lost a game on their way to the final. Liga Pro have not lost a game either, but I have not seen them pressured the way that Team Wilders has so far in this contest. They really came locked in and prepared for the final, and now you have a timeout. The players will be rediscussing their strategy. Liga Pro really need to find something here in order to climb back into this game, as you have Team Wilder in the 30s now, rapidly approaching that score limit, and we've already had a third-place match where Team Dangerous hit the 39. It could happen here, especially if number 93 keeps shooting exactly like that from behind the two-point line. As we mentioned earlier in this tournament, Zach, the math always adds up. The two-point shots will always account for more than one. And Maleshkin with a big miss there from the free throw line. Uncharacteristic miss of him. He's usually automatic from the free throw line. He has a chance to redeem it with a second shot here. He can bring the deficit back down to 8. He takes his time here, sizes up for the shot, puts it up, puts it in. Nope, bounces off the rim. Almost got fooled by that rattle there. And he misses both free throws. Very uncharacteristic misses here from the defending champion as number 93 takes the fadeaway shot. And it's good through the contact. 33-23 is what the score stands at right now. Team Wilders up by 10. Maleshkin with a step back 2 there. Can't quite get that one to fall either. And Team Wilders with a massive advantage here. Up by 10, 6 points away from the score limit. Big man with the ball inside. Maleshkin can't afford to foul here. Big man can't quite get it to go there. Beautiful defense by Maleshkin as Maleshkin has the ball. Tries to beat his matchup there. Dribbles right, crossover, step back 2. No good. Maleshkin tries to tap it out, but Wilders secure the rebound here. 2 minutes 14 on the clock. Beautiful pass inside to the big. He can't secure it there. And it deflects out of bounds. Wow, Liga Pro really struggling to find their footing in this contest. Outscored in the digital stage as well as the physical stage. In fact, in the physical stage, which is where they usually tend to dominate, they have been outscored by 7 points here as they call a timeout to rediscuss their strategy and really find a way to make it to the podium here in Astana.
And this timeout is gonna be crucial because they need to recalibrate. They need to find another game plan because whatever Liga Pro team is doing, it's not working against Wilders. Wilders, just amazing from everywhere. From digital stage all the way here in our on-court action. Liga Pro team, they are down by 10. What a big margin for the champions. Can we see their championship mentality rise up? Maestro, top of the key. Right elbow, drives to the lane, uses his big man skills. It's good. It's a 9-point affair. Team Wilders from the usual spot in the paint. Maleshkin against the big man. Good defense. Devda. No foul there, or it's a late whistle. Sam Devda, the man of the hour for Team Wilders. My heart is pumping right now. We got two teams giving it their all. Liga Pro team with the ball, quick release, flick of the wrist, no good. Bounces to the right elbow, and ball goes to, I think it will be Liga Pro team. Can Liga Pro team make a comeback here? No, the ball is going to Wilders. Another chance to extend their lead. Right elbow, going top of the key, pass to the big man. Maleshkin against big man, good defense. Oh my goodness, this big man, he has been punishing them. Maleshkin needs to find something here. Another foul right there. And we have 1 minute and 24 seconds left until we have a champion here in Astana.
Это кураж. Они его поймали и 10-ю минут. Уже с улыбкой на лице даже играют, защищаются. Дают уже спокойно забивать, даже если так. 1 минута 13 секунд была до конца. И сейчас...
Wow, and it's Team Wilders here again.
Right now, shot is up by Team Wilders off the backboard. Unfortunately, couldn't get that one to go there. And now we'll have the ball reset here. The teams are discussing. 1 minute and 3 seconds to go in this grand final here before we crown a champion. The defending champions finding themselves down by 9 here. Beautiful pass inside there by Maleshkin to Maestro as he gets the basket to go. Down by 8 now. 55 seconds on the clock. Time is really on Team Wilders' side. They find themselves with a sizable lead entering the final stretch of this final. And right now, Maestro with the easy layup there. Wide open, no one to contest it. Number 93, beautiful moves, beats Maleshkin inside. Can't get it to go, gets his rebound, puts it back up and in. What a basket there. Number 93 really turning it on here as Maleshkin tries to answer back with a 2 to seal it off. You will see him run down the clock here. They have 7 seconds on the shot clock, sizing up Maestro here. Passes it inside, beautiful basket inside by the big man. Gets it to go, pushing their lead up to 10. And a turnover there by Team Liga Pro, which will give Wilders the possession. You hear their fans cheering here, already seeing early signs of who we're gonna crown as champion in this contest. Number 93 with the ball, he's gonna run down the clock here. Make sure Liga Pro don't have enough time to mount a comeback as he decides to dribble it out here. He's gonna take a shot to avoid the violation. And Liga Pro put it down as now we have a champion crowd. You see the emotions there on the faces of the Wilders basketball players as they realize they will be leaving digital basketball presented to you by Halep Funds as the new crowned champions here in Astana.
And we just crowned our new champions. Everybody, folks, watching Team Wilders is your 2026 Digital Basketball Games of the Future champions. They won 36 to 26. They gave it their all. All the effort, all the sacrifices. They are crowned here today, and they will be taking the crown home. Amazing. Wilders, they surmount the challenge of beating the defending champions, and they are now on the top of the summit. Congratulations once again to Team Wilders. This has been Zach. I was joined by Malik, and it has been a beautiful journey here in Astana. Ademi, Rahmet, Sabo. And as you can see here,
right there,
the box
you see
scores. Malik, your honors.
You saw right there the disparity in scoring between both teams. We're gonna cue some highlights for you all here. You see the champion right there making sure to do their trophy celebration. They swing it right, swing it left. Emotions high there as they raise the trophy in the air. Team Wilders, 6 days of basketball excellence is what they provided us here with at Digital Basketball, presented to you by Halik Fun. And you see there the triumph, all the emotions reflecting on the faces of each of the players. Everybody had their role to play leading up into the final. And we have our champion making their way onto the LED floor with the trophy here. You see there on our big screen, Wilders is the champion with all our digital fireworks to celebrate here. You have the LED panel on the floor also declaring them as the winner. They definitely deserve this ovation and this stage to show themselves off. Our champions of digital basketball.
Here in Astana, we have a new champion of digital basketball. We're going to start
Ladies and gentlemen, your digital basketball new champions in town, Wilders!
Yes!
Well, first of all, congratulations. Great team effort, great victory. You deserve it. What are your thoughts about it? New champs in town.
Поздравляем вас с победой. Очень заслуженная победа. Командная работа. Что вы думаете об этом?
I speak in English, right? Impossible. So no word to describe it. You know, we did our task. You know, we did smart play, and I really appreciate work which we done. It's impossible. You know, I don't know how to describe. Really, no terrible mistakes. Just hard, tough game. You know, Simeon is wild. Probably our team is called in his name because his two-point shots and crazy style of game. It was great.
You guys had so much energy. You're playing in the passing lanes. You did everything that you wanted to do. I mean, I guess there was never a chance you thought you couldn't win.
Это была невероятная игра. Вы делали все, что возможно. Казалось, что у вас не было мысли о том, что вы не могли победить.
No, we know that Liga Pro is really our principal enemy, opponent, and I think that they were preparing themselves better even because they know how to create the process of training. Comparing with us, we play everywhere 5-on-5, 3-on-3. So, but anyway, we
had more desire, wish to win, and I think yes, such smart play gave us, such style when they lost the connection with game and they didn't know what to do, so we just did what we did.
Well, now let's talk to Sam. Sam is obviously really having a good time there. Sam.
Давайте поговорим с Сэмом. Вы замечательно проводите время.
Thank you. So, Sam is always the guy full of energy. He brings a lot of action. He brings a lot of intensity. Where's that intensity coming from?
Сэм очень энергичный игрок, у вас очень много действий. Откуда это у вас?
В первую очередь это вот желание победить. Название команды Wilders. It's mean we, it's mean winners. Вот, мы все делаем для победы и отдаемся в каждом аспекте игры.
First of all, it's desire to win. It's in our name, Wilders. So we push, we give everything we could in the game to win.
Now, my question is, who is going to take the trophy home? Whose house does it go to?
Кто заберет себе домой трофей?
Кто заберет трофей? Ну, у нас все наши трофеи хранятся у нашего руководителя в его зоне победных всех этих штук, кубков. Вот. Ну, скажите, что руководителя.
It's going to be preserved of our hats home. He stores everything.
Well, previously we spoke about a rematch with Liga Pro. The rematch is complete. We got a new champion. Is that extra special for you guys?
До этого мы говорили о реванше с Лига Про Тим. Вы взяли реванш. Значит ли это у вас более ценная победа?
Конечно. Лига Про Тим двукратные чемпионы, неоспоримые. И обыграть их — это не только там выиграть эти игры, но и подтвердить свой статус крутой классной команды.
Yeah, they're 2 times champion, and win against them means a lot for us. They are an amazing team.
Awesome. I think Academic wants to talk to you.
Я думаю, Академик тоже хочет поговорить.
Легко.
Josh, yeah.
All right, you win the championship.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big party. By the way, tell us where your party is so we can go. We're going to party with these guys. But when does training begin for next Digital Games?
Когда мы начнем? I don't know, because я не знаю, когда следующие даты.
I don't know where the next dates for the...
But today we ready go to party.
Yes.
Oh, wait. We're going. Speaking of party, we have to teach you the digital basketball dance, which is a step to the right and then to the left. Okay, so we'll do it. All of us. Here we go, champs.
Давайте
We're going right,
попробуем.
left.
Left. Here we go. Right. Left. There we go.
Hey,
Right.
Wilders.
Left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right.
Okay, now, Josh, I want to give you a chance also to say hello to your fans, to your family back home, because I know you have a lot of fans all over the world, and they're watching on phygital-plus.com.
Всем спасибо. Мы забираем этот кубок. Наконец-то мы его выиграли. Мы доказали, что не зря сюда приехали. Let's go, champ! Yeah! Всей семье московского. Yeah!
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, your new...
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
welcome back to the Phygital Games of the Future, Astana 2026. As the days progress, the action is definitely heating up here. Right now, we had all our eyes glued to the Phygital basketball screens, where the Wilders defeated LPT by a huge margin, by a 10-point margin. I think we have something special coming up right now for you to watch, right?
We do, but we have to shout out to Team Wilders. I mean, the fact that they took out the current reigning champions, and they aren't the only champions that lost a footing tonight. We're going to mention that a bit later on. But for now, as Sarah mentioned, let's look at some of the exciting highlights that took place only moments ago.
In the paint is the reason that they were down there. As here you see Maleshkin finally attacking the paint, getting a bucket to go there. But Wilders were just too coordinated on the offensive side here in the digital stage. They find themselves up by 3 as we head into the next stage of the contest. Here you see in the highlights how we got to that lead. At some point, they really were creating a big deficit here. They were up by 4. Liga Pro managed to answer back with a good shot of their own. And there is the slam dunk. That's
We have a new reigning world champion in the area of Phygital basketball. That game was incredible. Wilders dominating in both sections of that game. In the digital, we saw a slight lead, but in the physical side, they completely demolished LPT. The defending world champions, we have a new champion in the game.
We do indeed. Once again, hats off and congratulations to Wilders. We're going to take a look at that leaderboard, though, shortly on screen. If you cast your eyes wherever you might be looking at us from. Let's have a look there, Wilders. This
incredible energy there from 93, Sam. Honestly, he's the man, he's the machine, he's the one who's helped them power through this game. He's someone who we interviewed yesterday as well, and we asked him what was his gaming strategy for today. He gave us a sly smile and said, that's for you to find out tomorrow, David.
I love that. And I must say, earlier on when our on-air commentators Malik and Kurt said tonight it was a block party in the sports complex, I thought, well, tonight with myself, David Bloch, and Sarah G, it's a block party.
Absolutely right. Some incredible celebrations going on there. It looks like all of us are invited to that after party. That's exactly what they said when our analysts were talking to them just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I definitely think both the team and, of course, all their fans, both online and in the sports stadium, will be celebrating tonight.
Of course, and that's why we love the Phygital Arena so much. It's not just limited to the digital space, but you can clearly see how they dominated and decimated LPT, the defending champions, with ease. They made it look...
Yeah, they did. It was quite surprising because apparently with Liga, there was always this kind of expectation that they would start off strong in the digital, but they came in under. So Wilders went in with a great, strong lead, but then, of course, dominated. And for whatever reason, Liga lost their footing.
Exactly, and we can also see that it wasn't just a physical game, because you can see that Wilders went in with that quiet confidence. You could see the smiles painted on their faces when they walked into the arena.
And that's the thing we've always said, for all the days that we've been here, expect the unexpected, because they're not the first current champions to go out. We're going to tell you about that a bit later on. Let's take a look at the screens now and see that leaderboard.
So as you can see in the quarterfinals, we had TRD and FGB. Wilders versus Minx, Dangerous versus PBK Astana, and LPT versus Boca. The semi-final lineup was equally interesting with CRD and Wilders and Dangerous and LPT, but forget about all that because it doesn't matter anymore. It's the final day of action and we have a new reigning champion. As you can see on that leaderboard, we have Wilders with a clear 10-point margin. That's incredible, David.
It is incredible. Well, look, once again, we need to congratulate Wilders, of course, Liga Pro team as well, and not forgetting our team that came in third. We want to say a congratulations as well to Dangerous, taking that all-important third spot. It'll be interesting to see what happens at the Phygital Games of the Future 2027 when it comes to the top 3 for next year. But for now, it's all about Team Wilders. It's all about the vibe, it's all about the fun, it's all about the celebration, which of course is the hours and hours of training and hard work that has taken them to this point.
Absolutely. I'm sure you were also glued to your screens for that third place game, which was a completely different strategy. Both teams locking horns and going head to head there, neck to neck right till the end. But in that final game, it was a clear, easy victory right from the beginning.
Yep, indeed it was. Now, tonight we gave away $1 million in prize money. The pool last night as well, $1 million. And who took that? Well, 17 Gaming, the new winners of this year's Phygital Games of the Future, Astana 2026. Take a look at this. That stage gets me every time. Love a bit of fireworks at the end. Congratulations to 17 Gaming on their exceptional win for PUBG here at the Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026. Now, all of this would be impossible if it weren't for the gracious and very amazing, well, I'm going to say very amazing, but the most amazing support from our sponsors, our partners, and we need to acknowledge the fact that the Phygital fighting discipline, specifically presented by Kaz Inc., will start at the Kazakhstan Athletic Sports Complex on the 8th of August.
And Battle Royale brought to you by Alatau Citibank. Incredible sponsors helping us here with these incredible games. Elite athletes called for elite sponsors, don't you think so, David?
Absolutely, and we thank all of our sponsors. Thank you, Rahmiet. Thank you so very much for your continued support of these incredible games. And whilst, yes, some of the disciplines might be coming to an end over the course of the next few days, taking us right through to the end, we have all of the other Phygital and esport games right here, bringing it to you, all the action from our broadcast studios here in Kazakhstan. Sarah?
David, as we know, we have 8 disciplines, and in the last few days, we've just covered about half of those disciplines. What are you looking forward to in the second half of the games?
Well, we've still got Phygital football. We've got the likes of Phygital dancing, which, of course, I'm keen to look at, having had a background in dance. For me, I'm super excited to see how the teams or how the individuals kind of compare to each other as they go against the clock to see exactly what's going to happen. What I must admit is that today has been super exciting watching all the Dota 2 games. Now, whilst we had an upset in basketball, we had an upset in Dota 2 with Team Resilience beating our current champions, Extreme Gaming.
It's pretty incredible, seriously, blowing them out of the park.
You are on the same day, both teams. World champions, both of them being eliminated. So as you can see, it's anyone's games. It's not to say that because you maybe won last year and you came in strong this year, that you're going to necessarily take it home. Anything can happen.
We have 2 videos coming up soon, though, Yakult and Vici Gaming.
We do, and Yakult Brothers and Vici Gaming, those 2 teams will be fighting it out on our next map. We know the game is already underway. If you do not know who the team is, who the players are, then take a look at this.
We are still exploring different teams at the Games of the Future, an event which combines virtual skills and physical prowess. transforming it into the intense, captivating phygital format. We all know that the athletes make up an important part of the events like these. They drive the stories forward, improve their strategies, experience injuries, and bring victories back home. But what about the lesser-known parts of the equation? Let's get acquainted with the Yakult Brothers, a team located in the East Asian region, which was created in 2024. The Yakult Brothers team let us interview their manager. Let's see and discover more about the team. Could you please share your impression on Kazakhstan?
Yeah, I love this country.
Great! We love to hear that. Could you tell us, do you like this event?
It's my second time to play in Game of the Future. It's a really good tournament. We all love it.
Wonderful. Next question. Which part of being a manager for a cybersports team is the most difficult?
Need to help players arrange the practice and arrange their life. This is most difficult.
Thank you for sharing. Could you tell us about your players?
They are all my family. I love them all.
This is so touching. Could you tell us about the traditions inside the team?
After we win game, we always eat the beef steak together. Yeah, we are also called ourselves as beef steak brother.
What a lovely tradition. We hope the food will be to your taste. Final question. Who was the MVP on today's match?
We played not so good from the beginning, but now we are adjusting ourselves. So today, I think all of us are all good, especially the carry player, Low.
This was the Yakult Brothers team. As we can see, all of the athletes have a special connection to the managers, beyond just professional relationships. We are truly grateful for the work of the managers who make it possible for our participants to achieve unimaginable heights and put many victories under their belts. We wish you all good luck on the championship. We're still here at the Games of the Future 2026 in Astana, meeting the teams that bring together the best of esports and technology. Today, we're introducing one of the most recognizable names in competitive Dota 2, Vici Gaming. Founded in China in 2012, Vici Gaming has built a strong legacy in the global Dota 2 scene, becoming one of the most respected organizations in East Asia. With years of international experience and a history of competing on the biggest stages, the team has arrived in Kazakhstan, ready to challenge the world's strongest opponents. Joining us today is one of Vici Gaming's Dota 2 players. Could you please introduce yourself to our viewers?
Name is Zhang Ruida. My game ID is Bach, and I play for VC Gaming.
Nice to meet you, Bach. This is your first time in Kazakhstan. What was your first impression of the country and Astana?
Weather is good, and the city is big.
While competing at an international tournament, players also get the chance to experience local culture. Have you tried any traditional Kazakh food during your stay? And how did you like it?
Yeah, I think we ate a horse soup. I don't know if it's local. Yeah, it was great.
Vici Gaming continues its journey at the Games of the Future 2026, bringing years of experience, determination, and the ambition to add another achievement to its legendary story. Good luck to Ba and the entire Vici Gaming squad here in Astana.
You know, Sarah, what I love about these videos when we are introduced to the teams, they look so unassuming, so innocent, so friendly. But when they get out onto those maps, boy, it's do or die, it's live or be killed.
Never get fooled by a face, right, David?
That's it. Never judge a book by its cover. Two amazing teams. We are running a multi-stream, which meant that earlier on, whilst we were focused more on our side on the phygital basketball, Dota 2 was currently underway, and that first map already won by Vici Gaming. So already Vici Gaming into the lead, having taken map 1.
Incredible action right there. And you did mention the basketball. Congratulations to Team Wilders, our new reigning champions. Are you going to that after party, David?
I think I'm probably going to be staying here until late. And hopefully, Sarah, you're going to be joining me, because I think the way we're going now, Dota 2 is going to take us way into the early hours of the morning.
Let's cut live now to that game and get you all the action.
games of the future are a very challenging ordeal. It is a competition aimed at evaluating performance both at the digital and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though, we have gathered our athletes to take a quick break and try out Kazakh national food. Let's see what we have here. Bowersak, a delicious fried dough snack that is often enjoyed in the Central Asian region. What do our athletes think about it?
영어로 할래. Yummy.
Yummy. 오.
진짜 맛있다.
Fluffy inside, fried.
We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's move on to Gent. It is a sweet dish made from roasted millet, butter, and sugar. This yummy snack usually cooked on holidays and special occasions.
It is very good.
Man, this dish is absolutely enjoyed by everyone who tried it. Now, our participants will try out Kort, dry, hard cheese, often formed into balls or chunks. Let's check out these reactions.
You are very strong, man. It's very fried as well.
These reactions were absolutely awesome. Let's move on to Kuimuz. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented mare's milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Pour me up 5 glasses. I'm trying to get wasted.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't even have water.
What do you say?
Asbulsen.
Games of the future.
Fair, so that's not even like your cult's not even bad. I'd wear that.
I'd wear your cult.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but I'd wear it.
By going to the draft, Vici get rid of the lone druid. You know why? Because they're smart people. I've seen so many times in so many tournaments. I know that lone druid has been defeated in this event. I know this, but so many people think, I figured out the lone druid counter. Like, whoa, what is it? He's like, oh, it's the off-lane Vino. It will solve all our problems against it. And you're like, really? You go, yes. And then just get smashed in a game within like the first 20 minutes. You go, oh, well, maybe that wasn't the point.
Yeah, I mean, you fix one issue, like, oh, I'm not going to lose lane to lone druid. And then you create 10 more because you have an off-lane Veno.
I was like, you can just ban it. It is a counter.
Right.
The counter is, I don't want to play against it.
And it's not worth it either. Like, I feel like the mental toll that it takes to play against the lone druid, forget about like the hero strong. Yep. You have to play a different type of Dota playing against lone druid. And people are always going to hate it. Say what you want about techies, old techies. Yep. You played a different type of Dota then.
Yes,
and I think this lone druid is the exact same thing. It's awful. It feels unbalanced. You don't feel rewarded for killing Bear, because then he just resummons one. And then you kill it again, and then he resummons it. Why does Bear work with Refresher? Good question.
That's just how it is. Just accept it.
Then I can refresh my buyback. Let me refresh my buyback, and then we're even.
Well, someone who wishes they could refresh their buyback is the Undying. Ceaseless Dirge. Wait, it can? Are you kidding?
No, you can't. No.
Okay, good. I was like, I'm pretty sure I haven't seen that mechanic.
Actually, I wonder if Chakra Magic reduces it. I don't think it does, but It's one of those like spaghetti code Dota things where like if it worked, I wouldn't be surprised.
Like, let me go look at that. Maybe it could. You never know.
Yeah.
It could. Vici Gaming, they think the Largo, though, in the opening, they're saying, we want to make sure Bach gets a hero he likes from the start. Here you go, buddy. Although, sorry to cut you off, but Jinkyu also has played Largo, actually.
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say, is I think there is that flex potential as well. Not heavily, right? But I know Bach has loved this hero. Maybe. They've been playing a lot of it, so I hope he likes it.
I was like, it's a good hero for the offlane for sure. I've heard about like the idea of playing him for support, getting the shard, and getting like Lotus and Glimmer and Lincolns and whatever you can get to sort of benefit from. It's nice, but I've never actually seen it.
I've done both personally. Nothing, obviously at this scale, but I understand the idea of the support Largo, right? You are probably just mostly prioritizing your catchy lick over Frog Stomp, over things like that. You're looking to buff up one core, whether it be, I've run it with OD in the past. I think it's good with Lina too, because it works with a lot of these spells that you might not think it works with, the Croak at least. It works with OD Orb and Parasma. Why? Why does that work? Why are we amplifying Arcane Orb? What's wrong with you? But like Lina as well. So it's a very valuable, just not passive because you're pressing it, but for the core you're pressing it on it. I don't even need to think about it. It's not another button to press. It's just free extra damage. It feels so good.
It is. I mean, I like using it. I know this is a very weird one, but I like using it on Witch Doctor because it feeds into the Maledict. Never really happens because there's always better targets to give it to for sure. But I'm like, it can be quite nice.
That's pretty funny too, because it's even more than percentage health damage.
Yep.
On top of it all, right? So that's a cook. I like that one.
Yeah, never seen it. Used to be like me and my brother 20 years ago would play Axe and Witch Doctor, battle hunger into Maledict, and people just run to base burning the whole time. I was like, hey. But nowadays, the efficiency in Dota means that that's not going to work. Regen's much higher. As we continue the draft, Jakob Brothers, an interesting pick that I don't know if I've seen this tournament. At least I'm pretty sure I haven't. I don't know if it's been picked in other games. The Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, I can't for the life of me remember if I've seen a Shadow Shaman this tournament. I assume it's been picked. There's no way it hasn't been picked. But yeah, it is one of Kaka's more played heroes. I know this is a hero that Kaka really favors outside of the Lion. You want Kaka on these disabler type of heroes. These heroes that can sort of do things, for lack of better words. Yep. Where I felt like seeing him on the Nyx Assassin last game, there was so much like of Kaka scouting and looking for a kill and like showing the Wyvern and showing these movements, and no one was really able to capitalize off of it. This time around, you've got an Invoker in your pocket as well, so you shackles, you can shackle ward someone, and a Sunstrike will be there. And looking, just that there's only 2 out of 5 here for Vici, but both those heroes are dead to Serpent Ward's Shackle, Invoker, Sunstrike. It should be an easy kill.
I like the Shadow Shard for sure. And the new shard also is really nice. Ernaconda. I'm like, all right. Now, someone was cooking that day with the name.
That's a 10 out of 10 name. 10 out of 10 name for sure.
Someone was like, all right, guys, watch this name. Watch this. All right. He throws like a jar, and a snake comes out of it, and we're going to call it Ernaconda. And everyone just got up in the cloud. Like, this guy's genius.
And that's how the janitor got promoted.
It's like, you are now lead designer of the game. Like, what? Really? Well, Vici.
Yeah, he had an idea so good they moved him to Deadlock.
Oh shit.
Oh no. They had to hire a new janitor.
No, sorry. And with the game, Vici, they have the Void Spirit come out. So that's going to be the counter to the, well, not counter exactly, but the opponent for the Invoker, and interesting as they go for the Shiro Tiny. So they're going for a very different style. So Tiny oftentimes goes for that early Shadow Blade with Echo Saber to Shadow Blade, sorry, just so that he can hunt people around. In this game, Rubik, Mirana, very easy kills to find.
They should both be food. Even like Void Spirit as well, until you get that, first or probably second ending, because you're probably going Vessel first, you are susceptible to just being blown up.
Yep.
It's sort of, that HP hump you need to get over, where you will be tanky enough at some point. It's just how much are you going to suffer until you get there. And I really do like this draft from Yakult so far. I don't think there's anything they can do to ruin it. I'm sure there is. But more the point being, like, this is a draft that looks like it can do something. Despite, maybe being behind in lanes.
Interesting band, though. You talk about them doing to ruining. This might be an undying off. Vici Gaming banned the Winter Wyvern. So they are at least thinking that this could be an offlane undying, and the Winter Wyvern would be picked as a position 5, basically. It also means that Vici Gaming might be going for a very strong right clicker at the end, because right now you have pretty weak right clickers overall.
Yeah.
So watch this. Vici is going to pick Necrophos. This is all like a cute ploy, and they're going to pick Necrophos at the end.
They could. Lena's not in the pool. Or like, they don't have really anything heal. I mean, they have Tombstone save. It's kind of hard.
It's all right. It's all right, I suppose. But you have to get the shard. Then you have to be in position. Then the offside, it's like not as easy. As they banned the Witch Doctor again, so they really, really believe that it's going to be an offlane Undying.
I think it's a fair assessment. The tiny Undying lane isn't awful. But I think Undying is one of the few heroes you can sort of double melee it up, just because Undying is gonna beat you up no matter what. Mm-hmm. But I can understand generally you're going to get the range, you're going to get the melee hero, and they're probably going to lane together.
Fair. What if I like the Shadow Shaman as a 4. I don't want Shadow Shaman to move as a 5 right now. I know.
Yeah, I agree.
They take the Centaur, and it's going to be the 5 Undying. So, psych! And I guess thought we were going to do something unique and special, didn't you? But no, we're boring and unoriginal.
Sometimes game number 2, backs up against the wall. You kind of got to go with the unoriginal.
Oh, yeah. Tried and true.
Yep. Centaur's worked. It will work. Well, it will work enough. He's going to get his Dominator, and he's going to go out and hopefully get a meaningful item. And it's not the worst, Lotus game, for instance, if you want to go down that route, or you just go straight in for the heart. This is a draft where you're probably going to need a little bit more armor now that we see Shiro picking up the Alchemist for himself. Do you think the days of Alchemist building any Aghanim Scepters before himself, do you think we're gone? Are those days dead?
They seem to be. I haven't seen them for a long time. It was the one time you see a carry player be somewhat generous, It's like the one time where they're thinking, wait, I can do things for other people? Huh. And even then, it was only to benefit them, by the way. It was only because
that's what I was going to say, too. That's because I think it's more time for them to AFK farm. I think it's a trick.
It's like, yes, here you go. Take this Aghanim, stick it up and just run away. Just go. Go.
Because then you blame them because you spent your entire net worth boosting up your teammates, and then they couldn't win the game for you.
Well, I certainly got very good teammates to give Aghanim Scepters to in this one. Well, like the Void Spirit, the Mirana.
It's really good.
It's very solid. I will say, both carries are interesting because they don't scale amazingly well late game. That's a big yawn, brother. He's a tired fella. Yeah, Tiny and Alchemist, right? It's just ultra late game. You don't think of these two as being giant threats like you think of other heroes.
Yeah, both heroes are looking to sort of end the game before that ultimate late game happens. Very curious to see how that's going to shape up this game, because at some point we're going to see these two safe laners just beat against each other, and I feel like the Tiny wins, right? Like in a 1v1, it should just be Tiny killing the Alchemist. I guess the biggest question is Tiny going to be able to keep up with the Alchemist?
Here's where I sort of disagree. The only point, I mean, I feel like Tiny can beat Alchemist, sure, but if Alchemist has Basher, that perma bash is usually more than enough to beat any carry. Oftentimes I'm like, oh, late game Alchemist. It's more of a 5v5. I think the Tiny is slightly better, but when they go 1v1, you know, man to man in the river, everyone's getting popcorn. I think the Alchemist just wins because of the perma bash.
30 seconds.
That is fair. He does have two swords, one named Slap and the other one named Chop. So that is, you know, Tiny only has a tree, and that doesn't. It's not the same, you know.
I thought I was called them one smack and one that, you know.
Sometimes depends on the build you go for, you know.
But either way, mid lane is going to be the Void Spirit versus the Invoker. Should be a pretty decent lane for the Invoker. I would favor Emo in that situation.
I would think so. I mean, unless something crazy happens, I can't imagine this going too heavily for the Void Spirit.
Oh, 3 again for VG Gaming.
How does this keep happening?
I mean, I know you should respect your opponents, but you should still play for at least a couple of ruins.
Yeah, at least try. At least try. So many times, especially the games here, I've seen, the almost the pub tactic. We're gonna send like 2 heroes over here and like maybe a hero over here, and we'll sit 2 down here as well. I'm seeing it more and more, and I at this point I'm not necessarily too sure why. Free courier for Shiro or of Shiro's. Items have already been delivered, so I guess that's the positive, but a dead courier still feels bad.
I mean, it is 125 gold, right, in favor of the Occult Brothers, so they won't say no to that. They're like, sure, keep them coming. Yeah. Tastes like chicken.
Some of them will.
Some of them definitely will, and some of them are like...
Yeah, like the chicken one.
Some of them like different sort of animals. I'm like, what is this, some sort of fairy? What the hell is going on?
Yeah. But still tastes like chicken? It's really weird. It's the Venoling, like now we're getting maybe a little too crazy, you know? The Doomling, who...
This one's spicy. Pre-sauced or something. So, looking at bottom lane here. Ooh, Bach. That is quite a bit of harass he's taking. But he will run out of mana. That's generally the counter to Undying, is that he can't spam forever.
That's true. Sort of why we're seeing Undyings go like double mangoes sometimes to start, or triple, yeah. Which for a long time, it's always been heresy for me.
Yep.
Depending on the hero, right? Like I think Undying, CM are these type of heroes that can actually use all of their mana before the first courier comes out. I hate to see supports like have 2 clarities and a mango in their starting items. So I'm like, brother, you're a lion. You're not really gonna use all this mana, before you can get it back.
By the way, he had 4 mangoes. He had them split into a 1 and 3. He might have used some before, right? Like I have no idea. But the man is walking around with. Yeah, there you go. He's got 4 mangoes again. I swear he just ate that.
That's so funny.
One.
I would be so mad. I've had so many mid laners. He's got a clarity going too. I've had so many mid laners as I'm playing like Undying go, guys, where's our mangoes? I'm saying like 5 mangoes. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. Shoving my mouth full of mangoes.
It's
God.
Oh, Emo gets first
Sunstrike.
Very well.
Pretty reliable lockdown for you in both of these lanes for Sunstrikes, whether it be... I was going to say Ava Toss, but he's not leveling Toss. Let's be real here. It's a safe lane, Tiny. The Ava's still nice.
I mean, Ava, you put the Sunstrike a bit closer to their base. I guess they walk into it.
Yeah.
We've seen some pretty amazing Sunstrikes come out. So very nice start for your Occult Brothers here. Actually, it's a very, very good start because they're ahead very slightly at the 3-minute mark against an Alchemist.
That's what matters, right? It's keeping the lead.
Oh.
Ice Wall, good, but not good enough. XM, oof. That clipped him. That hit the wings.
He felt the heat of it for sure.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
because like maybe as you walk, he's like, "Whoa, this spot's slightly hotter than the rest."
As he peers over towards the crater beside him.
That could have been me. Could have been me. But XM is having a decent lane overall. Considering that we thought that the Invoker would have a better time, it's actually the biggest CS differential is in the mid lane. Similar to game one. Maybe he's just built different.
Maybe. Do you think one or two of those is like a Forge Spirit? Because I feel like as Invoker gets more levels, this shouldn't be as easy. Because you just have more Forge Spirits and the Cold Snap threat and more threats of your spells that you can actually have access to.
I mean, he's a ranged hero as well, but remember, Void Spirit has that innate of, well, like 50% bonus that he gets from his stats or something like that.
That's true.
Used to be very shitty innate, now it's like significantly better.
Yeah.
It was like, you love it, it's like, you're getting 0.8 extra regen. You're like, at what, level 20? Are you kidding me?
Okay, cool.
And 1.2 extra armor. You're like, oh, just get away from me.
Yeah, literally anything else, please. Like, I'll take an innate that just says, you do nothing. And at least it wouldn't, like, be lying to me.
It wouldn't feel as depressing.
It's like, it's like Bane's old innate. Which was like, what was it? It was something about every like
stats.
When you gain int, when you gain int, you gain other stats as well. It's so weird.
No, I remember.
Toss up in the air.
Oh.
Jin Q.
Good luck.
The tombstone, the zombies, the slow. Jin Q. The escape. Not quite.
I remember the old Bayonet. All your stats have to be the same number. So
that's what it was. It like averaged it out.
Yep, it has to be all exactly the same. And you're like, thanks. This game, cool. Yeah, very nice. This game is a bit similar to the last one, but we flipped the actors basically. It was the carry of the losing team doing really well, and everyone else on his team struggling. This one's like, no. Now Shiro is having a good time, but everyone else on the Occult Brothers is beating his other cores.
And I think that Alchemist, maybe even less so than the Luna, I think like the analysts were talking about, maybe there was a window for Luna to maybe partake and buy the Ags and maybe use their net worth to help get their team back into it. Maybe. I don't really think Alk is too much of that kind of hero. If he's ready with 2 or 3 items and your team is still struggling for their first meaningful item, Jin Q the Sunstrike won't quite connect with the kill still had. The next time kills Kaka, so
that's nice. Gets them on the map. Gets them on the map, which is much needed. And you can see top lane. I think they're okay with this for Vici. They're like, okay, we farm with our Alchemist, you farm with your Centaur, but maybe the cult is actually better off with this. You don't have to put in any support to shut down the Alchemist. He's unshutdownable. Oh, here he is. Shut down.
Hold on a minute. Maybe not, because he just hit level 6. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. So unlucky.
And
the Wisdom Rune gets, or Wisdom Shrine. Same thing. It's a rune, right?
It's Wisdom.
It's irreparable damage to my brain that the Wisdom Rune did, that's for sure.
I'm not sure how I feel about the way the game has become with the Shrines of Wisdom, because I mean, you talk to a lot of pros. I was talking to Seb as well in France. He's like, the game is telling you what to do now. Oh,
yes, arrow. It's a beautiful arrow too. But with the Stampede, XM knows that he does not have the damage to kill Emo.
Nice use of the Stampede, waiting until the arrow pops off before he actually uses it at all. He's licking.
Well, what? Okay, XM. That was very intelligent. Unfortunately, Y still might die because of the rotation from the Undying, but Rubik's here to play as well. And that means a double, maybe. The chicken form is not enough. XM does get that double. And Y is out to safety.
Yeah, it's really XM. It's really him. As he shares the Sunstrike damage, he's like, it's okay, brother, I'll hold you during the heat. And that makes a big difference. That would have killed Mirana for sure if he didn't do that. Because he barely lived on Sliver after that decay lands. Turns around, kills both supports, Kaka as well. Well played.
Yeah, they overextend because they didn't initially kill the Mirana. That's the only way that double kill happens. So, much needed action here for Fiji.
And swings the net worth in their favor for the first time. Tiny bit of a lead, to be fair with you, but it's what you should have at minimum when you have an Alchemist.
Right.
Top lane, looks like they're making nice movement here. The double wisdom shrine effect is still there though. As you can see, level 5s on both the Occult Brothers heroes. And I actually like Shadow Shaman and Undying as a combo because they have the zone control, right? You drop the tombstone, you drop the snakes. Are you really gonna fight into that?
Hopefully not. Well, maybe they're gonna try so right here, right now. Sunstrike will be the finisher. And now Y slowly running away. Sagan off to greener pastures. I don't think you want to stick up here much longer.
Does he have leap charges? I know he just used one, so he can't have more than one right now. As Bach singing, soothing to himself. You know, he's like, if I sing louder, maybe I'll feel better.
Hopefully. He needs some sort of pick-me-up at the moment because Jin Q not having a good time in the mid lane. The Forge Spirits look to finish him off. They need to protect their friend. Forget about the kill. Kill the Forge Spirits instead. Invoker's not dying.
Throughout this entire time, we haven't actually seen Lau. So I'm not sure, but I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. Lau, on the Tiny. He has just kind of been farming away, doing a very good job of sticking close net worth to Shiro. And he's the more dangerous one, who's more likely to be active, especially if he's going Blink Dagger over Silver Edge.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing necessarily big to break this game, if actually anything, really. Corrosive weaponry, I guess. But yeah, the Blink will just let him do things sooner.
Yep.
So, very, very good itemization choice here. And that's what we wanted to see last game, right? It's just that ability to sort of do something with your team when they were so ready to make moves around the map.
They're certainly in a very good spot right now, New Cult Brothers, as it's all on XM in a way. I think Bach wants to kind of farm a little bit more, and you know, obviously Shiro wants to farm, but here's Low.
Have a toss into the Sunstrike, it's just that easy. Didn't even really, Emo could have been asleep at the wheel for that one. It was just free.
You know, he'd be like, challenge accepted, watch me, you know, somehow miss very soon. But now he's going to be very careful about this. I've mentioned multiple times that this is the most important stage, I feel, for the tournament. Because if you win here, you double your earnings and you guarantee yourself at least 2 series. Because if you lose the next one, you still have a 3rd place decider match to play. So losing here, you're out. Winning, oh, you're in the green, buddy. Or the black, I suppose.
It gives you that extra like cushion of support. Sort of in the back where like, okay, the mental has been relieved a little bit. You can sort of take that breath of release to finally, you know, everything is, you know, maybe not golden, but feeling a little bit better than constantly being on the brink of elimination. That must be detrimental incredibly to the mental. I cannot imagine.
Oh yeah. It's not gold, but it's gold plated. Yeah. It's pretty good. Looks like they're trying to make a move here. I think Shiro was just gonna farm though. Really need to get him online as fast as possible. Really good Axe Scepters to give out this game though, like on every one of your allies.
It's so hard though too. Like, how do you do it? How can you reasonably do it? Maybe you do because you're the highest net worth and your team does need that pick me up. Maybe you have to.
I would like it if he does. And for who you give it like XM, then Bach, then maybe oh, he's dead.
Well, that's a very dead Mirana. Like we talked about in the draft, an easy peasy just.
I'm stuck.
Get out of there.
I can't. I'm stuck.
Someone send the creep wave over to Saga save him. He has to use a TP scroll. Oh, it's 100 gold.
Yeah, isn't it 50 now?
Yeah.
Where's the 100 actually? Huh, trying to remember.
Honestly, you could have told me that it was 75 and I would have believed you.
No, I think I definitely think it's
Or
100.
wasn't it 70?
It was at 1.75 actually.
Centipede used a hex, caught, there's the blink, revealed, and the Sunstrike as well. Not quite enough to get through the green, but on the other side is a Centaur into the loving hands of the rotten mitts of Undying. Backstabbing the rest of Vici. Shin-Q throws the shackles, but it's only going to delay the inevitable blink from the Tiny right on top of your head.
Rough. And Shiro is queuing up the Aghanim Scepter, by the way.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, guys, we really need this. Give it to XM, give it to Bach. I don't know if it was going to give just one or more, but the team needs it so badly. Very, very badly.
Maybe try to make a go onto Tiny here. He is kind of alone, but invisibility is not invincibility because sentry wards exist.
That or great spidey senses. He's like,
Or that, yeah. Or both. It could be both, too.
I'm pretty sure, though, it's the sentry. Like,
he could have had his eyes closed, you know, and maybe maybe Void Spirit's got his eyes closed, too, because there were 3 heroes just here. Object permanence very low from XM at the moment. Jin-Q dodged the tornado masterfully.
I believe that's the toss, not the avalanche. You know, it's kind of hard to tell.
That's true.
Because their icons is like, I never played Tiny, and they both look very similar. It's like it's rocks, but I always think of toss as the many rocks, avalanche is the one big rock.
Wasn't an avalanche with a bunch of mini rocks? Uh-oh. No, not like this. Just barely can't get away. The concoction, not the concoction, but the unstable. Nope, that's concoction again. The chemical rage, there it is. Hey, I got there. The chemical rage on cooldown too. Not ideal.
What is Vici's plan to get back into the game? They're 3,000 kill behind.
Scepters.
Aghanim Scepters is one plan, but what else can they do? It can't just be Shiro going out making space. If he dies, your plan, you know, what's your plan B? And it's a bit tough, honestly, because a full-on fight against a hard Centaur seems insurmountable.
Yeah. I think you see Centaur somewhere and you flip the map. But on the other side of it, usually there's a Tiny waiting for you with supports backing him up. It's kind of pain no matter where you go here. And Vici, they are going to take this time to run into the Centaur. Maybe they find the Shaman instead, or the Shaman finds you. XM has a DD, so they get Shaman. Maybe the Ash Legion shield and the 2-man stun. No, not like this hero. He just respawned. Cannot afford to die again. The Moonlight Shadow keeps him at bay for now, as well as a nice Meteor Hammer from Bach. Well, that's the XM DD rune. That was your chance to maybe do something here.
Oh, wait, the Centaur? He might be in trouble.
Centaur, yeah, maybe, just barely. No. Well, hold on, XM turned around again. Nice escape with an avalanche back in, a lick away. Shiro's fine for now. Chemical Rage has ended. So at this point, Shiro does need to be a little bit careful. The AD running low as well. They need to find something very quickly. And they get something. All of that struggle just to kill the Undying, who immediately respawns. You now lose your Mirana as well. You cannot lose more.
And it's not like Emo was even in that fight on the Invoker. He was just kind of free farming the whole time. And it's a 2-for-1 trade, sure. But it's a 2-for-1 trade. The Occult Brothers trade, lose only 1 support for the price of 2, and their support instantly comes back to have impact around the map. So another victory for the YB as
Oh, Shiro. How many times we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Shackles used, Rubik killed, Mirana, why not? You're dead too. Throw the tree, that'll finish him off.
Feeling like this game 3 is inevitable with the way this is going, because, man, has Occult Brothers been crushing Vici Gaming.
Yeah, this game doesn't even look like close at all.
Nope.
Maybe semblances of hope in game number 1, but this one has been full. You're called for 18 minutes and 20 seconds, I feel like.
It's not like in game 1 where we saw Lu at least be #1 net worth and the rest of his allies were at the bottom. Here, it's not even Shiro at the top. You know?
Yeah.
And he's an alchemist.
Right. Yeah, it's always the sign of the times, you know, when Alchemist isn't at the top of the net worth, and especially when Alchemist is forced to partake in these fights when you just got a naked Radiance.
Once he gets, if you can give an Aghanims to XM, things do get a lot better, right? Like the Shadow Shaman, suddenly he's much easier to control. Same thing with like the Invoker. There's probably not going to be many Dispels on your team or BKBs just yet. So an Aghanim Scepter for XM could be a huge ticket back into this game. Could.
They just got to get there. They got to give Alchemist that space.
Yeah. He does get space, you know. He's got, look at the top line, you can see he's got the bodyguard right there. Zwei standing in front. He's like, if they come here, I'll sniff them out for you, old boy.
And the rest of each year also kind of in the area too. So they're all sort of ready more or less. I was just about to mention how Roshan isn't the easiest. It's very doable with these Serpent wards, but you do have to commit, right? The wards, and you've used a Meatball, and you've used Golem. So it's going to be a little bit of downtime before you start, before you start running down the lanes. At least it should be.
They haven't gotten a tower in VG Gaming as well, but honestly, I think that time where the enemy goes to get Roche is at least time they're not putting pressure on you.
Yeah.
So sometimes you're like, okay, thank God they went for Roshan. You know,
and that's Eggs.
There you go. First one, XM. XM gets it instantly. Very right. Very good. Will he make a second? Is the question.
Can you afford a second before going like Blink BKB or BKB? Probably BKB Blink.
I don't know. The good question is, how good is it as well? It's like, does Bach really need an Aghanim Scepter?
Yeah, I don't think that's changing the game at this point.
Jump
in over onto the Void Spirit. This is the one you've given that net worth to. The silence comes in clutch, and that's why you give him an eggs.
That was so close.
They may not have seen that either, because it's not like it shows up in your inventory. It could have been something they missed.
Probably it was just like, I mean, they might have assumed it was coming if they clicked on Shiro anytime in the last few seconds. As well done,
nice
Jinkyo. Good
no
use.
Stampede used.
Good use of the Essence Distiller, by the way. Told him exactly when they were coming. Jumps away. Nice moves by Vici. 2 good escapes. Can they make a third?
Oh, Bach. If only he had Aghanim Scepters, none of this would have happened.
I don't know about that part. Like, I'm not sure the Aghanim have helped about that.
No, surely. Yeah. It's 1,000 movement speed and a million health. What do you mean?
Is it? It is.
Easy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, exactly. Those are the real numbers.
Well, Alchemist, he's going to go for a Blink into Aghanim, to a BKB now. Feels like he needs to get those to join the fights. As we mentioned, I don't think the other Ags are as worth it. Like, the one for XM is critical.
Yeah.
It is absolutely critical. The other 3, fire on. That's so good.
Marauders have been buying their own Ags recently.
Yep.
What's your take on that? It's something Wax and I have talked a bit about during our casts here, is why he's going to get destroyed once again up top by the Tiny who's constantly hunting and an AFK farming emo.
I can't say I love the Mirana buying Ags first item. I think after like Greaves, maybe Force Staff, you buy it, feels really good. But rushing it first item, which I have seen sometimes,
it's so weird to me. I keep seeing it. I hate it.
It feels very greedy, you know.
Centaur's not the hero you want to start on. He really isn't. But they are gonna get him. If they can get him, it's good. It is not. The Tombstone save. And now on the back, a 3-man avalanche as well. It's all falling apart. Absolutely disastrous. You get the Undying, but that's a small price to pay for Void Spirit, Largo, and Rubik. That's value right there.
That is. Oh, they could have killed the Centaur, but beautiful save. This has been the way people play Undying. Strong lane into Blink Shard, basically. It has worked out very well for most Undyings this tournament.
Yeah.
Now, the nice thing about the game is because it's relatively early, the death timers aren't that long.
That's very true, yeah.
The game is like, we don't expect people's asses to be kicked this hard, this early.
Yeah. It's times like these where I continue to thank my lucky stars that Necrophote's no longer, like doubles your your death duration, and this would have been an even worse meta if Necrophotes was also constantly denying you buyback and making you dead for 5 minutes. It's like, oh, okay, I guess I don't want to play.
Plus 35 seconds on your death timer. You're like, but why? Why can't I play? Like, no.
Okay, Valve, thank you.
That was one of the only mechanics to play with buyback I've ever seen, right? Like, here you go, buyback is disabled. You're like, what?
And the talent, not buyback, right? The talent tree with the respawn reduction, but never buyback. No one ever touched buyback afterwards.
Is that? I'll give you a bit of trivia. What hero had a basic skill that could reduce other people's death timer? And it's in the name of the skill. It's like right there.
Reduce other people's death timer?
Yes.
My God, I have no idea.
Come on, think a little harder.
Death ward.
No, shallow grave.
Death rhyme. Oh, really?
Yeah, it used to be able to reduce. It was a 5-minute buff that would reduce your death timer.
Oh
when
my
you died
God.
By like, yeah, that was like 20 years ago though. But that's how shallow grave used to work.
That sounds a bit before my time. Yeah.
That was basically before the internet at some point, you could say.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, shallow grave, that's what it used to do. It used to reduce your death timer.
Well, thank God not anymore. Well, the creep doesn't die instantly to the arrow because hero creeps. Thank you, Valve. But killing that Alpha Wolf is pretty good. You really don't want to have to deal with a high ground Tiny with an Alpha Wolf in his pocket.
Doesn't seem like they're going to be pushing high ground at the moment, though. With the Aegis gone, they're going to wait 2 to 5 minutes for the next Roche. Probably that's going to be the big time for them. Allies disappear. Where are we going?
The net worth disparity is getting slightly better. That's mostly just because Alchemist has gifted an Ags to his teammates, right? So the Void Spirit net worth is okay. He's almost caught up to Emo.
Sure. I mean, you're huffing and puffing right now.
I'm trying my best because Vici needs someone to sort of give them to fill that copium tank because it has to be running not on empty but a little bit low.
It certainly needs a top up. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
Well, so far, they have some respite. It's not called respite, by the way. Interesting. It's pronounced respite, because we're waiting for Roshan. Like they think, like thank God for Vici. Please just go kick. Beat him up, then come for us.
A nice long spawn, please.
We'll find out in a minute. I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet under 30 seconds, just because Gaben's tweaking the numbers right now.
Yeah, Gaben's here live in the venue. He's crunching the numbers right now.
It's like, get me into YB versus Vici and put that Roshan on, put him on 20. You're like, sir, really? Yes, 20.
Okay.
You're the boss.
All right, Gabe. It's the day of game 3s. Go. All right.
Shaman's got BKB now. All your control.
Oh my God. Oh. He was just making sure it worked. It works. He's got it. He's like, hey, look, I got a BKB, guys. Ooh, look at me.
I remember one player, they were like, why did you press the BKB in that situation? There was no one there. He's like, I was just to make sure it's actually like, it's not one of those fake BKBs. I want to make sure it's a genuine.
That's the correct answer. That is the correct answer. That's
By the way,
so funny.
It was an under 30-second Roshan.
Yep.
18.
Yep. Gaben knows what's up. Yeah.
I told you, sometimes you get the feeling, you're like, I think it's just to screw with Vici. Gaben will do it. Oh, they're smoked up.
They're running right into Vici Gaming, trying to Meteor Hammer kill some Ancients. Bach eats a Sunstrike right to the face, as well as some trees, because why not? Shaman will die to the Alchemist. Finally, Alc getting involved and getting some kills, but once again, Centaur ain't the boy you gotta go on here, Shiro.
Holy.
Can't find anyone else, so settles for the Horseman, and well, not quite the Horseman, but everyone else will kill you. And now a dive behind the tier 3 towers, because they don't care. These two heroes have like 4,000 health at least each. Who do you burn through? You just kill the Shaman, and then what? Who's dying?
Your team is dying, and in fact, with Jinkyu on his dieback and Shiro down for 35 seconds, the voice line's coming up. Feels. Oh wow, Lowe's using his own voice line. That's pretty based. That's pretty based. Your own voice line that you spam.
They're gonna try to make a move without the Alchemist, without the Rubik, see what they can get done. Finally, can they kill the Centaur? Trick question. Obviously not.
Well, this is. I mean, what? Once the barracks, it feels very over for Yakult. They're gonna go for Roshan, then clean house. It's gonna take some pretty big miracle for Vici to come back from this one. I think maybe it's off to Jinkyu. Maybe he can steal toss, blink in, toss someone back, or drag them with his telekinesis. But you told me this before we start casting. There's only so many ways I can say one team is winning.
That's true. Yeah, I'm not too sure if VG have it in them. In them as in the heroes in this game. I think they could definitely, mentally surmount a comeback, but I don't know if they can physically do it.
Oh, in their heads, they're like, we can do this plan, this plan, but 21,000 gold lead with an Aegis on their team. They have BKBs on 3 of them, with one of them being a Shadow Shaman and Invoker, so 2 great spellcasters, no BKB piercing. There's a Undying with a Blink save. Oh, we're going!
Smoke immediately breaks. They'll try to make a move onto the Undying. Killing him first would be a fantastic start to the fight. He does die, and he is alive again, though. As Largo in the back lines, he will die as well. So an Undying that respawns immediately, all for a Largo and now an Alk as well. A DD Tiny running down your Rubik too, Jinkyu. He's okay for now. Actually throws an avalanche back at the Tiny too. As on the other side, we are seeing more death, more destruction. Mostly of just Y, but that's been the status quo for the past 30 minutes.
3-for-1 trade. And I kind of admire that Vici Gaming thought, okay guys, we don't want them to come high ground with an Aegis. Let's try and prevent them from getting it. It's a cute idea and very ballsy. It's playing to win, but doesn't really amount to anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit too little, too late. Emphasis on the too little, mostly. They don't have enough to get through 20,000 health, let alone 20,000 net worth disparity. They're so tanky on your cult. They just don't. Who does damage? Who does a meaningful amount of damage on Vici right now?
Maybe XM, we talk about the Agams, but it's mostly control, right? It really doesn't add too much in terms of the damage numbers. And as you talked about, you have like the Undying save on multiple tanky boys. As Yakaka was like, I'll just go throw my snakes there. Is that right?
Yeah, no reason not to. End the game faster. Not gonna stop Vici though from trying something here, but Alchemist, he needs to get out. He needs to press his BKB if he wants any chance of flipping. Well, the chance has been squandered.
Wow.
The hope has been completely wiped away from Vici. They're gonna try though. One last hurrah here. See if they can make it happen. Undying once again.
Zero.
The point of their aggression, they do end up getting the Undying, who buys back. His Dirge continues to be ceaseless.
Thank you. I'm glad you know the name of it.
Yeah, very important. Blue finally might be able to kill low. They get him once. the Aegis means they're going to have to do it all over again. An arrow will connect. A Meteor Hammer as well. Lick for Lick. X'd up as well. Kaka, try as you might. You cannot kill anyone. Vici, they have to buy back. They don't have a choice. And now they make the move once again onto Centaur, though the only person presenting himself.
Oy. And a decent hold overall from Peach, like good use of their spells and all that, but they got Megad, you know, it's not like they got
they call it.
They call it, they had to. Like, admirable effort, but the result was never really in doubt.
Yeah, they tried their best, and you know, sometimes it's harsh to maybe sometimes your best just isn't good enough, and sometimes you don't have the draft for it, sometimes you don't have the the net worth for it. As long as you just keep looking forward, that is what matters, because your cults are looking towards that game number 3, as Vici now forced to do the exact same thing.
Can Vici make a comeback in game number 3? Extreme couldn't. They crushed game 1, lost game 2 and 3. They're gonna, and I wonder if this is gonna be the same sort of fate that falls on Vici Gaming, or will they be like, all right, it's okay, you know, just we lost the game, happens to anyone. But we're gonna go to the analysts and they'll tell us exactly why.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
And hello, welcome back, everyone. It's still Borka here with Kawaii.
And
What a
we're
game!
watching a really interesting game. Yeah, it's going to be 1-1 here between Vici Gaming and Yakuto Brothers. And very few people expected it, but the draft by Vici Gaming, it was not conventional, let's say. It was experimental, and it didn't work out.
It was experimental, and moreover, I would like to point out Emo for his great performance on Invoker. I do remember when Emo was playing on Glyph, I watched his Invoker. My man, his Invoker was a beast. It was a beast.
I mean, his Invoker has always a good, right? Like, he knows how to play the hero well, he knows how to make some moves, and you guys can make some financial moves with Bank Center Credit. You can download their app and manage your finances much easier. Thank you, Center Credit, for making sure that we get this amazing Dota 2 tournament here in Astana, Kazakhstan.
Yeah, we appreciate you a lot, and moving forward, the Invoker draft, the way how he played, the way how he pressed all the buttons there is, I mean, Emo. We were talking about, can Emo carry on his shoulder? He did absolutely amazing. I don't want to take out the low as well on Tiny. He did a phenomenal game on Tiny as well. About the Vici gaming, yeah, I don't understand per se the pick of Alchemist, because the Alchemist has been nerfed.
I mean, I can explain it theoretically, not practically maybe. Like, we've seen what happens in practice, right? Of course. But in terms of theory, you have this Alchemist, you have Void Spirit, and you have Largo. So Largo gives his Croak of Genius to Void Spirit, then Alchemist gives an Aghanim's to this Void Spirit, and this Void Spirit going in supercharged can really dictate the tempo of the game. Same way like Storm can do, same way Ember Spirit can do, but they decided they want to play Void Spirit. I don't know why. I personally prefer other spirits, but that was their decision. Maybe it was a tryout.
I can explain you guys exactly what happened. I understand Void Spirit pick because Void Spirit is a great hero against Invoker and lane to matchup, and I understand Alchemist, why Alchemist got picked also because of the Undying, because you want to farm the zombies and then get the golds from it. The thing is, what I don't understand, why Alchemist? The Alchemist has been nerfed a couple times. The Isis Spray is not the same as it used to. The gold that you get from the axe is not as this used to. It's just not beneficial right now to play Alchemist.
But historically, Alchemist is always either really good or really trash. So
of course,
maybe you need to check out. You need to make sure for yourself pre-TI whether Alchemist is good or trash. Right? So they go for Alchemist. They realize that even against an opponent that is kind of weaker than them, probably by quite a huge margin, they still can't win with an Alchemist, and they're just going to give up on this idea.
Yeah, man, I wanted to say they could practice that Alchemist on practice games on the screens, but however, maybe they practice it on the screens in the practice. Maybe it worked out well for him. We never know. But the thing is, what we know, it didn't work out here at the Jack Arena. Unfortunate for them, unfortunate for the Yakuto brothers, and we'll have a third game. It's just, I mean, Emo, I can't praise him enough for being that good.
Actually, maybe Emo is another reason why this didn't work out, because if I remember correctly, there was a solo kill or like a +1 kill on the enemy Void Spirit, and that killed his tempo a little bit and made sure that even when he got gifted Aghanims, even when he gets the Croak of Genius, he wasn't that much of a threat. He was still threatening, he was still strong, but he didn't snowball the game.
Yeah, 100%. And I want to also pinpoint on Kaka. Kaka is a player who likes to make stunts. He wants to initiate. He wants to make stun people and durable people. You know, he wants to control people, and he's done with online. And now we see Shadow Shaman. I haven't seen Shadow Shaman for quite a while, actually. And it was interesting to see Shadow Shaman against the Rubik, because historically and naturally, Rubik is always a great hero against Rasta, because there is a longer shackles, the longer duration, whatever. It's always there. It's always annoying. Whenever Rasta is trying to shackle anybody, you can get the lift out, lift in. It's just not it. But I mean, here we saw Kaka is always like shackling people, getting Emo those free Sunstrike kills that, as you know, on the top lane, and from the top lane it started from elsewhere in the game.
It was a setup for mid, right? Like, that's what allowed Emo to have such a good game as well. We're constantly talking about who is MVP, who made the best moves, who was the greatest player, but everything in Dota is somehow always interconnected. And maybe without a couple of early kills that Kakao provided for his teammate, maybe Emo wouldn't look that great.
Yeah, and you know, fun fact that I was talking with my post 4 player GZ about Rubik pick into Undying, because he was telling me I would like to play Rubik against Undying pick, and it didn't work out because he was saying, oh, I'm gonna get axe, I'm gonna DK, and I'm gonna be annoying to him and stuff. But here we see Xingqiu playing on Rubik against the Undying, and it didn't work.
It just takes too long to get all of this, what you're talking about, right? Like, you know what, Zoe gets you really, really cool content right away. You don't need to wait for academics. You don't need to wait for anything. You can just go to the OTT platform from Digital Plus and watch all the digital sports here from Games of the Future. You can watch football, you can watch basketball, you can watch CS. PUBG, unfortunately, has ended already, but CS is coming up, and soon we are also going to have a mobile MOBA discipline.
Yeah, even it's... thank you for actually reminding me of this. And even once it's finished, we can still watch it on the past, so you can take a look and you can rewind it all you want, take a look, make an analysis for yourself if you're interested into it. So definitely worth trying out moving forward. So what I was saying, Undying, again, we are giving Undying to Xiangming, right? The Xiangming is playing Undying into Largo and Rubik. What I think is just Undying itself is already tough for those two players, but you add Tiny on top of it. It's just, I mean, it's just rough.
I kind of get, though, that it's a double melee, and maybe it is somehow punishable. That's what they were hoping for, right?
Yeah.
But they just never could do that. They never could punish it, and because of it, Bo Slew got really, really massive, and Undying was actually pretty big himself.
Yeah, I mean, once you have a Rubik, right? Once you get double decayed, let's put it that way, you can't really do much. It's just so hard to do anything. Here we see toe-to-toe Shanyu versus our player back, aka Fabian. How they were playing actually this game, and we see Back couldn't do much on the Largo, unfortunately for him. And yeah, I mean, Shanyu, 0 death. My man has been improving every day, day by day, game by game, I would say. And you know, makes me proud. I'm really cheering for this guy.
Yeah, but there's also a stat of like damage. Largo dealt more damage, but does it really matter if it's not effective damage? So yeah, another point going the way of Shanyu.
Yeah, I mean, Bach was doing his best. He's just having a tough lane, and he has a Rubik, and Rubik can't do it much. It's just rough.
Maybe it could be considered Bach just given for one game at least. We don't know how it's going to end the whole series, but he was giving him a chance to show himself as a new like position 3 player. I really like to think that they are mentoring their new generation of players, because Bach has the most experience. And recently we talked about how you can watch a lot of digital sports, but you know what? Watching online is one thing, but maybe coming and watching everything live is even better. You can go to Ticketon, sponsored by Freedom, and get all your tickets there. Digital sports are gonna be going until 9s at least. There's gonna be mobile MOBA, Dota is still going on, the finals are soon. Finals are gonna be crazy, I'm sure about it. And there's gonna be CS2 with laser tag.
And stay tuned for those games, because it's going to be a hell of amazing, guys. And we're so excited here at Games of the Future here in Astana. And yeah, moving forward, we've talked about pretty much everything besides a player called Shiro. Shiro on the Alchemist. I mean, we've talked about Alchemist, but what do you think about Shiro? Like I say, as a carry player, do you think he's... Because people say he's the most stable carry in China, in comparison to, for example, to Poyoyo and to Ame, now Ame too, and in comparison to Low as well, because Low he's even like doing extremely well, or sometimes he's underperforming at times.
Shiro is not the most stable in my opinion. He's the most farm-oriented.
Farm-oriented. Okay.
Yeah. I was really impressed back when he was playing Muerta, and he was the only player on Muerta at the time across all players who could get a lot of gold. Yeah. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. Luzo, he didn't need a lot of gold. He didn't need to be Alchemist. He didn't need to be Muerta. He just went in and killed people. Yeah. And he killed 12 people and helped killing 13 others.
Why do you need to be an Alchemist when you can beat that Alchemist,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And it's, you know, come to think of it, the most stable carry, in my opinion, actually, you guys know, since you guys are... If you're guys from older Dota, you guys know a player such as called Royal Never Give Up Monet.
Oh,
that guy is actually the most stable carry, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, that would actually do extremely well in international events.
What was his favorite hero?
Oh, I can't really tell. I don't remember, honestly speaking.
I think Mane really likes Sven, and we also really like Sven because all finalists in Phygital Games will get a present from our partner Sven. Sven is a high-quality acoustics company, and everyone will get something from them if they get to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's getting gifts from Sven. Thank you very much for Sven. And it was smoothest transaction that there is, partner. Thank you very much for being an awesome co-host here with me, and Kawaii. Thank you. And also, now third game. Again, we got a second game. Yakuto Brothers. Can it be the third game? Yakuto Brothers. They make the same storyline, the same as the previous Team Resilience? Yes, sir. Would it be a new school over the old school? Now I'm so hyped up. I'm so excited to see. What do you think? What if it's going to be like that?
I mean, Team Resilience told us that they think Vichy Gaming is the strongest team. Extreme Gaming told us that they think Vichy Gaming is the strongest Chinese team. Everyone is telling us that Vichy Gaming is the strongest Chinese team. Maybe Yakult Brothers didn't get the memo. I do hope they will show up here. They will try their best. Maybe they will capitalize on the blunder from the enemy. I don't know. But I do hope it's going to be a competitive game.
Of course. And you know what? The funny thing, at the end there, people were tipping each other. I expect Emo to question mark them. I do expect that, and I want Emo actually to proceed, actually. No, low-key, I think it would be an interesting storyline to take a look at Resilience and Team...
I agree. And also, we've seen Poyoyo, Erika, YSR. I'm going to call all his nicknames every single time because I don't know why he changes them so often, even after asking that. But yeah, he said that maybe Vichy Gaming is the strongest team, and he felt a little bit timid. I don't want him to be timid, and for that, Yakult Brothers need to win Vichy Gaming. They need to show that Vichy Gaming can bleed, and we're going to go for Crusheroni and Otomo to know exactly whether they can. Take the air, guys.
All right, everyone, we are back here at the Phygital Games of the Future. MOBA PC Dota 2 game number 3 here of Yakult versus Vichy Gaming. BO1 pretty much.
Yep.
Elimination time for one of these two teams here. Both of these teams, I guarantee you, do not want to go anywhere, so I recommend that you don't go anywhere either, as this one is going to be for all the marbles. My name is Crash, and of course I am joined by this one over here. I guess his name is Otomo or something.
Wow, I mean, I knew it would go downhill from game number 1, from eventually, but I mean, Game Boy was my wonderful pal, and I was like, ball and chain over here, ball dude. Got the nose on this guy.
Well, you got to know the downs to know the ups, you know?
Yeah, certainly plenty of downs here. Let's go with that.
I mean, both of these teams have faced some downs just this one series, right? So,
it's been a bit of a downer for Vichy Gaming. In honestly, Yakult Brothers game 1 destroyed. Vichy Gaming game 2 no chance. Will we have a close game 3 is what I'm looking at, because Extreme Gaming fell into this. Dominated game 1, then got dominated in game 2 and 3 by Team Resilience. Now, will the Yakult Brothers give us 2 upsets in a day, 2 pretty big ones? Or will Vichy Gaming prove that, hey, old is gold, baby?
Do you think there's something like the level of humbleness of these teams, right? That if Vichy go into this, they're like, oh, we're the best, we're number 1, no chance, move aside. Is there I feel like you have to eliminate that at this point, right? There's been so many upsets even in just the history of Dota that if you were I don't know, it shouldn't happen, surely.
I agree. You go into these tournaments, you shouldn't assume that the other guy's weaker just because for some reason they're newer or something. I mean, they're not even new. They are. These are. The Yakult Brothers got some pretty people with pretty long in the tooth, as we call them. Emo, Kaka, Tianming. These aren't guys who were here yesterday. They've been here for a while. But opening up, it is going to be Tianming getting his hands on a Treant Protector. First time for him this patch, this tournament. Whereas Vichy takes the call, I imagine, for Mr. Jin the Q.
We've been talking a lot about old dogs. Who do you think is older, Caudle or Treant?
Caudle. Isn't he the essence of one of the 4 cosmic forces in the world, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
But alternatively, a tree?
Yeah, but like Coddle was there before Trees and Planets. You know, it's like him, Enigma, Chaos Knight, and Io are the four primordials, or whatever you want to call them, four major forces of the universe. And then there's a planet, and then, you know, life grew, and then Treant came.
But
here we go.
Have you thought about Trees?
I have thought about Trees a
There you
lot
go.
more than you think, you know.
Oh, Tomo off stream just sits there looking at a tree. You know, as a Canadian, we think about trees too a lot. It's, you know, we all have to harvest our maple syrup daily.
Of course.
Yeah.
Say
Yeah, we
about
just-
or something like that.
Oh, sorry, a boot.
There you go.
A boot.
Well, this was a very nice counter that they had against the Doom. Anyone else gets doomed, you just stampede them away to safety. Very, very nice for Vici Gaming. Although I've always liked Coddle with Doom because you can just devour a lot. You know, like, here, you hungry, boy? There you go, Chakra
Right.
again.
It does. It's not a major one, but it feels really good.
It's and then they have the Shadow Shaman coming out on the other side. So decent control coming out from Yakult Brothers. Pretty solid. And Kaka looked pretty good as well on the Shadow Shaman.
Oh, it looked
Previous
so
game.
good. So one of the best Shaman performances I've seen recently. The bar's not very high. I haven't seen a lot of Shaman, but hey, that was one of the best.
You started with a decent compliment. One of the best Shadow Shaman performances I've seen recently. The bar's pretty low. This guy hasn't been picked up. It's 6 out of 10.
But now the bar is so high. It's just, I'm gonna get sad every time I see Shaman. It's not played like that.
It was a pretty one-sided game. I feel like you could have replaced Shadow Shaman with a lot of other heroes and you'd have gotten the same performance. But Vici Gaming,
Maybe. I
Vici
feel
Gaming-
like Shaman did a lot of work though. No.
He did. Set up a lot of Sun Strikes. The snakes also give you so much push. I just don't feel like it mattered too much what Kaka was playing because of how one-sided the game was.
That's fair. That's fair.
And going back to it, looks like both teams have pretty much the same hero on like different roles. Sorry, not the same hero, sorry, but the same roles being selected. We have Kez possibly versus the Storm, could be a Kez carry. Doom and Centaur, you know, those are likely the offlaners. Coddle with Wyvern against Shadow Shaman and Treant. Let's see. What about in supports? I think I kind of like Yakult a bit more, but it's close because Vici's also got a very good duo. These two of the Wood to Wyvern and Mr. Old Man.
They do different things, right? Like if I'm looking at like Lockdown and that team fight potential, definitely Tree and Shaman. If I'm looking for like sustain and that quick sort of turnaround in a team fight, and that level of that constant pressure, it would be the Vici supports. They're lacking a bit on stuns, right? And we can already see Occult taking full advantage of that with the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like I don't know. I feel like maybe the Vici gaming, I guess you could say, are a bit more active, right? Maybe, but it's both are kind of wait for other people to start the fight, then they make their own moves. For now, what are we going to looking at? A Vengeful Spirit Van. Yakult Brothers definitely needs a carry. That one's a lot more obvious. Vici, on the other hand, this could be, they could pick any one of the core roles that they might need, because it could be Doom 1, Kez 2, or Kez 2 and Doom 3, or Doom carry, or Kez carry and Doom offlane. So any one of them can work.
I actually think Doom or Kez pretty good in the safe lane role here, because Infernal Blade got buffed. No, I don't know if it was the biggest buff, but it's considerable going up against a high health hero like Centaur.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Infernal Blade. Infernal Blade is pretty damn good against that for sure. As that was the band coming about. Sorry, going to be the Drow Ranger gets removed.
Respectable.
What will they want to take on low in this one? Could take the Spectre. I mean, I love Spectre with Centaur, right? Because you can make the illusion. The Stampede comes out. You have this Spectre just bursting you down. Pure damage as well. Very good against the Winter Wyvern. Prevents her from getting her good ultimate off. And Spectre is not banned. I was like, there's a few of these that are very hard to see, like the Shadow Fiend. I was like, is that a Spectre?
Oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Yeah, the Terrorblade also is like, that looks a bit dark. Could be a Spectre, but no, Spectre is in fact in the pool.
You could do Spectre. It's a little sketchy just because in the past Kazas have been known to build. I mean, sometimes first item Silver's Edge. There's that brief period of history. What, last patch? The patch before that, where every carry and their mother were just building Silver's Edge first because that's cool, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, they go for the clinks.
Clinks.
Okay.
Interesting, because it's already a 6 Silver's Edge game. It's great against Centaur because it caps movement speed, which I feel like is something that a lot of people don't know, which, fair enough, it's a really niche interaction.
It's like, you know, when you walk around, you're like, it's a slow. It's like, it's very different from a slow. A lot of people think it's a slow, but it's not a slow. It's a movement cap. It does slow them, like, but that's kind of like a
You're not wrong, yeah.
Like, very few people get hit by Silver Edge and they just move at the same speed. You're like, wow, this is...
It's like calling a root a stun. You know, like you're halfway there, right? But that's not the full story. That's not actually what's happening.
Oh. Vici Gaming, their last pick will be a mid, will be a carry, will be on off. They take the Necrophos.
Which doesn't tell us anything, really. That's realistically.
It's a mid Necro. Okay, mid Necro. So carry, Kaz, off lane, Doom.
The quote-unquote normal stuff.
Yes.
I would say.
Yes, it is very much the normal stuff. We can go with that for Vici Gaming. Yakult Brothers also has a fairly solid draft. Man, though, it's been a good Centaur day. I'll tell you that. I feel like every time I'm looking at Centaur, he has been having a very good time. I need to go check his win rate on this. Despite that, I like the Vici draft more. And I don't think we're going to be blessed by gaming to have 2 upsets in one day. I don't think he's going to be messing with this one. So I'm going to go with Vici.
I not even putting any thought to it, just to be a contrarian. I'll go with your Colts.
Of course.
Just to put something on the line here, you know?
I feel like you're embarrassing a lot of Canadians. You're supposed to be nice and just agree with people. Isn't that how it works?
Oh, there's nothing I like more than embarrassing Canadians, and mostly myself.
Uh-huh. Well, about that, I'm not sure. My wife actually sent me
Oh, go ahead. You go first.
No. That one can wait.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. I think that game was what put Centaur above a 50% win rate. That last game that we just had.
It actually put him at. It was, I literally saw it's 20 games, 10 wins.
Okay.
At.
It's funny because I think that we've had the exact opposite experience. We were talking about it at the beginning of last game. You got all the Centaur wins, and I got all the Centaur losses. And now we're here putting that power together, and it looks like the Centaur wins power is a lot stronger.
I think so. I like the Centaur. I'm very impressed by the hero most games. You buy a helm, you buy a heart. It seems like such a simple build. Then you get whatever good creep you want. You put the body forward and he's unkillable. Works like a charm nearly every time, or at least apparently half the time.
Yeah, I was touting from the top of every tower that I think that this Centaur build is Centaur being figured out as a hero. And not necessarily that this build won't ever change, because that's not how Dota works. But I think it is the quintessential, I am Centaur and I can do things and do everything very, very well. He is tanky, but because of that extra strength from the heart, he can actually do a significant amount of damage as well.
Yes.
Where I felt like that was always Centaur's like problem. I'm this big boy, I come in and I stun you. And then I die because I don't have health because I've built pipe and blink. And now I have armor in a physical meta. And I have a lot of health in one of the best heart metas that's been in a while.
And tons of regen as well. Yeah, no,
Right.
that's for free. Remember when that was a part of Heart that was disabled when you took damage?
Yes.
Because there was you guys might not know this, but there was a green meta at one point where you pick Viper, Death Prophet, and Necrophos, and you get a Heart. And back then, Heart gave you 1% health regen, by the way. 1%. And people lost their minds. Like, this is unbeatable. This guy's got 1% health regen. How are we going to kill him? And that was all it took. Now, Heart gets 1.6 and increases as your health decreases. Lovely.
There's always things in Dota that I feel like if you ever brought back, or looking back to now, it's like, no, it's just worse now. But somehow we've fixed it.
We're better.
It's a long time coming. Arguably, right? I mean, Heart is the best item still. One of the best items. But I don't necessarily think that, like, making it breakable, I guess, is a big deal. I don't think that would be what... I think it would hurt the item too much at this point.
Great. I honestly feel like it's okay most of the time. I'm not too bothered by it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Though there's many items that have been come and gone back, and I'm like, oh, if they return this, it's okay. Like, let's say Iron Talon, whatever. But the only item I think that was broken at the time and will still remain broken right now is Necronomicon level 3. I thought Necronomicon level 3 should never have existed. Every Zoom method came, I was like, this is unfair. It's bullshit. It's, a free sentry that moves. That was not right.
I actually very much respect that answer.
Thank you.
You had a free one right there. You could have just done what everyone else says and say Wraith Pact.
Oh, right.
I respect that. I respect the Necro answer. That's true. Every Zoom meta was plagued by Necronomicon.
Yeah, I mean, people will talk about Wraith Pact. I'm like, what? It was popular for 2 months. It's one at TI.
Right.
Then it was nerfed, and then it was removed. Like, it was not exactly the epidemic that we had. Like, Necronomicon level 3, which was there for, like, I want to say 2 decades of the game. When was that?
That sounds about right. Yeah. It's crazy because I remember going back recently because I thought to myself, well, when did everyone get their own couriers? Because I thought it was a lot. There was a lot earlier on in like the Dota 2 life cycle than it actually was. I can't believe I was playing Dota for like 5-6 years before we got couriers. I completely blew my mind. That it was added in 2019 with Void Spirit and Snapfire was when that happened. That does not compute to me.
And it still feels like Void Spirit and Snapfire were like not that, like they're relatively new. You know what I mean?
Right. I still consider them new heroes, and I feel like I need to readjust the way I think now.
When was this released? God, it's so old they don't even have a date for it. What is this?
Sounds about right. Yeah. You got to go on the forums for it.
By the way, back then they used to have 10 heroes in the patch. Not 10 heroes were added in that patch alone.
Oh my goodness. I remember the test server. I remember when heroes would get uploaded to the test server first.
Right, release.
Oh my goodness. Those were fun.
This is on my. I have to find. Let's see.
This is very important. We're not even in the game yet. It's fine, you know.
Yeah, I was like, what do you guys want to talk about before we see the draft? All right, so patch 6.00 was released in 2005. Okay, that was when Necronomicon was introduced to the game, and roughly 16 years later, Necronomicon was removed. So yes, nearly 2 decades of this bullshit item.
I completely agree. An absolute plague. Absolutely awful.
It was removed when level 30s became a thing, if that makes sense.
Crazy.
Like,
absolutely insane. And that's even older than I feel like. It's like that's older than I remember as well. That happened ages ago too.
I love Dota. I love how it warps our minds in the memory department.
It's genuinely, I think the thing that warps me the most, and maybe you can relate to this too, my short-term timekeeping is very good,
my long-term timekeeping is very bad. 5 minutes is forever. 20 seconds is like, sorry, 5 minutes is like nothing. 20 seconds is a long time. An hour is nothing. I don't know. I don't know what time is anymore. If it's the cooldown of Black Hole, that's a long time. If it's Reincarnation, that's a long time. Level 1, 20 seconds, that's forever. Jesus.
Come on, bring me back. There's a saying, it says the days are long, but the years are short. And that is sometimes how it feels when you look back and you're like, holy crap, this was added when? This was removed when? They're like, oh, Dawnbreaker. Oh, when was Dawnbreaker added? Yes, 2 years ago, right? Like, no, 6 or 7 years ago or something.
Wait, actually?
Dawnbreaker's actually... I remember Dawnbreaker was released when my son was born, which was roughly 5.5 years ago.
Oh my god.
That's how I remember it. 5.5 years ago is when Dawnbreaker came. I tied the two things together. Son's birth.
I really didn't need that one. Oh my goodness.
Wait till I tell you what year Finding Nemo was released. You know, I know that.
2003 is my guess. No, 2005?
No, definitely before 2005. Like 2000.
Oh god.
I think we're much closer to 2003. I'm gonna go with actually 2001. Honestly.
2003.
Oh, nicely done.
2003. One of my like bar tricks, I would say, is I am not maybe perfect.
Okay.
But I'm quite consistently good at just pulling a timeline out of my rear. What was that 2003 based off of? Nothing. That just threw it out there. It felt right. Usually it's okay. I can be anywhere from like 1 to 5 years pretty consistently. It's impressive.
Well, I'll be more impressed when you get down to 6, 7.
You know, if I could do that consistently, that would be impressive. Like consistently 6 or 7 years, just those two, that's incredibly impressive. I'm sure if I could like adjust the feelers a little bit to just add 6, 7 to it, and it would sort of it would even each other out. So yeah, it would figure itself out.
Well, right now all the players, look at them. They're just sitting there like.
I think this is the worst thing that can happen to both of these teams is that they have to sit here before the game has even started. And they just have to sit in whatever feeling that they have right now.
It's also the last time one of these teams is going to be playing in this stage.
Right.
So for one of them, like they don't know it, but after this is it. It's this, and then you're going back home. Probably tomorrow morning, the flight's going to happen to you guys. Like,
no one wants that.
It's like, we ain't going to book the hotel for the entire day if you're going to leave at night. Oh, pause comes out.
Nope. Hold on. Yep. We're in and we're out. We're up and we're down.
You know that one of these teams is going to share a flight with Extreme Gaming, very likely. Oh, no, they're probably all going to fly to... Oh, yeah, they are going to fly back to China. I was like, they're going to stay in Europe. I was like, no, they're going to fly to China. Get ready for TI.
They all have their private jets. What do you mean? Each individual player is going to fly out in their private jet.
That must be good for the environment.
It's fine, yeah.
Then they look at you, you're like, you're using a plastic straw? I'm like, yeah. Do you see what that guy's doing? He is literally burning.
You're the problem. No, you're the problem because you didn't recycle that one time. You're killing the planet.
Yeah, okay. What about that man in his plane for himself, and there's another plane for his wife, and then 2 planes for his 2 children? You're like, yeah, that seems right. I mean,
no, you shouldn't be able to have access to that information. Sorry. Don't know. Never met him. Sorry, I can't. Sorry.
Well, we're back. We're in the game now. Vici Gaming and Yakult Brothers. Match point here. Very.
All right, Vici. They're gonna run down the river here. They're gonna smoke like the high ground, the Tormentor, not the Tormentor, the gate.
The gate.
Yeah, and they've done this consistently, actually, through the games that I saw them.
Look at their position 5 on the other side. Chan Ming feels very aware of this. He's actually going to the twin gate himself.
Yeah. It's great to do as a treant as well. The problem is if they smoke, oh my goodness. If they smoked immediately and immediately broke, he would have been cooked.
You know, it would be the most, like, honestly baller move ever. If as you channel the Twin Gate, the Tree Protector walks into it. You know what I mean? It's like,
He channels it the other way.
It's like, as you show up there, the Twin, he goes in, he's like, okay, I see that they're teleporting. I'm just going to teleport now and see what they do. But
he does go through, technically.
Yeah, it does.
Back again.
Sometimes you want to know if the grass is really greener on the other side.
That's a cheeky little ward, you know? I will say, that is the dire Twin Gate. The grass is definitely not greener.
It's like, oh, low. Knows that Shiro's there. It's going to be 2 for 2. First time 2 for 2 split. As Shiro's probably going to get punched here.
Oh, he's going to get punched quite heavily here. He's got to make an escape at this point. He can't go through the gates. No longer an option for you. Can't TP either. You can't.
He's gonna have to get to the gate, then he'll TP. Oh, punch. Punch.
No.
Can't get him.
Trees aren't so good with motion, you know.
Lord of the Rings disagrees with that.
That's very true. Yeah.
Such a good movie, though. So good. Well, in the meantime, there is going to be a lot of punishment for Shiro that he took in that skirmish. Mid lane, it's going to be the Necrophos versus the Storm. I generally feel like Necrophos does very well on the laning stage, almost regardless of whatever he's up against or who.
Yeah, this was a lane at one point Necro would win very heavily, like before facets, before static slide. And this is one of those lanes I feel like definitely got improved for the Storm after static slide was introduced. Not that it's gonna, you're gonna destroy the Necro, but at least it's playable now.
It feels hard to imagine that there was a world where there was no static slide. It was just, he presses Q where he is, and that's it.
Yeah, it was such a good quality of life. I am quite glad that they just added it to his toolkit.
It was very much needed. Very much needed.
Yeah.
But Bach is taking quite a few hits from low. That might be the biggest issue for them this lane. Like, pretty easy for the Clinks to get harassed off, and not exactly much that they can do on the other side.
I think we should remove orb walking from Dota. Maybe this is a hot take. Or maybe not remove it, but add some sort of restriction.
Yeah, the when you press with like the arrows or the glaives, if you use it manually, the creeps don't follow.
Yeah, I think that there's some sort of change that needs to happen there. XM dropping incredibly low, but they're both just sort of trading their resources here. All the good stuff that comes with the mid lane.
But one of them has living armor and the other doesn't.
Yeah.
And one of them is refilling his bottle and the other one doesn't have a bottle to refill anyway. So quite nice for Emo so far. Can he replicate his Animajor performance from, I don't know, half a decade ago? Or more.
Or more. That's another one that we're going to look back on. Oh, goodness. 2016 or something. I don't think that far.
No, it's it was 2020. I think it was the COVID years.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So far, but Emo is actually struggling against XM so far, but should do a little bit better with as levels come in.
Yeah, it's not the worst. He will just have a camp to go back to. Eventually he'll reach a point where he just remnants the wave and then goes back and farms a camp.
So that's mid lane going very well for Vici. How about top? Okay, so
pretty even.
Not bad for Shiro.
Yeah.
Solid for not Tianming, sorry, Zhen Yu.
I do feel like you should win this lane a lot harder as a Kez, though, as he's going to get stomped, as Kaka will be running away from the Wyvern. The slow has ended. You got bigger fish to fry. Get Captain Bamboo. Get him out of here. There he goes.
It's not bad. It's 175 gold for the team.
He definitely won't say no to that.
Tianming is here.
Cheeky.
Just
cheeky little tree.
Soaking some experience. Do you think trees can be cheeky? I feel like that's not part of their nature. They feel very stoic, you know?
Yeah, I think that's more of like
like a gnome or like other forest creature sort of things, like, like maybe any fey folk.
The
Like Dark
leprechaun.
Mole is pretty cheeky.
She's very cheeky. Hoodwink, very cheeky.
Hoodwink, right? Oh, I would say most other woodland creatures could be quite cheeky.
Enchantress.
Yeah.
Did you Enchantress based on the Warcraft 3 hero who had one of my favorite lines growing up that I didn't know what it meant then, but now I know. And I'm like, oh, very clever. She goes, if you like click on her a lot, she's like, I'll attract the humans with my I'll attract the humans with my mating call. I'm so wasted, I'm so wasted.
Oh my god.
So good.
Oh, that's, I mean, incredible. That's
very good.
Level 30, hello, Dota?
I'm so wasted.
The new Brewmaster voice line?
Oh. Nice drag by Kaka, bringing some creeps to Zhan Yu, as will anyone... Oh, I was going to say anyone contest the Wisdom Shrine. It's a little bit early for that.
Yeah. This is a crazy place to find 3 heroes at 5 minutes. Now, 7 minutes, yeah, like, sure.
Stupendous.
Was sorry, checking something. I did have to send a message earlier. We got during the trap. My wife was like, "Do you know that what happened last month?" I'm like, I went to France." She's like, "No, it was our 11-year anniversary." I was like, "Oh yeah, that too."
Radiant structures.
Did you miss it, or
we were so busy? You know,
it just slipped by.
Just came and went, and like
Yeah.
11 years. I was like, "Oh, damn!" This is something we want to celebrate. I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think our 10th is this year.
Congratulations!
But we've missed some of the other ones. It's the same thing, right? Like it's just like, oh, there it is. Bye. It's gone again.
But that's all right. I'll be able to brag. I'm like, at least I bleed Crash Aroni, honey. Come on.
That's true. That's true.
Dire structures are fortified.
So far, though, Emo walking with pretty low health, but XM is unable to sight him, even though he's walking around with like 300 out of 900 health. Would have been a very great sight target without raindrops either, but not close enough.
I feel like Emo's also the type of like mid laner. If he sees the scythe start, he's really, he's probably ready to get on out of there. As XM will finally use that scythe and secure a beautiful kill on a center that had no right to be there.
Tough. And in general, Vici Gaming, it takes a while to get that ball rolling, but a first blood coming out for them. Let's look at ultra late game, because I think that Vici, when the game goes late, wait, punch comes out. Good body blocks.
They want Jin Q. They have to get Jin Q if they want Bok. Oh, more aggression coming out on the other side here. Next up, Blood Grenade as well. Shiro, nice little parry quickly. I don't think it did a single thing, but he is out, so maybe it worked. I don't know. I'm not a Kez player. I'm not a degenerate. Well, I am.
I have a life.
not a degenerate Kez player. It's a different type of degenerate.
It's like when the patch logs come out, and every time I read every hero, I swear. When I get to Invoker, and I'm like, oh god, I'll just wait for someone to summarize.
Yes,
Then I get to
100%.
Kez, and they're like, this spell went from 17% lifesteal at all levels to 15 to 18. Like, I don't care what that means. His top lane.
Trying to make moves onto Shiro. They can't kill him anymore, so instead Emo will move over to bigger and better pastures. He will get a kill onto Y instead, so sacrifices his life for his carry. The true position 5 life.
Both mid laners really are snowball from these kills. On one side, you have galvanized stacks. On the other, it is this Reaper giving you a little bit more regen. Oddly enough, both of them affect mana regen as well. But yeah, ultra late game, XM very dangerous, Shiro very dangerous, and Bok also very dangerous. On the other side, they're less damagey and more controlly on like the Storm and the Centaur.
Yeah, like blue hole's always going to be a scary factor as the game goes later. We got overgrowth as well. Like, there are just a lot of annoyances to deal with for Vici if this game gets too late, as Y has been fully wrapped upon, shackled, and killed. Once again, though, that's not his carry that's dead, so arguably a little bit of a win here for Y.
I remember there was a cast with Winter where he says, like, if the position 5 can break a smoke, die for the carry, it's a life well lived, basically.
Yep.
I'm like, sure, bro. Whatever, man.
It's a net win for obviously the team that kills the support. Obviously, they're getting more money in their pockets. Yeah, but you got to take the little victories. You know, you got, especially as a support, everyone's yelling at you to buy wards and rotate and gank, and it's like, no, I just died for you. Does that not mean anything?
Well, noob out of position.
Right.
Well, so
I would say you turn it around and play on their heartstrings, but let's be real, carries, they don't care. They have no remorse.
I feel like if my carry could kill me to get gold out of me, they would.
They would 100%. Yeah.
They'll be like, this is amazing. What a resource I'm using. Like,
I've been wanting this.
Smoke up from the Occult Brothers duo, seeing who they can find. Could be Bach. Bach needs to do it as his name say and go Bach, Bach, Bach.
Oh, he ain't no chicken, but he tastes like it at this point. Wild Wing Ripper himself away, but Kaka on the other side turns him into a chicken. And he definitely does go Bach, Bach, Bach.
Bach the
Don't kill for Lou. Yeah, he did go Bach to fountain.
And brilliant for Kaka. Not only is he able to use those snakes to help get them a kill, but also pushes down the tower. That is what we in the business call efficiency.
And Emo gets a stack.
Two
Beautiful.
upsets in one day. It's feeling very real.
It's certainly possible. If Low gets to continue to accelerate maybe a little bit faster than this Kez can, it should be good pickings, but he did just get doomed. Unfortunately, the dust missed. And this is one of those scenarios where you are pinging everyone else on your team as a support. Where dust? Do you have empty slot? Where dust?
As bad as the game is right now for Vici, I will, a lot of people will flip-flop, maybe change their opinions. I'm stubborn. I'm going to say that I still think Vici's draft is better. They've been playing a lot without Emo. Sorry, not without Emo, sorry, without XM. So that's one of the reasons why these fights haven't gone super well for them. And they are better late game. So we do have to reach late game for it to shine.
True. I think one of the things that I've seen consistently throughout my time here at the Fidgetal Games is that teams have been getting so good. I mean, throughout the history of Dota as well, but specifically this tournament, teams are so good at recognizing their power spike. And when their spike is stronger than even the current state of the opponents.
Holy shit.
That was an insane amount of damage on XM in the blink of an eye. I didn't even think Storm could do that much damage.
The way he would like jump a pixel. Pixel jump hit, pixel jump hit, pixel jump hit. Like that is very, very well.
It's impressive. That's the Emo Storm difference though, you know?
Oh. Snakes being dropped, just helping farm.
Okay. I guess so.
A little while ago we were
mid-tier one's kind of hard, so.
A little while ago we were doing this to farm Roshan, remember?
True.
But that's when we were dropping that big snake.
The one big snake.
I was like, you guys want to see a really big anaconda? You're like, I don't really know what you. There's he drops it like, oh, okay, yes, that's good.
Yes, there it is. It was a scary thing too. I'm surprised that, after Ironwood Treant was so good for so long, they're like, hey guys, I've got a great idea. What if we just one big snake instead?
It was good. And it was buffed as well to do 12 times the damage and 12 times the health for only 10 times the bounty. And what I really liked was that as you damage, it doesn't get like weaker, which is what the problem is with the current snakes.
Yeah.
It's like you drop 10, they do 10, then you hit a few of them, you're down to like 7. You're like, this isn't so bad, actually. Oh.
There's no shot. They do make him fear for his life, maybe.
Really? Those guys? The Call and the Necro? I think
he didn't know who could have been behind. Maybe there was an Invis Doom. For all he knows.
Impossible. Because there was an Invis Ruin right in his freaking model.
But what if? But like, what if Doom pit pocketed him and took the Invis from him? And then drank it
from his own bottle.
Correct. Drinking from his own bottle.
You've been drinking from the bottle yourself, haven't you?
Kaka Blake reveal. It's only the Wyvern, but a kill is a kill no matter how small. The cope is, though, once again, that was under the nose of Shiro. And maybe he doesn't directly get to kill his support, but he does get to kill all the Serpent Wards that killed his support. So it's close enough, right?
Very good, yeah. It's like if I could sacrifice my support in some way to get gold, that's still as good as me killing them. Bach actually dies. That's a much bigger kill he has. Vici Gaming a bit passive overall in this game. Not playing around XM more. Again, I'm very surprised by this. But
I don't think they can. They don't have a team that really does that. What do these supports enable when you play around them? It's just sustain. They're not going to enable really many objectives until you're ready.
True. And look at the other side. Kaka can do a lot. Like Shadow Shaman is pretty great support in terms of making things happen. I can push. I can catch with, like I have multiple stuns. I can stun 2 people. So, there you go. That's making things happen.
Yep. Why again? Constantly has been the target of the aggression, if you're called, for these past 2 games.
And Xian Yu gets the kill with his creep, by the way.
Doing God's work. Nice overgrowth used. Finally, they group up together with this Necrophos, and immediately they get punished for it.
I'd say they get punished. That was just, they forced out the Stampede and the overgrowth.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
I would like to see them then do something in the next 90 seconds. Because if you don't, the window that you've created does nothing for you. We have BOTs on the Necro. Now we need to have someone else on Vici sort of set up so Necro can get there.
Don't worry. Vici's going to get a kill or some sort of objective before the 18-minute mark. Just watch.
Well, hopefully they get something because they desperately need it. And surely this time Bach has dust on him.
No.
No, he does.
Yes,
he does.
He does.
Thank goodness.
Doesn't want to use it though.
No, heaven forbid.
If I use
what
it,
if he doesn't get the kill and then it's like 80 gold down the drain? How's he gonna get that back?
On a Doom in this economy?
The map is so small. Like there's not a lot of creeps to go around.
It's like I can print gold as
right. Once again, it's probably just totally fine. A big zip out, forces rotations back. Maybe not forces, but Necro had no reason to be there. And
so that's a tower. A tower for when the Stampede and Overgrowth being down. It's not so bad. And a bit of movement coming out from Beach, a bit of life.
It's something, Dota's the game of inches.
And they're very confident for Vici in their late game because they are not playing this very quick at all.
Yeah.
No. Oh, there you go.
Lowe's a good catch on the Klings. If they can get him, they've doomed him. It will cost Q his life almost certainly, as a Scythe will finish off the Treant as well.
I believe that was Stampede being used right off cooldown. Saves low. And now it's a 4 versus 4 fight, but no Stampede. However, there's no Doom. I think that's the bigger deal. Bach.
Yeah. It does get turned over to Winter's Curse. The Centaur will beat the crap out of his teammates. Kaka turns into as many sheep as he wants. It's not enough as Centaur now being beat down by the Kez, who just finished a Deso.
Nicely done.
Nice little charge for the Kez. Start things off here for Vici.
the same way that XM is a play like the main person that Vici needs to play around again, I feel like Emo is that for your Cult Brothers as well on the Storm. Very hard for them to pin down. He's been having a really good performance. 1-0-5, 10 galvanized stacks. He wasn't in that fight. So your Cult Brothers jumping the gun a little bit there.
Yeah, maybe a bit. It's a weird position for Clinks to be in as well. Like, there's not what's up there. What are you prepping for? It's not like Tormentor's going to be up there either. So, just a weird spot to sort of get caught out in for almost no reason.
To be fair, Tormentor is going to be up in 20 seconds, and you can twin gate towards it.
Well, when he died, it was like a minute and a half still.
That's true. That is a fair point. He didn't
now if they die there, it makes sense.
Tormentor respawns and instantly teleports. I always find that very funny.
Oh. Okay. Bach had to race 2 people for that rune. That's why was trying his best to deny it. Can these 3 heroes? Yeah, I mean, I guess they can with the tree armor and the shackle heal. The Deso is probably enough.
So when they change Tormentor, it actually becomes weaker the first 4 minutes it respawns. They were, it used to be a lot more like a bit more dangerous and stuff. But the first 4 minutes it actually reflects less damage than it used to. But after 4 minutes it scales faster. So, you can't do it with 3 at the exact.
So people prioritize it early.
Oh, good teleport there by Chan Ming.
Right here, right? Got it.
We see Eyes of the Forest being picked up from Treant, which is, definitely been heavily nerfed since its peak. It's like 180 seconds now as a cooldown on them or something like that, 150. It's super long.
It's significantly worse. He didn't even buy it. He just got from the Tormentor. He's like, I guess I got it.
Yeah. You're not going to say no to free vision. You just have to be a little bit more careful with how and where you put it now, because they also give gold. Again, not a significant bounty either, 50. Which is kind of surprising. Yeah, it's nice. It's better than nothing. But it is one of those things where, like, come on, guys, like, make it at least like worth a ward.
It is worth a ward.
A lot of
literally worth awards. 50 gold.
Wards aren't. You don't. But when you deward a ward, you don't make 50 gold. You make way more than 50 gold.
It's worth a sentry wards, but then
sure.
Okay,
you know what? That's like saying killing bear is worth a hero.
It is worth a hero.
Okay, Kaz shackled up here. Kaka trying to do his best.
Nice
to stop any sort of team fight here. That first stops things in their tracks. Scythe gets used, but Scythe gets missed. It's not enough. Shaman will die. Bach trying his best to get Doom off. The ability, not the hero. He's there already.
Yeah, Vici won a game despite, as my friend told us to say, bungling their execution, because the Winter's Curse comes out, he Raptor dances way too early, does 0 damage with it, then the Scythe comes out, I think it lands like barely at the end, or maybe not at the end, but still the Centaur lives when he shouldn't have, and they just walk away with the Yukon after. They should have